The story begins when Jared, whose real name is Shin Tipong, wakes up scared from a nightmare, wondering if he will die a virgin at 30. Then he looks around in a sleepy state but sees himself in his room. He gets relaxed. It is his second chance at life, and in his previous life, he was the #1 player in the game Paradiso for 10 years. But he died because of his overcommitment to the game and later became Jared, a fatty young man, son of the noble of Caribia. However, in the game, it was the NASU continent year 1424, the 3rd month, the 4th day of the year, when the flames of the Great Stallion War began raging in the continent of NASU. And many lives turned into dust as the fire overwhelmed the continent, and the Demon King and his army marched on with little resistance. Nothing but despair could be felt amongst all in the end, and the darkness emerged a warrior. This is the gist of the game Paradiso. In this virtual RPG game, the player's ultimate goal was to defeat the Demon King, become the continent monarch, and finally develop the land within Paradiso. He went to his mission while wearing his Tomb Raider's bag, the Wise King's crown, and the Knight's sword. After some time, Jared, standing before the mirror, looked toward himself and thought about the warning he got while playing Paradiso that he's affected by extreme obesity and his mana will be reduced to 0. He thinks that based on how the game UI looks, its use of the NASU calendar, and the bet he resurrected in Paradiso, he concludes that he will probably die again. He is so frightened that the Great Stallion War will take place in 1424 or 10 years from now, and in 5 years, the world will be going to shit. Famine, drought, and natural disasters will spike, and soon, the Great NASU War will come to a scrabble among countries for food, meaning everyone will throw themselves at one another during the war. He feels insignificant in this world as a noble and thinks that he should die, and he gets mad at the thought that even the Dawn Paradiso Encyclopedia didn't know about this fatty man. Isn't he supposed to be reincarnated as a handsome male protagonist who lived a satisfied, happy life? While sitting on the chair, he screams and shakes so strongly that the chair itself breaks due to his weight. Lying on the floor, he sadly thinks about when he was young and should have grown up to be handsome, and then he stands up, hoping to lose weight. Also, he has memories of the past and can use something as sweet as honey and the bugs in the game to his advantage. While motivating himself, he thinks of knowledge and an overwhelming amount of it. Using his knowledge, he can easily take advantage of any situation before anyone else and carve his own better future. Also, with this current situation, the best course of action would be to unify the world and lead as its king, which will be his goal. On the other side, his maid Hayes was excited as she was cleaning her lord's house, thinking it's been a while since he stepped foot in his office. Jared comes from behind and calls her name angrily. She looks back in fear, and then he goes into the office, where he drops books around as he finds something. When she asks him what he is looking for, he replies that it is the keepsake his father left for him before he died, and then she takes his pendant out of the drawer. He thanked her while taking his pendant from her as he was glad he didn't lose it, and Hayes was delighted at the opportunity to help her lord. When she asks him if there is anything else she can help him with, he tells her to leave the room for a bit, and she gets sad. After coming out of the office, she says to herself that something's different about him and suddenly gets overjoyed again, thinking he is full of energy. Then she gets to work while jumping around happily. After this, Jared, while looking toward the pendant, thinks this is the keepsake left behind by his father, Viscount Barrett. It is an artifact that helps the growth of magical abilities. But then he plans to break it because this is the only upper hand he will have as a weak 4th class magician. But because of his weak mana capacity, this is the only chance he will have to summon her. But for now, this artifact is the only method he has to succeed in the ritual, and then he asks for forgiveness from his father, thinking this is also a way for him to develop properly. Suddenly, a bright light emerges from the pendant, and Isabella appears there. Then, she asks who the foolish human dares to call upon her. While looking toward her, Jared thinks of the very thing he can only summon once in his lifetime. He gets ready for the mission, thinking she'll start as the foundation of his strength. Isabel doesn't find scaredy cats interesting. She likes lazier people, and this is the only opportunity to summon Isabella. However, Jared says he wishes to have the mind eye. Then she laughs and asks if he is greedy and wishes to see people's very identity. At this, he replies that he does. The mind eye is a skill that's only had one recorded user in the entirety of Paradiso's history, and is a skill that can view the stats, the very disposition of an individual, and the information procured from the skill depends entirely on the level of the user. And Jared, Isabella's summoner, plans to use the skill to manage his territory and future stars on his land. After this, she agrees to give him the mind eye, but there is one condition. He has to tell her the most precious thing. Isabella holds Jared from his back and then presents an agreement paper in front of him. This paper is about if she gives him a mind eye in return for his fame, money, everything he holds, and perhaps his family, she will eat them all. He gets scared and thinks about how Isabella can read his mind. And then he understands that's the evil curse he heard about. Then suddenly, she felt something happening to her lips, which was Jared's plan. And then he said that he started to rack his brain about what was most precious to him. But creating his terms on the contract was quite simple. Also, it wasn't easy to keep that thought in mind. And then he tells her the most precious thing to him is the 34-year-old Shuttlepong's first kiss. He gets that eye, but she is burning while stopping him from doing this, and then he kisses her, saying it does hurt a little that his first kiss will be with an evil spirit. And thus began the everlasting contract between Isabella and Jared. After this, the two maids talked to each other about their lord's strange behavior as he had locked in his room for the past few months and suddenly came charging out of it. Then the other adds by saying that it is strange for a man who is tired of life after reliving that dull routine. And the only time she saw him lighting up was when he was stuffing his mouth with food. As they both talked, Hayes suddenly came between holding a bouquet and quickly passed them. Then they ask Hayes if she needs their help, but she says while running that she can do it alone. After this, they start discussing that she is pretty earnest, that she constantly gets chewed out by their lord and cries immediately. However, in Jared's office, Hayes, tired and carrying paper of the surrounding territories and their vassal states, was standing at the door asking permission from the lord to enter, but he ordered her to stand still. While looking at her, he thinks that her devotion is S-rank and has many particular tendencies, but leaving her a maid would be a complete waste. He must make her a healer, and having a ranked unrequited love tendency requires 10 years of one-sided love, and he's sorry that he would be too busy to consider dating her as of now. And he was lost in his thoughts while she called him, and then he took the paper from her. However, she apologizes to him while holding her shirt by saying whenever he asks her to do something like this, she never does it correctly the first time. Jared comes at her angrily and slaps her hard. Instead of crying, she smiles, thinking that Jared's memories are returning. He throws everything at Hayes and always gets pissed whenever the slightest thing annoys him. Then he approached her again. As he extended his hand, she closed her eyes in fear and bowed her head. He quickly hugged her and started apologizing for everything he had done wrong to her. He knew it was tiring, but she persevered and never complained about how he treated her. He hugged her tightly and said that she wouldn't see that pathetic side of him anymore, and he promised he would change for the better for him to start becoming a good lord. Then he asked her if she would give him one more chance. She hugged him tightly, saying she would always stick by his side while he thinks now he is Jared. Every sin he's ever committed is his burden to bear. After this, at the dining table, Jared eats vegetables and herbs. Hayes stops her from eating them a lot, and he might faint. But instead of stopping, he put more into his mouth and swallowed, saying a fatty man like him needs this much to lose weight. Also, in Paradiso, vegetables have a strange effect on one's satiety level. These vegetables, which carry a robust dieting impact, taste like dead insects, and nobody would eat them willingly. While hardly eating this food, he thinks it tastes like vomit. And then he gets the message that the consumed melon herbs have increased his lipolysis level. The consumed aspho leaves have restored his metabolism to normal, and calories burned at 2x the average rate of intense stimulation activated. And he has lost 450 grams of fat. Jared gets slightly relaxed and slowly removes his fat, but he will throw up while at it. Hayes brought steak for him, saying he was concerned for his health, so she learned this healthier dish from the chef a while back and hoped he would give it a chance despite throwing it away. Tears started flowing from his eyes as he was embarrassed about how he could raise a hand against such an angle. He cried joyfully that the rotten taste in his mouth was finally gone, and he started eating steak. While eating, he thought, as the document indicated, the Caribbean territory based in the northernmost part of the kingdom, and it's a good thing he remembered that. However, Caribbean was a poor place ranked F with freezing weather tossed in with monsters, bandits, and the impossibility of farming. After finishing steak, he gets up, saying he will focus on bettering himself for now. Then suddenly, Isabella appears there, asking for her mind eye. Jared spits on her, asking why she is still there at this. She angrily replies, how dare he deceive her, and until she gets back her mind eye, she will keep bugging him until he dies. 10 years ago, Jared locked himself in the room while Rakis knocked on the door and asked him to come out as his father's death was regrettable. but they must stop living in the past and focus on the future. He was comforting him, saying they fought these difficult times together, but he was crying while remembering his father. Then the story shifts to the present time where Gragas, the more irritating party member, flirts with Hayes and the other maids, thinking that he doesn't know why this angel Hayes keeps hanging around that fatty Jared, but he will make her his someday. Meanwhile, Sir Rakis comes there and restrains Gragas from his wrongdoing. Hayes is happy to see Rakis there. Gragas shouts at him, asking if he is trying to teach the chef city guard how to conduct himself. Then he abuses him, saying this stupid junior still doesn't know his place and starts teasing him. Meanwhile, Oberlin comes there and tells them that the Lord will soon come. Then Gragas leaves by saying it's disgusting to see the toothless fat and the old geezer still walk these halls. Hearing this all, Rakis angrily said they still can't wrap his head around being the chief guard. Then Oberyn replies while he understands how he feels it is not an easy task to assign another to his position. After this, the meeting starts where two party members talk in a low voice while looking toward Jared, saying it's unbelievable that he called a meeting by himself, read the document, and even lost his double chin. Then Gragas asks, while drinking, if the rumors are true that their lord changed, and then he tells Jared to stop reading boring documents, zip past this meeting, and go for a drink as he brought some pretty tasty stuff around that he'll love. And when Jared asks about drinking and alcohol, Gragas laughs that he will get all the pretty girls for him. At the same time, Rakis, looking from behind, thinks angrily that every meeting that annoying Gragas seduces the Lord, so he'll turn a blind eye to his deeds. Then, while clenching his fists, he thinks he has to stop him at once, no matter the consequence for the good of Caribia. Everyone there is surprised when Jared addresses Gragas by asking how dare he show up to this meeting drunk and if he is out of his mind. He also breaks his wine bottle with a magic missile when Gragas replies by saying, "Come on, don't be like that," as they've shared a couple of bottles recently. Seeing this, Gragas says that even if he's the king using magic against him, Jared asks everyone to move on. Also, he asks the chief guard Gragas if he is satisfied with the money from abusing his authority over the merchant, extorting every last bit of money they have, and many living in their territory have suffered because of his endless greed. After this, Jared, while using his fireball, asks how they could trust in him when their possessions are greedily taken away in the form of illegal tax collection and human trafficking, as he has caught wind that he has taken his subjects and trained them as his own. Gragas, hearing this, is completely shocked as Jared says that he had destroyed his bottle as compensation for his rudeness, and this sin can only settle by his head burned to ashes. Saying this, he attacks Gragas with the fireball and throws him away while his whole back burns from behind. Then Jared tells everyone there that starting today, Gragas won't longer be the chief guard. Furthermore, he shall be sure to root out all corruption on this land. Everyone there gets scared and bows before Jared, asking forgiveness for their negligence as they've committed grave sins. At the same time, Rakis, standing aside, thinks that Gragas isn't weak by any means, but with just one hit, he's unable to move. And that's the true power of magic that stems from the root of the Escalate's family of fourth-class wizard. They have the very same demonstration of dignity as his father, Viscount Barrett. Then Jared tells Rakis that from now he will be the public chief guard of Carabia. After this, he thinks he has recovered some of Jared's dignity, which was rock bottom. Unfortunately, there's nobody he can trust yet. He has the Mind Eye to help him. However, 1 month later, a gang was extorting money from people in the form of taxes as a man was begging for the money before the head of this gang, Ding Dong. Because he has stolen that person's money, when he asks to get it back, Ding Dong takes out his dagger, puts it in front of his mouth, and says this wouldn't have happened if he paid his tax on time. His team member, standing aside, adds that as Sir Gragas hasn't shown up for a while to pick up the tax money, Ding Dong replies that even if he isn't there, don't even think about spending the money and keeping it safe. Meanwhile, the door knocks when one of them goes to open the door. Jared is standing there with his team, and when Jared waved his hand and smiled at this, he asked who the hell is this fatty man. At this, Rakis hit him so hard and threw him away while angrily asking how dare he address their lord in such a bold tone. Perhaps all of them have a death wish. However, Jared relaxes him, saying it's fine if they swear at him, but it's not okay when they illegally collect money from the citizens and merchants, and then he orders Rakis not to let one of them escape. After this, Rakis arrests them all, and Jared tells them that all of them will be held under trial by the new chief guard. They all are shocked to hear about the new chief guard. However, the people of that place started shouting their slogans with joy for their lord and the new chief guard. When they are being arrested and taken away, on the way, Ding Dong asks Rakis about what a relief for all of them. Then he declares under the public recognition of his mistakes. Their lord pledges to always put his people first from now on, and catching criminal is only the tip of the iceberg though. According to Jared's order, they started distributing food among needy and poor people, and street songs started playing for people's amusement over the frozen land of Caribia. And because of Jared's good work, people shout slogans at their lord and his team members wherever they go. However, the next day, in the meeting room, Rakis tells Jared how the citizens finally trust the throne again. Not only that, but some are starting to support him outright, and it's a complete success. Jared happily replies it's finally starting to pay off. He trusts that his new position and subordinates have been agreeable. Rakis says with a smile that he is thankful to him for establishing him in such an honorable position. However, the conversation between them continued, and then Jared got the message that charm had risen to 1. He thought that a month after the capturing of hardboard criminal, the public favor and sentiment towards the head had become significantly better. And not only this, but Rakis had assigned competent soldiers exclusively selected by the Mind Eye. All of them would serve under his name, and this was all thanks to the Mid-Eye. Meanwhile, Isabella appears from behind, and she tells him to give her Mind Eye back, but he ignores her. After this, in the meeting, Sir Oberlin adds his point that the new corpses are fine in part due to the newly developed farming methods. But considering how half of their party is winter, and the existence of vermin threatens, Avila answered that they're currently using the citizens to purchase locally created products, but they still need more time to reach their desired numbers. After listening to both of them, Jared thinks he has to work harder from now on because the Mind Eye isn't useful in a situation like this. During the meeting, when Jared sits with his back straight, Rakis compliments him with a smile that he has seen him do a few times. It seems to be quite the amiable posture. While looking toward his stomach, Jared replies that this method he learned from territory to lose a few extra pounds. After saying this, Jared thinks this is the lie. It is not a dieting method, but it's a trick to increase his mana reserves. And after releasing mana from both hands, he reabsorbs it back into his body to increase it. Then, while looking toward one of his party members, Jared thinks he wasn't known as a bug in Paradiso. Then he again starts thinking about the mana that a month of this gives the same effect as increasing his mana level by 12. While creating the fireball on his hand, Jared thinks he can only do this about 1 or 2 more times as a 4th class mage. Meanwhile, a guard rushly comes from aside and tells them that the search party they've sent out has found a bandit camp in the coal mines, and they found enslaved people there. However, 1 year ago, a sword fight continued between the two men, and a girl named Irina happily watches the fight from standing aside. Meanwhile, her brother and sister come from behind and ask Irina why she is lurking around there, and that she will get in trouble if she keeps lazing around like that. Also, she is finally 14 and will soon work as a maid in the Lord's mansion. At this, she laughs that considering how the director always looks out for orphans like her, she's sure it will be a fun job. When her brother and sister tell her that's a shame and she'd consider joining their merchant group and ask them if they think a girl like her could be a great swordsman, she exclaims that she'd choose to be a swordsman over a maid. Then her brother takes out his sword, asking if she knows why mercenary groups lack women because it's far too dangerous to approach this world with that mindset. Hearing this, she tightly holds her dress while he tells her that many face that reality through death, and some quit outright. And then, while taking off his gloves, he says men are the same. And then he looks towards his bloody hand and says the danger doesn't matter and they need spirit, talent, and effort. After this, her sister puts her hand on Irina's head and says if that doesn't work out, she will use her power to hire her on the spot. And from that day, her life gets in trouble. They handcuffed, locked her in jail, and enslaved her. Irina shouted at them, saying that the orphanage director told her she was the God-given angel in their orphanage. Then one of them laughs by telling her that the director has sold her to them, and she angrily replies that's impossible as the director explicitly said that he'd make her a noble maid. After this, one of them flogs her, considering she's enslaved, and speaks with a little more respect. She cries while saying they're wrong and the director would never do that. However, it's been a month since many people were in prison there as they sell as enslaved persons, and most of their time gets spent behind bars, besides the occasional punishment. A girl named Manny becomes her friend in the prison to whom Irina tells her life story, where she belongs, and how she came to prison. When Manny asks Irina as she says she's from Majorica, it means she was bound to be bondservant from the start, and Irina doesn't understand what she is talking about. Then Manny explains to her that all of the orphans in Majorica depleted as enslaved people, and that's what the lord of that territory ordered. And when Manny says that she's pretty sure that her orphanage head was with the lot and she might as well give up, Irina replies that she'll never give up no matter what it takes. She will find a way out of this. However, another month passed, and they both got along quickly while the bondservant of their age was hard to find. And most other enslaved people acted as lifeless puppets. Those enslaved people were swiftly sold despite their physical condition, whether lucky or not. But they were safe until they reached the peak selling point at 15. Moreover, half a year passed when they'd gotten used to all of the harsh labor. During that time, Manny told her about how the rest of the world was also that Caribbean was even worse than America because of the severe weather and their incompetent young leader. Whenever she asked Manny how she knew so much, she said she had pretty good hearing. And when Manny says Caribbean is only geared towards monster hunters, there are not a lot of jobs for Merce there, so her brother and sister won't show up anytime. And then Irina, while looking handcuffs on his hands, thinks she still won't give up hope. In the same way, a year of their life passed, and the day came when they were finally 15 years old. That night, Manny had a very high fever, and Irina, seeing her condition, thought that Manny was burning up and that if she didn't get help, she'd be in big trouble. The guard was sitting outside while talking to himself that they were facing a significant loss about trusting Gragas as he got caught by that fatty man. And they'd been stuck in this underground prison with these god-forsaken enslaved people. Irina was calling for help, and when he didn't listen, she bent down and requested a bowl of soup while telling him that her friend had a terrible fever. After this, he gave Manny a bowl of soup and took Irina aside, saying they both needed to do something. He holds Irina's face tightly. Meanwhile, Manny throws soup on his face from behind, and then she grabs Irina's hand and starts running. When Irina asks what she has done with the bowl of soup at this, Manny replies while running. She doesn't give a shit about the others, and while pointing to Irina, she says that she shouldn't have done that because she is not bondservant. Meanwhile, he grabs them from behind, asking where they both think they're going and attacks Manny with his knife while Irina hits him and frees her hand. After this, Irina asks why she took that knife for her. Manny replies in pain her life has always been shit as she grew up with bandits, so she used to see people get robbed and murdered. And that's the only thing she knows. While touching Irina's face, she says that despite being an orphan, she had a dream, and at the start, she didn't like her, but now she is jealous of her, and that's why she wants to protect her. Manny dies, saying never give up. After her death, Irina gets furious. While crying, she says everyone there, every single Dawn body, she will kill them all. The guard from behind attacks and pushes her head on the ground hard, saying, who does she think she's talking to? Her friend has destroyed his face, and he might as well kill an annoying distaste like her. On the other side, Jared Rakis and their men arrived outside the mine. Rakis says this is where Ched and his goons base their main hideout in the Alami mines. Then he asks Jared how he knew exactly where they were. Then he replies that the one who watched their backs means Gragas is gone, and they would try to hunker down somewhere until things set down in the next few weeks. Hearing this, Rakis replies his lord has quite a keen insight. After this, Jared orders his army men that they have gathered there to silence the breath of the slavers camped within these mines and rescue those enslaved, show them the true meaning of justice, and leave not one slobber alive for the glory of Carabia. However, they all get into the mines, start fighting with slavers, and kill many of them. As he is about to kill Irina, Jared attacks him from behind with magic fire and burns him. While moving toward Irina, Jared thinks he has seen several slave encampments in this game, but to experience it up front is revolting. Then, while holding Irina's hand, he asks if she is alright as she is crying for her friend, saying she died after she tried to save her. He gets sad, thinking it's far too late to use healing magic on her, and Jared held Irina when she was crying. Meanwhile, Ched arrives there asking what the hell is going on. Then, while looking toward Jared, he says he should have stayed out at home overeating fat and what he thinks he's doing in his business. Jared angrily asks about business, then says he has lived as a miner, yet he thinks so little of his lord. While creating a fireball, Jared says he will kill him. After seeing this, Ched laughs, starts making magic light and throws it toward Jared, and the fight begins between them. Ched gets scared when Jared uses haste, an elementary level spell that accelerates the body. And due to the difficulty of controlling one body under the attack, many magicians avoid this spell. Ched, while creating his magic, said in that case, he would destroy everything that's around. Meanwhile, Jared smacked him with his magic and killed him, saying he couldn't even get more upset because of how lousy he was just disappearing from this world like that. Then Jared gets the message that the quest war against the criminal has been complete, and public loyalty has risen by 23 points. Also, the underground organization's quest for demolition was complete, while the public dedication had increased by 34 points. However, loyalty reached 100 points, and Caribia entered a golden age with Ched Def. The situation quickly got normal. From kidnappers to murderers, all involved were executed rapidly under the watchful eye of the public escorts, and the formerly enslaved people sent back to their families. Arena, while sitting before Jared in the room, asks him if he is allowed to stay in the territory. He replies that if she remains at the orphanage at Majorca, she will be sold once again by the orphanage director, and he is looking for talented youngsters to work with in future. He would be grateful if she came with him to Caribia. Hearing this, she excitedly says as a swordsman, she promises she will meet his every expectation. The conversation continues between the two, and then Jared thinks he never expected to meet Arena Geisel herself. Moreover, Jared thinks that during the Excellent Stallion War, Arena was supposed to be an essential vanguard for the Demon King in the next 10 years. Even with hundreds of players raining their full might down upon her, she smiled and refused to move to establish herself as the most vital tanker imaginable. The wailing wall of the fortress she defended was well known to be impossible to break through, and because of that, she's known to be an achieved guard. After this, Jared extends his hand, and she puts her hand on his hand while creating mana. He thinks it's good that this happened and will ensure the Demon King never lays a hand on her. Meanwhile, her wounds start to heal, and he believes he will ensure that she's preparing for the coming war and make her a rising star. The most significant issue now is Majorca. Suppose the lord of this place allows enslaved persons to trade. In that case, it's a given that he'll enable loads of other illegal activities, and theirs will adversely affect his territory. However, at nighttime, Majorca's state head, Horgos, says as of late, he has heard many compliments directed towards the Caribia territory. It is as annoying as a buzzing mosquito. Then he asks Priua, as he was the friend of Gragas, what he thinks, and he replies he has to get revenge for a close friend. After this, the next day in the night, a masked man named Top throws a corpse in Caribia's state, and the following day, Jared and Arena are doing a morning walk. After completing the walk, they went for breakfast, where Jared received a letter that Hayes had brought him. As he read the letter, Arena asked him what was written. He said it seemed that Oberon successfully cultivated a crop called Letriella, since most of their food was imported from other territories, which should cut down their food expenses by a manageable amount. Avila's managed to bring in 1.5 the average amount of monster hunters to their region. It was starting to sell the mana crystal he receives from them, and if compared to last month's number, they've made twice their average profit. Then she says that her friend told her Caribia would soon fail, but it is much closer and better than what she described. He adds that it is only now starting to get better, and soon enough, the entire continent will know the Caribia territory. Meanwhile, Rakis comes and tells Jared to come with him because there's an urgent matter he must attend to. He takes Jared outside where the corpse is and tells him it's also found in various other locations. As Rakis felt embarrassed for not being diligent in his work at this, Jared says that he shouldn't be hard on himself. Nobody died from this incident as Caribia has no surrounding walls to speak of. Things like this were bound to happen. While looking toward the corpse, Jared thinks since public loyalty isn't an issue, the culprit has to be a foreigner. But what do they gain from this? However, in the street, a girl was shouting at the shop owner and begging for her mother's medicine. But the man denied, saying he didn't have the treatment she needed. Hearing this, Jared comes near them while people there are surprised to see their lord in a public area. Then Jared asks the girl her name and the medicine she is looking for. Then she, while crying, tells her name, saying she is Mia and her mother has caught Ronella's disease. The shop owner bows and folds his hand fearfully and conveys that all pharmacists refuse to sell him the necessary herbs even though they are essential in curing the disease. Hearing this, Jared thinks none of the merchants have, and then he replies that he knows the Ronella disease can cure it only through the Pontifex's blessing or throughout the almighty potion procedure from the time of the Empire. However, it's a disease that closely resembles tuberculosis, the Ronella disease, and the name comes from the Ronella territory where it was first discovered, a territory teeming with underground dungeons filled with monsters. After this, he bent down and politely asked Mia to take him to her mother because he knew how to cure that disease. After this, she takes him home, and then he goes to her mother's room where, after seeing Jared marry, her mother says to forgive her and return to the doctor because she doesn't have anything to pay him. Meanwhile, Jared gets the message that Mary's expected lifespan is 7 days, and then he replies he doesn't need payment. And her daughter happily tells her he's not a doctor, he's their lord, and he comes to cure her. After this, Jared sent Mai to get the damp towel, and when he and Mary were in the room, he looked out of the window and a corpse was lying on the ground. Seeing this, he asks whether she has not dealt with a nightmare for a while. She replies that he's correct. She used to work as a chief in a high-ranked expedition team that sold monster appendages. Then he tells her while the Ronella disease can't contracted through human exclamation, it can pass through exposure to monster corpses, and with its lack of symptoms, it's nearly impossible to diagnose it until it's too late. She has fought it off until now, but her interaction with the corpse has worsened. Then she asks him if she will die. Meanwhile, Arena and Hayes come there while taking medicine and herbs. And then while folding his sleeves, he says he won't leave her side until she gets better, so trust in him. And then they start preparing the medicine. However, he watched Jared from the house's roof and said he planned to cure an incurable disease. Then Rakis, standing behind him, replies he's not sure, but their lord hasn't been wrong so far. And just as he predicted, the culprit returned to the crime scene. And then Rakis angrily asks the one who's sending the Ronella virus through those corpses, is he? Hearing this, he replies by asking Rakis why he is curious. On the other side, Jared was preparing medicine for Mary, adding Asher, Rolana, and Neckel herbs in mortar, while Hayes, helping him, says she never knew that he could cure such a dangerous disease with these ingredients. While preparing the medicine, he thought in Paradiso, he came across a blog where an unknown herbalist uploaded the recipe to cure the disease in lieu of the other squabbling herbalists, who demanded the right to the cure. He thanked them for curing the disease with a formula that should discovered 10 years later. After this, when Mary asks Jared why a high figure like him worked so tirelessly for a poor commoner like her, he replies one must experience pain to understand the pain of others. And then, while holding Mary's hand, he tells her mother's story that his family was so poor that his mother couldn't even go to the doctors for a comprehensive checkup when she was sick. When they finally went to the hospital, it was too late, and his mother couldn't even use her own hands. She was in the final stage of terminal cancer, and he was more angry than upset. He was angry at himself for being unable to fix such a common situation. It had been 15 years, but he still blamed himself for that day. While mixing medicine, he thinks he's there because he knows how Mia feels and doesn't want Mia to feel the same pain he felt. While on Rakis' side, a sword fight starts between Culprit and him. Rakis attacks him, but he blocks his attack with his sword, and while pushing Rakis' sword, he thinks he's moving with a foolish amount of strength. Then Rakis attacked him, but he could hardly save himself, thinking that if he aimed for his vital point, he would finish this quickly, and the culprit hit him with his foot. Rakis attacks him with his sword, saying how dare he raise his foot against Caribia with such skill as the fight continues between the two. Seeing Rakis' strength, he was shocked and thought they never told him that the public guard chief was so powerful. However, Rakis' power during the one-on-one battle against the assassin originates from his particular tendencies. When fighting against evil enemies, his order and justice tendencies raise his physical abilities beyond his limit, as this culprit got identified as a villain who will never be able to beat Rakis. After this, when Rakis stands in front of him, he says that he surprised the chief guard. He thought he could kill him once he found out, but now he has given up. Then the culprit blows out fog from his mouth, and that fog spreads Rakis all around. And as soon as the fog clears, the culprit disappears from there. 2 weeks later, Jared teaches Mia the usage of mana by using the merging method while wearing a magician costume. She questions him, asking if she may, why can't he focus on studying one way if both work in the same fashion? He explains to her an evil magician can destroy the surrounding mana, and then a mage who relies on the magician's method can use their magic like the fools they are. So that's why she studies both, even if it's difficult saying this. He takes off his costume. Meanwhile, the door knocks, and Mia's mother comes in. She is cured of Jared's medicine while she is there to take Jared and Mia for dinner. Isabella appears when they leave the room from the roof, saying Jared is different. After this, Jared sits alone in the room, and his weight has reduced while creating mana thinks as everyone tries to find the shortcut in life. Just like how using a bug increases one's mana levels by 2 to 3 levels. He gets the message that he has successfully created a new training method, and has now created an input name for this method. This mana training method is a mixture of a bug training method and a mage mana training method. And this method increases Jared's spell level by 6 points. Now, he has to decide a name for this mana's method. As he was thinking about some symbolic name, he alone sucked the benefits of this world as a player. Suddenly, Isabella appears there, saying she has secretly watched many magicians over the years. But his style, seeing her there, he asks if he can spot the bug in his method. While pointing to him, she replies that although normal people won't be able to see it even though he's cheating, He's still drawing in mana at an abnormal rate. She puts her hand on Jared's face from behind, saying he's not from there. When he asks what she's talking about, she replies she's curious to see if he's from another continent, as she heard that people from the eastern continent are good at absorbing mana as well. While hearing this, he sighs. Then he excitedly tells her, as she mentioned, he has heard a story from his ancestors that closely reminisces that myth as the eastern continent was an enormous Paradiso project that was in development for 5 years. After this, while looking toward his hand, he thinks he was looking forward to that. It's a shame he died before its release. However, the conversation between them continued, and then she came close to him while opening his eyes, saying, "Feel free," when he's talking to her as he is the only one who can see her. He got scared when she said forget about that, mind eye. He could consider it a wedding present from her future wife. He feels insecure when she says it was unpleasant to look at him first. Still, now that he has lost some weight, he's easy on the eye when he runs out of the room, saying he has run out of the Ronella territory when she says if he's this much of a man, it shouldn't be a problem for a virgin like her to take him as her partner. Also, he took her first kiss. However, after some time, when Jared and Hayes were in the carriage, she read the report to him, which was sent by Rakis, that Arena has accomplished much for her age and she has so much potential to the point where he's surprised that he finds her with a single eye, and he believes that he won't have anything to teach after a month or two. Hearing this, Jared replies that the little of the strongest person in Caribbean will expire in a month. He thought he had a few good candidates for that position, and then suddenly someone from outside attacked them with an arrow. As the arrow was about to hit Hayes, Jared saved her from his mana. After this, he stood in the carriage, saying it looked like it was the work of bandits while they threw many arrows toward them. Jared scolded her and asked her to sit and stay there. He'd kill her if she came out of the carriage when she hugged him tightly, saying she would protect her lord. However, he came out of the carriage angrily, asking who the small fries were, shooting arrows at them while the guard told him to go back as it could be dangerous to step outside. Meanwhile, Isabella appeared there, asking if he needed her help, but he denied it by saying he would handle this. After this, he moves toward them, protecting himself with mana. They all get shocked to see that one of them tells his head Tog, the magician murderer, about Jared, that he's a magician. Then Tog replies that the masked guy requested his service while Jared sees Tog as he also wears a mask that sounds like the man Rakis described to him before Jared can listen to their conversation from a distance. After this, Tog moves quickly toward Jared to attack him with rotational slashing while Jared blocks his attack with haste. Seeing this, Tog attack with magic missile cast disruption, saying tricks like that don't stand a chance. Jared created a shield with haste, saying it looked like his title wasn't just for show. Tog men get happy when he throws a magic missile toward Jared, but this attack does not affect Jared. In contrast, Tog gets shocked when attacking and thinks, based on his casting speed, that he's a 4th class magician or higher. Also, he'll counter him if he stops his attack, and he has to ensure he won't have an opportunity to do that. Then Jared held Tog's wand so tightly and caught his attack. While holding his wand, Jared said he would take this off his hands, and then he got the message that his physical strength had increased. After this, Jared gets hit and falls on the ground while Tog is begging, saying he would tell him all about him if he would let him leave when Jared asks about that strange masked man. But Jared attacked him with an axe, then jumped up and stabbed him with magic, saying he doesn't trust criminals. After killing Tog and his men, Jared saved Archine, whom Tog and his party members imprisoned. When Jared saves him, he thanks him and hugs him tightly. After this, in the carriage, Archine tells everything he knows to Jared, how in prison he saw when the masked men gave Tog payment to kill Jared. Also, the masked man was confused to see how the people in Caribbean had successfully healed from that disease, and they both were waiting as they were sure that Jared would head over to Ronella with the cure for profit. Then he tells them they have killed 11 people in a week, but that is nothing for them, and he is disappointed to see that no one will come and save him. Then, while pointing to Jared, he comes and kills the captain and saves him and many people. After this, Jared asks him as he said he was ambushed on his way to Caribbean after hearing about her recent success in the magic stone market, and he replies yes. Then Jared apologizes to him for the lack of safety around their border, but he relaxes him, saying don't worry, but he thinks he will die before he shows up. Due to his innate ability to analyze and predict future market trends, he pioneered these changes while controlling and expanding the surrounding market. As the leader in fashion with their impeccable foresight and trend analysis, they've taken the lead and can wipe out any product easily. Many new user tries to follow in his footsteps. While looking toward him, Jared thinks he is saying that Archines was in their territory around that time and what the guy at the top of the market is coming up North Part 4. And then Jared says that while he understands that he is distraught from losing his wealth, he can pitch a proposal to him. When he asks about the proposal, Jared replies if he acts as his selling manager in the Ronella territory, he will give him 15% of all profit. He starts thinking he's near the top of all named NPC. He has to make a fair deal with him to raise his goodwill to recruit him. Then he said he would accept his proposal if he granted 2 of his wishes, and when Jared said yes after this, he told him his wish, saying his first wish is that he call him Aki from now on, and he'll tell his second wish later. Moreover, in Ronella territory, Aki started working as a sales manager while taking the contract paper. He told Hayes that many people think that way, but nobody in their right mind would refuse such lucrative rewards waiting in the dungeons. Also, there's a lot of growth potential there once the disease gets cured. After Jared thanks Aki, saying it looks like they've found a prime place to sell their good, he replies with a smile he's trying to pay him back that lord. In all honesty, after this, when Jared carries the medicine bottle from Drum, Aki asks him if there is a cure to the Ronella disease, but he replies not yet. While he was filling the medicine bottle, a message was made that production of rare medicine derived from medical herbs was completed due to the potency of the rare medicine. His skills had risen to level 2, and he had reached his daily limit for the next 24 hours. Further additions to his proficiency has been capped. Seeing this message, Jared thinks just as he expected. He is limited for the rest of the day when he first starts the game. It took a few months for him to raise his proficiency before he learned of a game bug. After this, he gave the medicine bottle to Aki, saying he could sell it and ensure he told the customers. However, a customer named Tolon comes to Aki's shop while coughing and asking for medicine. He politely deals and charges 1 gold for medicine. Aki takes his signature on the contract to finalize his purchase. After taking the signature on the contract paper, Jared tells him that the effect of the medicine should kick in around 30 minutes, and he will be there, so feel free to get some rest for the time being. Tolon replies he only bought it because of Aki, and if this turns out to be a scam, then as he is about to complete his speech, Jared says how about this? He will refund him 1,000 gold if it also doesn't work. He will also bet his whole hand on it, and then Tolon left. As he and Hayes were going to prepare some more medicine, Aki waved his hand and said he would lay some bait before they officially started selling their good. While they were preparing medicine, he got the message that the production of rare medicine derived from medical herbs was complete due to the potency of the rare medicine. His skills had risen to level 30 and reached his daily limit. Also, further additions to his proficiency have been capped for the next 24 hours. After this, while looking at the medicine bottle, Jared thinks the ownership transfer bug worked, and in Paradiso, medicine production is based upon the user's proficiency. The mana potion reaches from 30 XP to 100 XP. A 24-hour penalty for potent medicines such as this prevents earning more experience. Still, if the ownership of the medicine changes other than the already earned data, such as proficiency, all of the other data is transferred to the new owner. And in perspective, the 24 penalty was applied to the customer, who gets cured of the disease. After 2 hours, Jared and Hayes were in the shop suddenly. When they looked aside, a crowd was running toward them. Hayes gets scared to see this, but when they see the front of the crowd, Aki and Tolon are waving hands. As the crowd comes so fast, they start falling on Jared while asking for the medicine. Also, Aki holds many gold pieces. However, Hayes asks them to be in line first while people start fighting for their turn, and they start praising by saying how the Caribbean territory developed such medicine. It must be due to the blessing of God, as God has lived his blessing across the entire territory. The other one replies he didn't go to the Caribbean because of how dreadful it was. Still, it seems the lord of the territory finally came to his senses, and the fatty finally woke. Hearing this, Jared and Hayes get angry while Aki announces that he will only sell the medicine at this spot for the day. If they want to purchase it after today, head over to the Caribbean territory. Since the monster hunters come to the Nightmare Forest of Caribbean, plenty of monsters are roaming around the area. It's a playground for all hunters. Besides, Caribbean is the cheapest procurer of this medicine. They can get one for only 39 gold. Aki was telling them, showing the gold pieces, while Jared and Hayes were getting mad as many customers reached. Aki says they knew that the medicine produced by the ITIMA Empire cost 100 gold, but this medicine doesn't even add up to half of that place. The crowd was getting bigger to take the medicine while Aki asked them to get in line. They were exhausted the same day at night. Hayes went to bed for rest while Jared counted the money they earned in a single day. They made a total of 12,250 gold in a single day, and in terms of winning, that's equivalent to around 122 billion they won. Jared thinks, as he expected, that monster hunters are quite rich. Are they satisfied with these earnings? Meanwhile, Aki comes to Jared's room, showing his fists from behind, and when Jared asks why he is still awake, then showing the gold piece, he replies he came to use his last wish. After this, he tells Jared his second wish, that he would like to be a vassal and run a trading company in his name. When Jared asks in his name, Aki bends down and puts his hands on which he placed the gold coin in front of Jared, saying that although he is young and inexperienced in trade, he will create the best trading company in the entire northern region if he is going the chance. While seeing the gold coin in Aki's hand, Jared says he is quite confident about the person who robbed him of his belongings. However, the conversation between them continued, and then Jared agreed with Aki, saying it was not an easy position to obtain to be the deputy trade in the heart of Caribbean commerce. This position can't be taken lightly. While taking the gold pieces from Aki's hand, Jared says his ability to see the potential of Caribia's growth is his boldness and determination to shoot for such a prominent position and, most importantly, luck due to the open position. After this, while putting his hand on Aki's shoulder, Jared says those traits are greatly favorable. However, Jared, thanks to a production bug because his skills in potion creation and medical herbs mixing have risen to the 35 level. As a reward for hitting the 30 level, he received 2 skills, automated production and the beauty to create intermediate mana potions. As Hayes filled the medicine bottles, Aki was selling them among people. An automated system requiring 5,000 gold and 10 mana stones can produce 24 medicine bottles daily. The daily revenue exceeded 900 gold, with each bottle of medicine selling at 39 gold each. As the cure can only be found in their territory, many monster hunters flocked to their land and inadvertently began hunting in the Nightmare Forest. By increasing the production rates of the Caribbean Magic Stone, the numbers of those negatively affected by the beasts decreased. With rumors of the cure and the magic stones spreading, merchants from the TAH district visited their territory to acquire additional benefits. And Caribia far exceeds Jared's plans through such positive feedback loops. With the knowledge of the cure spreading wide, Caribia has come to be known throughout the continent. However, Jared was on the way to take down Lick. Deluc Isabella appeared there, saying Jared, with the knowledge of the cure spreading widely in Caribia, has come to be known throughout the continent. She asks where he is going off to be himself, and he's just running off into a barren, cold place. She stops him from going there. He may kill himself there as he looks amazing, and she doesn't want him to be a ghost. But he doesn't stop to go there even though she shouts, saying Alik is a cursed, powerful black mage, and if he gets caught, he will have his soul stolen and be an undead. Jared asks if Deluc can take him down when he has mastered everything, including having an impeccable strategy. However, the Deluc is a lick sealed in an elaborate sanctum of his creation. In Paradiso, while the Great War was raging on, he acquired immortality after being released from his seal by the Demon King. Moreover, all the users were required to go through a special storyline in the main story called The Wrath of Lick Deluc. He was on the way while Isabella followed him and stopped him from going there. Jared says when Deluc regains his strength, he'll become a true immortal immune to sword magic, so he'll have to take care of him before that, though it's possible to kill him with divine powers. After this, he reached the sanctum of Lick Deluc, where he was trying to find the small opening in the wall to reach Deluc's room. Meanwhile, Isabella appears and starts teasing him, saying he's like a dog looking for a bone. When she asks him what he is doing, he replies that if somebody is trying to get to Deluc, they'd have to climb a mountain. But that place is filled with traps, and it's impossible to get through there. After this, he points to the soldier who has frozen to death and finds the opening in the wall. Through this opening, he enters Deluc's secret treasure room, thinking it's obvious that this path is just thanks to a bug he found himself and probably because of a small gap left while making the map. Isabella is shocked to see treasure there and asks if it is all treasure. There's a ton. Jared tells her it was originally a reward for any group taking down Deluc, and it is enough to split them up among them all. And at least he finds the naughty glutton melt ring there. After wearing it, he tells Isabella it's not a ring. It's an infinitely large pocket dimension backpack. When Isabella asks if it's fine to steal the Lick stuff at this, Jared tells him he stole it after killing the original owner, so they've to avenge all those people he killed. Meanwhile, Jared gets the message that his magic 200, charm 100, and wisdom 50 increased. However, Lick Deluc, the cursed black mage, was Seal. He was talking to himself that because of that saint, he has lost his life force and now he is stuck on this throne for eternity. And once he escapes from this seal, he will turn all the humans on Daruk into undead and let them suffer for eternity. Jared, from behind, put his hand on Deluk's head, saying he geez old greaser, if he's in timeout, should be reflecting on himself. Instead, he's scheming all these evil plots. When he asks who Jared attacks with fire and burns him, he tells him he's the man who'll become the world hero. While burning, he asks Jared where he came from and how he avoided all his magic and traps to get there. Meanwhile, Jared gets the message that his wisdom and health power have increased by using Queen Mariella's earrings, Sage Gorgeous necklace, and Saint Ephanus's ring. And by consuming twice the amount of magic power, he can imbue a magic attack with divine power. However, Deluk was burning while Jared was standing away, thinking he just had to keep his distance and stay away from his life, absorbing black magic while attacking him with the magic arrow. Moreover, the Lick is a mage exchanging their magic and humanity for eternal life and overwhelming strength. As they have no flesh, they utilize a vessel containing life force to project a magical avatar made of magical energy, which they control from afar. However, Deluk has lost his life force vessel to a saint and had his soul thrown to a single body so severely weakened that resurrection will be impossible if he is to die. When Deluk attacks in return, Jared, while running and creating magic, thinks he has faced an unsealed Deluk plenty of time. Deluk tries to save himself from Jared's magic arrow with his black magic, but the magic arrow breaks his sealed magic and flogs him. Deluk is surprised to see Jared's magic. Even though he tries to consume his magic, he is surprised to see his divine power granting artifact ring on Jared's finger. While preparing his black magic to attack Jared, he says it is impossible how he has got his treasure as he is a stranger even though he doesn't know him. But he shouldn't drag this out. The Deluk was still burning while Jared was preparing a fireball that he came all this way to find him. So treat him as his junior mage and then attack him. After this, Jared, while attacking him with a magic arrow, says it looks like using magic continuously to cancel his attack works like a charm, and he doesn't have a trump card to take him out in a single hit. But if he keeps going like this, he wins. Deluk angrily shouts, saying this is his territory, while sending undead traps of knights toward Jared, saying what they have been doing. In contrast, their master's territory has been intruded upon, and he orders them to punish the intruder. Jared runs toward Deluk, thinking he has to stop him from casting a high-level spell, even if it just with his bare fists, while Isabella appears there, saying Jared left the undead on her, and she kills many knights, saying she may not be pretty, but she is strong. Deluk attacks Jared with his dark magic, saying how dare a mere spirit interfere, but Jared also attacks him in return with the lightning spear. Jared throws continuous light toward Deluk while creating a dark wall in front of him, saying he won't fall for the same trick twice. But Jared attacks him with two spells, the cling from the ring and the magic arrow from the stick. After this, Isabella comes to Jared and asks him whether they won as the Deluk was badly injured. But before his death, he tries to drain touch Jared, but Jared, with his magic stick, attacks him and breaks his skull, asking does he knows he won't die from that deluxe because he has the mind eye. When Jared strangles him with magic, Deluk says to fear death for the first time after becoming a Lick, and his instincts are screaming out at him to dodge his attack. But he is a Lick, he is the black mage that spreads plagues and rules over death. He is the Lick Deluk, and he will fight Holy Mage again. After this, Jared stands away, and Deluk throws a spell toward him, but Jared creates a shelter with magic and saves himself. However, the shelter breaks with the spell, but Isabella comes and saves Jared while Deluk shouts enough with interference begone demon, and then she turns to the side saying to Jared she is sorry, but this is as far as she can do, and she's sure that he can kill this monster. Jared replies that he already told her Deluk can't hold a finger against him when he's in that state. While his appearance and potent attack disconcerted him initially, he still hadn't changed his fundamental patterns. Just like every other monster in Paradiso, he knew everything about Deluk. Jared runs toward Deluk, saying how he attacks, dodges, and tricks. However, the fight continues between the two, and at the end of the fight, Jared, with his magic strength, breaks the holy chain bond and separates his skull from skeleton. While dying, Deluk says he gives up his choice to make but thinks about what he has to deal with from now on. But Jared, without any fear, replies as he was around a 9th class mage from his magic alone and more on the extreme side on than he is only at the 4th class. He asks what he wants, and when Jared replies his most powerful symbol of the monarchy, he angrily says he must be drunk. Is he trying to accomplish the very thing neither the Lord of the Gods nor the cruel devil himself could complete? After this, when Deluk dies, Jared gets his bracelet, saying he needs this desperately. But this is far better than he could have ever imagined, and growth-type artifacts are by far the best. As Jared was so happy to get the bracelet, Isabella from behind looked at the book lying on the ground. Then she called Jared and showed him that weird book, saying it looked like something the dead Lick left behind. While holding the book, he thinks there's never been a book dropped from the Deluxe corpse, and this book was the Lick Deluxe revival spell. Isabella, while reading the book, asks if the resurrected being can have a relationship with its master, as well as make it impossible to deny the master's order. Jared nods while laughing. Then she asks, and on the off chance that he'll die, will the spirit also die with him again? He laughs and replies yes. She gets surprised, saying this contract might as well make her his slave, and then starts shouting, saying this wasn't the relationship she was looking for and what he was trying to make her do for him. Then he replies first, she ties him up nice and tight, and seconds, she uses curse magic on him, and he'll find off as best as he can. Third, they'll rinse and repeat, raising their magic resistance and tolerance at the same time as she was thinking. Then he adds by saying they've to spend a lot of money on hiring a strong mage, but it's completely free if she does it on him. She hatefully looks at him, and when she asks, he replies with a smile. She slowly thinks about the other uses this magic has, and then she agrees, saying she is getting tired of her boring old routine. After this, he goes from there, saying some of the revival vats were just around the corner, and she was following him, saying she wasn't prepared to. However, she had become a human, and when she sat on his back, he asked why he had to carry her. She replied she was still not comfortable in this body and didn't tell him to start calling her Isabella. While laughing, Jared asks if he thought she lost her memories after becoming a human. How can she even remember her name? She replies she doesn't know and doesn't care. However, while on the way, she says Deluxe had all these perverted fantasies about the human body, yet he couldn't even afford to have normal clothes. He sighs and replies it sounds like she has become more emotional as well, while thinking he's glad that she hasn't changed much. But somehow her tendencies are the same as well. While coming out of the cave, Isabella asks if there are a lot of bodies there. He says this place is infested with traps and good things. But the good thing is that the innermost traps are mostly all disabled. Also, they see dead women in traps. Isabella sees her, hoping she didn't become an evil spirit. Living as an evil spirit is tough, and she is happy that she has become human and now can use female accessories. The next day, Batman, the Lord of Ronella territory, was shouting at his assistant, asking to get the recipe for the cure for Ronella disease as they lost more monster hunters in their region. But his assistant replied fearfully, yes, but the Ronella cure could only be found in the Caribbean territory, and Caribbean had been the target place of their migration. Also, they managed to obtain a small sample of the cure, but the formula's recreation is too tricky. Hearing this, he shouts at him, throws down everything on his table, and pushes him out of the room. After this, in Manhwa territory, Lord Horgoes was sitting on his throne while holding a girl in arms, asking his men how many lives they could throw at the enemy if they declared war. When the men reply that they need 1239 skilled men at their disposal, the Lord thinks and replies that Jared is a 4th-class magician, but he's no longer the fat pig of the past, and he would have had Gragas poison him long ago if he had known such a thing would happen. After this, the soldier came there and told his lord the great magician Akron had arrived. Horgoes was happy to see him there. Then Akron introduced his magician team to him, saying that as he brought the magicians he requested and spent quite a fortune for their service. The Lord replied that money is nothing to him. However, Horgoes takes turns asking everyone about their magic class, and then they tell him some were 3rd-class magicians and some were 4th-class magicians. Horgoes gets happy to hear when Akron stands aside and adds that if they attacked immediately, Caribbean would be wiped off the face of the earth. However, Jared and his companion are on a journey to make a deal with the tribes. Avila asks him, saying while he knows that he has been spreading his influence to the rest of the world through diplomacy, aren't these woods at the end of the northern region? And is this a territory sandwiched between Majorica and Ronella, and they're quarreling due to the claim of this land? Jared replies they aren't there on official business. They're there to make a deal with the tribe that lives there. And then he asks the tribe if elves live in these woods. Jared replies they'll find out soon. And suddenly, when Avila looks aside, the bunch of red goblins descending from the height come toward them and surround them from all sides. However, the head of the Caribbean soldiers orders them to get to work and protect the Lord. Rakis orders the men from his side to set up the defensive perimeter against the goblins. The red goblins and Caribbean faced each other while creating a defensive perimeter. Meanwhile, the goblins' leader, IBA and IBA, came there saying welcome to their land. Hearing his words, Oberon thinks he's a goblin who can speak the NASU dialect, and then Jared and IBA introduce themselves. After this, IBA asks Jared about the reason for calling upon this meeting, and when he replies, they desire to establish diplomatic relations to acquire iron and gold. IBA laughs and says this is the first time in all his years that he saw a human offer a hand first, and then Jared asks the soldier to bring gold and iron while Avila is surprised to see this saying nightmare stone that doesn't make any sense. When Jared asks IBA if it is enough to satisfy his need, Avila and Iki are shocked to see that these nightmare stones are worth nothing, and Rakis stands alone on the side in anger. Nightmare stones are beautiful stones that monster hunters commonly pick up in the nightmare forest, and they might be seen as an insult to the goblins due to their overall low value. While checking the stone, Avila got scared when IBA said, "Jared, it seems to have quite a few nightmare stones. None of them had bothered to glance their way until now, yet he brought these to their first meeting, but he liked it." After this, he appreciates Jared for the stones, and then he signs the contract paper while holding Jared and showing him the contact paper. He says through this, they become brothers in the north, and then he orders his army to bring gold and iron, and in exchange these stone he gives iron and gold to them. IBA was very excited to get these stones, and then he happily says dark elves to come out because there's no need for protection anymore. Jared's main guard is surprised to see dark elves there and thinks, why is there such a hostile race? Their lord must have known about this as well. Moreover, there's a race that lives further north than the Red Goblins and can't discount them despite their minimal interaction with the human race. They have a close relationship with the Dark Elves of Tartar Island, who live on an adjacent island enough to be part of the treaty. Also, IBA is well known to be an intelligent and wise sage with various connections to other tribes. He says Jared, while their culture is different from that of humans, but they ask, he enjoys it nonetheless. If Jared and his soldier were to attack the Red Goblins mindlessly, their bodies would disappear, never to be found again. After this, in the nighttime, Jared and Avila stand aside and talk to each other. Avila asks while laughing, who would have known that Red Goblins treated the nightmare stones like how they treat gold? And where did he obtain this information? After this, the celebration was going on. Jared called Rakis and asked him about the current outlook on the army and smithies. Also, they're missing the materials to forge new weapons to supply the recruits and mainly focus on repairing and improving their existing equipment. Also, he orders Rakis to say that once they obtain the refined iron from the Red Goblins, they must focus on mass-producing swords, spears, and arrows first and leave no one ingot unused. Moreover, he uses the portion of the gold obtained from the Red Goblins to further invest in their army, and he will be putting him as the head of recruitment effectively. And then Rakis goes to obey his lord's command. As IBA was sitting beside Jared, he asked if he was planning to declare war against Majorica because there wasn't any other reason for such a sudden large-scale business other than war. After this, while eating grapes, he praises Jared that he's smart as Majorica is a corrupt nest riddled with criminals. Sooner or later, they spread their influence into his territory. When Jared replies, he sincerely apologizes if he's offended by their main reason for creating such a deal. IBA relaxes him, saying he was speaking for the sake of speaking. However, the conversation between them continues. IBA tells Jared that he also hates Horgos and that the amount of iron and gold is nothing for them. However, it was NASU territory on March 14, and it has been 4 weeks since Isabella's resurrection. Jared introduced Isabella to Hayes, saying she was his classmate from when he attended the academy in the Desmond Empire. She quickly adapted to life in the manor and helped increase Jared's magic defense level daily. His magic defense was raised to 34 points. After this, Jared brings candies for Isabella, and when she asks him about sweets, he replies he gave them as an anniversary present and that today's a special day when a guy has to provide candy to another girl. While remembering his past life, today would have been the White Day celebration, and when she says he doesn't recall it being a particular day, he explains to her. Meanwhile, she started seducing him, saying a month ago, on February 14th, marked the day when a woman gifts a box of chocolate to a man. Today's celebration is the opposite. A man gifts a woman candy. He hesitatingly replies he gave candy to every single woman in this manner. After this, she unwrapped the candy, put it in her mouth, and got close to him, asking if he knew their lives were intertwined by the mind-eye and the contract was eternally bound by their kiss. Then he replies while pushing her away, which strangely sounds like a marriage contract when she puts it that way and stops playing around. Moreover, he moves away from her and usually starts talking about their magic resistance level and gets scared when she replies they will do magic training but only start with a sexual desire spell, and she won't take no for an answer. After this, he gets the message that he has successfully met the minimum requirement of enlightenment to reach the 5th class. However, for the nurturing project, the plan is to find the bright talents of the future and recruit them to their side before others get to them. There are various reasons for Jared's increasing investment into this project besides the acquisition and training of talents. The reason is to receive the benefits given by the priest's disciplinary system, which rewards bonus points to the teacher following the student's progress. Jared, while writing the journal, got another stat, and Isabella tells Hayes about herself while giving her training, that she was enslaved and she has shown by far the best talent. Marina gracefully accepted the task and enthusiastically said the Lord would be her teacher alongside teacher Rakis, and Mia treated any form of training as a game. The tips and tricks Jared had picked up over the years were used to reliably develop the students while offering little to no issue to his ultimate plan, and that's what Jared believed. He gets worried while thinking about Hayes as her progress level is 0, and then he calls her to his office and asks her to call him her teacher, but she hesitatingly replies, how could a mere maid like her call him her teacher? Also, she will do her best in training to become the best healer in the world. Jared holds her hair and scolds her for calling herself a maid while thinking, unlike a cleric, a healer is overwhelmingly focused and specialized in healing. It's top class and doesn't feature more than 5 people in the entire NASU continent. Moreover, while taking tea in his office, Jared worried for Hayes. He added that she must be one in her body and mind to awaken as a healer. Oberlin replies that since her birth 23 years ago, she's walked nothing but the path of a maid. It won't be easy. Jared says he's right. Something's restraining her from the inside, and she must be unconsciously pessimistic about the situation. Then the conversation continued, and Jared decided to do a tactic. Jared quickly came out of his office happily, thinking, why didn't he think of this before? Hayes wasn't like the others, he needed to be professional with her. After this, his guard pretended to attack him from behind, and he fell on the floor covered in blood. Hayes was standing aside, and she worriedly asked the guard what had happened. The guard replied an assassin had ambushed the Lord, and they'd called the doctor, but it was a dire situation. Hayes starts crying, seeing her Lord in pain, and thinks she's a healer, she needs to do this. Then she sits close to her, saying, Lord, please bear this with her and start healing him with her illusion magic. She was crying, thinking she couldn't let him die like this while remembering when she felt she promised to always be at his side and then start curing him with her illusion magic. 30 minutes later, when Hayes finds out that it was their plan, she starts crying and screaming while Jared happily replies that it was only a tiny cut and they used some animal blood to exaggerate it a little bit. He asks her while smiling how it feels to become a healer. She starts shouting, saying it feels horrendous, and gets out of the room, saying she hates it when he's hurt, and it hurts her when she sees him injured. Jared calls her and asks her to stop Oberyn standing beside him by saying that wasn't he mean when he told him to trust in her. Jared gets the message that he can finally be a 5th class magician, and the teacher's grace magic is increased by 50. Moreover, when they were using tactics on Hayes to make her able to use her illusion magic, the masked man came to kill Jared. Still, when Jared's guard acted falsely to attack him with a sword, he ordered his other guard to call Hayes. The masked man hid himself, thinking there was another group after him beside them, and he failed to kill Jared. After some days, Rakis, on a snowy night, goes to the Nightmare Forest to meet Barrett, and then Barrett takes him to his home and serves him tea. After this, the older man tells Rakis he has grown since he last saw him. Rakis replies 40 years of life tends to do that. After this, he asks Rakis why he came to the Nightmare Forest's deep end. Rakis places the medicine bottle on the table and says it's a cure for the Ronella disease. There has recently been a new development, and he's the first one that popped into his mind when he heard about it. Barrett replies by saying that that's the rumored cure, and then while burning wood, he says he will admit he has doubts about the cure made by such a liar. Then Rakis tells him that Lord Jared changed and he has learned from the past, and he's the one that allowed him to come and see him. Barrett laughs and says about Jared that he's willing to throw away men to recruit a handful of others. Then Rakis tells him they need veterans like him in times like these, and he guarantees that he'll change his mind if he could see how much Caribia's changed. However, never in the history of the NASU continent had such a destructive war taken place, and lives upon lives were crushed to dust, and the heads of countless nobles rolled in the ash. Morality and ethics were laughable when Jared was trying to survive during this time, and it was only right to be afraid while After all, Death would make his rounds on his horse from one end of the NASU continent to the other. After this, Jared, Isabella, and Hayes went to the restaurant to eat. Seeing the seafood in front of him, he laughed and said Caribbea's large sure is refreshing and the seafood amazing as well since they live close to the ocean. Isabella added by saying what he's saying is that it was cold, and they're relying on seafood because they can't grow to shit up there. Then, Jared replies she is right, and he hopes that the fertilizers will have some effect on the crops this time around. As the conversation between them continued, Hayes looked back to where some people sitting at the table next to them were talking about the cure for Ronella's disease, and they were also praising Jared for his good work in Caribbean. But Jared was watching aside where the lady named Ella was drinking beer. Isabella angrily asked what is he looking at. While looking toward her, he thinks that person isn't. She is an absolute nutcase of a warrior, and she's an NPC warrior that is pretty famous for helping players during the first crises in Paradiso's history, given that they could pay her for the services. The only problem is she'd be willing to join the Demon King's army if they paid her enough. However, the lady Chloe was sitting aside said to Ella that she needed her wits to stay with her, and that alcohol paralyzes one's ability to think when Ella ordered the waiter to bring another glass of alcohol. And then Ella put her hand on Chloe's face that's so rough she's going to need to learn how to drink a glass or two if she ever find a guy like her. Chloe replies she'll find someone who doesn't drink. After this, while looking toward Chloe, Jared thinks, isn't she the Queen of Silence? 5 years before the Great Stallion War, a 38-year-old NPC emerged as the Queen of the Grey Elves, Chloe. Also, she was an NPC that was created in secret behind a large-scale patch in the game. And then Jared excitedly ran toward them to play cards, thinking if he can recall correctly, Ella shouldn't be in the north, and Chloe shouldn't even be walking around in the first place. After this, he excitedly goes to them, apologizing for interrupting. Elle replies that she's uninterested in the younger guy and slaps and falls on the ground. Hayes runs to Jared and picks him up, saying this man is the Lord of Caribbean, a viscount in the entire continent. Hearing this, all the people there are surprised that Lord Jared is there. When Elle says to Hayes, she looks like a simple maid, isn't she afraid? Then Hayes replies she's a viscount as well. Meanwhile, Jared stands up, saying this is an unexpected meeting. Could he bother her for something, and he will pay her handsomely. She agrees when she hears about the money and gold, and he asks them to move to a quieter place. After this, Jared, Elle, and Chloe go to his office, where the three of them are in the room. Jared offers her 5,000 gold for 1 year with an included mansion, but all she needs to do is teach some kid. And then they both consult each other and accept his offer, while Jared thinks they'll help him as long as he throws money their way. Besides that, she never could find a place to call home due to her personality. After this agreement, she asks about the child for whom he spent 5,000 gold and then took them to his home. And there he says that he solved the issue of finding Irina a teacher. However, in the past, he'd be pretty exhausted by now, but since he has worn Gorz's necklace, he doesn't feel tired anymore. While writing his journal about his whole experience in Paradiso, he thinks all of his experience and knowledge of Paradiso is slowly becoming lost as time goes on. Early this day, he had completely forgotten what Chloe looked like. Moreover, it'll be difficult for him to write the journal if the territory develops even further. Still, he wants to leave a record behind while putting his hand on the book he thinks the knowledge of the world written in this book named Paradiso. After this training was ongoing, Chloe was teaching Irina while Jared and Elle stood aside. Seeing this harsh training, Jared thought it was hellish training and that she would be a muscled monster if she kept it up at this rate. And when Jared says Chloe's been working just as hard but hasn't lost a drop of sweat yet, Elle proudly replies it's a big world, and Irina isn't the only talented child out there. After this, she asks Jared if whoever taught her until now is a poor teacher at best, and she could probably kill that person in 5 seconds with a single hand. Jared smiled and thought poor Rakis, he guessed he was worth 5 seconds at least. However, looking at Irina, Elle said that a decent teak, her. Then she praises the equipment they provided to Irina for training. She asks just how he found the perfect training methods for her. Jared replies it's just a training method named to go to a mark from the eastern continent. Also, he gets relaxed by thinking he doesn't have much to worry about there, considering how effective the training is. Conversely, Oberlin checked the crops for routine inspection. The former told him the pests were exterminated there. It's been easy on the mind. Then one of them excitedly says because the pests migrated to the Ronella territory, their friend wants to learn about their secrets in maintaining the Letriella crop. They all started praising Oberyn and Lord Jared, saying they were thankful for every day they worked out in these fields as they all were happy, even their eyes filled with tears of joy. After this, the message made that the combined voices of farmers sing great praises in Jared's name, and he has completed the quest with a sincere heart and gained 200 loyalty. However, the Golden Age has fallen upon the territory for 1 month, and all the production abilities will enhanced by 100%. People of Caribia started praising Lord Jared. Also, arena training continued, and Jared was happy to get the message of another Golden Age. However, Akron from the territory of Majorca came there to deliver a letter. Then Jared got the message that the quest Diamond Cuts Diamond had activated, and his opponent was a 4th-class magician much like himself, and if he eliminated him, he would gain 15 wisdom. Also, Jared knows his real intention. He extends his hand, saying greetings, allowing him to welcome him into his home. When Jared asks if his previous tribute fits his lord's taste, he starts praising. He replies that he is very pleased and that if they consider the history between the Majorca and Caribia territories, Lord Jared's decision greatly deserves praise. Although Jared knows their real intention and thinks while looking toward Akron, he's trying to say that he's better than him since he put up a tribute. Rakis stood aside from Jared while looking toward Akron, and then Jared added that he was glad he was satisfied with it. He asked about the message, and while giving it to Jared, he said his lord wrote this. After this, Jared started reading the written letter. He looked at their relationship and realized how critical he was of himself and his territory in the past. He reflected upon it daily even though he wished for eternal peace between their irreversibly sized lands and offered friendship to Jared. While reading his letter, Jared laughed and thought, Horgus, does he take him as a pushover? And then Jared says he wishes for peace between their lands more than any other man. Also, in the meantime, he shall send the finest and purest magic crystals in all of Caribia, and he sincerely hopes that will serve as a token of friendship between the two territories. Akron replies, is there even a doubt his lord is sure to be happy? Then Jared smiles and says he's welcome in Caribia at any time. After this, Jared hunts deer in the evening when Rakis asks him why he is so consistently submissive to the Akron from Majorca. Isn't it about time that they distance themselves from their authority? Jared smiles and replies it's best always to put on a smile instead when it comes to the political battlefield. After this, Jared announces dinner. While eating, he tells Rakis that he better understands their relationship with Majorca and won't worry much about war. In the meantime, Rakis laughs and replies that perhaps the golden age of their territory is there. The masked man named Top was also sitting behind and watching everything, and then he picked up a bunch of wood and went from there, thinking the next cup of wine Jared would be pouring out would be full of his blood. Jared was also watching him from behind, and he knew what Top was thinking and then laughed by thinking there'd be spies in their territory. He's so good at camouflaging himself he wouldn't have been able to spot him without the mind eye. But the day that the spy reports the information, the very day that they'll march toward their land, is the day that he'll march toward Hades himself. 1 month passed, and it was April 29th, 1414. Early morning, Majorca's lord and his army advanced on horseback to attack Caribia, and the army of Caribia started shouting and saying it was an ambush, and everyone retreated. Moreover, the Majorca soldiers exploded on the watchtower and destroyed it and asked their lord Horgus if they should pursue them. He replied, leave them. Those idiotic fools. He didn't believe that they moved the military force to the forest where the magical beasts lay, and if he knew it would be easy this way, he would have invaded Caribia sooner. When one of the soldiers shows his lord an alcohol storage drum and tells him that their soldiers have been drinking, the lord replies this level of patheticness makes it hard for him even to judge them. However, he ordered his soldiers to charge directly into Caribia at this pace, and the people of Caribia were sadly moving from their land. While Jared and his companion are standing at the height of the mountain and watching from a distance, one of his companions says Rakis was still peaceful until yesterday. Rakis replies by asking, what kind of a disastrous situation is this? After this, a soldier goes to them and tells them that the 4th defensive line has broken through, and they will soon arrive there. Jared replies they should get moving soon, and then he orders Rakis to implore him to do his best if they break through this line when the land done. Meanwhile, Hayes comes there asking why he is not bringing her along in a war as important as this. She requests him to bring her along with him as well, as she has healing abilities. Jared replies he can't because war is a place where a single mistake can lead to her demise. It's too dangerous. He holds her hand, saying that her ability is a scarce and valuable skill. However, he can't drag her into a situation where he could lose her just because he wants to use her skill. There are tears in her eyes, then she replies, but she doesn't want to lose her lord as well. Then Jared says her, is there anyone who would want to lose a comrade, and it's natural that she doesn't want to lose them. While remembering their childhood, he added by saying, especially someone like her. whom he has been next to for his entire life to protect the important ones and has always been prepared to trust him. Isabella stands aside and gets jealous, seeing them both holding each other's hands. She grabs her by the back of her shirt and drags her away, saying that if she is a healer, she shouldn't go to war, she should be there healing the injured instead. While looking toward Hayes, Jared smiles and waves her hand. After this, Jared wears the war costume. He covers himself entirely, and only his mind eye is visible. After this, he says that all the preparations are set. However, a sturdy stronghold that is geographically advantageous and the number of their soldiers is just a measly 300. The military flag has been placed where it's visible to most people, and finally, 100 peasants who have received no training. After this, Rakis makes a speech in which he thanks all of the soldiers who have stepped up after hearing the news of insufficient troops and is concerned about the incompetence of the military for placing them all in a situation like this. He is ashamed and can only offer his most profound apologies. Also, their lord has even gone to the lengths of bowing his head to those only wishing for peace. And even after trying his beat, they still lust after Caribia. And their number of soldiers that have received only basic training reach up to about 1,200, and those of them who aren't soldiers are free to leave if they wish. Being there with them has provided a lot of help. During the speech, he remembered when Caribia was in bad condition, and his friend asked him to leave this land with him. But he stayed there. And then his friend left him, saying just don't become a vengeful spirit and appear before him later. However, the soldiers there added by saying to Rakis, don't say such words. They will protect their land with their 2 hands. And thanks to their lord, living out there in these barren lands has finally become more accessible. They can't stand by and let those drug addicts of Majorca steal their land. Rather than getting killed while running away, they would rather fight and die on the battlefield. After this, Rakis orders 2 soldiers to pass out the swords and shields to the other soldier. Meanwhile, a soldier comes running there and tells Rakis the enemy is coming. Rakis replies he's right, he can see them coming from afar, but the problem is that they had not expected it to arise, and he gets scared to see the enemy that has appeared isn't just Majorca, but Lord Batman of Ronella. 1 month ago, Majorca's Lord Horgos and Lord Batman of Ronella signed a contract that they would prepare to wage war against Caribia. Horgus asks Batman if he recently received a tribute from Caribia as well. He replies, indeed, a pretty hefty amount, and requests to maintain an amicable relationship between them. They send in various goods from their region, and it seems they've good financial stability considering the amount of gold they gifted. Hearing this, Horgos gets angry and tells him to consider it carefully. As they would, Jared started to wag his tail and become amicable after all this silent time. 20% of their hunters had fallen, and it's continuing downward, and Jared is trying to shake the foundation of their territories. Batman thoughtfully answers that Jared is scared since even though his territory is advancing, they aren't ready that much, so he's trying to buy peace through money. After this, Horgos tells him Caribia has a measly number of 300 soldiers, while holding the gold coin. He added that that's why he attempted to buy peace through money. Then he twisted the coin and made it crooked, saying if Jared offered a large of money, they would be content and decide not to attack. Also, he sent Akron to Caribia for inspection mage since they'd decided to declare their 2 lands as allies. However, Batman and Horgos allied and joined hands with the birth of an allied force with over 3,000 soldiers. At first glance, it looked like a formation of mutual understanding reaching for the same gold, but each had different objectives. After this, while coming toward Jared and his soldiers, Batman asks, standing far away from Jared, how surprised and hateful he must be seeing their unexpected arrival, and his bold, barbaric actions have shortened his life. Even if he attempts to stop him, it will be all for naught. As they speak, Horgos' army has surrounded the lands of his territory. How foolish of him to deploy his army at the main front without even recognizing a byway nearby his territory. Then she shouted, saying ignorance is a sin and his land done for. And if he crawls onto the ground and pleads for his pathetic life right now, they shall give him mercy. As Rakis, Jared, and their army are standing in front of them. And when he takes off his military mask, Batman gets shocked to see it wasn't Jared. While Top was standing behind spying on them, he was shocked to see and think it was not Jared. Where's the real one? Meanwhile, Top is attacked by the arrow and starts running, thinking it is all a trap, and before it's too late, he needs to inform his lord. However, Jared and Iki attack him with a sword, saying there is a spy, and ask him if he's the one who let the Ronella army invade their territory. Top was shocked by thinking they even knew his identity, and the information he received was all false. Then Jared killed him, saying atone and apologizing to everyone for his death. However, Jared and Rakis, at night in the forest, standing at a height, talking to each other about the further plan. Jared gives his opinion, saying if the two lands send an untied force to attack, they should decide to use that main road. Rakis replies that they have two plausible options. The area around the main road is easy to ambush. On the other side, Batman and Horgus were planning while following the map that the lower grounds have a high percentage of losing soldiers in the process of approaching. Jared agrees with Rakis, saying anyone can see they have a geographic advantage. They should have the same thoughts. Horgus tells Batman that after careful inspection of the land, he has discovered a hidden byway. While Jared tells Rakis that if the spy is indeed talented, they should have discovered the byway since he was poisoning as a lumberjack. He should have thoroughly inspected the detourway. Jared already knows where they will attack them and then places a landmine trap in the byway because he knows they will come from this side. Moreover, this landmine was a magic device that caused magic intake to overload and, in return, created an explosion equivalent to that of a 4-class mage. On Rakis' demand, Jared shows the usage of this landmine. He puts it on wood, pulls the wire attached to it, and then there's a massive explosion. But Jared, with his magic, creates a shelter for him and Rakis. He gets amused to see this extraordinary weapon. Jared tells him by using this, and he will annihilate the enemy in one blow. That's why their lands wouldn't become a battlefield since the forest would be the graves of all those who dare to attack. And that byway will be their one-way ticket to hell. And so they made their plan to defeat their enemies. As Horgus was moving with his army through hidden byways toward Jared's territory, Akron was also with them, and they all were excited, thinking they would destroy Caribia. While on the way, he orders the soldier to cut the limbs off of those who resist and, for those who surrender, tie them up with the chain. Also, with the start of this war, the eternal wealth and honor era shall usher upon them, and now they will commence the massacre. While hiding in the bushes, Jared says they're wrong about one thing. And the thing is they need to raise their weapon but their shields and have a good taste of the traps that he prepared so zealously. As they move forward on their horses, Akron gets scared and thinks the mana flowing underneath them is causing the ground to tremble. As he is about to tell them, suddenly there is a huge explosion, due to which all the people of their army are killed. But Akron, while creating his magic shelter, saves himself and Horgus while Batman from a distance, looking toward the forest and getting scared to see fire and smoke there, and think a great explosion has occurred from the direction of the byway that Horgus was using are the ones who are disadvantaged in this war. But he moves ahead with his army, thinking even if he doesn't have the support of Majorica, he still has the command of over 1,800 soldiers. After this, he orders them to wipe Caribia's soldiers out, and the fight starts between them. Moreover, when Akron asks Horgus if he is alright, he angrily shouts, saying he is fine and just giving him the report on their situation instead. Akron says the surrounding lands around his territory of about 500 soldiers following them from the rear have been eradicated. His main two soldiers, Isaac and Odium, have also perished. While Horgus thinks in a state of anxiety that he never would have guessed that Jared possessed such a horrifying weapon, he orders Akron, from now on, not to stray far from his side. Meanwhile, Akron is attacked by Jared from the aside. Then he shouts, calling his name, but Jared grabs him by the neck and drags him up to the sky, saying that his appearance had been a stage act. Then Jared removed his hand from Akron's neck while he fell from the great height. Jared attacked him with an ice storm, saying he had given him two choices. Either he activated Fly to stop himself from falling or dispatched a shield to correspond with his ice storm. Normally, in a magic duel, the two opponents put distance between each other, and as if they're feeling each other's strengths out, they exchange a series of attacks. After carefully inspecting and reading into each other's moves, they move on, bombarding each other with chains of fierce attack, and that's how it goes. However, Jared took what is like common sense to a mage during a magic duel and destroyed it. After this, Jared held him while Akron was falling as he understood Jared's plan and thought, what kind of situation is this, and is he attempting to commit a double suicide with him? Akron smiles and looks at the magic circle and thinks he has figured out all of Jared's intentions, and the balance of Akron's skills is perfectly distributed, making him a perfect 4th-class mage. However, the 4th class is not considerably low. Even Horgus, who unified a place filled with criminals like Majorica, through brute force, put forth a vast fortune to employ 3rd-class mages to care for situations carefully. Nonetheless, there were two reasons why Jared was at the point of shouting out loud in frustration when he initially saw himself. As in the past, He was an individual strong enough to subdue the reincarnated Lick Deluk several times. Compared to that, a Yahoo like Jared was a person who could only use 4th class magic once. However, Akron uses strength and power enhancement. Although his close combat skills fall short, he can fight head to head with Jared in terms of magic. Then he attacked Jared with magic while Jared created a shield to protect himself from Akron's magic. But Akron broke this shield with magic, and then he hit Jared. However, the fight between them continued in the air. Akron used his teleportation magic dimension door to reach Earth safely. Akron was laughing, but Jared thought that he couldn't use fly magic to counter any strong attacks that may crash down on him. Also, Akron would use that to his advantage and leave him to crash while he used the dimension door to save his life. He believed that only the pattern was that of a class spell, but to think he knew how to apply it on a level like this. However, Jared has seen his tricks due to the impact of the previous attacks. The one to fall through and use the dimension door first is now Jared. After this, Jared throws his flame magic toward him, saying it's his turn to choose whether to stop his attack and fall. Akron laughs and replies that if he gets hit by his flame, it'll be over. Akron thought using his magic would throw Jared's flame toward him and reach safely on Earth while using the dimension door. Akron laughs by saying even if he survives his attack, he can't use the portal after he uses it first, and if he does choose to cross into the portal the moment he emerges, he'll fall victim to his attack. However, Akron was returning to the ground, but suddenly there were a lot of arrows attached to the tree. He fell on them, and these arrows went through his body. While safely standing on the ground, Jared pointed to Akron by saying his face said that he was bewildered about what happened. After this, Jared shakes and tells him without magic, he's simply an idiotic, thoughtless guy. Then, pointing to him, Jared says he was able to cushion his fall due to his attack. Also, he shouldn't have shot an attack at him when he was above him. On the other hand, when Jared shot his ice storm at Akron while he was below him, Jared's attack accelerated his descension. Jared purposefully let himself get hit by his attack, making him fall into the dimension door, where he set his trap first. Jared attacked him with a fireball and killed him, saying as he has committed countless evil deeds, he shall deliver it in the stead of all of his victims. However, the message made that the quest neck and neck combat was complete, and he has received 15 wisdom as a reward. On the other side, the war continued, and Hayes was healing injured soldiers. A soldier came to Racky's and told him they needed more soldiers. While Ronella's soldiers were going toward the camping area where Hayes and the injured soldier were, Barrett and his army arrived to kill those soldiers and save the camp area. When Racky's asks why he is arriving just now, Barrett replies they give Mayorica a good beating just before they arrive. Caribia's master and great leader, Barrett, follows the successor of that great person who is the current lord of Caribia, Jared. 100 elite guards of Barrett and Jared's army of 900 will henceforth participate together in this war. However, Barrett was the guard of Caribia whom Jared fired, saying he had served them well for so long, and he is nearby retiring him as his father has died, and he no longer needs his father's solider. So Jared dismissed most of the soldiers because of a lack of funds, primarily due to Jared's lavish spending on his desires. To live a luxurious life, the vermin who took advantage of this situation quietly crept up and seized Caribia. Moreover, all of Barrett's associate guards were forced out of their positions, and the soldiers receiving high salaries faced continuous salary cuts until their eviction. Orson and those veterans with him didn't have the will to watch as the Caribia had worked so hard to build up was slowly falling apart, and they had vowed to spend their days quietly in the woods and dispersed. After this, Barrett tells the reason for coming as the spring snow was quite heavy one day, and he would need to give up on hunting at this rate. Suddenly, he looked aside and was surprised to see goblins there, but he was surprised to see they got this deep inside Caribia. Also, goblins looked toward him, but they ignored him, and where they came from, they went back the same way. After this, he goes to a blacksmith's shop to ask him about the iron that goblins are carrying, and he replies that those are probably the ingredients they ordered. They've been selling the military a ton of weapons recently. Also, the blacksmith thanks the Lord because of him, they can work for 24 hours, and now they've been living like blacksmiths. Also, thanks to the Lord, he has relit with the flames of passion. Barrett thought the change in Caribia was just luck at first. However, with better management of irrigation facilities, the warrior of the drought was solved with a better road system for the population influx. The treatment of soldiers, establishment of new positions, and recruitment of new talents were improved, and the soldiers who had left acknowledged these changes and returned to the military with all the work that Jared had done. They gave him a second chance. These men have stood by Jared, surpassed the monster invasion, and were the best. The Majorca and Ronella armies couldn't be compared because they had unmatched experience and skill. Buried in his army killed so many Majorca soldiers as they were begging before Barrett for their lives. Seeing them, he thought these worthless men who couldn't even look them in the eye before now standing in front of them for battle. However, Horgus and his soldiers were running away while one of the soldier captains abused Horgos, asking if he couldn't predict that they were hiding there in fear. He replied they'd allied in vain, retreating from there before Jared came. Meanwhile, Jared comes flying in the air from behind, and when he asks Horgos my lord if he is alright, Horgos screams out of fear. Then he stands on Horgos' head, saying maybe he's a little tougher than Raki's. Horgos says they don't fly around like a coward, come down and fight him like a man. Jared replies, but he better come down, attack him with fire magic, and injure him. After this, he killed many of his soldiers, saying he knew from the start that something like peace was impossible, and they were just quietly planning their next move. Then he attacked him again with a magic arrow, saying he planned to take everything from his land, but he will make sure to strengthen him out to ensure that there will be no more of his subjects who suffer from his evil deeds, and he will clean out his territory thoroughly. Saying this, Jared attacks him with his sword, and Horgos asks him in pain if he thinks that'll end with his death. He laughs and says if the general of the Empire's knight learns of this, then he'll drag his knights out there and avenge him. After this, Jared shows him the book, which was about Paradiso, and asks him about the book, and then he starts reading the book. While reading it, he says that the Count Birox he's talking about won't come. When Horgos asks him how he knows his name at this, Jared replies that he has spent countless nights writing diligently, just some personal notes about people and events. While he was making it, turned out that he and that count were related. And then while closing the book, he angrily asks if he thinks that a general of the knight ordered from the ITIMA Empire will save his nephew. After this, Jared says he means traveling over 5,000 kilometers crossing 4 kingdoms and through those dozens of territories is impossible. Does that mean he'll grieve over his nephew's death and do everything he can to avenge him? Also, pointing to Horgos, a famed nephew was just an eyesore for a power-hungry person like him. Was anybody going to mourn his death to begin with? Horgos replies they'll just be relieved by it, while Jared laughs and says his life is worthless. Moreover, the conversation between them continued, and Jared added by saying he had prepared far more thoroughly than he had, so don't worry, and then attack him with ice magic. As Horgos moved toward Jared to attack him back, he froze him with ice magic, and then while touching Horgos' frieze sculpture, they flay into the air like tiny snowflakes. However, the message made that the quest's first successful defense is complete. He has earned 50 charms as a reward, and the value of his territory has risen by 50% regardless of the state of internal affairs. After reading the message, Jared relaxes, and Majorca soldiers come to him, saying they surrender. However, the rest of the Majorca soldiers were stripped of their gear and surrendered entirely to an easy victory. At the same time, Jared didn't indulge in his victory but instead advanced after disguising himself as a Majorcan. He only had a single goal from the start, placing Majorca and Ronella in his hands, and in the end, Majorca fell. It was when the leader of Majorca changed in a single day. After this, Jared gets the message that farming business, public order, science, and loyalty affairs have decreased. While reading the message, he thinks Caribia isn't a subservient nation, though it might be called a weak new nation. When Rakis asks him what he should do now, as Ronella has no fortresses as with Caribia, and as their military demolishes, it's implausible that they can defend themselves now. Jared replies that a fight between armies comes down to which side has more numbers, and now they must make their way to Ronella. However, Jared's ambitious plan is over with the appearance of an unexpected person, and then Jared comes to Batman's reception room, and Miseria territory General Capper is there. General Capper added by saying this war's mastermind, Lord Horgos, has died at Lord Jared's hands, and he's also conquered Majorca. With this, they've eliminated the cause and produced a fine result. After this, Jared adds that his thoughts are different. He doesn't think just one person would have been responsible. While hearing this, Batman starts coughing. Hearing this, General Capper laughs by saying that if that's the case, then Lord Batman should agree to pay a compensation fee as a peace-loving pacifist himself. He would never want to see his neighbor territories consumed by the terror of war. With his mind eye, Jared understood that General Capper was looking carefully for an opportunity to attack the Ronella territory while putting on a show of loving peace. When the general asks Batman if he agrees, he replies fearfully with tears in his eyes that he agrees. Then Jared, in his thoughts, angrily adds by saying no, He doesn't, then he attacks the general with his whole magic, including an ice storm flame arrow and a lighting arrow, but general comes safely from this attack. After this he attacked Jared with sword and cut his chest and injured him very badly. However, he snaps out of his thoughts and starts thinking he's a rank B tank, so there's no way his magic would even hurt him with the territory and an army 2 times that of Caribia. He's the leader of a central territory. When the general asks Jared, he replies he understands while thinking that if he wants to advance from the northern to the central continent, he has to pass through the Miseria territory, and he will make sure to kill him, too. However, in the nighttime in Caribia, Arena was sleeping, and her teacher Elle was drinking outside while Chloe also came there. When Elle asks what she is doing up so late, she replies she wants to get some fresh air. Also, she was worried why Lord Jared didn't ask for help from her. Then Elle replies he probably didn't want to ask a guest to defend his home. He only invited her to teach Arena. Chloe replies, but Caribia is about to be overrun by the enemy. Elle says if they were only looking at the result, it'd seem like Lord Jared's been preparing for this war for quite a while. Chloe added that she felt it when they first met, but it felt like the Lord looking out into the future, and she had plenty of opportunities to talk to Lord Jared while resting. He asked if she was doing okay since most Grey Elves better themselves in the safety of their territory, and he asked why she was out laboring in the world. And he knew about the gruesome end her father saw at the hands of those black orcs, and when Elle asks, aren't Grey Elves the only ones that know? She only knew because, while pointing to Chloe, she told her about it. Chloe worriedly replies, he even advised her not to seek revenge on the Black Orcs but to look at the bigger picture. He's quite the person, how does he know everything? She just wanted to know that, too. Then Elle tells her if he is interested, keep her eyes on him. They still have plenty of time to spend in Caribia territory. And tell her if she starts feeling something else. After this, in Blackstreet Alley, Mayorica Prua, in anger, broke the wine bottle. While saying Horgo's the fool, he dragged the many soldiers, and on top of losing, he died too. He can't believe he wasted all that money on. Prue, while leaving there, tells his men to gather the money and any important valuables together immediately because they're leaving Mayorica. As they come out, they are surprised to see Jared and his team standing there, and when Jared, while activating his mind eye, asks where he is rushing off to, he looks at him with disgust and replies he's moving due to his new job. While activating the space warping clock, he says he doesn't have the time to humor him, while Jared throws his lighting arrow toward him, saying he is also busy taking him and his butt is down. Hora creates a space warping clock artifact and saves himself and his men. Seeing this, Rakis shockingly asks Jared if the magic has stopped. Is Prue a mage too? Jared replies no. Also, it's an effect of his artifact, and he can slow down magic 20 meters away from him. While looking toward Prua, Jared thinks that an artifact can't affect 5th class magic, but he's still a 4th class whether he likes it or not. To land an effective blow, he has to be within 20 meters of him. As Jared steps forward, Prua asks if he is saying that he, a mage, wants to fight this close up. Jared replies that the head of the infamous drug cartel, Delaware, is the end of him. Hora smiles and says, Lord Jared, is he tired of trying to catch him? As soon as the war is over, forget about that and make a business deal. He will give him 3 times the money he gave. Horgo's looks the other way toward them. Also, he doesn't want to humor a war with a new lord in their organization's territory. Hearing this, Rakis was angry. Jared thinks if he let Prua go, the northern region of the Nass continent would fall under the influence of Delaware. In the future, Arena will be known as the Impenetrable Wall, and Prua will be known as the right hand of the tyrant, the Demon King's advisor. While looking at Deluxe's bracelet, which he wears on his arm, and preparing himself for battle, Jared says they have to take down the likes of him to keep the dignity of Mayorica as a new territory. Prua also takes out his sword and beats Akron. He goes to his head as it's past bedtime, so he'll be putting him to sleep now. Meanwhile, Jared gets the message that if his level is lower than his opponent's, his strength and wisdom will double. The condition is met, and the 5th option of Deluxe's bracelet is activated. While using Nightmare Black magic, Jared asks if he is ready, while Prua is surprised to see this magic. However, on one side, a fight starts between Prua's men and Jared's team, while on the other side, Jared throws a magic missile toward him, and Prua, with his recklessness stage 1 while holding his sword, moves forward while avoiding Jared's blows. The fight continued between the two. Jared jumped up and threw light toward him, and this light turned into a magic missile and walloped him while Prua looked toward Jared. Even though he was a mage, he was just as skilled with close combat. On top of that, he cast magic missiles abnormally fast, and it's strong, too, rather than 4th class. Isn't he at least 5th? It is like fighting 4 Akron at the same time. Jared, while standing up in the air, clapped and said he was impressed by his skill in slicing a shield in half. There's no doubting his skill with a sword, but he can't help but think he's relying on an artifact, and the sword he has, is it a sword designed as an anti-magic tool named Moisel? When Jared, moving toward him, says if he didn't have that sword, it'd be disappointing how weak he'd be. Prua angrily replies the same went for the previous lord, but it seems he's quite loose-tongued. Saying this, Prua activates Recklessness Stage 2 and runs toward Jared to kill him, but Jared, flying in the air, moves backward. Prua also follows him. Meanwhile, Jared throws a fireball toward him, but with one strike, he saves himself. After this, Jared moves to a street where he shoots missiles into walls, and huge stones fall toward Prua from the walls. But he could hardly save himself from the stone and attack Jared with the sword. But Jared disappeared from his eye, and when he looked up, Jared was sitting at the top of the building through lighting and nightmare. Both magic toward Prua and injured him. While sitting there, Jared tells them to give up against a sword he'd be a difficult opponent to face, and he's faster than any normal swordsman. Each strike of his sword is absurdly strong, but he has no intention of entering his strike zone. Hearing this, Prua gets up while activating Recklessness. Stage 3 asks Jared if he's such a bright boy and why he doesn't try figuring out who'll win this fight. Jared laughs and replies that his victory is 100% certain. Prua, in anger, while creating Recklessness in Stage 4, jumps up to attack Jared, but his blade goes through him. Jared smiles, saying to Prua that he should think he'd get fooled so easily. Then Jared, holding the packet of drug, come close to him, saying countless people have died because of the drug he sold. Those who should have money ended up with it. Then he forces the packet of the drug into his mouth and presses his mouth to stop his breathing and kill him. After this, Jared gets the message that the quest of tiger hunting is complete. The loyalty and public order of Majorca will rise by 100 immediately, and if the cause of the death isn't resolved, the death will continue. However, after killing him, Jared thinks Deluk and Prua are both strong enemies. The two couldn't be more different, but Deluk becomes weaker as time passes while Prua is in the midst of his growth. However, he could easily dodge Deluk's familiar attack pattern and slowly shave away his health with clever usage of his magic, as they could kill him in a single strike if he let his guard down for even a second. That kind of strategy doesn't translate well to Prua and Capri. Faced with this dilemma, Jared narrowed in on Prua's unique ability of recklessness, like stepping on an accelerator. One could raise their physical capabilities in stages with this ability. Such an ability is the perfect weapon for Jared, whose base stats are low, but he had turned Prua to have his rash through recklessness. After Prua's judgment had clouded over by recklessness, Jared used space magic to stab Prua with his blade, and he had faulted in a way that he wouldn't usually have. Moreover, Rakis tells Jared that they've suppressed the rest, and then Jared stands up in the air and says even if Prua-led Majorca, most prominent criminal organizations are still running about in this nation. Before dawn breaks, they'll clean them all up. After this, Jared orders his soldiers, if any of them oppose him, don't he dare let them live and take down their heads before all else. This land will no longer be ruled by crime. While looking toward Jared, Rakis thinks his lord had always surpassed insurmountable odds with a mysterious wisdom. Still, this time, rather than showing them wisdom, he's shown them his sharp, decisive, and quick-to-act nature, and my lord's appearance that of a rising emperor. However, the message is that Rakis' loyalty has risen sharply, and his loyalty has reached 200, he will achieve the first awakening. However, Jared started the Lord of Majorca's study as there was a lot of material that he had to study as he got exhausted while reading it. He thinks he doesn't have the time to wrestle with the paperwork. He also needs to do two things, raiding the ancient tombs around Majorca to amass more strength, and finding a skilled expert who can make Chaldea one of the underground resources. Moreover, Chaldea is a tough one that'll be found 13 years from that day. It is more robust than iron, and if they can get their hands on it first, they can shoot to the top regarding weaponry. As he was hell-tired, telling himself to forget what he was supposed to do with all this work, Horgos pulled a fast one on him, and he got happy by thinking that when he first came to Caribia, Hayes had helped him out and would see her again. As Jared sought unique talents who could help him run Majorca, many contestants, including Tonio and Katie Marklin, came to mind. However, he rejected them due to some issues. Some were exiled and executed in their previous lord's time. Jared was confused by thinking there was no talent, and this was the first time his wisdom and mind-eye had failed him. Then he thinks he should bring over Oberon and Avila but can't bring them there when they're busy with Caribia. Jared was getting mad with the thought when he got the complaint from the Majorica head of labor that had reached the extremes. 5 people left the territory's labor department, and 5 people left the Department of Commerce. However, Rakis arrives there, telling Jared there's a problem in the village of Devani in Majorica. A leader was assigned not long ago, but they've gotten reports that he hasn't been doing any work. Also, the village folk came up to him crying and begging him to help them return their village to normal. And not only that, but they've also heard that he's been drinking every day and busied himself with drawing obscene pictures. Jared gets up while activating Recklessness Stage 4 and replies he has to go and hand out some discipline himself to take the lead. After this, he moves to Devani village with Rakis and the soldiers. While breaking the office door they enter, Rakis angrily shouts, saying the head of Devani village, Julian, has come out. Aki and the soldiers get excited to see these pictures on the wall while Rakis scolds them and asks them to focus on work. While Julian was sitting on the floor in a drunken state, there were obscene pictures on the wall of his office. While seeing him, Jared thought he had seen multiple talents before, all developing their unique gifts. He made sure they could develop their talents as early as possible, even if it were a little late. But this Julian wasn't anything like that. Out of all the people he had seen so far, he was the closest to perfection. After this, Rakis angrily asks if it is Julian. He replies by saying yes, he's. Then Jared tells Rakis to keep quiet. He will talk. Meanwhile, Jared gets the message that Julian is an exceptional quality administrative expert, the sage of management, and their standard qualities are a successful career, money, and alcohol, and with the powerful synergy from his unique qualities, his wisdom has risen. Then Jared asks him why he has done nothing for this village. Isn't he being paid to play around? He replies it's because it's all trivial work. While drinking, Julian added, saying he doesn't think it's something he should deal with and he isn't someone who should be in such an insignificant village. Hearing this, Jared also goes to him and sits on the floor and asks. He said he didn't think this work was fitting him. When he replies that's right, Jared asks him to speak the truth, asking if it is that he doesn't want to or that he can't. However, their conversation starts as they talk to each other while laughing. Rakis, standing aside, is shocked to see this. After this, Julian says that they should go to the other side alone and talk. Then he orders his manager to bring all the past documents. He will look over everything, even small civil cases, and then he asks for help from them to take down these pictures. And then they remove all the pictures from the wall. After this, while showing and solving every single case, he proves himself that he's not wrong, and then he tells Rakis it seems like someone is embezzling the money earned from the harvest. Hearing this, Rakis angrily replies he will get him immediately. While seeing him, Jared thinks he's done a month's worth of work in a half day. He is perfect, and then Julian orders all of them to leave with any pending issue solved. However, Julian and Jared were sitting in front of each other and talking, and Jared appreciated him for his work. He apologized for his lack of effort in managing this village until now, but as it all works, it wouldn't take him very long if he invested himself in it as he procrastinated for the time being. Then Jared smilingly says he has done well in his plan to lead him there. Does he understand what kind of person he is? Julian replies he managed to figure him out. After this, Julian tells Jared why he does not focus on work as he extends his hand before Horgo's to grow his nation and work for people. Still, he forbids him to do so, saying he brought him there because he scored perfectly on the test for the management of an empire. But it seems he's driven by vanity. Also, they used to spend all the people's money on wrong and bad things, and he felt so ashamed for serving these people as his lord and felt infinitesimally small. However, the conversation between them continues. He gets happy and satisfied when Jared tells him instead of being a nameless lord of a small territory, he wants to become the world's hero. While pouring the glass with the drink, Julian says for a long time, he wanted someone who would be able to look up to. If there's a lord that his vassal looks down upon, then it's not the fault of the vassal, but instead of the lord. After this, in conclusion, Jared took him as the executive head who manages all of Majorica's internal affairs. After this, in Caribia, Hayes was sadly waiting for Jared's return while Barrett and Avila stood aside, talking to each other and planning to head to Majorica. At the same time, Oberon asks Hayes if she will go to greet the Lord as well, and she excitingly replies yes. However, Jared and Julian were in Majorica while Jared wrote his journal after Julian was instated as the executive head. Majorica quickly reached stability, and he pushed himself harder. Julian worked, and for the past week, he has lived in the office. After this, the door knocks, and this is Hayes who brings tea for them. But Julian goes from there saying he has to meet with other vassals and return. However, the vassals in Caribia, including Avila and many others, heard the rumors. They came there to see it for themselves as they were worried that such a young administrative officer would cause trouble while managing the territory. They'd gotten past the stage of acknowledging Julian's skills and praising him heavily. As soon as Julian leaves, Jared asks Hayes if there's an extra cup so they can drink together. Hearing this, she denies asking how she could dare to in front of my lord. Jared replies he has said this so many times when they're alone. There's no need to worry about things like that. After this, she serves him tea and sits on the chair next to him as she starts taking tea. He asks him if she will give up being a maid. Hearing this, her tea spills on her clothes, and then she smilingly asks what he could mean by that. Moreover, there are tears in her eyes, and she is saying that she is a failure of a maid. Could the whole interior being so clean when she arrived be because of her lack of skill? He replies she did that just for the sake of mastering cleaning magic while cleaning the tea spots on her shirt with his magic. He says since she's a healer now, she can be promoted to a higher position and stop being the maid. And when she says she doesn't want another maid to take care of him, he pulls her hair and orders her to listen to him for once. Then she adds that if she has to stop being a maid, she'll stop being a healer too. However, behind them, a pendant was lying on the table, and suddenly, a light came out of it, and the sound heard, Death Plans Desire God Mirror Underground Resurrection, and with these sounds, the pendant rose upward and fell on the table again. Hayes surprisingly asks Jared about the pendant. He replies it was an artifact that a criminal owned, and then while holding the pendant, he thinks Tears of My Heart 3, it's just a simple artifact that just raises anyone's base stats by 25. Still, its true purpose is critical to the ancient catacombs under Majorica. After this, he asks her to head outside with him as it's somewhere he wanted to go ever since he arrived in Majorica, and she replies he's better with directions than her too. After this, in a small town in the kingdom of Lentus Morales at Sir Belton's home, a courier knocks on his door and gives him a letter and an extensive package. Still, he doesn't know who sent it. After receiving it, he returns to his home, where he starts reading the letter from Jared, the Lord of Caribia. In this letter, Jared asks for advice, saying his greetings, Sir Belhard. He has recently gone up to the 5th class magician but doesn't know how to progress from there, and he requires his advice as a senior. Belton is happy to see plenty of gold coins and letters and wants him to take this as his payment and go to him. After this, while holding the same gold and letter, Belhard, the 9th class Grand Mage, talks to himself, saying to be aware of the fact he who now goes by Belton is Belhard. After reading the letter, he thinks even his words were strange, a clue that confirms the fact that he had moved up to the 5th class. Even geniuses have no clue about the steps required to move up to the next class, as he doesn't like Jared and angrily thinks, just who can he speak so confidently? He is the useless son of Barrett's. While creating mana, he thinks, regardless, he has to go there to know. After all, a Grand Mage ought to have the flair of one as well. However, Jared and Hayes were in the forest. She was afraid but following him. She said it was a little creepy but didn't look special. He replied there are no villains there, so they'd be fine. While thinking during the game development, nobody gave even a single clue as to where the catacombs were. Even when he looked around places the developers didn't mod, he wouldn't find anything. Just as everyone was about to give up, the location of the ancient catacombs was in a picture on developers' personal social media discovered in a mirror showing what was on the monitor. However, they both reached their destination, standing before a considerable tree. Hayes was afraid Jared told him to stand 5 steps behind him. Suddenly, the sand falls around, and the tree turns into a vast sand model. He angrily asks how dare to enter his catacombs for the cursed one not belonging to this world to appear before himself and disperse now. The moment their curses resonate, the world itself will come to an end. Hearing this, Jared thinks Marhat knows who he is, and is he speaking to him that exists inside Jared's body. Also, he had a similar dialogue in the game, so it is hard to tell. When Jared asks him why he says such a thing, Sand's model angrily replies they shall speak no more and not disturb his slumber. However, Jared attacks him with a magic arrow and destroys him, saying the way he talks about himself is no different from in the game since it looks like he won't get anything out of him. They meet again later. After this, when all the sand falls to the ground, a cave emerges behind it, and they both go inside it. However, in the Lord of Majorica's mansion, Jared sat on the chair while Hayes stood aside. He appreciated her for drawing all the places they saw. When he complimented her for good work, saying he didn't know she had such a talent for drawing maps, she replied when she was young, she followed her father around and learned from him. However, the conversation between them continues. Jared asks when Mary says she'd arrive at Majorica, and she replies Miss Head Chef said she has some work to finish. so she'll arrive in around 2 days. After this, when Jared asks her if she could cook for him until Mary comes, she excitedly replies if it's a meal for my lord, she will make one even at midnight. Then she happily runs toward the kitchen while Jared laughs by saying her excessive drive worries him some time. Then Jared started writing his general, where he noted his whole journey that he explored around half of the catacombs with haze. Only the safe areas without enemies were sight, but it was so cryptic that preliminary investigations were necessary. The ancient tomb of Mahart, which was also known as the Mirror Dungeon. While holding the pendant, he thinks if he were to slay Priwa, the Demon King's advisor, he would be able to access the Mirror Dungeon quest. Priwa, a drug dealer becoming a magnate, was thanks to the artifacts he stole from the Mirror Dungeons and the large-scale dungeons they barely found thanks to a developer mistake. As a result of its notoriety of being impossible to find, many guilds gathered for a chance to earn the glory of clearing it first. And thanks to the collaboration during the dungeon raid, the dungeon could cleared immediately. That's what everyone thought. In reality, unable even to approach Mahart, the boss they annihilated. After such a shocking defeat, many people banded together and created a guild union to re-challenge the dungeon, only to face failure. As Jared was worried while thinking that a small guild cleared the dungeon instead, it was just as shocking that everything he had done so far was laughable compared to Mahart while pendant and map were lying on the table before him. After this, he thought a single mistake would be death, so he must prepare with that in mind. A few days later, he secretly watches Jared while thinking my lord has been acting suspiciously recently. He's been cleaning here and there, calling it training, stocking weapon artifacts he's not using, and drawing while calling it part of his studies. At first, she worriedly thinks but then suddenly becomes happy with the thought that she doesn't know, but there must be some reason. Then Aki, Jared, and Julian were in the room where Aki asked Jared if he had been learning to draw. Jared replied since he was there. He asked him to look for someone willing to buy some drawings. After giving him that drawing, Aki is surprised to see these drawings, while Jared says all the obscenities that Juliana has been drawing have just piled up, so he wants a way to take care of them. Then Aki adds by saying he will search for a reasonable customer. Then Jared asks Julian why he has been drawing these. He laughs and replies he had some time to himself at night recently as Jared was looking toward him and thinks he's already found free time in his schedule. And he doesn't even have Sage Gorgeous necklace, so how? After this, a soldier informs Jared a carriage hailing from Caribia has arrived at the manor, and Jared calls Hayes before leaving. She puts the arm protector belt on his arm while saying the place he's heading out to is the ruins he went with her to before, right? And she's been dead weight if she went too, wouldn't he? Replies the place he's heading to this time is better, exploring with fewer people. Hayes forbids him to go to such a dangerous place while he is leaving there, thinking this place is reality, so he can't revive like in the game. But that's why he needs the Mirror Dungeon's reward, so this time, he's taking the best fighters he knows. As he was stepping down the stairs, Chloe, Elle, and Isabella were standing there, and Isabella, seeing him there, said it rude to leave a lady waiting he knew, and Elle waved her hand, saying long time no see. However, Isabella, Chloe, and Elle go to that place. As they stand outside the cave, Jared tells them that he has explored the dungeon's interior, so they must follow the map. When Isabella and Elle enter the cave, Chloe calls Jared aside and asks him for this dungeon raid. Isabella Unai is a sorcerer, and the teacher is a great swordsman, so she understands why the two of them are there. Then, pointing to herself, she asks why she is there. Jared replies because she's the most important person there, Chloe. While on the way, Elle says to Jared that she despises the Demon Kingdom and the blood of the Church of Darkness, and she doesn't think this is the case. But he didn't come to this tomb because he was curious about the strength of darkness holds. He replies that he is only interested in the artifacts. He has no interest in the strength of the darkness. When Elle smiles and says that it's a relief if that wasn't the case, they may have ended up fighting. He laughs and replies it truly is a relief that won't happen while thinking she's quite faithful to the light. Is this still before she defects? Suddenly, moving ahead, Isabella sees a light coming from the aside. Then she says, Jared, the path is getting brighter. He replies that means they're nearing the end of the labyrinth. After this, he tells them that they have only one path to get past each chamber to reach the end after the labyrinth. After this, they arrived at the dungeon raid. Clay was more solid outside the entrance. Jared tells Isabella to use the strategy he explained earlier, and then she sits down and releases a black body summon from her hand. As her magic attacked them, they started following the magic from where it was coming. As they walked past Jared and started following Isabella, Jared from behind attacked them with magic arrows and broke them. A magic stone falls from their bodies when he breaks the clay soldier. Jared collects a magic stone and gives it to Chloe and Isabella, saying they now wear a disguise since they've taken down the gatekeepers. After this, they start moving to the entrance gate, and when the gate opens, they enter. They turn their faces just like those sand soldiers. However, Elle was surprised to think there were at least 2,000 of them, an army like this under the land she lived in. How does Jared have this kind of information? Then she asks him if this disguise works. He replies that if their face is the same as theirs, they'll be fine, and they start passing by them. There are always at least 2,500 clay warriors there, and since they've increased to compensate for the missing gatekeepers, there are 2,504 of them. Now, when 500 people entered, there were 3,000 clay warriors out of the previous raid team stuck in a confusing battle. Since their numbers, they don't look suspicious, and most importantly thanks to the disguise effect that Chloe put on the mask that she makes, they can get through easily without a fight. After passing the clay soldier, as they moved ahead, there was a massive clay figure. Seeing it, Elle said these guys felt similar to the undead but a little different somehow. Then Jared explains it because they're born out of curses that aren't of black magic. And when she asks about curses, he explains that before the monarch Mahart entered his slumber, he cursed his subjects to attain a form that wouldn't age. After all, retaining their original appearance was difficult. Most lost their appearance and became clay figures. However, the conversation continued, and Jared told them of the clay figures. Some of them managed to retain part of their original bodies, so they had to be careful. As they were moving forward, a massive clay warrior suddenly jumped up and started falling on top of them to attack. But they saved themselves by jumping. As Jared holds Isabella, the clay warrior attacks them again, but Jared uses his magic to hit and fall him away. Elle attacks him with the magic sword, but their blows do not affect him. He stands up again and proceeds to attack them. Elle gets ready to fight with clay warrior. Meanwhile, Jared hands up, saying "Hail Mahart." Hearing this, he stops there and returns. After this, Elle asks Jared about the magic he used to stop him, saying the combat doll just backed off with a single phrase. He replies it's a kind of passcode that isn't just any normal clay doll. It is invincible. There's a small chance of a large clay doll becoming invincible. While thinking there's only 0.1% of it happening per person, though it's still only 0.4% with the 4 of them. He forgot about it, but it happened. After this, he tells everyone there to remove their clay mask while Elle asks about invincibility. He replies they're made with a curse, though, so the side effects are terrible. Either they can't leave a specific area, or if their creator dies, they die too, or their intelligence might be severely lacking. And just like before, they might be unable to differentiate between enemies and allies and attack everything. They'll just shut up and stay down. For situations like this, the caster would create a passcode, and there, the passcode was Hail Marhat. After this conversation, they start moving on. Then the Marhat chief priest Sun and Moon welcome them, saying intruders, this is their patient's sanctuary, and this is the great Marhat's sanctum. Sun side normally welcomes them. In contrast, the Moon side welcomes them angrily, asking what disrespectful people are. With every intruder, his wisdom rises. Jared ordered Ella and Chloe to get the priest's attention, and on the other side, the priest released his slaves toward them, saying give each other a warm welcome from Jared and his companions' presence. His wisdom strengthened. However, the enslaved person's agility is up as soon as their master gives them an order to kill Jared and his companion. Isabella starts shouting and running away, asking why they are only going for her again when enslaved people pass through all and fall behind her. After this, with her magic sword, Chloe attacks the priest and injures him while the monster, made of a bunch of enslaved people, follows Chloe to kill her. The Sun and Moon start shouting at the enslaved people, saying they're injured because of their incompetence. Also, they don't grow no matter how much time passes. After this, Elle says to the Sun and Moon that those who use the strength of the darkness are so distasteful that she asks those enslaved people they are picking on if they aren't their subjects. After this, while pointing to her, they reply that an enslaved person can never attain the status of being a subject. They're merely tools to be used for His Highness. She adds that she guessed Mahart sees them as tools, too. The Moon angrily replies that they're His Highness's most loyal subjects, but when she says they even say they know the truth, they've become puppets that can neither live nor die. Then Moon runs toward her to attack, but her student Chloe stabs them with her sword from behind, and they fall on the ground wounded. While looking toward the Moon, Elle thinks he's not an enemy that should take care of this easily, and it was thanks to Jared's plan to use their insecurities against them to weaken them mentally. On the other side, Jared and Isabella attack Sun and fall him on the ground, and then Elle asks Jared if he has done there. He replies that she sees while Isabella, in Jared's arm, stands with her foot on Sun's head, asking how he leave that rotting king and become her slave. Instead he replies in yes. 3 hours later, as they set off on their journey, Priest Sun was also with them 29 chambers into the raid. And after some time passing through, there now remain 2 chambers. While looking toward Jared, Elle thinks he possesses an impossibly accurate knowledge of this tomb. He even considers Chloe's lack of experience and assigns her responsibilities, leaving her with nothing to do. Then she gets happy by thinking about the money she's making and her discipline growing more substantial, even though she was there as a guard, but now she's to work as a magic stone transport. As they stood outside the tomb's door, Jared said that behind this door was a single-armed soldier, and their plan of attack was simple. They'll aim to flank them from the back, and they'll be fine if they damage them enough. Even in the game, this monster single-handedly pushed back the raid of the allied guilds, and a cheap trick won't work on it. After this, the door opens, and they enter Mahart's armed soldier named Gold Hawk, sitting there seeing them. He angrily says don't disturb his master's slumber, while Isabella sees him think it feels like his presence is swallowing them whole. As the sun was also with them, he angrily said Chief Priest, seeing as he had failed to keep these intruders at bay and had instead guided them there. When the sun replied, there's a reason for this. He cut off his head from his body with his weapon, saying whatever the reason, betrayal not forgiven. They're to put their lives on the line to serve the Lord. After this, while using his fireball, Jared orders his team to attract this monster's attention for 10 seconds, then attacks him with a fireball. Still, this attack doesn't affect him, and he says any intruder who heeds not his warning shall face death. Then Jared shouts, telling his team to stay alert as this monster is strong. Then he attacks Gold Hawk with his magic missile and nightmare and throws fire toward Jared through his weapon in return. But Jared saves himself. However, the fight starts between the two. Jared, while blinking, thinks as expected, his affinity for a one-strike kill pushes his strength to a different level. However, an ability that momentarily amplifies his attack power to 1000% even if he grazes him. He's faster than Priwa and tougher than Capri while Hawk was coming toward Jared. Meanwhile, Chloe attacks Hawk from behind with a sword, but her sword gets broken, and Isabella, with her strong black magic, attacks him, saying he dared try to dispose of her slave. Then, they all attack him together and injure him while he sees himself in trouble. He thinks this is dangerous. At this rate, his decaying body will not hold much longer, and if he takes down just one of them, they'll be unable to maintain their continuous stream of attack, and their formation will falter. He ran toward Jared, thinking he must overwhelm this mage leader and take him down. Still, Jared attacked him with his haste magic, and when the Hawk used his detection and attacked Jared with the weapon, Jared smiled and said he knew that he would attack him and was prepared for this while using his illusion magic mirroring image. However, 10 minutes after the fight started, a short but seemingly long time, Ella just stood back and silently watched the battle unfold. And if they had fought together, their victory would have been assured. Moreover, her instincts told her not to, whether it was out of jealousy from watching Jared show his aptitude as a teacher, and whether it was because she believed in him. Though she didn't know quite well why she did this, there was no doubt in her mind that she knew as a result of her decision in this battle of life and death, and these three were growing at a terrifying rate. After this, as he was about to die and his body was falling in the form of sand, he says he'd have prepared to fight in his actual body. But that's a meaningless desire, and out of respect for those who have bested him, he shall give him this advice, as they know none of them would even be able to breathe correctly in the Emperor's presence. While pointing to Jared, he says, but if he decides to continue despite that, then they'll meet again. After this, when he died, Isabella held the weird pieces of clothing named Rold's mirror armor, which came out of his body. Seeing this, Elle added by saying equipment from a grave will give her back luck. She angrily replied it might have a curse, then Jared told her to throw that suit to him. When Isabella asks why he knows something about it, he replies that it's a one-of-a-kind piece of armor in Nass. If someone wears this, the soul of the blacksmith who forged this armor, Rold, will erect a force field around him, turning arrows useless against him. And it's thinner than cotton so that he can wear it alongside other armor, and when he wears it, Elle says she guessed they've decided on the owner, while Isabella smilingly says it's all his. After wearing the suit, he gets teary-eyed and thinks he has always wanted to get his hand on this armor. The early bird gets the worm after all. But if he thinks about it, this armor back when this was all a game, didn't the user who owned it say he made it himself? Also, he gave him a ton of metal as raw material. But wasn't that all just a lie? When he says he made it himself, he moves forward, thinking it ridiculous, but it's not like he can do anything about something from his past life, as it's all in the past now. However, finally, they reach their destination. Jared asked them to stay outside and wait. He'd go in alone now. When Isabella worriedly says what he explains to her, Marhat III is someone who tosses curses around like it is nothing. Even if it just grazes her, it destroys her mind. It is too dangerous, and he has the Saint Graja's ring from Deluk, which will protect his soul and neutralize all negative mental debuffs. After this, while standing before the hole, Jared says he isn't telling them to laze around, though, and he wants them to absorb all the demonic energy that Mahart will be emitting during their battle through this tiny hole. After this, before leaving, he tells Isabella that demonic energy is like a toxin. It might hurt a bit, but if she could absorb his demonic energy, she replies that she'd be okay with her magic. Then he tells Chloe to guard the entrance so none of the clay figures can disturb their battle, and she nods yes when Elle asks if she has a job. He smiles and appoints her to take care of the magic stone. However, while holding Sira's bling bling magic wand, he enters through the huge door and asks Mahart about himself, asking if he knows how many times he died, so it's fine if he gets a little revenge. Hearing this, a green light comes out of his grave box. He comes out of the box asking who has invaded his place of res and has done well to come there. Seeing Mahart standing there, Jared starts to sweat, then scribbles on his grave, saying Tyrant Mahart appears at last as he has come to judge his life of violence and murder. When Mahart angrily says he has settled this land of rest with the subjects and soldiers he loves, why does he disturb his slumber? Jared smiles and replies, pointing to him that he plans to revive himself and take care of the continent. And he forces his people to work like soldiers and brings them to their deaths. Burying their bodies and leaving them to rot is what he calls love. Mahart replies that giving up their lives for him is a blessing for them. When Jared, while pointing to him, says he is so scared of death that he has even tired of mimic immortality, he attacks Jared with mental affliction magic, but because of Saint Grass's ring, he escapes from this spell. Seeing this, he gets angry and tells Jared that he shall grant him the painful mar of a sinner and send his black magic monster toward him, while Jared thinks it's a stigma that'll eat away his HP until he dies. Even if he dodges it, it'll chase after him, so trying to avoid it is pointless. While the monster and Jared were facing each other, Jared attacked him, thinking he could dodge it the moment it was supposed to reach him with a blink, and then he sealed the monster in the drawing he drew, and everything was fine. After killing the monster, Jared was in the air to best his curse and even avoid that painful mark. A simple fence is enough for a quick mouse like him. Mahart angrily looks up and says that until one of them dies, he will not be able to escape from this place. If he becomes a loyal servant, he shall forgive his sins and promise his immortality and incredible strength. Hearing this, Jared laughs and asks what he means by immortality means, becoming a bald skull face that won't rot away and die. Mahart was angry. Then he clenches his fists and screams even though the stones of nearby walls break, and with his magic, he throws these stones and green storm magic toward Jared. In return, Jared attacks him with a fireball, burns him, and gets happy to think that his body has to regenerate just like it did in the game, and he can win. After this, Mahart throws a green magic arrow toward Jared, and in return, he creates shelter and attacks him with all his magic, including a space warping clock, a lighting spear, and a nightmare. However, Jared faced hell throughout this long, drawn-out battle, and the magic was stronger than it rained down on him mercilessly. And even as he exhibited great concentration, his body and mind grew closer and closer to exhaustion. Fighting with him, Jared thinks he doesn't even know how often he almost dies, and his magic and stamina get depleted. But still, if he buys a little more time, he'll win. As Mahart was also tired, he looked up at Jared and thought, is he trying to hold him back at the cost of his own life? Also, he was surprised to see Jared's desperate fight. As Mahart thinks he's only pretending to be fighting so desperately, it makes him question if he's truly a weakling who makes up for his shortcomings with effort. Also, he played for a fool. What is he hiding? Suddenly, Mahart sat down while feeling that his life force drained so abruptly, but when he looked around, he was shocked to see it wasn't mere scribbling but a magic circle. Then he understood this is what Jared was trying to hide from him while sitting in this magic circle that Jared created. He says that while pointing to Jared, he stored that painful mark in it and attempted to send it back to him. Saying this, he attacked Jared with a Soul Chaser magic iron chain, and then through this iron chain, he reached up and attacked him, knocking him down. Jared angrily said he slammed him back down and attacked Jared again with the magic monster. He created a shield and tried to save himself, but his magic broke the shield and threw Jared away, and he got badly injured. Then he strikes Jared, saying he has entertained this farce of his, and this is how he repays that he should have never even attempted such a thing. He should never have stepped foot there to begin with. However, the warning message is that his remaining stamina reserve is at 10%, and he must evacuate his current location and receive proper medical and normal treatment. After this, Jared stands up and creates mana to attack, but Mahart grabs his hand, squeezes him by the neck, and lifts him, saying his pitiful magic and crude methods have bested him. He has nothing left, and this is an end. Meanwhile, Jared hits him on his mouth with his other hand, saying die and join the dead. The good thing is that he switched the hand he put his ring on. Then Jared attacked him with so many weapons that came out of that ring, and these weapons passed them through his body while telling him he still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. His body just crumbled away like sand, and even if he pulled out a weapon, it'd end up lodged inside him. All these weapons are good at taking divine energy, and if he imbues the cleaning magic imbuement he has been working on, it flows into his body through these weapons. Mahart angrily shouts to use low-tier magic against him like this. Jared replies with a smile. It's not for him but for the demonic energy inside of him. Jared smiles and replies it's not for him but for the demonic energy inside of him. Also, demonic energy gets purified with cleaning magic, even if it's his losing his impetus, which would be fatal. Mahart, in pain, calls his soldiers for help as the clay soldier moves forward to help their master. Chloe attacks them all with her magic and defeats them, telling them they won't be able to pass through there since she asked to guard it. As soon as Mahart knows that all his soldiers are defeated, he shouts at Jared, saying his immortal soldiers who have transcended life itself arose while Jared stood before him, holding the weapon in his eye. When Mahart says he has the grand duty of conquering this continent ahead of him while his magic spreads everywhere, Jared replies loudly what a coincidence, his aim is to take over the continent as well. Meanwhile, a huge explosion occurs and Isabella calls Jared, and after this explosion, everything gets destroyed. Two of them leave there as Jared lying injured on the ground while Mahart is beside him. He tells Jared he is the immortal emperor. As soon as the weapon comes out of him, his body disintegrates as sand particles and a big stone falls from above. However, the weakest of the north, Lord Jared of Caribia, the smallest territory, has faced the man who once ruled the continent with blood and fear, and now Jared has won. Jared's party, who defeated the tyrannical Emperor Mahart, Chloe L, and Isabella, also came there. Isabella was crying, telling Jared that he wasn't allowed to die off, she would curse him if he did, while Elle said he wouldn't die from this. Then he calls Isabella while lying on the ground, whispering in her ear, saying, "Get the artifact for him." Then he points and tells her to go that side and also make sure to get the ancient grimoire in the secret room. She angrily looks at him, replying she got it, he greedy man. After this, they left for Majorica after taking their spoils of war, and it was June 1st, 1414. Everything had returned to normal since the tomb raid, and it had been 23 days. However, Jared was in his office and regretted not asking Marhat about his identity. And when Julian asks him if something is wrong, Jared replies that it is nothing. Julian reads the reports and tells Jared that the magic stone lamps installed in Caribia and Majorica had had considerable effects. Also, the crime rates have dropped by almost 90%. Though there are still blind spots in places with the current production rates, they expect installation to be complete in the forests and wastelands on the outskirts of the territories within a week. Also, he believes that with further propagation of the lamps, they'll be able to reduce deforestation greatly. Jared smiles and replies thanks to the magic stones. Engraving a magic circle into a hardy magic stone is quite a difficult profession. After looking at Jared's left arm scars, Julian asks if it is fading away. Then he replies that it's not a simple burn, so any of the usual treatments don't seem to have an effect, and he will have to consider it a scar of victory. Moreover, Aki comes there, and seeing him, Jared asks about his outfit. He excitedly replies this is the trending summer fashion as it was popular among the aristocrats in the Cinder's kingdom. And when Jared confusingly looks at him, he asks what does my lord think of it. Jared replies they do say beauty in the eye of the beholder. Hearing this, Aki says it's not his type of clothing, then lies down and starts crying. Jared asks him about selling the pornography, and he replies he sold all of it. He just forgot to tell him. Then Jared asks about the customer, and he replies it was Lord Aba and Iba. Hearing this, Jared replies he gave him a small peek while trading the nightmare stones with him, but then he said he'd buy all of it. Then he surprisingly thought, why would that wise, noble red goblin's king? Could it be that his whole tribe wanted to pass those around? And had he brought shame to the integrity of humankind? Meanwhile, Aki says last night, the Cinder's kingdom's military gave them an official request. They wanted a long-term contract to buy all the mines they produce. Jared ordered him to reject them, saying they don't negotiate monopolistic terms and telling them they won't sell at all if they're not selling a set monthly amount. He tells the aristocracy in the Cinder Kingdom seems to be developing an interest in him, and they want pesticides to cure Ronella disease, a magic potion mine, and Caribbean magic stones. Then Jared answered thoughtfully, since the Cinders Kingdom is the closest to his territory, they've developed an interest in it. The Cinders Kingdom will be facing some issues soon. After seeing this, he starts thinking the Cinders Kingdom's current king, Dactyr IX, will soon die. After his death, the 4 princesses will begin fighting amongst themselves, bringing about the prince's uprising. And in the end, the second prince, Prince Pudelin Decider X, will sit atop his blood-stained throne. The problem is that he's a follower of the Umbra Church, a brotherhood of dark magicians, and the holy nation of Cinders will transform into an evil nation, and the Umbra Church will be a focal point of the Great Holy War. The moment the Holy War begins, all nations that designated the Umbra Church as their national church will take in under the Demon King's rules. So in the long term, there's a high chance that they'll end up being their enemies, since there's a chance he might go back. He is considering just waiting things out. After this, he says he is just an unaffiliated minor lord not tied to the Cinders and has no right to interfere with their kingdom matter. As they were talking, suddenly Hayes ran to them tiredly, telling Jared that the king of the Cinders Kingdom had sent a handwritten greeting to him and the 4th prince himself was going to bring that greeting personally. It seemed he'd just now crossed the border into his territory. Julian stands behind, added by saying he doesn't know the exact situation, but it doesn't seem good news, while Jared agrees. Jared thought that with the 4th prince's visit, he could finally feel the mad typhoon that wouldn't simply pass over them quietly. After this, Prince Izel arrives. He briefly introduces himself to Jared, saying he is the 4th Prince of Cinders, and Jared welcomes him there. However, Jared gets the message that kingliness radius theology studying science research due to the strong alliance between these special traits, magic power has risen drastically. After this, Izel gives the letter to Jared, telling him His Majesty has sent an invitation for him on the day of his upcoming birthday celebration. His Majesty said that he would be honored to grace with his presence. After this, Jared started reading the letter. While reading it, he was confused by thinking most of the letter was just for formality's sake. Why would the king invite him, and no matter how interested in him he was, he should think it too early for him to participate in his kingdom's affairs. However, Prince Izel adds by saying he had asked His Majesty to allow him to invite him, Lord Jared, and he wanted to see him for himself as he is the first person he wanted to see with his own 2 eyes. Hearing this, Jared replies hesitatingly. He truly doesn't know how to react to such words, while Izel smiles and adds that he'd quite enjoy talking with him over a few light drinks at the palace. When Jared replies, he is simply the lord of a small territory, not their kingdom vassal, and he is thankful for his words, and such a conversation would be discomforting for him. Hearing this, he angrily says it seems he has taken a pointless venture, and he asks that he doesn't see the invitation His Majesty has written as insulting Jared's smile, and replies he won't ignore an invitation from His Majesty. After this, he goes back. Then Jared thinks he's way smarter than he thought he'd be than Prince Izel. He has all the qualifications to be a king, opposes the Demon Kingdom, and has the theological knowledge to lead a whole nation. Still, he has to be careful. The guards next to Izel can't prove to be his men. Also, he'll have to show the world how things are now, the strength of this growing influence on the northern part of this continent. However, in the Cinders Kingdom, an older man sitting in darkness asks Prince Pudelin for what purpose he has called Jared. He replies that he said he had worked under Caribia's lord for a long time. When the older man replies that he had served Viscount Barrett's rule, left his post, and came there last year, Prince Putin tells him to tell everything he knows about Caribia, the current lord, his family, his past, everything. After this, in Majorica, Mia ran through the hall using magic while Irina followed and prevented her from using magic while she ran toward Jared's room to show her magic. She rashly entered while Jared wasn't there. When they asked about Jared, Julian told them my lord was currently out. He left for Cinderus 2 days ago, and would be away for 4 more days. However, in carriage, Jared, Hayes, and Iki are on their journey to Cinderus, where Hayes says it feels like the old days with the 3 of them together. Jared replies, bringing back the memories of when Iki was held captive by bandits. Iki gets scared to hear this and remembers his old times, and he stops them from bringing up his dark past like that. Jared relaxes him, saying that because of that, he was able to meet such a talented person, and he's forever grateful to him for bolstering their nation with such abilities, and the conversation between them continues. However, they reach their destination, where the birthday party is going, and everyone there bows before the king and greets him. At the arrival of Jared, the guard there announced they now admitted Viscount Jared of Caribia, and everybody surprisingly looked toward him and started talking to each other in a low tone. Then a guy says to others as he heard that he was a fatty man, and just a few months ago, their military had barely 200 soldiers, but now they're nearing 5,000. Then the other one surprisingly asks if they have that many people, aren't they just randomly picking them out? Then he gets the answer that's probably the case. Also, medicine mines, pesticide magic stone sales, and even profitable dungeon raids. He's stuck sitting back and ranking in cash, and he came to this party, which means he wants to get closer to the prince. After this, Jared greets the king, and the king tells him it must be hard on him to come there and enjoy himself before he goes. Then he comes aside thinking of a perfect NPC example, but it is not like he has anything he wants to talk about with the king. After this, everyone there runs to Jared, requesting him to visit their territory. He gets stuck in the group and thinks he has to move from there as he can't see the princes. However, the first prince, Lan, suffered from a rare disease while Jared stood aside watching them and thought the people around him were all his retainers and part of the royal family. Due to a rare disease, he was guaranteed not to get the throne. While looking toward the third prince, Jared thinks he has support from the mainstream nobles, and he's more popular than Putilin. But he can't ignore the military strength of non-mainstream nobles. At this rate, there will be a fight between the second and third princes because Putin has more supporters. As Prince Izel's supporters are so weak, even if they're those willing to take his side, Prince Putin's incredible natural authority will be something they'll have to be wary of. As Jared was watching and observing everything and everyone there, the second Prince Putilin came from behind and greeted Jared. While Capri was standing behind Putilin seeing him, Jared thought he'd get to see him again there as he hopped on the second prince's bandwagon. Then Jared replies that he may refer to him by whichever is more appropriate, as he doesn't mind if he chooses to refer to him as Jared. Putilin says he heard Izel invited him, but he always wanted to meet him, so he sought a pretense to invite him. However, Izel stood up, watching his brother meet up with Jared, and thought his brother intended to win Jared's favor, and her younger sister, Princess Maria, stood beside him. Also, the conversation between them continues when Putilin tells Jared that they both have something in common, and he has concluded that he is very ambitious. Jared smiles and replies they have nothing they can do other than struggle desperately after being invaded by a neighbor's territory. After this, Putilin leaves by saying if he says so, then he will acknowledge that, and there are many things he'd like to discuss with him. After this, the most annoying third prince, Jess, comes to Jared and asks him about the conversation with his brother Putilin, as he was continuously laughing while talking. Then he starts praising his brother, saying whatever the case, he has such a vast network of connections, and there's an endless line of aristocrats wanting to build a connection with him while Jared is tired of his words. Also, he offered Jared to get into his team and work for him, saying he has numerous connections with the military. If he decided to, he could order the military to purchase the military supplies his territory produces at an expensive rate. Then Jared smiles and answers a high rate decided through mutual negotiations while consulting the laborers might be okay. Still, he has no desire to apply external pressure to influence an occurrence. Hearing this, he and his companions start laughing, and when he asks Jared if he is trying to embarrass him, Jared answers that the one feeling ashamed prince should not be he but he. Still, he also shows too much interest in the lord of an insignificant territory like himself. Hearing this, Jess angrily asks if he is telling him he doesn't intend to make any connection with him since he isn't his brother. Jared laughs and replies, unfortunately, rather than Prince Jess, Prince Putilin. However, the argument between them continued, and Jess grabbed Jared by the neck while Izel and his younger sister Maria got there from the side. After this, Jared, Izel, and Maria have tea under the night sky's shadow. Izel apologizes to Jared for his brother's misbehavior. Jared replies that the party atmosphere has returned to its joyous nature. Then Maria, while looking toward them, says she has heard many stories about him and just thought that it'd be great if a lord like him were to be a vassal of their kingdom. Then he puts the teacup on the table and replies that they all seem to be saying the same thing, and he's merely the lord of a small territory. Maria incautiously requested Jared to offer his strength to her brother while Izel angrily looked at her and asked her to hold her tongue. She apologized to the abundance of vassals who turned a cold shoulder to her brother while Jared looked toward the guard, stood aside, and felt something suspicious. Then Jared, while creating magic, says if he's worried about any disturbance, then feel free to converse freely with this Izel, looking toward Jared's hand and thinking sound canceling magic. However, Jared asks Izel how much he knows about Prince Putin and Prince Jess. He says he doesn't track every one of his brothers anymore but knows that he needs to know. When Jared asks if he is aware of their faith in the Umbra Church, he surprisingly replies that those are merely baseless rumors, and Mara adds that by asking foes, he intends to slander the royal family. The Kingdom of Cinders has always sought the divinity of Radius. While picking sugar cubes, Jared tells them what a surprise for them to be aware of such a thing. Either they lack interest in national security, or their faith in the Radius Church is inadequate, just as in the world. When Izel says this isn't something anyone other than Maria and he should be aware of, Jared smiles while looking at Izel, thinking he's finally opening up. After this, Jared, while utilizing the tool with his magic ring, says that if they're aware, this will go much smoother from now on and try to investigate all the sinful actions the two princes take part in. If he utilizes the magic tool, he can record any meeting or secret ritual. This will become a foolproof way to gather evidence. Then, Izel asks Jared if he is helping him, and Jared politely replies that's quite the delusion, and he isn't a vassal of this kingdom. He is saying this as a concerned neighbor who would like to see this kingdom prosper on the right path. And then Jared, putting a sugar cube in a teacup, says to influence connection. Pay no mind to such superficial things that personal connections can fall apart at a moment's notice. After this, Maria looks toward the guard there and says they will begin to arouse suspicion if they continue this silence, so they should end it there. However, they both go away while Jared sits alone. He says he will leave the rest to them to survey any affairs in the place diligently, and he trusts that they, whom he has personally selected, will do him better than Priu's spies. In contrast, some strange people sat behind him in the night's darkness. After this, Hayes and Jared are waiting for a key. The next day, Hayes says to Jared that the way they're waiting for a key is the same as last long time, and he nods yes. Then she adds that other than him, my lord, she doesn't think there's another lord out there that wants their carriage to return to their territory. He replies that while they're waiting there, she wants to look at some clothing. She denies, saying no my lord, she's afraid he has no complaints about the clothing she has either. Jared held her hand and took her to a clothing store where she tried several suits. She asked him how she looked. He praised her every time, thinking she was so excited and like coming there was a good thing. Meanwhile, Jared gets the emergency notification that the territory of Caribia has adjoined the Forest of Nightmares, and every year on the 1st of July, when the brightest star Theseus and the comet Vendela appear in a straight line in the sky, a large-scale invasion of the Caribbean territory comes to pass by evil influences. While reading the notification, Jared thinks today is June 9th, so there are still 3 weeks left. He has thoughts of how to counter this, but as a day comes closer, it just becomes a thorn in his side. Moreover, there was a massive invasion of evil forces in Paradiso. They called this a monster outbreak until Barrett's forces handled no invasion from the demon forest in the south. And in the north, by ABI and IBAS varied subjects. He thinks with a strange smile that if he gets hit by this without any preparations, it will be a disaster, but with their preparations, they'll end up with a rich harvest. He'll be monopolizing this bountiful event all by himself. Meanwhile, Hayes comes there wearing a beautiful dress and says she has decided on this, while Jared and the shopkeeper are surprised to see her. Jared compliments her that she looks like an angel. Hearing this word, she gets shocked, and at this very moment, she gets happy and starts compressing her healing magic and lets it go, and this magic falls in the form of beautiful wings. Jared feels embarrassed to see her angel by himself, and when she asks, she doesn't look more like an angel. If she does this, he smiles and thinks she is always an angel. However, in Caribia, Isabella implements her lust charm on Jared by saying that avoiding this charm is challenging even for him and ignoring all boundaries of gender. This charm can give him a fatal lapse in judgment. While absorbing lust charm, Jared thinks in pain that maybe it's because he absorbed Mahart's strength, but he has gotten more susceptible to charms, and when the skills test is over, he has to snap out of it. After this, hunters talk to each other in the Forest of Nightmares. One says that in his 10 years of hunting, this is his first time doing it while lined up like this. The other one replies that they don't have a choice even if they want to go somewhere more comfortable. There's nowhere as good as this. Also, plenty of people are sleeping out in the open because all these newly built inns fill to the brim. So just standing around like this is easy enough. Then the other one laughs and replies that the Ronella territory dungeons look to be on the brink of failure, so they're probably crying their hearts out now. However, Jared walked past them. The hunter shouted, asking whom he thought he was passing right by them. The other one replied, asking how he did not know after having been in Caribia. And he said he was Lord Jared, also coming to the Forest of a Nightmare recently, but apparently to places that outsiders aren't allowed into. and Jared headed to Nightmare Forest alone while the soldiers stood outside the fence. However, Jared was activating his magic stone, thinking why, in the past, Caribia, unlike Ronella, could not innovate, and the single most significant reason lies in monster outbreaks. The wise Viscount Barrett had saved the people of a barren wasteland and developed his territory at an unprecedented rate. However, the demon army would tear down the fruits of all this labor every year. Caribia alone suffered while Mayorica and Ronella profited massively far from harm. The one thing the Viscount Barrett desired most was a strong army that could stop the demon army in its tracks. While putting stone on the ground and creating distorted dimensions, Jared thinks that kind of strength hasn't gathered yet, but Caribia is now safe so that he can be at ease. On the other side, Crundle Blue Ogre Commander and his soldier, the Monster Nation, were moving toward humans riding on elephants playing drums. The demon monster's head and his whole team celebrate by announcing that today is a blessed day permitted to them, and they will eat up any human they see and offer any spoils and food to that man. They're the greatest in the world. After this, he tells Commander Crundle that the interdimensional gate has opened, and then Crundle orders his soldiers to enter through the gate. As they enter, they see Jared standing there. Seeing him, they excitedly move toward him, saying there's a human in front of them and how unlucky it is for him to wander around in front of the gate. Also, the monster was about to attack Jared on the other side, and all the monsters were coming out of the dimensional gate when the soldiers had told the commander they should have cleared out of the area by now, and they should hurry and close the place of the humans. The commander orders them to wait and check the surrounding area where they are. While looking out, he tells the commander they should be in the humans' land, but this place, as he was surprised to see another dimension there, Jared tells them, is a distorted dimension of his creation, and he made it from the same principles as a dimensional door using magic stones. Don't they think it sets the atmosphere pretty well? He has made it so the walls are recursive, and they pass through one back into this space and never escape from it. Then, Commander Crundle asks if this is his doing. Jared laughs and replies he has come there to greet them as the demon army follows as a human representative. Then he angrily asks who he is as he never heard of a human that's able to use magic like this, and when Jared replies, he'd guess so since this would have been developed in the future by the Holy Empire's army during the Holy War to counteract them. Crundle replies by saying he doesn't know what he's talking about, but he thinks he has a rough idea. The high-quality magic stone he used was with magic this complex, and it should consume a large amount of his magic. Jared smiles and replies that if they wait it out, this magic will unravel itself. The Crundle ordered Tabanan to attack and kill Jared, and when he moved toward Jared while holding the weapon and as he was about to attack, Jared started creating nightmare black magic. Seeing this, Crundle thinks the energy from his body increased abruptly. He was hiding his strength, and now that he thinks about it, what happened to the soldiers he sent out first? Jared has killed all those soldiers. However, he shouted to stop Tabanoon from attacking Jared, but he moved forward. As he moved toward him, Jared attacked him with a fireball and burnt him. Seeing this soldier get scared, Crunkle orders them to kill that mage immediately, attack him, and take him down. After this, Jared, while creating magic, thinks Mahart used his magic with this kind of sensation, and then he attacked them at once with the magic fireball. However, in the Ronella territory, Batman, in his office, tells himself that Capri is underhanded escaping to the capital after promising to guard him against this rat, and that Jared might end up coming for him. He was planning to come up with a solution as their treaty ended, then suddenly, his assistant comes in afraid and tells Batman they are under attack. Hearing this, he is shocked that his book falls on his head and says, Jared came after all. The assistant replies he doesn't think that's the case. It appears to be a small group of about 100. After this, he throws books, ink, and everything on the table at the assistant, saying he scared him and didn't bother reporting that kind of stuff to him. While shielding himself, the assistant replies this is an emergency. The enemy has breached Ronella's borders. Batman angrily throws books toward him, asking if he is telling him the great fort they've built up to guard against any evils has fallen to such slow invaders. The assistant replies it appears they've had defectors that allowed the enemy to enter. Then he orders his assistant to bring him there, thinking how dare he look down on Ronella when he is not even at Caribia's level. After this, as Batman moves forward, he is shocked to find that the people attacking him and his territory are the traitors himself working under him during the Ronella disease's time. Then he angrily asks how dare he repay his kindness with this treachery. The traitor replies it's for Ronella's peace as he has placed the people of Ronella in danger because of his greed. However, Batman orders his soldiers to attack them, and the masked man standing beside the traitor tells him to head back and that they will be taking care of things from there. Batman, seeing an intruder there, says thanks for saving his time looking for him while taking off his sword. He replies that since they're there to steal Ronella away from him, why doesn't he end these formalities? On the other side, Jared attacked those monsters with his fireball magic. One of the monsters from Ace attacked Jared with an arrow, but he saved himself by creating artifact activated and mirror armor magic and throwing magic fire toward him and killing him. However, Jared gets the message that he has earned the title Hellfire Vessel, and all fire-based magic damage will rise by 100, and he can use a unique conditional magic flame burst. Crundle orders his soldier to attack Jared. Meanwhile, Jared attacks him with a fireball, saying that if he is frustrated, he can just come to face him himself. As Jared attacks him, Crundle's elephant falls dead. Then Crundle, with his weapon, jumps up from the side to attack, but with blink magic, Jared jumps up, and a fight starts between the two in the air. Jared walloped him and burned him while creating a firewall. Still, he recovered when Jared attacked him with an ice storm, saying sorry, it's getting a little hot with all this fire magic. He cooled him down, but Crundle recovered quickly again. Then Jared attacked him with a flame burst and killed him. Jared drafted them all, and their army dimensional age and everything there disappeared. However, while sitting alone in the Nightmare Forest, Jared is thankful for the magic stone because everything ended nicely. Then, while closing his eye, he asks his father if this failure Jared look any different and if his son has managed to protect Caribia. From behind, Belhard looks at him secretly. On Batman's side, he was scared to see so many soldiers there. Then they told him they were Caribia's army, and they were the most substantial platoon aggression hand-picked by the Lord himself. They were the Aggressio Royal Guard, and then one dragged Batman by the hair, calling him Mr. Criminal. Batman also told his lord that he had to command him to bring him in as roughly as possible. With this, Caribia also annexed Ronella. 3 months later, in the daytime, Jared stands in the forest leaning against a tree while Princess Maria is depressed about coming there. Jared asks her what happened to the king. She sadly replies it happened so suddenly. And then he asks her to inform him about any happenings at the royal palace. She explains, saying her father, the king, suddenly passed away while her brother Ian's condition is slowly degenerating. According to the Pontifex, he won't last this month. Jared, while listening to her thoughts as history has changed course, his interventions caused inflection points in history at some points. Prince Ian was originally supposed to live for another 10 years. Then he tells her 3 things. First, someone will be coming to him, and he doesn't know about Prince Jess. But Prince Pudilin will be coming to him for sure, and he's considering answering him vaguely and maintaining his neutrality. Second, Prince Izel must not allow himself to get caught up in the civil war, and tell him to take the position of mediator between the 2 conflicting princes and extend his reach to Prince Ian's men. Then she added by asking to win them over. He tells all of Prince Ian's men who have deep ties with the royal family none of them will want a civil war. Third, if the civil war is delayed as a natural result of the Ian faction's opposition. So, gather photographic evidence of the connection between the Umbra Church and the 2 princes through any means necessary. And the 2 of them are helpless herbivores fenced in with a predatory beast. They'll need to prepare a fatal blow to take them down in one fell swoop. Until that day, keep her wits about her and lay in wait silently. After this, when she, with a sad face, thanks Jared and apologizes, he replies that they haven't been able to do anything. This isn't the time for gratitude and apologies. After this, Jared sat on the large boulder under the shadow of the sky. He got the message about the Caribbean territory state there. While reading the message, he thought the internal affairs figures were adjusted according to the lowest territory, so they looked low. But they're right in the middle. Also, his territory equals Count Capri's Miserian territory, while annexing other territories burdens Julian Avila. Oberyn has risen, but he needs more talent. He was worried that the management would fall apart if Julian were to get sick or need a break due to overworking. Also, where should he go about looking for talents? Meanwhile, Belhard comes from behind, saying he's staring at some beautiful lover over there. So what's he staring at him with his mouth gaping wide for Jared to look toward him? He also added that he was lacking in hospitality. However, Jared got the message that the target's level was over 10 times greater, and Mind Eye could not acquire any information regarding the target. Jared replies fearfully that he wasn't expecting him to come all this way to see him. Belhard blinks and says he came because he asked him to come, but just leaving would be tasteless, so he has been observing what he's been doing in this territory. Also, he is refreshingly running his territory, beating down his neighboring territories and annexing them. He seems quite different from his peace-loving father. Then Jared surprisingly asks him if he knows his father. Belhard sits down and replies that he doesn't want to start talking about his father but is just there to give him some advice on reaching the 5th class as per his request. Jared gets excited to hear this, then sits aside, saying he's eagerly awaiting his advice as his senior. Seeing him so happy and excited, Belhard waved his hand, saying don't dream of getting him to stick around in his country and become his teacher. Anything, he won't become affiliated with anyone, nor will he be tied down anywhere. When Jared happily says he has no intention of asking so much of him, Belhard explains to him, saying listen to him carefully back when he had just become a 5th class mage. He tells his whole life experience, then Jared also tells him his experience, saying he was more than Shin Tipong, a simple office worker. He suddenly awoke in Caribia, and out of his desire to survive grew this territory. But as his territory developed, he developed alongside it. No, he realized something. He was no longer Shin Tipong, but instead, the Caribia territory's Lord Jared, and the citizens weren't mere NPCs, but instead living, breathing humans. He won't fight out of the fear of death, had managed to get a hold of himself and begin fighting to protect those around him. He doesn't become conceited because of his skill. Instead, knowledge of his enemy's strengths shackled him with anxiety and fear. However many attacks, plans, and bugs he has up his sleeves, in the end, he's only human and therefore flawed. That's why he has to gather trustworthy companions and exits alongside his companions. As Jared was telling him, a bright light from the sky suddenly covered the whole place where he was sitting. Belhard surprisingly asked him what it was, and he replied he just reached the 5th class. Belhard laughs and asks how he reaches the 5th class just after listening to somebody talk and explain some basic principles. And then he gets shocked when Jared, while using invisibility magic, says it's true. Belhard was shocked, and in this state, he thought as Jared reached the 5th class just by listening to him talk for a bit. Even he couldn't do something like that. Those magic stone lamps and that medicine weren't any ordinary feats. Is this kid different from his father, who had clearly defined limits? A discipline like this might be worth teaching. He will be able to feel ambitious as a teacher as well, while Jared was trying teleportation magic. After this, Belhard gets up, saying he has finished what he came there for and completed his request. And he's leaving, and he'll see him but doesn't know when that'll be, while Jared replies he'll escort him to where he's going. But Belhard forbids him from following him and leaves, and Jared is on the eastern continent alone. However, on January 1st, 1415, a new year began. While attaching the new calendar to the wall, Jared thinks of the past. After he died of overwork in his previous life, he was reborn as Jared, a fat lord of the Nas continent. 1 year has passed, and time sure flies. And then while looking toward the bottle of Lafayer's potion, an expert potion from Mayhart III's tomb he had just downed before. Moreover, if anyone fills the bottle with water blessed by the vicar, a hidden bug resets Lafayer's potion on January 1st of every year. After this, he drinks this bottle while thinking of starting the year feeling good. His level is up 3 with these new levels. He decided to invest them all into mana since he consumes a lot of mana, and continuous investment is important. After this, while standing before the mirror, he laughs by saying leveling up just by drinking potions is so great. Then he gets the message, and after the whole description of the message, he gets worried that his level is still pretty low. And it happens because of the option on Deluxe Ring he has been putting off leveling up. But it seems like it's time to start caring about that. Then he gets the message that option 5 of Deluxe Ring, and if he is at a lower level than the opponent, his strength and wisdom stats will be doubled. Then he laughs by thinking about his work in the Kingdom of Cinders as he better take his disciples to the dungeons. However, 4 months ago, he was in his office and started analyzing that. Under Paradiso's system, there is a benefit whenever his rise classes. As such, there were various bonuses he could have selected. But there was a choice he had always resolved to make when he would reach class 5 magician. As usual, he wondered how he could make the most of it, and his conclusion reinforcing his nurturing project between master and disciples. Then he gets the message that his current disciples are Hayes, Isabella Arena, and Mia. And if he proceeds with reinforcement, his maximum disciple count will increase from 4 to 8. From now on, he may register 8 disciples and encourage his disciples to grow and enjoy time as a teacher. Also, he was getting happy with the thought. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. And then he thinks about Julian. Aside from his orthodox administration, he has picked up some tricks. Also, Aki followed along with the coercive lead, and Raki's is growing beyond his age limits. Seeing his disciples steadily develop the skills he'd been teaching them, all his plans went smoothly. That's what he believed. However, he remembered the contract between him and Chloe as a teacher-student contract. It is not like it's something without purpose, just a small oath. Then he laughed, thinking it felt like an emotional barrier between them, as the contract is made when they both are alone under the shadow of a tree where she asks him if he truly wishes to make her stronger. Jared replies of focus. Also, he is ready to answer whatever questions she asks, and to answer that thing called a teacher. Meanwhile, she takes her sword, cuts her finger, and stamps the contract paper with her blood, saying she has learned that an important contract must be made in blood. After this, she bent down, telling my lord the knowledge that El couldn't convey and showing her how to be stronger. She hasn't been able to tell him, but she has wished to learn from him for a long time. Then Jared also stamped on the contract paper with blood, saying he had lost focus and got distracted. But production work was too hard now. They both had to concentrate and get this over with. However, a few artisan users in Paradiso only use production skills. Also, its users must break down several artifacts and combine their cores to create new artifacts, which is a complicated task. Due to a limited number of areas where artifacts can be worn, a skill to reproduce artifacts freely emerged, producing a field that no one else can easily challenge. And if the system has a loophole, he'll come in to take advantage of the artisans of this world who think breaking down artifacts can induce divine wrath. In fact, it's just that if he doesn't know how to fine-tune the process, he'll lose valuable artifacts. Regardless, there is currently no information in circulation, and he's okay with losing various artifacts for experimentation. The Artisan Barra's limited edition crafting tool does make the job easier. Then he gets up calmly, saying he can't suffer back injuries at the peak of his life, and then he gets the message that Disciple Rakis has mastered a sword skill, and the teacher will be given 10 stat points as a reward. Jared guessed Rakis was working hard. He couldn't take any breaks either. His loyalty is always reliable while maintaining the Barra ring. He thinks it makes him happy. Also, he thinks of everyone around him as talent gathers. He wants to produce great results no matter what to become the protagonist of this huge world. However, he had prepared and wore a Barra ring on his finger. He got the message that the combination had crafted. He may complete the item by inputting 3000 mana, and when the core fusion is complete, an artifact with a new name and classification will be created. While wearing the ring, he got command on 2 crafting-related skills as it's worth the 2 months of investment. And he gets relaxed by thinking now even the artifacts from Mahart 3 Comb can reconstruct without worrying. Meanwhile, Hayes comes to his room, telling my lord it's time for evening training. She finds Chloe, and then she leaves by nodding when he replies that he will be out soon. Can she wait for her at the training ground? After this, in the Kingdom of Cinders, Prince Izzle burns the paper with candle fire. On the other side, Jared starts Chloe's training in the ground. He teaches her different types of magic, which he has commanded until now. After training, while sitting on the bench, she thinks about Jared, that he's also experienced and sharp. He knows what she is targeting. Honestly, she wants to train 24 hours non-stop. Meanwhile, Jared touches Chloe's back neck with his finger. She gets scared at once, and then he asks her what's she thinking. Then Jared tells her he gets nervous because she is staring at him, but she must have been thinking about something else. Then he tells her to take a break because she isn't concentrating at the moment, and when she says him sorry, he relaxes her, telling her there's nothing to be sorry about, they are just training right now. But in a real battle, it's a gap that the opponent can take advantage of. Then, while drinking water, he adds that her head would have been chopped off even last week. He also told her to train like it was real. Did she already forget how she burned her hair? She sadly replies it doesn't matter since her hair will grow out, and she can still wear clothes without a problem. Meanwhile, Rakis comes aside while waving his hand. He calls Jared, and then they both go from there while Chloe sits on the bench alone, looking at Jared's water bottle. She thinks about the contract she made with Elle that she ordered Chloe to keep an eye on Jared. Also, she gets mad at why she chose such a job. On the other side, the conversation between Jared and Rakis continued, and then Raxi told him it looked like the civil war in the Sanders Kingdom had intensified. Not long ago, it was just at the level of a small civil war between nobles, but the trampling began with the sphere of influence divided into the north and the south. A war between the second and the third prince began. It is the same as the Lord predicted, and then Jared asks him about military training. He replies that because of the high-intensity training they received every day for half a year, the recruits have grown to be quite useful. The older man, Olsen, and his group participated in the training and worked well together. Then, while taking out his sword, Rakis says this is the sword made for him by the Lord's orders, and that's a Chaldea sword. Jared gets excited seeing this sword, and Rakis tells him that even a high-quality iron sword could easily crush. Jared replies he was a bit worried because it was just a test production, but he was worried for nothing. However, the conversation continued. Rakis said he had something to report to him as soldiers were passing by Jared while using his mute them by using his magic, and said now he could speak comfortably. Then Rakis tells about the surveillance investigation by the Knight of Ogrizio, and they've achieved great results from the surveillance. Also, the one they installed outside the estate spotted a black wizard trying to practice forbidden art just outside their gates. After raiding the site and capturing all of them, they've confirmed that Umbra is a group of black magicians. Jared clenched his fist and smiled, thinking he got them as expected. Eliminating the Dark Church is a strong cause to start a war. Radiusism is the religion of the Cinder's kingdom. Anything other than that is considered heresy, and the Dark Church, involved in black magic, is the top priority of this kingdom. In other words, if a force believes in and protects the Umbra, it means that no matter their target, the kingdom can't protect them. In a neutral territory between the kingdom of Cinderth and their land that worships the Dark Church, the kingdom can't protect them, so they have a chance of subjugating them. It also means that their territory can expand it. Rakis calls Jared as he is lost in his thoughts. He replies that he's sorry as he was thinking of something else for a moment. Then he asks Rakis who's behind them. He replies that first, he will tell him where they found them. Then he tells these are the lands of Akramudlin and Letica. Hearing this, Jared gets upset and thinks history is moving too fast originally. Now is the time when Umbra would have just been born, and the appearance of the Umbra Church is 3 times earlier. Then Rakis asks him what he will do now. He replies that first, secure the surveillance from the video device. They need to start an active public opinion campaign. After that, he will focus on invading the 3 lands behind them. At the same time, they'll be raising their forces. All the Ogrizio guards will also be mobilized in this war. That's a wise decision. While thinking now is the best time for him to move to the Caribbean territory, he asks Jared if he is looking forward to his kind cooperation. He smiles and replies that he will heed his order. However, the cause of this war is clear, and evidently it will be on a large scale, and then he goes to Chloe to tell her to stop the training there for today. Caribia declared war on the neighboring territories 3 months later, resulting in consecutive victories. Akramudlin and Letica didn't even resist, and so they were defeated by the Caribia army in the middle of it. The Ogrizio guards Olison's separate unit. However, beyond all this, Jared, the commander-in-chief of the Kariba army, brought fear to the enemy, and he's 26 years old this year. Also, no one expected his rapid growth as he was too young to reach the 5th class. Moreover, people were shouting slogans outside the window as one of them tells other Prince Fethelin is with the Umbra and Prince Jess too, and Prince Izel is looking at those people outside his window. Meanwhile, Maria comes from behind, asking what's on his mind. He replies he is worried about what will happen if Lord Jared loses. Also, he thinks he's more nervous than him. She added, saying don't be worried, brother. According to the reports, it seems that he's having a series of great victories, and the reason for these victories was that he continued showing videos as evidence of the followers of the Umbra Church. Izel replies that the parties can't even say their conspiracy theories. He has given them proof that they can't get rid of it. She added by saying, therefore, even the neighbors' lands, which are in friendly positions, can't come forward recklessly. Then he tells us their kingdom is a nation that pursues the perfection and holiness of Radius. And this time, he's sure they're walking a path they shouldn't. It would be a warning for both brothers. However, in Cinder Kingdom, Izel received a letter from the church in which the writer had written to burn it after reading it. Also, it was written that as a believer of the Holy Church, he's just pushing back the followers of the Dark Church around the kingdom. Also, the war and the merger went well, and he had no intention of invading the kingdom. After reading it, Izel burns it, thinking if he was to succeed, remembering his father's tears in his eyes, and thinking a person's heart can be genuinely cunning. After this, in the 4th land, a church follower was begging for his in front of Jared, saying if he died, the church followers would not leave him alone, but Jared would kill him with Chaldea's sword. Then, a soldier tries to run away and tells Jared that all the guards have opened the doors and raised a white flag to signify surrender. Also, they say they've never cooperated with the Umbra Church, and they're begging him to save their lives. Jared orders the soldiers to unarm everyone first and then put them in jail, and they will deal with them according to the legal procedures. Rakis, standing aside, praised Jared, saying he finally conquered the 4th land. It's been a mess, but now no one can stop the Lord and the Caribbean army. Then he bent down in front of Jared, saying, "No, every day has been full of happiness since the Lord entrusted him with his duties. Now that they're facing the enemy's head on as soldiers, they now realize what it means to live and breathe." Then Jared smiles and replies that they must keep going ahead with this momentum, and the Sindarth Kingdom is in civil war. It will be an excellent opportunity for them. However, the best debut to conquer the heavens, and so their Caribbean forces continued their unstoppable march. 3 months later, Mayorica Jared looked at the map and thought the land of Caribbean was now 5 times larger than it was 3 months ago. If they increase the territory, they become a part of Caribbean but a new territory. Then he gets the message that no further land integration is possible, and he has reached the maximum amount of territories that can expand and has earned the title of Excellent Lord Charm, which is increased by 100. Because he gained the title of Great Lord, God has decided to bless and protect the entire Caribbean territory over the next 2 years. The chance of natural disasters such as drought, flood pests, and storms will be reduced by 90%, and also the production of the extensive imaging device is finished. Jared gets extremely happy while reading the message and thinks that with this impeccable timing, even with the large imaging device, the time has come. Meanwhile, Hayes comes to Jared's room rashly and says she can finally use her divine power. All the effort she made the past 6 months wasn't in vain. Hearing this, he again gets happy and congratulates her for the most significant thing he has heard lately. She bumps into him while thanking him, and he falls. Moreover, divine power for healers, the presence or absence of divine power, makes a huge difference in their lives. And if the healer with ordinary magic restores 10 HP with essential healing, then a healer who uses divine power using the same elemental magic can restore 20 HP. It is just the beginning. The higher the healing magic she uses, the more comprehensive the gap can get. She adds by saying thanks to the artifacts the Lord gave her and the cursed bracelet. When she wore it, she felt like she was suddenly sick. The ring restored the power she lost to the curse. Wearing these two together has resulted in her constant training. While jumping up excitedly, she asks how he always comes up with these things. He replies this is also an Eastern way of training. Then he asks Hayes if she can use divine magic and the 3 intermediate healing magic with divine power, and when she denies it, he says this is the fastest way to check her achievement. Then she says there are many ways to test it so he doesn't need to hurt himself while holding his hand. She says the burn on his arm wants to be treated, and her heart hurts every time she sees it. She trained harder because of that and started healing her wounds with her healing magic. Conversely, Prince Pudolin was screaming with anger, thinking the succession of the throne was only his and nobody could take it because Ian and his father were poisoned while Jess was on the verge of collapse due to the Civil War defeat, and Eazy was not interested in the succession to the throne. The throne was right before his eye. He also thought, how dare Izzle release the ritual video behind his back, and now he will kill him. Everything was about to fall apart as he got angry. He asked the older man from Caribbean why he had not informed them that his nation had a magical engineering machine called an imaging device and didn't tell him they were all made in just a year. When the older man replies he doesn't know, Pudolin shoots and kills him. He orders Capri that they return immediately and get rid of Eazy. However, Prince Pudolin, Capri, and their soldier riders on the horses were moving toward Prince Izzle to kill him while Capri told Pudolin to calm down because Prince Izzle couldn't have prepared for this nor caused any of this. Pudolin angrily tells him to shut his mouth. Everything he has worked toward is falling apart. How can he be calm? Capri tells him that the recording devices are Jared's. He says that Prince Izzle is working under Jared and Prince Izzle's forces don't stand a chance against them. They could annihilate them anytime. Pudolin shouts, telling him to get to the point. Then he tells them they should not be focused on Prince Izzle but on Jared because Jared is behind all of this. He replies that there's no reason for Jared to be so deeply involved in their kingdom's affairs while thinking this is nothing like what was in the report from the spy he sent to Izzle. After this, he orders his soldiers to move fast to the capital. They'll quickly take down their enemies before they can prepare to take down the traitor Izzle. As they move to the forest, a colossal explosion from Jared's landmine happens, and all the soldiers die on the spot. On the other side of the Cinder Kingdom, people gathered outside the king's mansion because they saw a strange light from there, which appeared due to the large recording device. People were scared by thinking that Prince Jess and Prince Pudolin were using black magic and were talking to each other. One of them asks that the second and third princes are followers of the dark faith. The other one replies they were acting valiant while having ties with the Umbra Church. At this rate, the only person who could succeed to the throne would be Prince Izzle. Meanwhile, Izzle and his sister Maria arrive there, announcing citizens of the Kingdom of Cinders who will be taking control of all entrances to the capital. as the most traitors to their kingdom and a complete disgrace to the royal family. Killing Prince Pudolin and Prince Jess on sight would be fantastic. People there start asking for help to save them from the grip of the dark faiths, and Izel replies, "Fear not, for he'll protect all of them so they can continue with their lives." Maria added by saying even if they're their kin, they can't put them before their nation. Then, the people there start chanting them. After the explosion, Capri asks Prince Pudolin if he is alright, and when he sees Rakis holding a sword standing there, Capri also takes out his sword, asking who he is. Rakis replies Count Capri. He'll face him. If he doesn't take him down, he'll never see Prince Putin again. Jared, on the other side, flying in the air, says to Pudolin that it seems he has leaped right into his landmines because he has lost all reason. He made a grave mistake at a vital time. Meanwhile, Jared upgraded his mind eye, and Prince Pudolin looked back, surprised to see Jared there. He heatedly looked at Jared, saying he had dared to intervene in their kingdom's matters. Does he think he'll walk away with his head resting on his shoulders? Jared replies he's not Professor, but he doesn't feel that his fate is to die there. However, he does believe that, henceforth, Prince Putin no longer has any duties to attend to. Hearing this, he gets angry and takes out his sword, saying he'll rip him apart and cut down that traitor working with him, Izel. While creating a fireball, he asks how he tries to get past him first as Pudolin jumps to attack him. Jared attacks him with fire while he blocks that fire with arcane sword and magic dispersion. While quickly moving his sword, he jumped toward Jared, hit his sword, and tore his robe. Standing in the air, Jared says he ruined his robe. Then he smiles and asks if he should call him the Umbra Church's dog. Hearing this, he jumps and stabs Jared with a sword, but he creates shelter and saves himself, saying now it is his turn. Then Jared attacks him with fire arrow magic, but again, he blocks this attack with a sword, telling him his magic stands no chance against his Cinders-style arcane sword arts. Jared smiles while thinking, is he talking about his anti-magic armor and unique magic sword arts? That might have bothered some if he didn't have Deluxe bracelet. Meanwhile, he jumps to attack Jared, but his attack fails. He worries about what's going on as he can't defend himself against him. He's only a 4th class mage, he should have the advantage there. Jared smiles and attacks him with a fireball. But Pudolin, seeing this, says how utterly ridiculous he is. Did he not say that his arcane sword arts specialize in magic? However, whenever he uses this magic against him, he cuts it down and gets shocked when Jared attacks him with a flame bursting and burns him. Also, fire burst fire demons that stuck to him, and he started shouting, saying back off these evil fire demons. But instead of stopping, Jared attacked him with a forced missile and flame arrow. Pudolin was severely injured, and blood drops were falling. Jared tells him he managed to repel the flame arrow but took advantage of the opening right after that by firing a fire missile, resulting from him not seeing the forest for the trees. Pudolin, injured, replies he's referring to how he abandoned the Radius Church for the Umbra Church. Then, in pain, he calls Capri for help, but Jared says Capri won't come. When Pudolin asks if everything he has worked for will fall apart like this, Jared replies that this is the consequence of his attempt to take the easy way out of the Umbra Church's strength. Then he says he was destined to raise a kingdom greater than there ever was. Then Jared kicks him, and he falls on the ground while his artifact, Cluzy's red light necklace, falls aside. Jared picked it up. He was surprised while holding it in hand. However, in Paradiso, he was the Umbra Church's leader, an absolute lunatic fixated on reaching the limits of magic. Also, he was skilled at deception, scheming, and leading others through false faith. He was a depraved man who would sacrifice his flesh and blood if necessary while holding and pressing it tightly. Jared thinks he can't scan this artifact option, but this is Cluzy's doing. Its purpose is evident as it was used to take control of Prince Putin's mind. On the other side, there is a fight between Rakis and Capri, and Jared, carrying Pudolin unconscious on his shoulder from behind, attacks Capri with a magic arrow and kills him. However, an aggressive royal bodyguard of Caribia arrived there and defeated Pudolin's army. Before long, the battle had ended surrounded by Pudolin's soldiers who had their arms confiscated and were promptly taken captive. It was in this manner that Pudolin's army was defeated. Though Pudolin had avoided capital punishment, he would live out the rest of his days in prison. After hearing this news, Jess escaped from the kingdom, and news about him never surfaced again. Only the rumor that he had escaped to where the Umbra Church's leader is circled about. Taking Jared's advice, Izel had waited until the last moment to appear, and he alone earned everything. And it was in this manner Izel became the successor to Decade the Ninth Rule. However, when Izel sits on his throne, Jared goes there and greets him. He gets happy because he was waiting for Jared. Also, he appreciates Jared for the work he has done to aid him in ending the civil war, and even raising him to this very seat is commendable. After this, he rewarded Jared for his work and appointed him as a vassal of this kingdom. When Jared replies that he judged right from wrong and offered him his strength and majesty, he doesn't take action for the cause of becoming the vassal of his majesty. The older men standing there ask how dare he deny their king's offer. Izel stops the older man from interfering, and then he says, subsequently, Lord Jared's territory will be a dukedom. He will give him the rank of duke, and this will be done without necessitating a bond between them, and he will not require an oath of allegiance nor any pledge. Any objections will be taken as a challenge to his authority as king, therefore, he expects no more discussion on this subject. In addition, he granted the land of the Myzerian territory to Duke Jared, and now Duke Jared has prevented the fall of their kingdom. After this, the people there shout slogans praising Jared, saying they will never forget the goodwill he has shown this kingdom. Though Jared thinks that he will never be able to escape the gloomy future of being the lord of a small territory, his tumultuous life has become bright and promising. Moreover, in Cinder's kingdom backwoods, Rakis had no words to say when Jared gave him the artifact of the Red Moon Sword Yudith's armor. While giving it to the Rakis, he says it's a heartfelt gift from him. Also, he was using what he stole from Count Capri benevolently, and when Jared asks him how it feels, Rakis, with teary eyes, replies that he stole it. The victor has the right to all that was the loser's. While holding the sword and looking toward his hand, Rakis says it's as if he can visualize the resonance between magic and his sword. Then, he asks Jared if he may ask something, and Jared nods yes. Then Rakis praised Jared, saying he has never seen such a unification between the soldiers ever since he became one himself. All the soldiers respect him, and all of them are prepared to give up their lives for him, and every one of them dreams of a much grander future under his prosperous rule. After this, he bent down, saying that though others may worship a god in the heavens above the god, he stands before his very eyes. However, Jared gets the message that Rakis' loyalty has drastically increased and has reached 360. And then Jared grabs him by the arms and makes him stand and hug him, saying his understanding his words have left a deep impression on him. Prince Putalion decides to take his troops to Prince Izel. They move through a dense forest. Count Capri asks Prince Putalion to give up on eliminating Prince Izel. Count Capri asks the prince to calm down. He adds Prince Izel would be ready for this attack. He says Prince Izel has not caused any problems in the civil war. Prince Putalion asks Count Capri to shut his mouth. He says all his efforts are on the verge of falling apart. He adds in such circumstances, how can he stay calm? Count Capri changed the mode of conversation. He says Jared Eucalyptus' recording devices are the cause behind all this. Count Capri adds according to him, Prince Izel is working under Jared Eucalyptus. He gives confidence to Prince Putalion that Prince Izel's forces stand no chance in front of the They can easily annihilate them. Prince Putalion asks Count Capet to stop beating about the bush and comes to the point. Count Capri suggests to the prince they should not go after Prince Izel. He adds rather than that they should target Jared Eucalyptus. As for him, Jared Eucalyptus is the mastermind behind all the things. Prince Putalion says there is no reason for Jared Eucalyptus to get involved deeply in their kingdom's affairs. Count Capri thinks Prince Putalion is wasting his efforts and time in rage. He believes there is no point in going after Prince Izel. Count Capri thinks there is nothing like that in the report he received from a spy. He realizes that everything is a farce. Count Capri seems absorbed in his thoughts when he hears Prince Putalion's voice. Prince Putalion asks his troops to move toward the capital quickly. He says they will put down their enemies before they prepare for the war. All the soldiers aloud say they will take down the traitor Izel. Landmines beep when the horses' hooves hit them. Prince Putalion, he hears the beep of the mines. He asks his troops to stop, but it is too late. Soon, the landmines explode. The troops were hit by heavy clouds of fire. A large-size recording device moves in the air. The device records the general public's view about the use of black magic. A man says it is unbelievable that Prince Jess and Prince Putalion are using black magic. Another man says it means the second and third princes are followers of the black faith. Another man says it is disgusting to think they were acting so valiant while fighting with the Umbra Church. People say in that case, the only person who will take over the throne in Prince Izel. These are the views of the Kingdom Cinder's citizens about the successor of the king. Prince Izel arrives there. He stops by the people. He plans to guard all the entrances of the kingdom. He announces that he will see the annihilation of Prince Jess and Prince Putalion with his eyes. He adds they are traitors of the kingdom and a disgrace to the royal family. Citizens notice the arrival of Prince. They beg the prince to save them from the grip of dark faith. Prince consoles the citizens by saying there is no need to worry. He ensures that he will protect them and they will live their lives freely. Princess Maria, they would not spare even their kin if they stood against the nation. People raise their hands and again ask the prince and princess to protect them. They cheer for the kingdom of cinders. The scene shifts to the forest. Count Capri coughs and asks Prince Putalion if he is safe. Count Capri receives no answer from the prince. Meanwhile, he feels someone's presence. The count asks who is there. Rakis asks Count Capri to put his weapon down or else he will be facing him. Rakis says if he failed to defeat him, he would never see Prince Putalion's face again. Clouds of smoke make the atmosphere unclear. Jared Eucolates also reaches there. He says it seems Prince Putalion leaped right on the landmines. Jared Eucolates thinks Prince Putalion made a grave mistake at a vital time. He observes a shadow in the smoke. Prince Putalion coughs badly. He tries to get his breath. He thinks if all his soldiers died. He seems frustrated. Prince Putalion has expertise in cinder-style arcane sword arts. He is a believer in dark faith. He has a strong ambition to achieve the crown. Jared Eucolates comes close to Prince Putalion. He says he is pleased to meet him. Prince Putalion gets infuriated to see Jared Eucolates. He calls him a bastard. Prince Putalion asks him how dare he interfere in their kingdom's matters. He adds he is just a silly bastard. He asks Jared Eucolates if he thinks he will walk away with his head resting on his shoulders. He says he is highly mistaken to think so. Jared Eucolates replies that he is no prophet. He says he does not feel like dying here. Jared Eucolates seems amused to see Prince Putalion in that condition and still bragging. A one-on-one war starts between them. Jared Eucolates attacks with the flame arrow. Heavy flame of fire moves toward Prince Putalion. Prince Putalion tries to block it with his sword, but the attack seems strong to block. He strikes the flame of fire and repels it toward Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates jumps up and avoids the back attack. Prince Putalion was once again hit by an attack. He seems exhausted. He throws his sword and sits on the ground. He tries to catch his breath. He looks down and says that things are not making any sense. Jared Eucolates walks toward him. He addresses Prince Putalion and says that he managed to repel the fire arrow. But he gets the advantage of the time and attacks him with a firing force missile. Jared Eucolates says this is the result that he does not see the forest for the trees. Jared Eucolates says he is referring to how he abandoned Radius Church for Umbra Church. Prince Putalion bled badly. He feels frustrated. He calls out where is Count Capri. Jared Eucolates tells him that Count Capri will not be coming. Prince Putalion says he worked a lot, all the things cannot collapse like this. Jared Eucolates says this is the reason for taking an easy path by getting strength from Umbra Church. Prince Putalion says he is destined to raise a kingdom bigger than ever. He adds that is why he feels that Umbra Church is better than the old-fashioned doctrine of Radius Church. Jared Eucolates kicks him on the shoulder and asks him to write a biography if he wants him to write an essay. Prince Putalion falls to the ground. A locket falls to the ground. Jared Eucolates picks the locket and notices that it is an artifact. The artifact is Cluzy's red light necklace. Jared Eucolates starts to think about Cluzy, who was the Umbra Church's leader. He was an absolute lunatic and obsessed with reaching the limits of magic. Cluzy was skilled at deception, scheming, and leading others towards the wrong faith. He was a depraved man who would sacrifice his blood and flesh if found it necessary. Jared Eucolates says he cannot scan the artifact. He believes that if it is Cluzy's doing, then the purpose is quite obvious. He thinks the necklace must be controlling Prince Putalion's mind. He tightens his grip on the necklace. Prince Putalion stands up and takes a grip on his sword. He asks Jared Eucolates not to come in his way. Prince Putalion attacks Jared Eucolates. Meanwhile, Rakis reaches there. He warns Prince Putalion that he will not allow him to come close to his lord. Prince Putalion wondered why this man was fighting against his red sword. Jared Eucolates attacks the prince with a firing force missile. The firing force hits Prince Putalion and blood flows out of his mouth. Jared Eucolates says the prince is dead. He takes Prince Putalion on his shoulders. Jared Eucolates excuses Rakis for being late. Troops reach the spot. They feel they are too late. They say enemies already killed Count Capri. They say it seems impossible that Prince Pudolin is also dead. One of the soldiers addresses the opponent and asks them not to dare to run away from there. He asks his fellow soldiers to show the opponents what the rearguards can do. The general of the aggression royal army says he is sorry to say that he would not allow this to happen. He adds his lord commanded them to exterminate all of those who follow dark faith. A war starts between them. The blood spills on the ground. Soon, the battle ended. The troops of the Putalian army surrendered. Their arms were confiscated and all of them were taken as captives. This is how the whole Putalian army was destroyed. Prince Pudolin avoided capital punishment. He got punished to live the rest of his life in prison. After hearing the fate of Prince Pudolin, Prince Jess escaped. Once Prince Jess escaped, no news about him ever surfaced. Just one rumor revolved that he escaped to the circle of the Umbra Church. Prince Izel waited till the last moment as per the advice given by Jared Eucolates. He avails everything at the end. This is how Izel became the successor to declare the 9th rule. Jared Eucolates bows before Prince Izel and says he presents his heartfelt greeting to the Majesty. Prince Izel welcomes him and says he is waiting for his arrival. Prince Izel says to Jared Eucolates that the work he has done to aid him in stopping the civil war and getting to the royal throne is commendable. Jared Eucolates smiles and says the prince is flattering him. Prince Pudolin says he wants to make Jared Eucolates a vessel of the kingdom as a reward for his services. He asks Jared Eucolates if he agrees to this. Jared Eucolates says he offers his strength to the Majesty. He says he did not work to get the seat of the kingdom's vassal. One of the prince's advisors says how dare he refuse the offer of the Majesty. Prince Izel stops him before he completes his sentence. Prince Izel says Lord Jared Eucolates' territory will be a dukedom. The prince gives him the seat of a duke. Prince Izel says this will be done without necessitating a bond between them. He adds he does not require any allegiance or pledge. Prince Izel says any objection will be taken as a challenge to his authority as a king. He declares he does not expect any discussion on this topic. King Izel says he grants the land of Miserian to Duke Jared Eucolates. The king says Duke Jared Eucolates prevented the fall of their kingdom. One of the citizens of the Cinder Kingdom says they will never forget the goodwill Jared Eucolates showed to the kingdom. One of the royal soldiers bows before Jared Eucolates and thanks him for saving the kingdom. People say aloud, "Praise be to the King Izel," and "Praise be to the Duke Jared Eucolates." Jared Eucolates says it appears he will never be able to escape the future of becoming a lord of a small territory. He waves at the citizens of the Cinder's Kingdom who hail his success. Jared Eucolates says all of a sudden, his tumultuous life had become so bright and promising. The scene shifts to the backwoods of Cinder's Kingdom. Jared Eucolates gives Rakis precious armor. Rakis wonders and asks his lord why he is giving such precious armor to him. Rakis looks at the red mood sword, Judith's armor. Jared Eucolates says it is a heartfelt gift from him. Jared Eucolates smiles and says he is using what he has stolen from Count Capri. Jared Eucolates asks Rakis how it feels. Rakis replies he should not say that he has stolen the sword. He adds that the winner has a right to everything that the loser has. Rakis raises the sword and says something about the sword making it a reliable thing. Rakis feels a clear resonance between the magic and the sword. Rakis addresses his lord. He asks if he can ask a question. Jared Eucolates allows him to ask the question that is pooping in his mind. He says he has never seen such a unification among the soldiers since he became one. He adds the soldiers respect him and are ready to give their lives for his sake. He continues, each one of the soldiers dreams of having a prosperous life under his rule. He confesses though others may worship a god that lives in heaven, he worships the one that is standing before him. Rakis bows before Jared Eucolates with tears in his eyes. Rakis' loyalty drastically increased by a level of 360 points. The notification shows the loyal has reached the level of 800 and he has reached the third awakening. Jared Eucolates sits in front of Rakis and holds him by the shoulders. He confesses Rakis' words have left a deep impression on him. He auras Rakis that he understands his emotions. The scene shifts to King Izel's VIP royal room. Princess Maria enters the room and addresses King Izel as Majesty. King Izel says she can call him brother. Princess Maria calls him brother. King Izel says it is good to hear this. He asks her what she wants to tell him. He asks her if it is unrelated to the meeting with Duke Jared Eucolates. Princess Maria says this is right. King Izel says he would like to hear his opinion. She says the rapid development of the Caribbean territory is unreliable concerning agriculture, printing, commerce, and dungeons. Princess Maria says to stabilize the kingdom's development, they need Duke Jared Euculates' help. King Izel says that is right. He says he thinks that others will do it in 10 years. Duke Jared Euculates can do it in 1 year. Princess Maria agrees with his view. Kind Izel says Duke Jared Euculates does not want to have a deep bond with their kingdom. He addresses Princess Maria and says she must have observed this earlier. Princess Maria puts his cup on the table. She tells her brother that she thinks a lot about what she can do for the kingdom. She advises her brother that they can use her as a means to strengthen the kingdom. She adds they need a political marriage. The notification shows that the seal of Cluzy's necklace will be undone after 12 hours. It seems to be the reason that it is not showing any options. The scene shifts to a lavish room. King Izel, Princess Maria, and Duke Jared Euculates sit around a table and seem busy chatting. King Izel says he feels himself a victim of the devil's temptation. He says to Duke Jared Euculates that he had thoughts of betraying him and reaping all the rewards from him. Duke Jared Euculates says he understands him. He adds there is always a chance that he can turn on him. King Izel says even if he becomes an enemy to him, he will think that this is the time to show his gratitude for what he had done for him. Duke Jared Euculates says he is thankful to the Majesty. Princess Maria says they are thankful to him that the kingdom will live to see another day. She adds they cannot thank him enough. She declares they will continue to purge their kingdom of the Umbra Church. Princess Maria intends to say something but feels hesitant. Duke Jared Euculates asks her to speak. However, Princess Maria stays silent. King Izel addresses Duke Jared Euculates. He asks what would he thinks about taking his sister, Princess Maria, as his spouse. Jared Euculates thinks about the sudden proposal of apolitical marriage. King Izel says he wants to have a friendly relationship with him. King Izel adds he admired him for a long time. Silence prevails for some time. King and Princess wait for the answer. The notifications show Princess Maria possesses decisiveness and a sacrificial nature as her normal tendencies. Duke Jared Euculates addresses the King and Princess with all due respect. He says he cannot accept this proposal. The King and Princess feel uneasy and stand up. They seem unable to face this rejection. Jared Euculates says if he changed his mind, the northern region of the kingdom is incredibly volatile and can fall easily. He assures them that he understands their uneasiness. Jared Euculates says he will not hesitate to provide any service required to eradicate the remnant of Umbra Church. He adds he does not wish to tie himself down to any power. He tells them this was also the modus operandi of his late father. He speaks to himself that his father had never said such a thing in his life. He then calms himself saying that his father will understand. King Izel asks Jared Euculates if he is saying that he will form a strategic relationship with them but refuses anything more. Jared Euculates says this is right. King Izel says he cannot say anything if it is his forefathers' tradition. Princess Maria feels sad because of rejection. Jared Euculates says it is not because he feels himself superior in any way. He assures the princess that she is such an admirable person. Jared Euculates says it is because he is such an insignificant person in comparison. Princess Maria says she does not think like that. Jared Euculates declares he does not want a political marriage. Jared Euculates assures them if they maintain a relationship with him without marriage, they can escape the future that they are fearful will not come to fruition. He challenges them if they will raise their blades on him, he will respond with the full force of his men. Jared Euculates comes out of the palace, where Rakis is waiting for him. Rakis suggests to his lord that he should use a teleportation spell, as it is raining. Jared Euculates says it is a golden chance to survey the kingdom. He adds he will take his time. He orders Rakis to hurry back. Jared Euculates opens his palm and feels the drops of rain. He says the rainy season has started now. He thinks the rainy season in the northern region of the Naz continent starts in July and lasts for 1 month. He remembers that last year the northernmost regions were unaffected by it. However, this year the rain has been causing floods in the areas near the rivers. He remembers that the chances of drought, floods, invasion by vermin, and other natural disasters will decrease by 90% in their territory because of his title of Great Lord. He thinks their territory should be fine. He says to himself they are not the only territory near the river. Jared Euculates hears someone saying it is Optatio River. They should not be walking here for now. A man tells a child that a huge flood broke out there last year. The child says it is scary. He asks the man if an epidemic is also going to attack. The man says there is a possibility of an epidemic, however, Majesty Izel will protect them. Jared Eucolates hears the conversation and thinks if rain starts to fall heavily, there will be more affected territories than the last year. He starts to think about the neighboring territories. However, the rain starts to fall with a heavy flow. He thinks he should get out of the rain for now. Jared Eucolates finds an inn on his way. He enters the inn to find refuge here. He sits on a chair and overhears the conversation of two men. One of the men asks the other if he hears about something. He says he is talking about the boy who annihilated the evil Pudilin. The other man asks if he is talking about Jared, who is a duke now. The first man says some months ago he was a fat countryside hick, but then he got successful all of a sudden. Jared Eucolates laughs and says that they do not know he has turned into a muscular handsome boy. The waiter comes to his table and asks him what he would like to order. He asks the waiter to bring a glass of beer. The waiter replies they will prepare it right away for him. Someone enters the inn and says the weather is quite nasty today. The man looks at the crowd of people in the inn. He notices there is no seat. The man comes to Jared Eucolates' table and addresses him. Jared Eucolates uses his third eye and tries to scan the tendencies of the man. He notices that the man possesses the blessings of the deity Lunaticus. He fails to analyze the special tendencies of the man. The man says there is no vacant table if he can share the table with him. Jared Eucolates thinks that man has the blessings of a deity. He speaks to himself that Lunaticus is one of the deities of Paradiso. He thinks if he has the blessings of a deity, he must be a real protagonist. He wonders why he is unable to find a clue about his identity. The man again calls him. Jared Eucolates feels no hostility from that man. Jared Eucolates finally speaks to the man. He welcomes him to take a seat and says they should introduce themselves to each other. The man says he is Keikle. Jared Eucolates says he is Jared and offers the seat to Keikle. Keikle seems stunned to hear his name. He shouts if he is the same Jared. Before he completes his sentence, Jared Eucolates requests him to lower his voice. Keikle's voice receives the attention of the people sitting around. Keikle says it is an honor for him to meet with such a famous person. He calls a waiter and asks him to bring a glass of beer. Keikle says he will introduce himself properly this time. He says he is Keikle from the Dukedom of Charlotte. He tells Jared Eucolates that he was cast out of his family. He adds it is not like that he is not from a noble heritage. Jared Eucolates pays attention to the name of the dukedom and the duke. He asks Keikle if he means the largest southern territory of Duke Benjamin Charlotte. Keikle says that is right. Jared Eucolates thinks if it is the Dukedom of Charlotte, then it is a wealthy area. He believes that has a tight grip on the business district of the southern regions of the kingdom. Jared Eucolates thinks it is no wonder that there is no information on Keikle, as Duke Benjamin Charlotte has a lot of kids. Jared Eucolates Keikle why he left the south and came this far to the north. Meanwhile, the waiter comes and serves them beer. Keikle puts a gold coin on the table and says this is for his bear and this customer's beer. He asks the waiter to keep the chance. The waiter feels happy and says thanks to him. Jared Eucolates says it is not necessary, but since he decides to treat him, he will drink with gratitude. Keikle tells Jared Eucolates that he looks quite young. He adds he is going to be 26 this year. Jared Eucolates says if it is so they are going to be of the same age. Keikle asks if they are of the same age. He says he must be blind. Jared Eucolates laughs. Keikle says it is not a joke, he is embarrassed. He adds it may be because he is wondering about his lack of sword skills. He says he feels jealous of him that he is ruling over a large territory as a duke. Jared Eucolates observes the man and notices he lacks confidence despite having the blessing of a deity. Jared Eucolates thinks Keikle can be a real protagonist. He feels an urge to see which path a man like him chooses. Jared Eucolates asks Keikle where he will be going now. Keikle replies he will be going to the Arakune mercenary group. He tells him that he heard that the group is forming a raid team for the underground caves of the ruins. He adds the way to get rich quickly is to go to the dungeons raid. Jared Eucolates asks him if he means the group of talented people who challenge dangerous dungeons by the mercenary group. Keikle replies he is right to guess that. He adds that people say if someone gets injured during the raid, they cast him aside. He tells Jared Eucolates that is the reason they are called Gritty Mercenary Group. He also tells him that the underground caves of the ruins are a dungeon that looks like a cave located in the northern regions of the kingdom. Jared Eucolates remembers in the Paradiso, it was one of the top 3 most hated dungeons. Jared Eucolates thinks both of these names are familiar to him. He repeats in his mind the names of the underground caves of the ruins and the demon army's refuge. He thinks he likes both of these dungeons to raid. Then he says there are too many dungeons that he likes to raid. Jared Eucolates says he will be praying for his safe return. Kayako says he will pray for the prosperity of his territory. They cheer and have their drinks. Kayako says he is glad that he had that talk. He tells Jared Eucolates that he always wanted to sit with him. He says his wish comes true today. Kayako puts the empty glass on the table and stands up. Jared Eucolates asks him if he is leaving. Kayako tells him that he has to do a lot of things to prepare, which is why he starts to travel in the rain. Jared Eucolates invites him to come to Caribbean if he ever gets a chance. He adds he would like to return the favor of this drink with Caribbean beer. Kayako says thanks for the invitation. He says he wanders a lot, so there must come a day when he will visit him. He asks the Duke to take care until that day. Jared Eucolates thinks about meeting him again. Jared Eucolates feels a severe headache. He asks himself, what is this sudden headache? Jared Eucolates feels a magical aura that causes him a severe headache. He looks around to find the source of that aura. His focus stops at a lady dressed in black attire. He says it is that girl who is the source of that magical aura. A man asks the lady if she would like to have another drink. Jared Eucolates scans the lady to check her tendencies. He notices that the girl is blessed with the blessings of an evil deity Halasis. He discovers that it is impossible to scan the special tendencies of the girl. Jared Eucolates feels exhausted and says another divine blessing. He asks himself if he is supposed to search for a hidden protagonist. Jared Eucolates holds his head again and says the stabbing pain in his head is not a normal headache. He feels that the girl known as Red Queen must have cast a mental debuff spell on him. He says a normal human being would have fallen because of her spell. He is immune to her magic spell because of Graja's ring. The ring of Saint Graja increases the immunity of an individual against mental debuff spells. A soul procted by Saint Graja never gets dirty by negative magic. Red Queen keeps gazing at him and notices the effect of her spell. Jared Eucolates takes another drink and thinks one of the gods should have offered him his hand by now. He says he is blazing his trail with victory over victory. The gods should make contact with him. One of the men asks the Red Queen to let go. Jared Eucolates thinks she is going. The bald man standing beside Red Queen says it is time they should leave now. Jared Eucolates thinks it seems that these men are either the subordinates of the Red Queen or his escorts. Then he scans the abilities of these men. He notices that the men have no special tendencies. It appears that he only got their sword skills that got polished over time. Red Queen leaves the inn along with the men. Jared Eucolates thinks about who Keikle and Red Queen are. Red Queen looks at Jared Eucolates and asks him to have fun. She says they will meet again. The scene shifts to a dark and gloomy place. Jared Eucolates slams a goblin on a wall. The notification shows that he has leveled up. Jared Eucolates complains this year starting pretty boring. He says last year the monsters keep bursting out right away, so he was expected 2 times of the number this year. He says it looks like there are half of them as compared to the last time. The break out of the 1st July starts. Jared Eucolates says it is time to refuse the dimensional door bug. He says the right way to deal with a bug that can never be fixed is to abuse it. He adds the space that is cut in half is a little worry. He asks himself if their leader gets nervous. He ignores whatever the cause is. He says it is time to celebrate his 70th level up. He thinks he should balance his stats all at once. He says he got additional stats as the Bug Disciples training reward along with the increased magic defense stats from training with Isabel. His magic, strength, stamina, wisdom, charm, agility, physical defense, and magical defense all increased with the 70th level up. He wonders and asks him if this magic stats is for real. He cheers and makes himself believe that it is for real. Jared Eucolates says if he divides ranks and compares them with Paradiso system, it will come out in the following sequence. A man with 200 magic defenses endures first-class magic immunity. A man with 400 magic defenses will have second-class magic immunity. An individual with 800 magic defense will possess third-class magic immunity. Jared Eucalates checks his status window and says it looks like he is at a point where he can ignore third-class magic with his body's natural magic immunity. He checks that his physical defense is a little low. He says he can make it up with an artifact or something like that. The monster lying beside him growls. Jared Eucalates looks at him. The monster says he will avenge Lord Agrat. Jared Eucalates calls the monster ogre and asks him if he just mentioned Agrat. He says Agrat is already dead. He says he is someone related to the dark faith of the Kako Church. He adds Umbra Church is not the only church with dark faith. He says he figured out he would cross paths with them someday. Jared Eucalates thinks about why an ogre muttered the name Agrat. He wonders if there is a connection between this outbreak and Kako Church. He says it appears that he needs to look into not only the Umbra Church, but also the Kako Church. The scene shifts to an automatic production factory. There is a Ronella Medical Herbs, high-grade magic portion synthesization equipment working inside the factory. Jared Eucalates' landmine production also works inside the faculty. Magic Stone lightning equipment is also at the final stage of production. The recording device is also at the final production stage. Jared Eucalates shows all the equipment to Isabel. Isabel says these devices are incredible. Isabel compliments Jared Eucalates' efforts. She says he always goes above on whatever he thinks and aims to do. Jared Eucalates says this is how it is. He asks Isabel how is her charm training going. She tells him that she has mastered up to the 3-star charms. She adds she is getting through the stage of 4-star charms. She tells him that it is hard to learn. Jared Eucalates asks her not to rush. He gives her confidence that 3-star charms are sufficient. He tells her she can make a living with that. Isabel tells him that she is not training to learn charms to earn a living. She says their fates have intertwined since her previous life. Jared Eucalates looks at her and tries to comprehend what she said. He asks her why she kept him ignorant of that fact about their fate. Isabel remembers the incident she encountered 65 years ago. People tied her to a tree and called her bad names such as witch and sorcerer. People burned her and asked her to leave their pure empire. She again feels the pain of being helpless. She can hear the voices of people saying, "Praise be to the pure Transilian Empire." Some of them were saying to slaughter the demons and protect the Empire's honor. Jared Eucalates asks her the reason. Isabel replies he shouldn't know about it. She says it is a truth that she does not want him to know. Jared Eucalates thinks Isabel is skilled in magic and has a cheerful personality. He rationalizes that maybe because of her specialty in charms, she is growing darker the more she trains. He feels guilty about that. He starts to think about how he can cheer her up. Jared Eucalates changes the topic of discussion and asks her to forget about it. He asks her if there is any problem with magic management. Isabel replies she uses it haphazardly, but if she manages it, she can last in battle for long. She thinks why would be something wrong? Isabel reaches the level of 75. Jared Eucalates tells her that he will soon go on a dungeon raid. He says he will require a focus comparable to Mayhart III's tomb. Isabel asks him if he is serious. Isabel asks him where is the dungeon that he is going to raid. Jared Eucalates replies it is in the demon army's refuge. Isabel tells him that he has heard about that place. She adds she has heard about it enough that the name of the place rings in her ears, so she will study it. She confirms that she will work hard to carry her weight. She leaves the place she needs to study so that she will be heading up first. She expresses her gratitude for showing such amazing things. She tells Jared Eucalates that she is feeling gloomy. Jared Eucalates waves her back and says it looks like he succeeded in cheering her mood up. He thinks about having a look at the recordings. He says it looks like there are some new recordings. He picks up a device. He came across an idea. He says his territory contains less than 2% of cultural content. He thinks about showing a movie through an imaging device to make up for this. He plans to use a military imaging device for this purpose. He sits and thinks about the idea. He concludes that he likes the thought of it. He overhears conversations of different people recorded in the recording devices. Someone says he believes the speeches that win the hearts of the public evoke emotions of the depth of their hearts. Another man says he needs to have a position above the general administration, considering the fandom and the number of regular viewers he built up. Some say making a movie is such a foolish idea. The man adds this is the first time he has heard about such a thing. Jared Eucalates hears another man saying that no one can beat a sincere speaker. Jared Eucalates feels disgusted after hearing the recordings. Jared Eucalates says it is a shame that no one can do that. He feels sad to know that all of them run after money. Then he says they have reached the final candidate. He says it seems that he has no other choice but to see him. The scene shifts to Arkane's pub Kerbia. Archness announces that today they invited a wonderful speaker for the peak hours. She loudly says, "Let's welcome Valdez Hanspetter." The guest speaker comes to the stage. Everyone cheers the guest. The speaker says thanks to everyone. Jared Eucalates is also present at the pub. Archness looks at Jared Eucalates. The speaker starts his speech. Archness feels overjoyed to see Jared Eucalates in the pub. Jared Eucalates asks her to be quiet. The speaker says he will talk about how the Caribbean territories are continuously going forward. The speaker's words win the hearts of people. One of the men compliments it as such a nice speech. Another man comments on the speaker's suggestions that they should expand their territory through sea, not land. The man adds it seems that they need to make a real estate in Caribbean. The speaker says they will see if they make prosperity or face a downfall. Jared Eucalates observes the style of the speaker and says as expected the speaker has the magic of grabbing the hearts of the people with his words. Jared Eucalates says in Paradiso Valdez Hanspetter is famous as a propagandist who represents the demon's army. Jared Eucalates says Valdez Hanspetter is a villain with a criminal record of scheming countless numbers of people. A countless number of people fell for his magic and stood for the demon army. Jared Eucalates looks at the crowd gathered around Valdez Hanspetter asking for his autograph. Jared Eucalates says, unlike Lena, Valdez Hanspetter voluntarily becomes a propagandist for the demon army as he suddenly starts saying the Holy Allied forces are corrupt demons. Jared Eucalates says this is the reason he does not want to see him. Archness calls Jared Eucalates and asks him what brings him here. He replies he is here to see someone. Archness asks him if he means Valdez Hanspetter by someone. He replies yes, he is there to see Valdez Hanspetter. Archness says she will show him where he is. Archness tells Lord Jared Eucalates that Valdez Hanspetter is a special speaker at their pub, so he has a separate VIP room. Jared Eucalates says this is good. Archness turns back. Jared Eucalates asks her to stop for a while. Jared Eucalates asks her if she remembers the Totter Island about which he told her before. Archness says yes, she knows about it. She adds it is where the dark elves live. She says she remembers when he told her that it is a good place to make a relationship with the red goblins. Jared Eucalates says that is right. He tells her that the next business expansion is with the dark elves of Totter Island. He adds if he asks Ivaniva, he will make a place for her as well to join in. Archness says that is great. Jared Eucalates tells her that it will be a good experience for her growth. Archness says she is thankful to her lord. Jared Eucalates hits at her arm. Jared Eucalates asks her why her face turned red. She replies it hurts. The scene shifts to the Valdez Hanspetter's VIP room. Jared Eucalates and Archness enter the room. Valdez Hanspetter says welcome to Jared Eucalates. Jared Eucalates asks him if he is aware of his arrival. Valdez Hanspetter says he was the only person who was shining in the audience. He adds he could not help but to recognize him. Valdez Hanspetter bows before Jared Eucalates and says thanks to him for listening to his speech. Archness says to Jared Eucalates that she will bring him Caracas petal tea. Jared Eucalates replies yes, please. Valdez Hanspetter says he is sorry he did not want to enjoy the privilege that he had. He tells Jared Eucalates that Sir Arkanes took care of him. Jared Eucalates says there is nothing to worry about. He tells him that he has given Arkanes the liberty of everything. Jared Eucalates scans Valdez Hanspetter's abilities and tendencies and says he is the talent he has been looking for. He adds he is still suspicious. Then he thinks he cannot take care of all the operations regarding the territory by himself. Jared Eucalates adds that is true that no one can replace Valdez Hanspetter. He says he is worried about the flow of the story with Paradiso. However, like Lena, he also believes that he can change his future. Jared Eucalates addresses Valdez Hanspetter and asks her if he would like to serve under him as Minister of Public Affairs. Jared Eucalates says not only he will act as his spokesman, but he would like to entrust him with the development and promotion of the cultural industry. Valdez Hanspetter seems shocked to hear this. He asks Lord Jared Eucalates what he is talking about. The lord that Valdez Hanspetter served previously pressured him to talk about things that he has not done. Additionally, his previous lord asks him to hide the news of natural disasters in the territory. They were low-life people who eluded others of the truth. All of them are greedy people who care only about their interests. Valdez Handspiter thinks all his previous lords are the people who engage themselves in ugly schemes without any guilt or hesitation. Valdez Handspiter knows Jared Eucalates is a different person, who thinks about the welfare of his territory first. He thinks he is a reliable person. He says he has one condition. Jared Eucalates asks him to go ahead. Valdez Handspiter says he does not want to be in charge of the publicity of a leader who will turn out to be a devil. He adds that the propaganda hall states that everything must be good until he serves the right objectives. Jared Eucalates compliments him that whatever he says is well spoken. Valdez Handspiter says he is not lying, he is telling him the truth. He says that the only quality that a leader should have to sign an agreement is that he must have good virtue. He asks Jared Eucalates if he can promise him that he will become a leader with that virtue. Jared Eucalates asks him if is this all he wants to discuss. He asks him the pay rate he wants to have. Valdez Handspiter says he is not a greedy person. He just wants to raise the person high in the world whom he serves. He says he just has that ambition. He adds a great value cannot be exchanged with a few pennies. These are Valdez Handspiter's true feelings that cannot be heard in the Paradiso. He is a kingmaker. In Paradiso, he spits blood and continuously screams at the audience on the stand. Jared Eucalates says he wondered if it was because of the Demon King whom he has served as his master to succeed. Jared Eucalates promises Valdez Handspiter that he will become the leader he wants him to be. He adds if he loses his motivation he can leave him without hesitation. Valdez Handspiter says he is thankful to his lord. He adds he lacks in terms of abilities, but he promises he will stand with his lord to achieve big dreams. Jared Eucalates says he hopes that he can rise to his expectations. They shake hands with each other. Arkenes enters the room and says she has brought the Caracas petal tea for the lord. She looks at them shaking hands and says another talent finds a place next to the lord. Valdez Handspiter and Jared Eucalates start discussion. Valdez Handspiter says the idea of the movie is quite unfamiliar. So if they foster the film industry, it will be a great boost to the development of the territory. Jared Eucalates agrees with him. Valdez Handspiter says unlike the plays there is nothing more pleasant than being able to enjoy the video from afar. He adds they should begin with the pleasant military life of the Caribbean Territory Army and the military welfare that cannot be compared to any other territory. Then he says what about making a movie on the things that he achieved? Jared Eucalates says it would be a promotional movie. Valdez Handspiter says he does not mean to use the movie for publicity purposes only. He adds they should start with an easily accessible promotional movie and use it in different ways. He tells Jared Eucalates that some of his acquaintances discussed the development of the cultural content. Jared Eucalates says it is good to hear. They will be of great help in making the movie. Valdez Handspiter says he has one suggestion that he wants to make. He adds he has been thinking about it for a long time, but no one is ready to engage in it. Jared Eucalates asks him about that idea, and he says his ears are open to anything. Valdez Handspiter says the idea is to make a movie on a lord's life story. He asks Jared Eucalates to write an autobiography about his beliefs and thoughts about the development of the territory. Jared Eucalates stops for a while to hear this idea. He says he likes it. He asks Valdez Handspiter how he wants him to start it. They intend to discuss the introduction of the autobiography. Jared Eucalates says it did not seem that their conversation was going to end. He adds they spent the whole night sharing the stories that he did not share with anyone else, even if he spent his whole life with them. Jared Eucalates writes his autobiography and says that day he met a capable man and gained a good friend. The story of Valdez Handspiter has long since been well known to the people. Valdez Handspiter proves to be the best speaker for the territory that can be trusted. There were no interruptions during the appointment process, rather he was welcomed quite easily. Valdez Handspiter, who took on the position of the Minister of Public Affairs, immediately started working on 2 projects. He started working on a promotional video as his first project and producing an autobiography as his second project. Jared Eucalates says the projects went smoothly, like the boat sailing with the wind. The scene shifts to the morning of the 5th of July. Jared Eucalates leans on the map of the Dungeon of Demon Refuge. He looks at the map and says it is more complicated than he thought. Chloe comes silently, looks at the map, and says it is quite complicated. Jared Eucalates jumps up in the manner of getting scared. He says she scared him. He asks her how did he enter. He says she should ask before entering. Chloe looks at Jared Eucolates and tells him the door is open. Jared Eucolates replies, "Are that so?" Chloe leans over the map. Jared Eucolates says he will explain the map later. Then he asks her if she wants to see him right now. Chloe says there is nothing wrong with seeing it in advance. Jared Eucolates says that is true. He tells Chloe that the demon refuge is a kind of underground tomb created by demon worshippers. He adds it is darker and gloomier than the tomb of Mahat Roman III that they visited before. Chloe says alright. Jared Eucolates says she cannot kill the whole atmosphere like that. He adds he will continue the explanation according to his pace. Chloe looks at him with a blank face. Jared Eucolates restarts to tell Chloe about the dungeon. He tells her that Demon Refuge Dungeon was not originally a dungeon. It was just a hideout for the fallen ones. He adds that as the numerous altars were built on the shelter and human sacrifices began to be made, the people started to call it a dungeon. He tells Chloe that the Magnus is rooted over there. He says it is a dungeon that regularly releases monsters. Chloe says she heard that the monsters of that place are quite strong. Jared Eucolates says their durability is very low. He tells Chloe that if she swings her sword with a little force, she can cut through them like a tofu. He adds these monsters have tremendous attack power. He says most of them are terrified of dying. Chloe says since most of the monsters are stained with evil, the holy magic will work against them. Jared Eucolates replies no, she should not use holy magic against them. Chloe asks him what is the reason behind that. Jared Eucolates says he has a way to deal with them, so she should not worry about that. He asks Chloe to just worry about using her ability to the fullest. Chloe asks him if is that all she is required to do. Jared Eucolates smiles and asks her what else she would like to add. Chloe's face turns red. Jared Eucolates thinks what is the reason behind the general air of confusion. Jared Eucolates scans Chloe's tendencies. He notices that there are tendencies of love and confusion among her general tendencies. He thinks her good feelings towards someone confusing her mind. He says to himself that his guess is right, but who is that target? Jared Eucolates thinks there are quite a few handsome guards in the Agricio, maybe she has feelings for one of them. Jared Eucolates looks at Chloe's boots. He notices that they are an artifact known as the Boots of Tranquillus. He thinks he has never seen this artifact before. Then he remembers that Tranquillus is Chloe's brother. He seems absorbed in his thoughts when Chloe reminds him that his training is about to start. He asks Chloe to go first. He says he will join her after the briefing. Chloe leaves the room. The scene shifts to the east side of the mansion annex. Jared Eucolates explains a few things to the people present there and says that's his for the instructions. Hayes, Isabel, Rakis, Chloe, Lena, and Mia all are present there. Jared Eucolates says in his opening all the people gathered there can raid the Demon Refuge dungeon without any problem. All of them listen to Jared Eucolates attentively. Jared Eucolates asks them if any of them have a question. He says they would not have time to answer those questions in the dungeon. 7 participants are going on the raid of the dungeon. Isabel raises their hand and says he heard that even 40 A-class raiders cannot attack the Demon Refuge dungeon. She asks if will it be possible to attack with 7 of them. Jared Eucolates replies it is possible. He tells her that they will not follow the normal route. He says never to go on a path already tried by others. The scene shifts to a spacious place. Jared Eucolates says they are almost there. They reach a mountainous area outside the Caribbean territory. They set a camp there. Jared Eucolates tells his comrades that this is the last camp before they raid the dungeon. He says they all should take some rest. Jared Eucolates checks the camps of his comrades and says all of them seem to be sleeping well. Lena comes close to Jared Eucolates and tells him that she cannot sleep. They start to talk. Jared Eucolates tells Lena that her skills seem to improve a lot. He says when he first rescued her from the Alami underground mine, she was just like a little chick. Lena says it has been a year since that. Lena says she is thankful to him that she become able to grow this much. Jared Eucolates asks Lena if she is satisfied. She replies no, she still has a long way to go. Lena looks at Jared Eucolates and says it is nice to see her lord after a long time. She says she wants to show him a different side of her. Jared Eucolates says he wants to see her growing more than his expectations. He pats Lena's head and says he is glad to see her growing. Lena says it is not just her but a lot of other people who respect and admire Lord Jared Eucolates. She adds everyone says ever since the governance of Lord Jared Eucolates began the territory developed drastically. She sits in front of Jared Eucolates and says everyone respects him for his grace. Jared Eucolates says thanks to Lena for her respect and admiration. Jared Eucolates asks Lena to let's get success in the raid of the dungeon, so everyone can survive this and grow stronger together. Lena bows before him and says she will do her best for him and the team. The notification shows that Lena's loyalty increased drastically and it has risen by 50%. She has entered her first awakening as her loyalty reached 200. Lena, who opened up her feelings and exceeded the maximum level of loyalty, entered the first awakening state. It seems that the future of Caribia will only get brighter. The next morning, all of them wake up and reach the entrance of the dungeon. They feel the smell there. Raki says the smell is unusual from the entrance. However, they enter the dungeon. They find a pile of skeletons and a few fresh dead bodies inside. Jared Eucolates says using clean magic will lessen the odor. He casts a spell to get rid of the smell. Hayes asks him if her holy magic will work. Jared Eucolates says no, it will not work. He says he told them in the briefing that if they use the holy magic, the damage they will inflict on the monsters will double. Likewise, the damage they will receive from the monsters will also be doubled. So they should better not use the holy magic here. He adds, there is nothing to worry about without the magic. They will be fighting under the same conditions. Mia tries wind magic. All of the team members notice that. They look at her. Mia says if she uses wind magic, the smell will disappear, and it will become easier for them to enter. Jared Eucolates looks at Mia and says she is only a Class 1 magician, but she can use wind magic like a Class 2 magician. He smiles and says he is proud of her. Mia's wind magic wipes out the bad smell. Jared Eucolates asks the teammates to advance quickly. He tells them that the first floor has a strong hunter presence, so there would not be any monsters around. Jared Eucolates asks if everyone understands the instructions. He instructs Lena to help cover their backs. He says he does not anyone getting ahead of him until he says so. Lena says yes, Lord. They start to proceed. Jared Eucolates sees something shiny on a skeleton. He wonders what is it. He picks up that thing. It is a ring. Jared Eucolates scans the specifications of the ring. He discovers that it is a luck ring with Fleer's curse. He also comes to know that the one who finds the ring will be blessed with eternal life and wealth. The ring's specifications further say if the ring's owner loses it for the second time, the ring will kill that person. The ring also can disintegrate the mind of the one who wears it. Jared Eucolates also discovers that if someone wears the ring for 60 seconds, he will die. He learns to prevent it. 4 people should wear it within 60 seconds. Jared Eucolates says, what the hell is this? Hayes asks him about the ring. It is not a lucky ring, rather it is a horrible thing. The Spitful Paradiso developers placed it at the entrance as an artifact. This is the cause of the death of the dead bodies at the entrance. Jared Eucolates holds his head with pain. Hayes asks him if he is alright. He replies he is fine, it is just a headache. The notification shows the curse of the ring invoked, so the target to be sacrificed is removed. Jared Eucolates thinks if he had not worn the Gracia ring, he would have died by now. He says all thanks to the ring that he is immune to the Fleer's curse. He makes a connection with a previous incident. He remembers the same thing happened with his encounter with the Red Queen. The cursed ring turns into a blessing once again. The ring's status turns into a blessing. Jared Eucolates thinks this is a good ring as the signs he is getting are good from the beginning. He looks at the white skeleton hunter and says thanks to it. He says he will fulfill his role well and conquer the dungeon. They enter the 5th chamber of the first underground floor. Jared Eucolates uses his magic and tries to figure out walls. Raki says this is amazing. He says other hunters must have died on their way to the stone chamber, but they were able to walk in easily. Hayes says they are amazing. She says Lord Jared Eucolates passed by the red demons with extremely explosive speed by using magic to lure them in. She adds the demons gathered like flies on the sticky trap. She says Lord Jared Eucolates made 20 demons to become self-destruct. Chloe says seeing him dribbling monsters with a high level of difficulty was pretty impressive. Isabel says she is surprised. She adds that she only heard it theoretically before, and this is the first time that she has seen it in person. Lena asks what is Lord Jared Eucolates looking for. Meanwhile, Jared Eucolates says he found it. He puts his hand on a stone and asks everyone to turn their heads. He pushes the wall and makes a space to enter. Then he asks his team to go in. The route that Jared Eucolates figures out is a side road that leads directly from the 5th stone chamber on the 1st underground floor of the demon refuge to the 8th stone chamber on the 4th underground floor. The Paradiso development team made shortcuts, but then they stopped doing it, leaving only traces of them. The reason for stopping was that the high pass had more benefits. Jared Eucolates says he left it as it is because it was a waste of time. The trail was intact. Jared Eucolate thinks about the idea that came to his mind when using the shortcut. However, he shakes this idea out of his mind. It appears to him the idea would not work if he discussed it with other Paradiso users later. Then he thinks about Verhad, who showed his worry about the Eastern continent. Soon he realizes it is not the right time to think about it. Jared Eucolate seems absorbed in his thoughts when Lena calls him. She tells him that from this point on the road is blocked. Jared Eucolate asks everyone to pay attention. He tells them that they have to dig this. He shows them some weapons and says this is something like Jared Mine. He briefs the mechanism of the mine and says it is a time bomb that will explode after a certain amount of time, unlike the other mines that explode when someone steps on them. Jared Eucolate asks them to pay attention to the passage to the 6th stone chamber. He adds when the bomb goes off, the red demons or the other monsters that reacted on the other side of the wall may appear. Jared Eucolate sets the time bomb and makes the explosion. The explosion removes the blockage on the path. The red demons appear from the other side of the wall. Mia attacks the demons and says it is fun to kill them. Jared Eucolates takes hold of his sword and splits a red demon into 2 halves. Isabel and Mia also attack the demons. Chloe says she will take care of the small things at the front. Hayes tells Chloe that she will support her by using the healing magic. Jared Eucolates claps and says this is great. He seems happy to see his team working efficiently. He says this is an organized team play, all the players are equipped with a high level of skills and accurate memory ideas. Everything goes as planned. Soon, they reach 4th underground floor and 8th stone chamber. One of them asks Jared Eucolates if it is the room of the middle boss Fleer about whom he was talking earlier. Jared Eucolates replies yes. He tells them that many hunters died while attacking Fleer because there are so many traps there. He adds it is difficult to attack without experiencing any causalities. He tells them some people joke about that, saying they should take photos of the dead before it happens. Fleer appears there with strong weapons in both of his hands. Jared Eucolates tells his team that at first glance it looks like a power-type monster that is strong and has no sense of resourcefulness. He adds Fleer is a wizard-type monster who knows how to use black magic. He continues that means it would be difficult to attack him considering his power and abilities. He smiles and tells his team that they will use a shortcut and skip Fleer. Everyone looks at him with a sense of surprise. Jared Eucolates says it is not necessary to follow all the rules and proceed sequentially. He adds just because they cannot kill Fleer it does not mean that they cannot move to the next stone chamber. Hayes smiles and says there is nothing that her lord does not know. Jared Eucolates looks at Hayes and thinks it is her first dungeon raid, but she is doing quite good. It is a relief for him that she does not have any mental breakdown. Raki says to Jared Eucolates that he heard that there are 8 stone chambers on each floor. He asks if they can enter the 5th underground floor only through the 8th stone chamber. Jared Eucolates tells him that there is a door that leads them from the 8th stone chamber on the 4th underground floor to the 1st stone chamber on the 5th underground floor. Then he tries to open the door. Rakis tries to stop him and says if he opens it the demons will flow out of it. Jared Eucolates asks Rakis to relax and tells him that there are no demons in the 8th stone chamber on each floor. He shows them a crystal. He tells them as they can see this divine crystal, it does not allow demons to come there. He adds the presence of the divine crystal is a sign that there are no camps of demons. He tells his team members that they are the first ones to attack the 5th underground floor. One of them says it is amazing that they are doing what even the hunters failed to do. Another member says it is an opportunity from the heavens. Another one says starting from the 5th floor each monster will become a valuable asset. One of them says let's wipe them out without leaving anything behind. Jared Eucolates asks them to stop and enhance their power. They all follow his command. Then they leave Fleer behind and proceed to the dungeon. They move in and see the physical existence of earth demons. Jared Eucolates says the earth demons are a bad matchup for them. They are white demons with strong magic resistance. Mia says she has practiced a lot. She comes forward and attacks the white demons with magic. Rakis asks her to stay away. He tells her that the white demons are resistant to magic. No matter how strong magic she may use, it would not affect them. Jared Euclid says he will deal with the red demons. He asks others to stay away from them. Rakis asks Lena to deal with the white demons on the right side, and he will deal with the left side. He asks her to try and lure the red demons to the Lord. Lena says she got his point. Rakis asks Chloe to get rid of the demons by using the blood coming from their mouth and nose. He tells her if she hits their back when that is happening, they will die instantly. Chloe follows his instructions. Rakis asks Mia to keep their distance from the monsters. He says they are only required to push the demons when they attack. Rakis asks Hayes to use her healing magic mixed with divine power and shoot the earth demons in their front. Hayes says okay to him and follows his command. Rakis says now he is the only one left to do the job. He asks Jared Euclides to leave aside to him and take care of the red demons. Jared Euclides says to Rakis that he is outperforming his role as a sub-leader. Jared Euclides looks at the flow of the red demons and says it seems that the monsters on the 5th floor have taken a haste boost. Balls of fire can be seen everywhere. Jared Euclides observes the situation and says if he is hit by the self-destructing power of the demons, even his bones would have melted. The notification appears that he won the title of Red Demon Slayer. Along with that, he causes 25% damage to the other evil monsters. He also obtained the title of Indirect Killer, and as a reward, he won 50 wisdom points. In addition, he won the title of Visitor of the Underworld, and with that one reward of a 25% points boost in wisdom. Jared Euclid says he should have visited this place earlier. He looks at the bursting pop-ups. 2 days pass. All of them are in the 7th stone chamber of the 4th underground floor. All of them sit on the floor. Some of them cough. Jared Euclid says everyone seems exhausted. He asks his team to get rest before they enter the next chamber. He adds there is no other team behind them. He thinks they should not rush. All the team members fall asleep. Jared Euclides looks at them and wonders how fast they fall asleep in a place like this. He says he is feeling active because of Gorgeous's necklace. He does not feel like sleeping. So he thinks about using this time efficiently. He looks into a bag and says they have collected a lot of magic stones. He decides to prepare for the showdown. The bag is full of supreme spirit stones. Each of these spirit stones is worth 1,000 gold coins. Jared Euclides thinks in his past life it would have been worth around 1 billion won. He says there is no business in money. He looks at Artisan Bullet's magic tool. It is a magic tool made from the rare mineral stellar. It allows the users to create runestones anywhere at any time. He says he is currently scratching a spirit stone worth 1 billion won. He feels his mind is calm. He says he has used hundreds of stones in Paradiso, so I guess I have become insensitive to them. He says if he was an ordinary salesman from the past, he would have passed him. Jared Euclid says if he is to die in this life, he wants to go out with glory. But for that, he still has to go a long way. He says he will become the protagonist in this world. He tells his team he made 3 buff zones in front of the entrances using the Spirit Stone. He asks his team members who will try it first. He calls Chloe and asks her if she would like to try it. Chloe replies yes, she will try it. Jared Euclides asks Chloe to stand in front of him. He throws a spirit stone toward her. He asks her how it is. He tells her it is a zone that will give her healing, haste, and strength buffs until all the magic power inside the stone runs out. Chloe says she can feel the buffs affecting her, just like he said. Rakis, Mia, and Hayes also want to try it. Hayes says she cannot believe it works. She says to Jared Euclides that he is amazing. Jared Euclid says from now onwards everyone will be comfortable here. All of them boast their power. Jared Euclid briefs his team before they enter the next chamber. He guides them when the boss phase begins. The demons will start to come from the outside of the stone chamber. He commands 5 of them to fight the enemy in 3 directions. He instructs Lena to take care of the left side. He asks Mia to help her. He asks Chloe to take the middle part during the fight with the demons. He adds Rakis will be on the right. This is how they will be positioned. He asks Isabel to use her magic to support the 3 of them. Hayes asks him what about her. She did not receive any role yet. She says he cannot treat her like a child after she came to the dungeon. Jared Euclides holds Hayes by the shoulders and tells her she will be fighting the boss with him. He briefs her on how they will treat the boss. She replies that this is the key to beating the boss. They proceed toward the stone chamber of the boss. They can hear the voice of a heavy breath. The ruler of the demon abode Gappages sits on a chair. Jared Eucalates smiles to see him while Hayes feels afraid. Jared Eucalates tells her there is no need to stay quiet, Gappages is asleep. He says the only way of waking him up is the alarm sound. He takes notice of second-class magic dust. There is a web of lasers between them and Gappages. Jared Eucalates tells Hayes that if they touch even one of the lasers shown by the magic dust, Gappages will wake up. Jared Eucalates asks Hayes to use her unique flexibility to reach the throne. She says alright to the command. Jared Eucalates thinks if he was a 6th class mage, he would have been able to use multi-teleport, which allows them to move together. But this is the only method he has currently. Jared Eucalates asks Hayes if she is ready. Hayes asks him to wait so that she can tie her hair. She ties her hair and says she is ready to move. Hayes jumps up and moves swiftly from the web of lasers. Jared Eucalates looks at her and says she is amazing. Mia says Hayes is moving like a slime. She wonders how her waist bends almost 180 degrees while passing through all the twisted lines. Hayes tries to focus and thinks she will touch the laser if she makes even a single mistake. Lena asks Hayes if she has put something in her clothes. Hayes replies she does not put anything in her clothes. She laughs and says she almost reached. A small distance left to cover. Everyone cheers Hayes and says she can do it. Hayes takes a few more jumps. She hears something and wonders what is this wound. Her hair touches the laser. Jared Eucalates asks Hayes to watch out. She asks him if this is what he calls a super save. She picks her hair on his finger. Jared Eucalates smiles and says she surprised him. He appreciates Hayes' work. Then he asks her to collectively attack Gappages. In the past, there was an idiom that goes, "Who goes slow goes far." It talks about how a falling droplet of water can make a hole in the rock. This idiom is the key point of defeating Gappages. Jared Eucalates asks Hayes how long the Divine 3 intermediate healing can last. She replies if she uses it continuously without rest, she can use it for 30 seconds. Jared Eucalates says she has certainly improved. He says a few months ago she could barely manage it for 10 seconds. Hayes replies it is only because of the training method he taught her. Jared Eucalates holds Hayes' hand and asks her to follow him. He tells her that they have to go to Gappages' head. Jared Eucalates moves up to the height of Gappages' head and places something. Hayes wonders to see a device like this. Both Jared Eucalates and Hayes sit on the attached device. Jared Eucalates tells Hayes this is where their combined power will come into play. Hayes asks him if they will use magic in this state. She adds she feels like Gappages will wake up if they attack him. Jared Eucalates says this is why the perfect combination of attacking and healing will be the key to this strategy. Chloe says Jared Eucalates said the demons will attack as soon as they attack the boss, but there is no end to them. Mia replies that they are managing to fight tirelessly because of the spirit stone buffs that the Lord placed for them. Raki says the buffs are giving limitless energy. Chloe enhances her mobility and quickly splits the demons into halves. Raki's fights with the same speed. Isabel helps them with the help of her magic. Raki's feels that all of their small wounds get healed by the buff circles, so a lot of the burden goes. Isabel says since they are in the zone of continuous buffing from the spirit stones, it seems like their combat power increased by 2-folds. Raki says this is right, but they still need to be careful. He adds if the demons cross their line of defense, they will touch the laser line and Gappages will wake up. He adds they need to keep defending Lord and Hayes as they are risking their lives. One of them says they missed one demon, which is heading toward the laser line. Chloe says her attacks are useless on Earth demons. Lena says they are lacking in magic. Jared Eucalates and Hayes attack the demon with their combined forces. They throw a dimension door plus healing magic toward the demon. Mia, Isabel, and Chloe feel happy to see the demonstration of such magic. Jared Eucalates shows them a thumbs up. Hayes says this is not a normal strategy. Jared Eucalates says she fights him head on. Hayes says yes she did, but it was all his strategy. She adds he told her that Gappages is not a normal enemy. Jared Eucalates says this is right. Jared Eucalates tells Hayes that if someone wants to attack the demon's abode, the number of people does not make any difference. The success is all about the strategy. Jared Eucalates tells Hayes that it is required 30 B rank hunters if Gappages is awake. He adds if Gapagas awakened, he would not only summon all the monsters from the first underground floor to the boss room, but the force field surrounding Fleer's room would also release. That would cause the crazy monster Fleer to rush over there to protect his master. Jared Eucolates thinks he has to end this to get the benefits of the first attack phase. He moves his hand, emits some light, and says the trick is simple itself. He adds there are two main conditions to wake up Gapagas. The first trick is to touch the alarm line. The second trick is to inflict 3 HP of damage or more on Gapagas. The problem is that the basic attack that he uses inflicts damage on 5 HP. However, if he adds a skill that heals him 2.5 HP every second, it becomes possible to adjust the damage to 3 HP. Jared Eucolates says this is the so-called deal and heal trick. He touches the hand of Hayes to combine their powers and tells her that if they a little more forward, they will see the part that connects to the brain. Hayes asks him if she is doing well. Jared Eucolates replies she is doing great. He tells her that they have to keep their breathing synchronized. Hayes says this is unbelievable. She adds even if a bunch of hunters came, they would not have been able to take him down. She says it is so cool that they are slowly killing the monster. Jared Eucolates says this is the beauty of this trick. He says they should concentrate on killing the monster so that they can get the rewards. Hayes replies in affirmation. Gapagas says perfect sleep is required for the perfect recovery. He says what is this weird feeling that he has been feeling recently. He adds this is annoying, but maybe it is something in his dream. He wonders if he is feeling tremendous pain in a dream. He opens his eyes and feels the pain is real. It is no dream. By then it is quite late. Jared Eucolates asks Hayes to end this. They again attack Gapagas. Gapagas seems unable to understand this. Gapagas growls with pain. Soon, his body turns motionless. Hayes and Jared Eucolates cheer to see Gapagas dead. Jared Eucolates asks her if she sees all this. Hayes laughs and replies yes, she has witnessed the sad ending of the Demon King. Gapagas starts to vanish away. All the other monsters also begin to disappear. Rakis looks at Jared Eucolates and says he has done it. He proudly says there is nothing that his lord cannot do. The notification shows that Jared Eucolates has achieved Gapagas' powers. Jared Eucolates smiles and says the enhanced attack magic of Transcendental is now in his hands. In Paradiso, the first ever user of the attack, the Gapagas discovered that one can get a unique perk given by Gapagas' spirit. He also discovered the wizards can get a Transcendental magic perk. Transcendental magic is magic that can break limits. It is famous for increasing the existing magic firepower by inducing transcendental power inherent in the magic itself. It is possible to strengthen it up to 10 times its maximum value. But there is one problem with this overpowered magic. That is, for every higher class of transcendental magic, one has to use the amount of mana used increases by units of 1,000 times, 2,000 times, 3,000 times, and so on. Jared Eucolates says, in other words, if he takes this example, a class 1 magic missile with double transcendence will consume 2,000 mana. He thinks his mana is around 6,000. He adds, according to this theory, he can use double transcendence fireball. Jared Eucolates seems absorbed in his thoughts. Hayes calls him and tells him that something is following her. Jared Eucolates notices that it is an artifact. The wings of Gapagas. Mia puts on these shoes and asks others to do the same. She tells others that her movement is as fast as the buffs of spirit stones. She says they look like shoes with haste buffs on them. Rakis says it seems like the reward that everyone receives. Jared Eucolates says this is great. Gapagas' spirit fully stelled in Jared Eucolates' left hand. The notification shows from now on he can use Transcendence magic freely. Jared Eucolates demonstrates the power of double Transcendence fireball. He releases heavy fire flames from both of his hands. Everyone appreciates this great demonstration of power. Jared Eucolates thinks this is the Transcendence power that only he can use in the entire world. He says everything is perfect, like a happy ending to everyone. Their plan ended with great success. Jared Eucolates tells his team that there is a shortcut that they can use to the way back. Hayes says the next hunters can use this passage. Jared Eucolates replies they will use this shortcut. He adds they have to block that pathway so that they cannot do that. He says no free rides are available. Hayes says that is right, it should not be the path that anyone can use. Mia says they will help him block the passage. They say if a hunter has a good eye, he might be able to find that path. One of them says they have to make the outer side of the wall look neater. At the end of the dungeon raid, every member of the team receives a classification 4-star artifact, Garaga's Wings, with haste buffs as a reward. The only thing left behind is Gapaga's Purified Spirit. Humans cannot use the power of the Purified Spirit. Only animals can consume that energy. The team's members also received other rewards. Mia gets a magic book that will enable her to use wind magic 2 classes above unconditionally. Hayes receives a magic necklace that amplifies her healing magic 3 times. Lena's red shield defense increases by 250% with the power of Gapaga's Wrath. Raki's gets gauntlets that increase his physical defense by 400. Chloe receives one of the best daggers made from the rare mineral stalb. Isabel gets a purification ring that can suppress surprising emotions and help to awaken class 4 magic. Each person earned a customized luxury artifact. The scene shifts to Jared Eucalates' house. Jared Eucalates sits in his room. He seems uncomfortable. He says the feeling of using Transcendence magic is quite clear. He says he can double the Transcendence fireball that he used in the demon's abode. He adds by using Mudidus's prayer he can triple that power. He thinks he has to use it a lot from now on since his amount of mana will increase. He starts to think about how he got Mudis ward out staff. He looks at it and says it is the artifact that he received while rescuing Aki. He says it seems like he got it long ago. A cat puts its paw on Jared Eucalates' shoulder and meows. Jared Eucalates asks how a cat reached his room. The maid enters the room and tells the cat that entered the mansion a few days ago and started wandering around. The maid apologizes and says she wants to tell him about the cat, but he is in the dungeon. The maid adds since the rainy season starts it seems the cat came here to avoid it. Jared Eucalates says it may be like this place. He thinks it would be nice to raise a pet. Hayes would like it. He imagines Hayes asking him if they can raise the cat in the mansion. He looks at the Gapaga's Purified Spirit in his hand and thinks about using it. Gapaga's Purified Spirit is the pure energy left after the spirit of Gapaga's has been purified. Animals implanted with this will exert a special energy and inherent extraordinary communication skills. Jared Eucalates touches the Purified Spirit with the cat's head. The spirit is implanted in the cat. Then, the spirit has settled in the cat's body. The guardian characteristics are applied which allows the target to exert the transcendental power over the master he is supposed to protect. The target can develop new abilities immediately. The target can easily detect anything that has dark energy. The notification shows 5 people are designated as the preferred affinity for this target can buff, debuff magic, and curses onto the subject. The subject is a pet that can grow. The cat speaks and asks Jared Eucalates to give it a name. It tells him it does not like the name Kitty. The maid wonders if the cat is talking. Jared Eucalates wonders if the cat is talking because of Gapaga's Purified Spirit. The cat replies it thinks so. Jared Eucalates thinks for a while and tells the cat that it is Terry from now on. The cat asks him what the name Terry means. The maid says Terry is such a cute name. The cat laughs to hear this. Jared Eucalates laughs and thinks it is the name of the burger that he used to enjoy in his previous life. The scene shifts outside the mansion. It is raining outside and the atmosphere is all gloomy. There is a group of people standing near a well. They are all covered in black robes. One of them has a mask on his face. The masked man seems to be the leader of the group. One of the team members asks if this well is the last landmark. The masker man asks one of the subordinates to throw something in the well. The men reply in affirmation. The name of the masked man is Clues. They throw 2 bags in the well. The blood spills from them. One of the men says they have tied rocks to the sick corpses that they cut. He laughs and adds the dead bodies will sink deep into the well. Clues asks one of the members how are the results of the previous test are. The man replies the test with the young subject is perfect. The man looks at the well and says it is a good trick to spread diseases. He says any person who drinks the water of the well will become the playground of waterborne diseases within 24 hours. Clues says this is great. He adds this is what he is hoping for. They turn to proceed toward other areas. Clues says now they are left to see how the Malice, Bonuso, and Cinderth kingdoms respond to the hellish cursed water. He adds they will also have a look at the Caribbean territory. The scene shifts to Jared Eucalates' mansion. Jared Eucalates holds a necklace in his hand. He says it is a necklace given to Pithalion with malicious intentions. The unsealed Clues' red necklace disturbed the wearer's mind, erasing all his memories including his name. The person with the erased memory will become Clues' minion. If the mental ban of the minion is removed forcefully, a great urge of suicide is born in the person. The person ends up killing himself. Jared Eucolates says this necklace should be discarded. He adds the best option is to keep it away from the world. He ensures that it would not see the light of another day. Jared Eucolates looks outside the window and thinks the rain does not seem like stopping. He says his state is well equipped with the facilities that would not be a problem for them. He thinks about his title of the Great Lord, which is an advantage in protection measurements. Someone knocks at his door. He thinks who would have arrived so early this morning. Jared Eucolates opens the door and finds Valdez standing at his door. Valdez says he apologizes for coming so early. Jared Eucolates asks Valdez to come in. Valdez says he has mentioned earlier that according to the Radius, there would not be a disaster in the Caribbean territory this year. Jared Eucolates says to Valdez he can dismiss it as a superstition. He adds he believes they will avoid any disaster. He thinks he cannot discuss the title of Great Lord in detail, but this is a rough idea. Valdez says that is why he is mentioning this. Valdez asks Jared Eucolates to think about making a movie of the Lord offering prayers for the well-being of the citizens. Valdez tells him that they have already discussed it with the temple. He adds there are enough spirit stones light, so it would not be a problem to shoot at the dawn. Valdez asks Jared Eucolates how about shooting it right now as he is with him. Jared Eucolates thinks Valdez is such a quick thinker. Then he thinks Valdez must have anticipated his approval, that is why he is ready for the shooting. Jared Eucolates approves his idea and gives him a green signal. One of the essential virtues of the leader is to work with the strength of the hardworking subordinates. Jared Eucolates and Valdez go out of the room. Jared Eucolates says he has not approved the idea only for promotional purposes. He adds he approves it to support Valdez, who is dedicated towards the territory. He says this territory is not the place where he can run alone. An old man says, "Is not it amazing that their territory is safe when other territories are facing the problem of the flood?" He adds they are safe when dangerous diseases are spreading in other territories. A young girl says their Lord's prayers paid off as per expectations. They ask each other to focus on the video. They say it is a waste to miss even 1 second of the video. The title of the video is A Prayer to God. People watch the video on a big screen. They say it is a beautiful video. Some of them compliment Jared Eucolates' beauty by saying how he is so good looking. The hearts of the people were greatly moved by the video. The hearts of the people are naturally filled with loyalty. The notification shows the heartfelt impression has been completed and citizens' loyalty increased by 150%. Another pop-up shows the loyalty reached 1,000. It appears the golden age of the territory is coming. With the arrival of the golden age, the overall production capacity of the citizens will increase by 100% for a month. The golden age arrived for the great land of Caribbean. The plight of other surrounding lands and kingdoms seems miserable. There are floods and infectious diseases in other kingdoms. Worst rains, floods, and fetal diseases hit those kingdoms. There is no clean water to drink in those kingdoms. It was a perfect time to blame the leaders. Therefore, it was only natural that the territory of Caribbean had not suffered any damage from the diseases. People felt the peace of the territory because of Jared Eucolates' prayers. 1 week passed. The scene shifts to the underground processing room. Isabel and Jared Eucolates enter the processing room. Isabel notes a few new bottles there. She asks Jared Eucolates what are these. Jared Eucolates tells her it is a master potion made in preparation for the rainy season. He says he had an extremely hard time making it. He adds according to the formula, there are 10 different types of herbs mixed in there. It is a general purpose medicine that only needs to be poured into water since the mana treatment has been completed. Isabel hears about 10 different kinds of herbs. She appreciates his efforts, saying he is an amazing person. She says she is surprised by the Ronella cure. She asks him how he knows about this master potion. Jared Eucolates laughs and says there is nothing new in this. Jared Eucolates says there is a reason that he called her here. Isabel says she heard about it, so she knows about it, but he did not understand it. She asks him why he put a curse on the medicine that he prepared. Jared Eucolates touches the bottle of the master potion and says it is because the effect of this potion is quite strong. He tells her it could be too much for the body. He adds they need to downgrade the potion to see if it is mild enough to cure the disease. Isabel says he will get a worse disease after taking this potion. Jared Eucolates says that is the reason. He asks her not to worry about that, her work is quite important. Jared Eucolates asks Isabel what the effect of the ring is. Isabel wears a purification ring that suppresses negative emotions. Isabel looks at her ring and tells him that many negative and dark emotions have disappeared. She adds it's like irritation or need has disappeared. Jared Eucolates says it appears it is differently working. Isabel tells him she feels quite comfortable now. However, in the past when she looks at him, she starts to get angry. Jared Eucolates thinks Isabel may still like him. He thought it would dissipate with time. Jared Eucolates says he does not want to be in a relationship with anyone. He adds he does not have enough time and commitment. He tries to convince her that he is not the kind of handsome person she thinks he is. Isabel asks him who said that. She says who cares if she likes him. She stops from messing with her emotions. Isabel finalized the procedure. They arrange the bottles in a sequence. Isabel asks if there will be a reason to use this many potions. Jared Eucolates says of course. Hayes arrives there in a hurry. She says, Lord, there is a problem. She tells Jared Eucolates that both the ambassadors of the Bonuso and Malice kingdoms arrive at the same time. The scene shifts to the VIP private room. The ambassador of the Malnus kingdom looks at the ambassador of the Bonuso kingdom and asks him if his kingdom also facing problems. The ambassador of Malnus looks around and thinks the room's interior is like a parlor. The ambassador of the Bonuso kingdom also looks at the interior and thinks if someone tells him that the place belongs to the royal palace, he would believe him. Jared Eucolates enters the room and welcomes the ambassadors. He says he has had no relations with these kingdoms before. He asks them what happened. Both of the ambassadors seem impatient to describe his cause of arrival at first. Jared Eucolates says they have a lot of time. He adds first he will hear what the Bonuso kingdom has to say. The ambassador tells him heavy rains have caused the Optative River to flood during the rainy season. He adds with more than twice as much rainfall as last year, massive floods have occurred not only around the Optative River but also throughout the whole kingdom. Jared Eucolates says it looks like they were not fully prepared for the flooding. The ambassador of Bonuso stays silent for a while. Then he says the flood has resulted in several deaths and casualties. He adds they are trying their best to recover, but the problem is the epidemic that has been spreading in the affected areas. Jared Eucolates listens to his problems. The ambassador says 3 days ago, he received an official letter from Archness Mercenary Crops. The letter said that the Lord has created a remedy that can effectively treat infectious diseases. Jared Eucolates thinks Aki's timing is scary. He says to himself she masterfully leaked the information of the master potion in 2 kingdoms. Jared Eucolates asks him if he is asking to buy the cure. He looks at the ambassador of the Malice kingdom and says he is assuming he has come up with the same suggestion. The ambassador of the Malnus kingdom answers in affirmation. He asks him to sell the amount he has, and the price is not the problem. The ambassador of Bonuso says the kingdom of Bonuso is also ready to pay any amount in gold coins. Jared Eucolates says very well, they will prepare the cure immediately. He adds the promised amount will reach the border promptly. He tells them depending on the severity, a potion can be divided into 5 people and can still be effective. The ambassador of Malnus asks him to give the supple at once. The ambassador of Bonuso says the highness will be pleased. Hayes enters the room and addresses Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates asks her what is the matter. She tells him an envoy from the Sindirth also arrives, but that person is Princess Maria herself. Jared Eucolates wonders if Princess Maria came here. He says her presence shows the seriousness of the situation in Sindirth. Jared Eucolates offers tea to Princess Maria. She takes the cup and stops for a while. She says she does not think it is the time to take this fancy tea. She adds at this moment many people are suffering at the flood site. Jared Eucolates asks her not to think that she is drinking just for herself. He asks them to get better after drinking this tea and deliver this positive energy to the people. Jared Eucolates thinks the princess is looking different from the last time when he met her in the Sindirth kingdom. He says to himself she must have left quickly because of the worst situation. Princess Maria says she thought they were ready for the situation, but the spread of the epidemic is faster than they estimated. Jared Eucolates asks her to tell the situation in detail. Princess Maria says the flood and epidemic are best friends. She adds they continue to prepare and had enough medicine. She says they thought they had enough medicine, but this was where the problem originated. She says all the people affected by the flood moved to the outer regions. They were isolated considering high risk. She adds nevertheless, the epidemic still spread. She tells him that they tried their best to stop the outbreak, but they failed to do so. She says the spread of the epidemic is not a normal route, as there has been this outbreak in the area unrelated to the flood-affected areas. She tells him in the well that citizens use for the main supply they found something. Before she completes, Jared Eucolates asks her if they have found corpses of affected people. Princess Maria asks him how he knows about it. Jared Eucolates thinks he has expected this, but he does not think they will suck Vixius means along with disasters. He says to himself it must be the work of Umbra Church. He says unlike Lynx, the veiled priest Cluse is famous for being someone who does not hesitate to terrorize the world. He adds he intervened in the civil war in the Sindarth Kingdom and ruined the plan of Umbra Church. It was obvious that they had planned to take the revenge by various methods. He tells Princess Maria it is the work of Umbra Church. He says there are not many organizations that can carry out such attacks. Jared Eucolates asks her if she wants to be familiar with the internal affairs of the Sindarth Kingdom. Princess Maris says if it was Umbra Church, they would have collected enough information about the kingdom. Jared Eucolates says that is right. He says he will tell her the solution. He tells Princess Maria that he has the cure for the epidemic. He says it is a master potion that can cure all waterborne diseases. Princess Maria seems surprised by the name of master potion. She asks Jared Eucolates if he prepared the cure. She asks him if he has prepared this cure like the cure for Ronella's disease. She wonders how he stays ahead of time in every case. Jared Eucolates replies to her that he has been studying herbs since childhood and now he started applying them. Princess Maria says if it is so, then sell the cure to their kingdom. She adds she is ready to pay the price of his hard work. She says she is in a hurry because people are dying. Jared Eucolates replies he will give her 70% of the secured cure since the production of the cure is still in progress. He assures her that additional supplies will be provided from time to time. Princess Maria asks him if he not going to sell the cure to the ambassadors who visited him before her. Jared Eucolates says those two kingdoms want to buy 30% of the cure. He adds they are not going to use the cure on everybody probably. That means only the upper-class nobles and aristocrats will be treated with the cure. Princess Maria says this does not make sense. Jared Eucolates says there are a lot more unusual people than she thinks. He compliments the princess that she is a pure soul. Princess Maria says she knows that, but she is embarrassed because the Lord is looking out for her. Jared Eucolates assures the princess that he will provide her with the cure right away. Jared Eucolates asks her to intensively manage the areas of the well throughout the affected areas and dispatch an envoy to transport the cure. Princess answers she understands. Princess Maria says thanks on behalf of the king and the people of the Sindarth Kingdom. Jared Eucolates asks her if he can look at the gold coins. Princess Maria tells him that she has collected enough money. Jared Eucolates says after that day he invested his whole time in making the master potion. He narrates that at that time, the sales of the master potion did not have the best means to accumulate wealth. He soon finds a way to fulfill the need for the master potion. Jared Eucolates says that by manually producing it, he generated more than 5 times as many potions as he would make automatically. He says switching to manual production was the best decision. He says it was not difficult for him to consume 24 hours a day. He adds he did not need to eat, drink, or sleep. He says there is only one problem. He looks at Isabel and asks her if she is sleeping. Isabel murmurs in sleep. She asks her mother to save her father. She cries and says what sort of sins they have committed to deserve this. She cries bitterly. Jared Eucolates looks at her and listens to her. He comes close to her and shakes her arm to wake her up. However, Isabel seems to be in a deep sleep. She keeps crying. Jared Eucolates asks Isabel if she is trapped in a cold and dark place in her dream. He thinks this is obvious that he is in that sort of dream. He says there is only one way to give her warmth. He puts a blanket on to make her feel warm. Isabel wakes up and asks him what is he doing. Jared Eucolates asks what she means by that. He tells her that he just put a blanket on her. Isabel gets mad at Jared Eucolates. She calls him a mean person and blames him for taking advantage when she was asleep. She asks him to leave. Jared Eucolates says thanks to Isabel for her hard work. Then he excuses her for burdening her with overwork. Isabel looks at him and says that is all right. She admits she has fallen into a deep sleep without realizing it. Jared Eucolates holds her hand. Isabel looks at him. He says to Isabel if she has woken up then please focus on the production, as there are going to be so many orders. He says their hard work in making this potion will save countless lives, so they should focus on that. Isabel says right, they should act like professionals. Isabel says that is right, that is why she is Isabel. One should make sure to take advantage of the opportunity when it comes. It may be the golden chance to strike gold. They start working on the master potion. Arknans arrives at the underground production area. She tells Jared Eucalates that they are receiving a crazy amount of queries about the master potion. She adds except for the emergency inventory they are out of stock. She informs Jared Eucalates that even Tatar elves and red goblins of Ivanova have asked for the cure. Jared Eucalates says he is thankful to her for her hard work. He compliments her work that the Caribbean treasury has grown fivefold because of her. Archness says it is her job. Archness compliments him back and says he is an amazing person. She says this is unbelievable that he has created a processing plant in just 1 month. Jared Eucalates laughs and says he is also surprised by his work. The notification shows Jared Eucalates has achieved a maximum level in Master Potion Brewery. Jared Eucalates says the reason why he worked on this for a month is because of the Dark Spirit Stone. He thinks the Master Potion Brewery must be at the level of 100 to use the Dark Spirit Stone for automatic purposes. He thinks from now onward he will not have to bother Isabel. Archness asks his permission to go back. Archness says Jared Eucalates that the demand for the potion is increasing, so they should raise the price a little. Jared Eucalates asks Aki to take charge of this. He adds he becomes able to earn this much money only because of her. The scene shifts to one of the affected areas. A caravan of sick people travels in the rain. One of the men says the only option they have now is to move to Caribia. He asks the car to move a little bit more. Isabel knocks at Jared Eucalates' door. He asks her to come inside. She opens the door and enters the room. She says she came here to make a request. Jared Eucalates says he would like to hear her request. Isabel says he told her that he would give the 9% profit of selling the potion. She says he does not need to give it to her. Jared Eucalates says he promised to give that profit. He did not ask for a payment-free service. Isabel says she is asking for a request in place of the profit. Jared Eucalates asks her to tell in detail. She tells him that she wants to create a sorcerer's guild. She says she wants to make it a place where all the sorcerers from all the continents can gather. Jared Eucalates listened to her and approved her idea. He adds sorcerers have different mechanics as compared to the black wizards. Jared Eucalates thinks sorcerers are specialized in debuffs. They are useful in many ways, such as in raiding dungeons and wars. He gives the idea a second thought as there is a problem. He says if the sorcerers are not properly controlled they can go wild. Isabel says she will not take sorcerers with the bad qualities. She adds that means the sorcerers who cannot control themselves will not be allowed to join the guild. Jared Eucalates asks her if she is planning to find the disciplined sorcerers. She says she wants to gather all the sorcerers scattered by the Transilia massacre. She adds, and with them, she wants to make a force that will help her. Jared Eucalates looks at her. Isabel says she is not joking around. She tells him that she had this idea ever since she got her new body. Jared Eucalates replies what she is saying is pretty unexpected. Isabel says to Jared Eucalates that she will bet her honor and her past that she will control the sorcerers. She says she promises she will not let anything bother him. Jared Eucalates says he remembers the sorcerers she used to be with. She must feel very lonely. Isabel says she wants to be a little more help to the kingdom. She says she wants her existence to be enough of a value for him. Jared Eucalates says right, he will fully support the establishment of a sorcerer's guild. Jared Eucalates says to Isabel she has to take the responsibility of managing it. He says the moment the sorcerer touches forbidden black magic or holds hands with the dark church. Before he completes his sentence, Isabel asks him what would he do if they turned evil. Jared Eucalates says he will take hold and destroy them. He adds there would be no cooperation with the dark church. Isabel smiles and says do not worry about that, she hates them more than he does. The establishment of the Sorcerers Guild began to rise quickly. Some of the sorcerers already reached the guild. In other countries of the continent, Nas did not know the potential of sorcerers, especially after their number decreased after the massacre. But Jared Eucalates focused on the unique breakthrough powers that sorcerers have in Paradiso. After someone trains them well, they can prove to be a huge advantage in wars to come. The scene shifts to the 19th of the 8th month. The caravan reaches the borders of the territory of Caribia. The soldiers look at the caravan and say it looks like the situation is happening that their lord repeatedly mentioned. Raki says that the people are in great numbers, as if a whole country has been evacuated. Jared Eucalates agrees with him. He adds this is highly suspicious to him. He says to Rakis the size of the number has gone wrong, as this is 3 times the number he predicted. They observe the people from a height. One of them says their clothes show that all of them are refugees from the kingdoms of Bonuso and Malice. They wonder why these kingdoms are abandoning their people like this. Jared Eucalates looks at the miserable plight of the people and feels sad for them. He says the kings of the 2 kingdoms are bastards and out of their minds. He thinks he cannot hold back his cure from these 2 kingdoms. He says he has to do something. Jared Eucalates addresses Terry, who is sitting on his shoulder. He asks it to detect the dark energy from the crowd. He says to Terry that it does not require to specify the people with dark energy. It only needs to specify how many of them are there in the crowd. Terry says he has to give him the snack after returning. It is Terry's special ability to detect anyone with dark energy. Terry moves toward the crowd. Rakis asks Jared Eucalates if they should carry on with the original plan. Jared Eucalates says they will name this place the entire region as Sanair District and will announce it as a refugee camp. One of Jared Eucalates' subordinates asks him if he is going to reclaim and rejuvenate the wasteland and the mountains simultaneously. Jared Eucalates says they have been able to get this area incorporated into the Caribia territory, but it lacks the power to develop. He adds they are going to invest all of our resources in developing the Sanair district. Rakis asks Jared Eucalates if he has been selling the master potion because he was thinking about this day. Jared Eucalates shows his worry that if the population keeps rising like this, it would become a problem for them. Rakis says people are power. Jared Eucalates says it is not like that. There is no dungeon here and there is no one that specializes in mining. Jared Eucalates says it is not viable for both commercial and resource development. He says this is the reason that other lords who ruled this area left that place untouched. Jared Eucalates thinks the best cheat key that he can think of this place is to make this place a holy place for pilgrims. He says believers of the Radius religion will not resist visiting that place. In addition, it will become a holy place of his territory. Terry walks among the crowd. It looks at a group of people standing away from the others. The group of people is Clues and his subordinates. Clues says Jared the bastard is quite good. Terry stares at them and listens to their talks. The scene shifts to the area where they settle the camps. Jared Eucalates and his team sit in one of the camps. They make a plan for the holy place. Jared Eucalates thanks everyone for participating in the Sanair District Holy Land project. He tells his team that they have called them here to quickly stabilize internal affairs due to the settlement of the refugees. Jared Eucalates addresses Sir Rakis and says his role is the most important one. He says he is leaving the regime on him. He says there are 2 things that he wants to emphasize, the carrot and the stick. He adds the carrot means helping the refugees who are trying their best to settle down in a new place and a new life. He says the stick means to punish those who commit crimes through these uncertain and confusing times. Rakis says he understood his lord's advice. He looks at Rakis and says if necessary he will even allow a summary conviction at his discretion. Jared Eucalates says it is not acceptable to commit violence and harass people on this new land while pretending to be a refugee. Rakis says he will keep this in mind. He looks at the paper and asks the other lieges to guide the refugees through official aid policies. Hayes replies in affirmation. He starts to discuss the refugee aid policy with his official team. He says firstly they will give a full loan for building the residential buildings with 20 years long-term payment installment. He says secondly exports made from the cultivation of the land will be 100% exempted from the tax in the next 4 years and 50% tax from the 2 years after that. He discloses the last part of the policy. He says if they participate in the construction of the large-scale project for the Sanair district in the future, they will be paid as workers, not as contractors. Then he winds up saying there are only 3 parts of the policy. The scene shifts to the refugees. A soldier catches a refugee while stealing. He holds the hand of the thief and says theft is strongly forbidden as per the Lord's instructions. The soldier adds the one who commits any crime will be punished severely. He holds the face of the boy and asks him if he is ready to face the consequences. The boy says he is sorry for committing this act. The boy asks the soldier to forgive him. Jared Euclid stands at a cliff and notices there is no end to the refugees coming from the kingdoms of Bonaso and Malnus. He analyzes the situation right now is that the population of the area has reached by 2 times. Jared Euclid says to himself, if the refugees become stable and become part of their territory, they will surely have the power to endanger the surrounding kingdoms. Then Jared Euclid thinks about the other possibility. He thinks, what if their plan fails? He says in that case the hell will begin. He says he will make the kingdom of Bonaso and Malnus pay for this. Terry comes to Jared Euclid and calls him from behind. It tells him that it quickly came to him because it saw suspicious movement on the guy it watched over the most. Jared Euclid asks Terry what happened with that guy. Terry tells him that the man crossed the mountain and headed for his hideout. Terry tells him in detail that the man has white hair and covers his face with a red mask. The cat tells him that the man slipped out with his subordinates. Jared Euclid gives Terry its favorite snacks. Jared Euclid says the bastard must have come deeper into the camp and would have slipped out when they started watching out for the refugees. Terry asks Jared Euclid if he wants it to guide him to the hideout. Jared Euclid thinks about the past event. He says Clues was a powerful name during the Battle of Armageddon. He says Lena's The Wall of Wailing seems quite weak before him. Then he thinks he must be weak right now since it is 9 years in the future. He thinks, on the other hand, that he recently learned transcendental magic. He says his confidence seems grown up. Jared Euclid takes Terry on his shoulder and intends to search Clues as much as they can. Terry calls Jared Euclid and tells him the cave right in front of them is the temporary hideout of that gay. Jared Euclid stands on one side to observe for some time and tells Terry that he will enter in on the count of 3. Terry says all right to him. Jared Euclid counts to 3 and enters the cave. Jared Euclid looks at his picture with a knife thrust into it and says he hates male stalkers. He adds it looks like he has a very bad stalker who is going to chase him around very tenaciously. The scene shifts back to the refugee camp in the Senar district. People cough badly. Jared Euclid asks one of the refugees if she is feeling her energy back after drinking this potion. The girl asks him why he is showing respect to a commoner like him. Jared Euclid says this is not the right time to think about such things. He again asks the girl if she is alright. The girl says she is feeling the energy coming back to her body, but her head feels so dizzy as if she is going to faint any second. Jared Euclid says it is because of a low level of stamina. He asks Hayes to help him apply a low-level healing magic on her. He says to Hayes they will link their magic together so that she can save her mana as they have a long way to go. Hayes says he understands him. She asks him if he does not have any mana problem. Jared Euclid tells Hayes that he can use magic for 365 days and can still be fine. He asks her not to faint after hearing that. Hayes says she asked a foolish question. Someone calls Jared Euclid from behind. 2 people arrive there and ask Jared Euclid's permission to work in the quarantine ward. One of them is Mary, who has an A-grade special ability in psychology and a B-grade ability in healing magic. The other person is Maru, who has an A-grade ability in general medicine and a B-grade ability in radius theology. They beg Jared Euclid to allow them to repay the favor that they received from him. Jared Euclid says to them that they were treated by him not long ago. Jared Euclid thinks Maru is good at medicine and pharmacy, while Mary is good at psychotherapy. Both of them are siblings. Jared Euclid thinks they lack a few things to be his liege, but they are enough to act as a control tower field. Jared Euclid addresses Mary and Maru and says he will allow them to work if they are willing to do so. Jared Euclid advises them not to go ahead of themselves as it is a quarantine ward. He guides them when they enter and exit one of the wards. They must sterilize themselves in the magic circle. He asks them if they understand what he is saying. They reply in affirmation. Maru says he will do his best to help the patient recover. Mary says she will be a companion to the people so that they do not feel lonely. She adds she will comfort their tired minds and bodies. Jared Euclid appreciates their high spirits, saying they are fully motivated. He adds the wards will be up to them now. They reply they are thankful to the Lord Jared Euclid. Jared Euclid and Hayes move out of the ward. Jared Euclid appreciates Hayes, saying her healing magic has been a great help in treating the patients. He says if she was not there, it would have taken him 3 times longer to do this. Hayes replies she is happy that she was a help to her lord. She says she was also surprised by her work. She adds it was the first time when she realized the divine power is such a blessing to the people. Jared Eucolates looks at her and says he wants to see her grow more as a healer. He starts to discuss her limitations. But before he talks more about it, Hayes asks him to leave that to her. She says it is for her Lord for whom she can give everything. Jared Eucolates looks at Hayes and thinks she was just an ordinary maid 19 months ago, but now she has enough healing power to pursue her career as a healer. He says the unfortunate thing is that she did not have her first awakening yet. Jared Eucolates says the time and heart she is putting into her work, she must have been on her 10th awakening. He adds even a 10th awakening is not enough. Hayes asks him if she has a defense mechanism in her heart that she does not know about. Perhaps the answer is simple. Jared Eucolates changes the topic of discussion and says he does not know how to thank her for coming here and working hard without taking a rest. He looks at Hayes and says he does not know if it is a proper reward or if he is screwing himself over as a lord. Hayes says she does not know what he is talking about, but one thing is definite: her lord has a wonderful heart. Jared Eucolates keeps looking at her and says he wants to say thanks to her with the depth of his heart. Hayes looks at him as if tries to understand what he is saying. Jared Eucolates leans toward her, holds her by her back, and kisses her. They keep staring at each other for a while. Hayes does not know how to respond to this situation. The notification shows Hayes acquired the title, The Kiss of a Prince Riding a White Horse. The psychologically dense mechanism that strongly suppressed the inner mind has been destroyed. Her level of loyalty tripled from 100 to 200, 200 to 400, 400 to 800, and has reached the maximum. The loyalty has increased drastically and reached to right 100 points. Another notification shows the target has entered the first, second, and third awakening simultaneously. Hayes feels overjoyed. Jared Eucolates thinks, what is this? He wonders what title she acquired and the third level of awakening she reached. He says to himself he did not know that the kisses have titles. He thinks he was alone in Paradiso, so there was no chance of kissing a girl. He seems absorbed in his thoughts when Hayes calls him. She tells him that she is feeling drowsy. The moment she completes her sentence, she loses her balance. Jared Eucolates holds her. He says how something so great like the third stage of awakening can happen with just one kiss. Jared Eucolates takes Hayes to the refugee rehabilitation camp. He advises Mary to take good care of Hayes. He adds he does not think that she needs any treatment. He asks her to make sure she takes some rest. Mary replies in affirmation. Jared Eucolates looks at Hayes and thinks he wants to be by her side, but there is something that he needs to find as soon as possible to make the Sanair district into a holy place for the Radius Church. Jared Eucolates is in search of the Platinum Holy Grail of Radius. It is one of the 5 holy relics of the Radius Church. It is hidden in a far-off place in the north. It is hidden in Tartar Island, which is a territory of dark elves. Jared Eucolates says there is a long way to go. He asks himself if it is his first trip out of the sea. He says one can only reach Tartar Island after crossing the sea. He clenches his fist and says as the Sanair district is in order, it is time to put in the last piece of the puzzle. He says that by using the artifact he can give the district a divine blessing. He starts his journey off to the north toward Tartar Island. The scene shifts to the Caribia Palace. High Priest Neod yawns and seems restless. Saint Luna says he seems tired if he is all right. Priest Neod says he is fine. Saint Luna asks him if there is something that is disturbing him. He says no, it is not like that. He adds what he has heard about Lord Jared Eucolates is quite weird no matter how much he thinks about that. The scene shifts 2 days back. Jared Eucolates knocks at Priest Neod's door. He asks Lord Jared Eucolates for what reason he has come all the way here. Jared Eucolates hisses the priest and asks him to lower his voice. He tells the priest that they have received the information that the Holy Grail of Radius is somewhere in the Sanair district. He asks the priest if he finds it, would they accept Sanair district as an official holy place. Priest Neod says the Platinum Grail is one of the 5 most sought relics of Radius Church. The Holy Platinum Grail was lost in the past during war looting. Jared Eucolates assures the High Priest that he will find the Holy Grail. Priest Neod tells the whole matter to Saint Luna what happened 2 days ago. Saint Luna says it would be a great blessing for their church if they find the Platinum Holy Grail. Priest Neod says this is an undeniable fact. He adds even though they have been using the power of the church they failed to find the Holy Grail. He wonders how will Lord Jared Eucolates find it. He says though he is a talented wizard and duke, But still, how can he find it all by himself? Saint Luna says if it is found, the place that the relic will be found in will become a holy place. Priest Neode replies that is right. He says from then on, the site of the holy relic will become a cathedral and the surrounding area will become a holy place. He adds even if the emperor of the empire puts a sword around his throat, the holy place cannot be arbitrarily determined. However, if the holy relics are discovered, the place is unanimously declared as a holy place by the church. He says he wants to see the platinum holy grail that possesses mysterious healing power. Saint Luna says she is excited about what would happen if Lord Jared Eucalates finds it. She says she wonders if she will be able to see the holy grail with her eyes that she wished to see her entire life. Priest Neode says he does not have hope that he will find it. He adds, however, Lord Jared Eucalates left to find it with full confidence, so they must get ready. He asks Saint Luna to bring all the archives of the Holy Grail, he wants to see them. Saint Luna says alright, she will bring them. The scene shifts to Lord Jared Eucalates, who is traveling over the sea. He says going over the sea during the dawn is pretty scary. He says the only light source is the moonlight and the ocean underneath is all black. He says if the Holy Grail is found in the Sanar district, he hopes that the church will unanimously declare it a holy place. He adds that is how desperately the Radius Church wants the Holy Grail. The church has no secured relics to rely upon. That is why the Radius Church is attacked by the Dark Church many times. The Umbra Church and the Kako Church each have an Umbra black shroud. They also have a remarkable artifact called Kako's skull. Lord Jared Eucalates thinks that originally there was no need to rush, so the search for the holy relic was delayed. He says to himself that he wants to make Sanar district a holy place, so the holy relic trick is the best option. Lord Jared Eucalates asks Sir Radius if he is watching over him. He says he hopes that he forgive him for planning to change the holy place. Lord Jared Eucalates reaches Tatar Island. It is his first visit to the Tatar Island. Lord Jared Eucalates says this place is a pain in the neck. The reason behind this is the Dark Elves have joined hands with the Devil's army to attack humans after the breakout of the Battle of Armageddon. Naturally, the Demon's army is considered to be a powerful force and race, so it is inevitable that they are perceived badly. Lord Jared Eucalates says he who has researched the story of Dark Elves thinks differently. About 4 years from now, the Dark Elves begin full-fledged trading with the humans after releasing the decade-old territorial sea law. However, ships are prohibited from entering and fishing on their coast. Lord Jared Eucalates says thanks to that, the countries they exchanged with were able to buy magical weapons and devices. He adds the greed of the stupid kings was the problem. The stupid kings thought it would be better to subjugate the Dark Elves to steal their knowledge rather than pay a lump sum of money for the weapons and devices. Lord Jared Eucalates remembers that was the reason why Dark Elves gave up on humanity and joined hands with the Demon's army. He reaches a big tree. He says it seems like he has reached the place where the Holy Grail is buried. He touches a tree with a particularly high amount of extract and says the Holy Grail is buried right in front of that tree. He digs the ground. He finds the Holy Grail buried underground. He holds the Platinum Holy Grail in his hands. He opens his status window to check the title. He hears a weird sound. He looks back and says, "What is this object?" Lord Jared Eucalates looks at a Biff robot-like soldier. He wonders if it is a Tatarnex. It is the weapon that Dark Elves used in the Battle of Armageddon. It is the peak of magic engineering. He says the transcendental body Tatarnex is nicknamed Tanex. Lord Jared Eucalates hides behind a tree as he does not want to get caught by the Dark Elves. He says Tarnex is a scary thing. Regardless of the wearer's physical body, the moment he wears Tanex he gains tremendous mobility as well as adaptation to various pressures. Jared Eucalates says it is weird. He wonders if it is on a test flight. He adds if this were a game there would be a pilot to maximize the combat ability. He notices no one is riding it right now. He finds it a great opportunity. He thinks he should hold on to his past opportunities and never let go of the future ones. He thinks what if he takes Tenax and does his research on it. He jumps and says it is a golden opportunity. He goes close to the Tenax. However, the moment he goes close to the Tenax, Tenax starts to shout Morse, which means kill, kill. Jared Eucalates hides behind a tree. He remembers how he escaped Tenax's attack and hid behind the tree. Tenax reaches loose to him repeating Morse. Jared Eucalates thinks this is the time. He looks at his storage ring and commands the Tenax to get into his storage ring. Tenax starts to relocate in his storage ring. He takes a deep breath and says nice, he got Tenax safely. Then he thinks about taking the Holy Grail in his storage ring. The status window shows the information about the Tenax. Jared Eucolates checks out the specification of Tenax on the status window. The status window 7 option of Tenax. The first option shows Tenax takes the pressure off the user's body and increases the maneuverability by 5 times. The second option shows can fire 7 bullets of high strength. The third option shows the stamina of Tenax increases after getting 100% charged. The fourth option is about the fixation of Tenax in case of damage. The damaged area can be reinforced with spirit stones. However, the engineer is required if the core of the Tenax is damaged. The fifth option enables the skills of the users with Tenax immediately. Options 6 and 7 show that the developer's approval is required to open the sealed state of Tenax. Jared Eucolates reads all of the mentioned specifications and says everything is as he remembered. Tenax is Sabio's work, who was a well-known dark elf engineer. Jared Eucolates says Sabio will be very angry when he discovers that the first body of the Tenax has disappeared. Jared Eucolates feels relaxed as he achieved 200% of his goals by getting the Holy Grail and the Tenax. He says nothing good will happen after meeting the Dark Elves, so it is the right time to leave Totter Island. He takes his flight back to the territory of Caribia. A Dark Elf comes out of the leaves after he leaves. The Dark Elf looks at the empty place where Tenax was standing a few minutes ago. He seems amused that the man did not panic to see Tenax. The Dark Elf smiles and says the man leaves a loophole by carrying the Tenax in the storage space. He feels that man is not an ordinary human. The Dark Elf says it is odd that the man came to their territory. The Dark Elf looks at the hole in the ground. He wonders if it is a treasure that he digs out. Then he adds that it is not a problem. He seems interested in how capable a pilot that human is. He takes out a gadget. The details on the gadget screen show all the pilot's maneuver information, patterns, and synchronization rates will be analyzed in real time from this moment onwards. The Dark Elf completes the settings and says this much is enough. He says none of the Dark Elves are qualified to use the Tenax, maybe humans can use it better. The Dark Elf estimates the man who has taken Tenax is at least a Class 5 magician. He adds it has been a while an interesting research subject has come. Once Jared Eucolates starts his flight, he thinks about checking the message. He opens his status window. The notification shows that he has acquired the divine power by finding the Holy Grail. My divine power shot up to 100% instantly. He says he has to raise his divine power because he has to face so many monsters and the Dark Church in the future. He feels that divine power is easy to use against enemies or curses. Additional damage is applied to the amount of divine power one adds to the magic. If one will use 100% of divine power, it would amplify 100%. So, the total damage will double. That means using 900% will amplify by 100%. The damage will be 10 times higher. Jared Eucolates says he is growing quite fast. He says to himself that with the Transcendental Tenax, he can deal with a 7-class magician easily. Jared Eucolates thinks now his next goal will be Bonuso and Malnus Kingdom. He shakes this point out of his mind and says he should focus on Sanair District. He feels he should think about others' issues later. The scene shifts to the church. Saint Luna enters the room and calls High Priest Neode. Priest Neode asks Saint Luna if everything is alright. She tells the priest that Lord Jared Eucolates is here. She informs him Lord Jared Eucolates has found the Holy Grail. High Priest Neode asks her if it is true. Both Saint Luna and High Priest Neode feel overjoyed to hear this. The stories have become a reality. Jared Eucolates finally found the holy relic that Radius Church could not find for a decade. Saint Luna says she is so thrilled about it. The scene shifts to Lake Margarita in the Sanate District. Jared Eucolates shows the Holy Grail to the people of the church. High Priest Neode says he cannot believe this. One of them says the Duke of Jared Eucolates must be the representative, otherwise he must not be able to find it alone. High Priest Neode looks at the Holy Grail and says may God's blessings be upon Lord Jared Escalates. He calls Jared Eucolates the light of God's representative. Jared Eucolates asks them to think about names like Discoverer or Finder. He does not like the name Representative. Jared Eucolates tells the people of the church that the Holy Grail was buried in Lake Margarita in the Sanate District. He adds the Duke has found it and he brought it here to confirm. The priest says he wants him to keep the location a secret. He adds no one should know where the Holy Grail is. Jared Eucolates asks the priest to explain the reason behind this. High Priest Neode says at dawn the Transilia Empire will officially be approved by Radiusism. He adds from this moment onward Lake Margarita will be a holy place. He takes the Holy Grail from Jared Eucolates and says there is no doubt that it is a perfect relic. High Priest Neode holds the Holy Grail and says she is the great relic that Radius left for the Child of Light. Saint Luna takes the Holy Grail in his hand and says they approve the Holy Grail as this is very touching. She adds, "May Lord Radius bless the Lord of Caribia territory." The other people of the church raise slogans like "Long live the Lord, hail the Lord." High Priest Neode says His Holiness will be very pleased. He adds he wishes praise and glory for the Lord Jared Eucolates forever. Jared Eucolates says he feels like his body is full of blessings after listening to this. The notification appears on his status window that through the prayer of the Supreme Priest, he has received blessings from Pope Armenia. His divine power increased by 50%. Jared Eucolates thinks it is unbelievable that the High Priest Neode can send that much power with one prayer. He adds this is something unexpected that the priest can raise divine power by prayers. High Priest Neode says he hopes that Lord Jared Eucolates will soon revisit the holy place. Jared Eucolates says he will wait for them to make the second great temple of the continent here. The High Priest Neode asks Jared Eucolates to take care of the Holy Grail. He adds, "May God bless Sanar." He says he will make it a place where blessings will flow endlessly. The people of the church leave. Jared Eucolates says now this is time to double-check the status of the Sanar district. The notification on the status window shows that the Sanar district has been recognized as the Sanar Holy Land. It adds the Sanar Holy Land will be managed as a separate window from the Krivia territory, and that will be called the Holy Land window. The Holy Land windows appears with the details of Sanar Holy Land. Jared Eucolates looks at the status window of the Holy Land. He says the additional Holy Land window is an addition to the holy power of the existing window. He adds the name Holy Land window itself is so special that it makes his heart flutter. He thinks he started from the bottom with baby steps and reached the heights of achieving goals like the Holy Grail. He stands by the lake and says at least they are receiving the attention of gods, which is a positive thing. He feels many gods are watching the world with attention. He says when he overworked himself in his previous life and restarts from here, he feels like there is an influence of a god. There are 4 categories of gods: the low, intermediate, high, and transcendence. He says he does not know they belong to which category. He says he does not believe that it is the #1 strongest holy place of the Radius Church on the Nas continent. Jared Eucolates thinks if they develop the Sanar district they can rake in money. The money collected from this place would be enough for a bigger project. He sits alone and thinks that the arrival of the refugees to his territory proves to be a blessing in disguise. He keeps talking to himself. He believes the arrival of the refugees was an anticipated problem. He considers it is because of his wisdom that the problem turned out to be an opportunity. Jared Eucolates thinks about another problem that he has to solve now. The reflection of Clues comes to his mind. He thinks Clues is the guy who would not let things go. The scene shifts to the Sanar district refugee camp. Jared Eucolates sits with Ella in a camp. Ella says it is a strange feeling that 2 of them are there alone at night. She congratulates Jared Eucolates for finding the Holy Grail. Ella Mercenary is a Grisio Royal training instructor. Ella says she wonders if there is anything that can make them happier than finding the Holy Grail. Jared Eucolates replies it must be a new thing for her. He compliments her that she is more devoted than others. Ella says for her Lord Radius is the beginning and the end of her life. She says this is the one reason that she despises the Dark Church. Jared Eucolates looks at her and asks her if she would like to have a glass of wine. Ella touches her cheek and asks how she can decline it in the company of a duke. Jared Eucolates pours some wine for her. He asks her what would be her relationship with Chloe in the future. Ella says it is in September. Jared Eucolates says yes after 4 days. Ella says the official contract will expire and their agreement will be done. She adds contract extermination will part ways. Ella drinks the whole drink in one long slip. She says Chloe is a good disciple. She adds it is like she taught her one thing and Chloe learned 3 out of this one thing. She says she was also greedy because Chloe is a gray elf who specializes in magic. She appreciates skills of Chloe. Jared Eucolates says this is right. Ella says Chloe has already passed the stage when she can teach her something. She emphasizes this by saying this is a very important fact. She adds there appears to be a better teacher than her. Jared Eucolates says it is a shameful question to ask if the better teacher she is mentioning is him. Ella says yes. Ella says Chloe's skills skyrocketed since she started to take private lessons from the Lord. She says Chloe's growth is so remarkable that she is embarrassed to have taught her for 1 year. She adds she was a martial artist before being a contractor. She says she has made her decision that she is letting go of Chloe. She says Chloe is free to make her choices. Jared Eucolates says he is touched by the fact that she cherished her disciple a lot. He adds he will stop talking about the topics related to Chloe. Ella takes the last sip of the wine and compliments Jared Eucolates that she likes the cool part of his personality. She adds the past is past, it is better to forget about it. Jared Eucolates puts another bottle on the table and says there is one more reason to call her here today. Ella becomes excited to see the bottle of premium wine. Jared Eucolates says there is something that he wants to do in secret. Ella frowns and asks if he wants to do it only with her among all the lieges. She wants to ask what is the matter. Jared Eucolates says he feels like there will be an attack by the Umbra Church. He adds he cannot predict the exact chance, but it is at least 90%. Jared Eucolates thinks Clues is the kind of person who will try to destroy things when happiness and joy are blooming. He speaks to himself there is no chance that he would spare the Sanair district after it is changed into a holy place. Ella takes a sip of the drink and asks if he is gathering people to fight with the Dark Church in person. Jared Eucolates says that is right. He shares his plan that they will lure the followers of Dark Church to the Sanair district and wipe them out. Ella takes another sip and asks Jared Eucolates if he knows about Clues. Jared Eucolates replies he knows him very well, he is an archbishop of the Umbra Church. He adds that Clues is a mysterious man with gray hair and a mask on his face. Ella tells Jared Eucolates that he can meet with Clues by going deep into the Umbra Church. Jared Eucolates makes an innocent face and says he has been interested in Umbra Church since his childhood. Ella says he can also simply answer this by saying he is curious about the Umbra Church. Ella asks him how she can help with this. Jared Eucolates says the Umbra Church is far short of operational costs compared to its forces. Jared Eucolates makes a round shape with his 2 fingers and says he asks to use these gold coins to lure Clues and his people. Ella looks at the bag of coins. Jared Eucolates further tries to persuade her by saying he will pay her a heavy amount for doing that task like he always does. Ella says this many gold coins would be enough for her to do this task. She asks him if he is free tonight. Jared Eucolates smiles and clears his throat. Ella says she would like to discuss tactics. She adds if they are going to lure them, it is important to lure all of them. She continues that even if one of them survives, they will keep diving over and over. Jared Eucolates laughs and asks her to discuss it in detail. 2 days later, 5 transportation cartridges brought things to Sanair district. There are master potions, clean magic circle spirit stones, food, unrefined and refined gold in the cartridges. Ella orders the crew that everyone is responsible for the material's safe transportation. Ella touches a banded wound on her face and says it still hurts. Ella says he underestimated Lord Jared Eucolates, he is bruising her in a mock battle. There are soldiers of the Caribbean territory standing around Ella. She thinks even Clues would not stand a chance against Lord Jared Eucolates' skills. She thinks about the magic missiles she observed. She says it was not the first-class magic missile that she thought it was. She adds a normal magic missile cannot have more than 5 arrows, however there were about 8 arrows in the missile she saw. She smiles and says that means that the missile is stronger than she thinks. Ella raises her hand in the air and commands the soldiers to speed up. She says to wipe everyone out even if weaker enemies are coming after them. She asks them to focus on moving rather than on the perimeter. Soldiers reply they understand her command. Ella looks at the soldiers and says there are elite troops, high-quality armor, weapons, and insignia of the Agricio's Knights with a black loin and a golden borer. She adds maybe she should also try to settle down here. Then she thinks she should see how Lord Jared Eucolates finishes the job. Jared Eucolates is in the air over the cartridges. He uses 5th-class magic of transparency and invisibility. He seems enjoying it. He says the invisibility magic is pretty good, because by using this one can remain invisible till he decides to attack. However, this magic needs to be cast every minute, and it consumes mana every time. Jared Eucolates says right now he needs to give people a strong message that anyone who will with him will be crushed, especially the Dark Church. He stops for a while and wonders if this would be considered as intended aggression. Then, he says he has settled everything accordingly. It would be sadder if it would not attract the set amount of aggression. He believes his trick will work, and the king will also march if he is a king in the true sense. Jared Eucolates thinks about the Black Death Demon. He is a member of the Umbra Church who is veiled from head to bottom and is third in command. Jared Eucolates says he does not know about Black Death Demon's skills. The Bleak Death Demon boasts about being an undefeated killer. Jared Eucolates remembers in his previous life, Bleak the Death Demon was declared the next boss monster after Clue's death. Jared Eucolates says since then he has been overworked. He adds his information and here. The soldiers shout a large number of shadows approaching quickly from the right side. One of them says he will go and report about this. Members of the Umbra Church are on the right mountain ridge and they are quickly approaching. An explosion blocked the withdrawal route. Jared Eucolates looks at them from the height and says the bastards finally came out. He adds there is no future for the followers of the Dark Church who gave their souls to the devil. Jared Eucolates swears that he will not let even one of the followers of the Dark Church leave alive. Clues, who is hidden behind a boulder, laughs and says it is just a trap as expected. He believes the opponent already knew about his arrival. He understands the trap of his enemy. He believes they started the march on purpose to check if he caught the bait. Clues looks at the scenario of a fake battle. He appreciates Jared Eucolates' attempt and says it is high-level thinking. He adds the good thing is he brought his expendables or else he would be in a big problem. He wonders if he met any such clever guy before. Jared Eucolates attacks his enemies with a magic missile. One of the enemies curse him for being a damn child. The man adds he feels like crap. Clues watches the terrible plight of his men. He takes out his dagger and says he will send Jared Eucolates to hell for destroying 500 of his men. One of the Clues' men calls Jared Eucolates a dumbass leader who follows the Umbra Church and asks his fellows to kill him. The man adds the fake light will end in the true darkness. Jared Eucolates calls them bastards. He wonders how can they call themselves their enemies so elegantly. He looks mad at that man, how dare he call him a dumbass leader. Jared Eucolates moves his hand and forms a magical pattern. Lightning thunder like waves appear around him. He attacks the followers of the Dark Church Hextuple Transcendence magic missile. The opponent seems unable to understand what is that force. They say that magic does not have a foundation. Jared Eucolates smiles and says right, it is the magic without any foundation and can only be used by one person. He adds this is his transcendence magic. He says it is a magic missile that pours down like rain. The magic missile works like the spears that are difficult to follow with the eyes. Then, Jared Eucolates thinks of using double transcendence lighting arrows. Transcendence lightning arrows shoot out arrows with electric current from all directions without countermeasures. Transcendence lightning arrows strike the followers of the Dark Church badly. The followers of the Dark Church think of retreating. Then they feel afraid that Clues will kill them if they retreat. One of them says Jared Eucolates will kill them in an instant. Another man says Clues always wanted to target a place with a fabulous wizard. He calls Jared Eucolates a bastard. Jared Eucolates is amused by their comments. He says this was no fight in the first place. He thinks they cannot even touch his single hair. Clues calls Jared Eucolates from behind. Jared Eucolates smiles and asks him if he come. They face each other. Clues raises his dagger in the air in an attacking pose. Clues has the special ability to form transcendental clones and extreme regeneration. In addition, he has terror, murder, and propagation as normal abilities. Clues' Flesh Digger can maximize critical hits. He also possesses the Ring of Absolute Weakness, which can stop buffs and reduce defense and mana without any exception. Jared Eucolates notices Clues' artifacts and says they are a crazy combination for the enemy. Jared Eucolates seems absorbed in his thoughts. Clues asks Jared Eucolates if he has free time to look around. Jared Eucolates still stays quiet. Clues smiles to see the plight of Jared Eucolates and says it is pathetic to see him intimidated. He asks Jared Eucolates if he is about to kneel and beg for mercy. That is the moment when Jared Eucolates takes advantage of the moment. He tries to throw dust into Clues' eyes. Clues covers his eyes with his arm. He asks Jared Eucolates if it is a little kid's joke. He says he needs to teach him a lesson. Clues uses his passive clone shadow spell and creates multiple clones. Jared Eucolates looks at the clone shadows. He thinks the guy's clone shadows are a unique ability rather than magic. He feels it would be useless to dispel the clones. He says to himself that he has to kill Clues. He adds he at least has to get his ring. Clues laughs and asks him what he is looking for. All the clones come toward Jared Eucolates simultaneously. The clones surround Jared Eucolates from all directions. Clues comes forward and tries to thrust the flesh dagger into Jared Eucolates' body. However, Jared Eucolates manages to block his attack. Clues appreciates his quick defense move. Jared Eucolates again takes advantage of the moment. He smiles and uses his teleport magic spell. He reaches behind Clues in no time. Clues looks around to find Jared Eucolates. He holds the hand of Clues. Clues asks him how he found his main body. Jared Eucolates asks him if he has not noticed the sand sprinkled just before the battle. He tells Clues that he has mixed glitter dust with the sand. He adds he already knew that he was good at shadow clones. Jared Eucolates says he also knows about his fatal weakness of not being able to reflect her shadow clones. He says the reason that he managed to find his real body is the shining glitter dust. He mocks on how he trapped him. Jared Eucolates uses Transcendence Telekinesis on Clues. He makes Clues fly in the air with the help of this magic. He looks at him and smiles. He says Transcendence Telekinesis magic is a crazy kind of magic that uses telekinesis power to cause a tremendous amount of gravity on the body. He adds in the case of single transcendence, one feels a gravitational acceleration of 8gs. He says it is the right amount to pass out. Jared Eucolates looks at the ring of absolute weakness. He says he took that ring out of Clues' finger right before he made him fly in the air. He says he will use the ring well. He looks at the ring, smiles, and says he cannot go wrong with the debuff. He thinks removing the ring was easier than he thought. Clues comes back and holds Jared Eucolates from the shoulder. Jared Eucolates asks him if he wants to say something. Clues' eyes seem red with a strike. He says he has experienced the telekinesis energy many times up till now, but he has never experienced such a strong shock before. Jared Eucolates asks, then what? Clues asks him from where he gained that power. He asks if the Radius Church has an entity with whom he made a contract and got this power. Jared Eucolates laughs to hear this. He takes Clues' hand off his shoulder. He says not everyone gets power through cowardly means like them. Clues bleeds badly. Jared Eucolates tells him that the fight is not over yet. He says if he succeeds in killing him, he will get all the sacrifices. He says now he should fight harder with this offer. Clues says he did not want to take out his hidden power and use it in the last decade. His body starts to transform. His body starts to turn bigger. He laughs and says no one ever survived after seeing his physical transformation. Jared Eucolates looks at Clues' gigantic body. He almost turns into a monster. Jared Eucolates looks no more than a tiny creature in front of him. Clues leans toward him with his dagger in hand. He asks Jared Eucolates to get ready to die. Jared Eucolates moves his hand, creates a transcendence door between them. Clues growls with his red eyes and says it is a 10-dimensional door. Jared Eucolates determines to kill him here to break the investment and enthusiasm of the Dark Church. Jared Eucolates throws double flame arrows at him. Heavy flames of fire cover a large area. Clues looks at the flames and says the flame arrow is a massive sphere. He says it is a magical variant that he has never seen before. He says to himself that he does not guess which of the many doors are connected. Clues tries to raise his morals by saying his opponent is just a class 5 magician. He says he will leave the rest on his altered body. He says he will kill his opponent even at the cost of his death. Clues growls again and runs toward Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates forms Dimension Door fire arrows. The Dimension Door fire arrows move through the door and move toward Clues. Light of dimension doors and smoke of fire flames cover the area. Jared Eucolates runs in a circular motion and makes dimension door fire arrows cover Clues from all directions. The fire arrows hit Clues badly. Clues growls wildly. Clues says he has to do something. But before he thinks of something, he feels his foot freeze at a point. He looks at his foot and thinks why he cannot move it. He falls into another trap. Jared Eucolates tells him it is telekinesis power. He laughs and tells him further that his movement is inhibited due to telekinesis magic. That magic forced Clues to stay in the original position. Jared Eucolates makes Clues stand at one point and bombards fire arrows. Clues gets hit by the flames. He feels helpless. He says this does not make any sense. Clues thinks Jared Euclides cannot be this strong, even if he considers him a 6th-class magician. Clues speaks to himself that Jared Euclides' magical power seems to work at a different level from what he attached to his subordinates. He adds this time Jared Euclides' magic is twice as powerful. He says it would not be wrong to say that his mana is limitless. Clues looks at the things used by Jared Euclides. He has Staff of Mudidus, Delrook's bracelet, and the Ring of Absolute Weakness. Jared Euclides reaches behind Clues and attacks with the Ring of Absolute Weakness. Jared Euclides socks Clues' energy with the help of the ring. Clues asks him how he knows the ability of the ring. Clues' body becomes smaller than before. He looks at himself. Then he uses a defensive stance. Jared Euclides guesses Clues is more stupid than he thought. Jared Euclides thrusts a knife into his body. Clues looks stalled and stunned. Jared Euclides smiles to see his expressions. The knife that Jared Euclides thrusts into Clues' body is not an ordinary knife. It is Artisan's Bullet's magic tool, a tool made of a rare mineral that is harder than spirit stone. Jared Euclides inflicts a lethal wound on Clues' body. Clues sighs with pain and sits to the ground. Jared Euclides tells him that the dagger would not have created a deep cut on his body if his body remained reinforced like before. He adds he inflicted the magic of certain death on him, which is why he is temporarily in a non-defensive state. He continues because of that the magic tool, the wound immediately became a fatal wound. Blood spills out of Clues' wound. Jared Euclides leans toward him and tells him that he will take this dagger. Jared Euclides again hits Clues with the same dagger to ensure his end. Clues sighs with pain. Jared Euclides says many innocent people have died because of his desire and wrong ways. Jared Euclides believes Clues would not stop his evil deeds. He says a person like Clues cannot feel bad for his misdeeds. Clues returns to his previous state and falls to the ground. He ironically appreciates Jared Euclides' skills. He asks Jared Euclides how comes that a person like him is the lord of a small territory. Jared Euclides asks if there is a way to tell that he would not be an enemy he can beat. He tells Clues that he did not have a thought of fighting him in the first place. He adds he would not have prepared a trap if he thought that he could not beat him. Then, Jared Euclides appreciates himself for being the one who understands the abilities of the ring. Jared Euclides says he will take Kull's head off his shoulder and make his body travel the whole land to get people's wrath. Clues begs Jared Euclides to kill him. He repents of his sins and says he has no right to take another breath. Jared Euclides says it seems like everyone becomes weak in the face of torture. Jared Euclides asks Clues to confess his sins before the imaging device. Clues looks at the imaging device. Jared Euclides holds Clues by his hair and asks him about his last words. Clues says he wants the Umbra Church to avenge his death. Jared Euclides smiles and says this is good for him as he hates the Umbra Church. Jared Euclides again hits Clues. Clues sighs and says he will wait for him to arrive in the afterlife soon. Jared Euclides says he does not intend to go to the hell where he would reside. Clues swears to God and curses him. Before he talks any further, Jared Euclides takes his head off his shoulders. Then he thinks about carrying Clues' corpse in the ring space. After that, he intends to return to the battlefield. Ella looks at the scenario on the battlefield. She thinks at a point she and the knights have become spectators. She says to herself that Jared Euclides does not need a backup even if he is alone. The battlefield seems in the grip of heavy flames of fire inflicted upon the followers of Umbra Church. The followers of the Dark Church get a hard time from Jared Euclides. One of the knights appreciates Jared Euclides' skills by saying he is a high-ranked wizard among all the combat wizards. Another knight says his lord is an amazing man. One of them says to the other that it would be an incredible moment when Clues gets his death by the lord. Jared Euclides says that is right. He tells everyone that Clues is dead. The followers of the Dark Church seem unable to accept Clues' death. Ella wonders if he killed Clues. Jared Euclides asks the followers of the Dark Church not to think about surrendering. He says he has no intention of sparing their lives. He says their wrongdoings against innocent people are sins that cannot be paid off in any other way but death. The followers of the Umbra Church try to escape. Jared Euclides swings his wand in the air. He says no one can deal with Jared Euclides' movements, magic, and the flamboyant dance of his dagger. So the embers of life quickly extinguishes in all directions. He says it is an expression straight to hell with no place to escape and hide. There are numerous notifications on Jared Euclides' status window. The first notification shows he has earned the title of 1000/Dark Hunters. Secondly, he earned the artifact Demon's Play. In addition, breaking through level 100 has allowed discerning eyes to be upgraded. Jared Euclides looks at the messages in the status window. He notices the Demon's Play on his finger. He acquired the artifact Demon's Play by killing 1,000 people. There are a total of 7 options in the Demon's Play. It increases his mana by 500 times. It increases his health and physical strength by 100 times. Demon's Play increases his physical and magical defense by 50 times. He achieved the ability of special detoxification by the help of which he can cancel the poison of poisonous plants within 12 hours. Knights and Ella feel overjoyed to hear about the death of Clues. Ella says this is unbelievable that he has killed his lifelong enemy Clues. She asks him how he killed him. She says she does not know what she should say. Jared Euclides replies that he has just used his skills. In reality, it is his transcendent magical powers that helped him to defeat Clues. He thinks the first infliction point has been created which can cause a big chance in the future. Ella says the Radius Church will greatly commend Lord Jared Euclides' work since he has killed the man who was such a pain in the ass. Jared Euclides says he is honored to kill Clues, an old enemy of the Radius Church. The scene shifts to an antique shop. There is a headmaster. A lady asks him to talk comfortably in the private space. The man with a covered face asks the lady Linksna. Linksna asks the man why cannot she call his name when he always calls her by name. The man says his name is Black Demon. Linksna says it is his nickname, not his real name. Linksna asks him to make a plausible name since they are discussing this topic. Black Demon says he will listen if it is an order, but he will refuse if it is a request. Linksna laughs and says he is very consistent. She says she has been calling him Black Demon for years, so she is used to it. Black Demon says Clues is dead. Linksna says she knows about it as he hears the news. She asks him if it is Jared Euclides the bastard who killed him. Black Demon says Clues' body has been passed around as by being punished, as if losing the artifact were not enough. He adds there is also a video of him repenting his sins. Linksna says she advised him to report about Jared Euclides' movement in advance. She adds it is the karma of a stupid hasty move. Black Demon asks Linksna about the Oath of Allegiance. She says the Clues faction surrenders with the white flag. She adds they did not like Clues since the beginning. However, they had no choice but to follow him. Black Demon says it is the effect of losing one pillar of the church with power. He adds this is quite ironic. Linksna moves her hand in her hair and says this is the way of life. She adds at the end a church is just a place where people gather. She asks the Black Demon about the position of vice president. Black Shadow refuses that position. He says he likes to do work in shadow as he always used to do. Linksna asks him if he is not interested in the position of vice president. The Black Shadow replies he does not like a citadel. He says he is already overwhelmed by leading the Black Division. He says he left the position to an unknown person. Linksna asks him about his plans for Jared Euclides. He replies he does not have any hasty crap plan like Clues. He adds they will call off all the outside activities and discuss everything about Jared Euclides. He says they will discuss everything from the past to the present without leaving anything behind. Black Demon says it seems that the Radius Church officially declared the Sanair district as a holy place, so there would be a lot of attention there. They should not provoke them for some time. Linksna says they did not need Clues in the first place. She asks him not to overdo himself. She says she does not want to lose him. Black Demon says there is no wrath of his life. Linksna says she sometimes thinks if the god exits. She says too many people lost just because of the name Dark Church. Black Demon says it depends on what she believes. He adds he does not where is the god that other people believe. He says his god is right in front of him. Linksna puts her hand under her chin. She asks him if he is hitting on her. Black Demon says it is an old thought. He says it is not his style to compliment people with empty words. Black Demon asks Linksna not to look for him till he finishes his investigation on Jared Euclides. He says he will be busy. Linksna says he is pretending to be busy. She tells him that she will also be fighting in a dungeon from tomorrow onwards. He asks her if she is talking about Spider Queen Morgina's dungeon. Linksna says yes. She tells him that she is going to meet Red Queen. She adds they are planning to attack the dungeon together. Black Demon asks her to be careful. He says the Red Queen and her subordinates hide too many secrets. Linksna tells him not to worry. She says this is not something that she is going to do for the first time. Black Demon tells Linksna that she is the head of the Umbra Church, so she should be careful. He adds she should go around carelessly. Linksna gets mad at Black Demon and asks him to go. Black Demon says he is leaving. Then he leaves. Linksna looks at the open door and says she will kill Jared Eucolates. The scene shifts to the Caribbea's Great Manor. It is the 1st of September. Jared Eucolates looks quite busy. He says he is bussed in finalizing shipments and reading all the messages line by line. So many pre-awakening messages are popping up. He achieved the title, The One Who Overcame the First Crisis. He reads the message about the title. He says it is a signal that the system gives when there is an important change to the player. The notification shows as a reward for winning that title he received the map Tristic Island. Jared Eucolates looks at Tristy's Island's map. It is an island that is located in the west of the Nas continent. It is home to the continent's largest dungeon called the Grand Labyrinth of Nas. Jared Eucolates looks at the map and notices that it is a map of the part that can destroy a part of the labyrinth. He says it is a place that attracts the attention of almost all the players of Paradiso. It infinitely stimulates the spirit of challenge. The Grand Labyrinth of Nas on this island is a notorious dungeon. First of all, there is a structure. The structure goes underground to march the developer's links. At the underground entrance, there is a dimensional door that changes color every minute. That means the labyrinth that one enters a minute ago will be different from the labyrinth one enters after a minute. The starting point of the labyrinth is connected to the dimensional door continues to change every minute. The problem is that one cannot match the color and type of dimensional gate, even if he plans to attack according to plan A or B type labyrinth. One cannot enter the Z-type labyrinth without luck. If the bright dimensional door was in a type yesterday, a dark dimensional door can be in a type today. Jared Eucolates says that the labyrinth solution that came to his hands is a step-by-step explanation of the correlation between the date of the color of the portal and the labyrinth type. It is written under it that it is top secret information. Then, Jared Eucolate reads the announcement of the Grand Labyrinth Nas. The Grand Labyrinth of Nas belongs to all the people of the continent. It does not belong to a particular person, force, or country. He further reads that the forces or countries that violate rules and occupy the Grand Labyrinth of Nas will be driven out by the united forces of the entire Nas continent. They will be defined as greedy and evil so that anyone can commit merciless terror against them without compromising their honor. Jared Eucolate thinks it must be very important information. He says he cannot attack that place right now, he has to wait for the right time. He thinks it is time for Chloe to come back. Someone moves in the corridor. Chloe is there. She feels nervous. Hayes looks at Chloe and asks her when she arrived. She replies she just arrived here. Hayes asks her why she is pacing around. Hayes tells her she should go to Lord Jared Eucolate quickly. She tells Chloe that he has been waiting for her. She asks Hayes what if Lord Jared Eucolate asks her to leave the manor. Chloe seems sad. She says there are still a lot of things that she wants to learn from the Lord. Hayes says this is such a stupid question. She asks her why she cannot say these things to the Lord. Hayes asks Chloe to tell her true feelings to the Lord without hiding anything. She asks her to be truthful. Hayes says she is leaving for practice. Chloe finally enters Jared Eucolate's room. She seems confused. Jared Eucolate asks Chloe how is her training going. He asks her if she has practiced stealth, disguise, and deception. She replies yes. Jared Eucolate asks her if she has any other questions. He asks her if she has any questions about psychological warfare or other strategic tactics. Chloe says yes. Jared Eucolate says Chloe is stupid. Chloe replies yes. Jared Eucolate laughs and says he is thinking about calling her Yesbot instead of Chloe in the future. Chloe says she will say no to the last question. She smiles after realizing the humor. Jared Eucolate says he will get to the point why he called her here. He says he will need her skills in the future. He adds he likes talented people like her in his manner. He says he knows she is from Grey Elves and may need to return to her clan at any time. Cole asks him if he is making an offer after knowing all that. Jared Eucolate says yes. He adds she had left her hometown to gain experience to live among the humans. He says from now on, what is going to happen inside and outside of Manor will dramatically broaden her knowledge. Jared Euclid thinks the Grand Labyrinth of Nas is a dungeon that he will beat someday before the end of his life. He says Chloe would be a great help in that mission. He thinks he has talked about it to Ella. He feels Chloe will accept this offer. Chloe says she has never thought about it. She adds she was planning to leave tomorrow. Jared Euclid says this is weird. He thinks he heard from Hayes yesterday that Chloe, Hayes, and Isabel are planning to attack Nightmare Forest. He thinks if Chloe wants him to raise the price to stop her here. Both of them stay silent for a while. Jared Euclid looks at Chloe and says she is worrying too much. Jared Euclid says he needs her. He asks her to stay as long as she is allowed to stay. He says he wants her to help him and his manor. This is something unbelievable for Chloe. She asks if he needs her. Chloe looks down and thinks about something. Jared Euclid thinks she has a lot of things on her mind. He says yes, he needs her. He tells her that no one by his side specializes in stealth, assassination, and camouflage. Jared Euclid says there is one more thing. Chloe asks him if there is one more thing. Jared Euclid tells her that she will not only learn from his advice, but he will find someone who can teach her. He adds he will find her a teacher in 1 year. Chloe asks if he will do so. Jared Euclid says he does not lie. He says the teacher will be someone who can teach her better than Ella. Jared Euclid thinks about Formido. He is a 70-year-old man now. He has spent his entire life walking down the path of an assassin to reach his ultimate goal. Sadly, he was not present when 1424's Battle of Armageddon broke out. He died at 79 because of a disease. Jared Euclid asks Chloe to pretend to be deceived by him and stay. He says it will give her a lot of experience. He asks her to think of it as a class for a queen. Chloe tells him that she has 2 older brothers. She adds she believes one of her brothers will be crowned in the future instead of her. Jared Euclid tells her that her brothers will die eventually. Chloe slams the table and asks what he is saying. Jared Euclid says he cannot tell her the truth. Jared Euclid asks her to stay for a year, then he will leave it up to her. Chloe again feels sad and asks if is that what he wants. She says she will stay. Jared Euclid asks Chloe to do their best. Chloe says they will. Jared Euclid stays in his office and works. He thinks it is time to start mining in Chaldea. He says they need a metal stronger than steel to mine in Chaldea. He looks at the 2 piles of papers on his table. He says he needs to calculate this well if he wants to compete with the kingdoms of Bonaso and Malnos. He adds ice-free ports are necessary if they want to expand the size of the estate in the future. He thinks about the sea in front of the Mate port connected to the Magnum Strait in the Caribbean territory. That sea freezes in the middle of winter. He says it will be a secret surprise. Jared Euclid looks at the papers and says the best gain is required when one uses exclusive knowledge, not just some bugs and tricks. He says even at this time he is re-establishing his resolve, recalling his main characters who will be growing up under God's protection and support to create their splendid future. Jared Euclid thinks difficult times may be opportunities for some people. He adds he does not think like that. He says heroes do not want what some people want in difficult times. He says the most important is to stabilize the order of the continent. Valdez keeps writing these words on the paper. He appreciates Jared Euclid's words and asks him to continue speaking. Jared Euclid continues and says people should not be sacrificed unconditionally in wars. He says as the leader they can instruct them to add their workforce and power. Volst again appreciates Jared Euclid's sayings. Jared Euclid asks Valdez if he is praising him for the sake of words only. Valdez says it is not like that, Lord. He says he does not know how to say empty words. Jared Euclid tells him that he has not copied these words from anywhere, these are his thoughts. Valdez says that is what he feels. He adds he is a lord who is running a country. He is inspired by Lord Jared Euclid's thoughts. His loyalty increased by 200 times. He enters the stage of primary awakening. Valdez tells Jared Euclid that according to the news, the rainy season has just begun in the southern part of the Nas continent. He adds thanks to this, the master potions are selling like crazy. Jared Euclid says that is great news. Valdez says he is neither a military expert nor a person in charge, but he wants to share some important information. He tells Jared Euclid that he has gained this information from a personal network. He says the information is about Bonaso and Malnos Kingdom. Jared Euculates says he would like to hear it. Valdez hands over a bundle of papers to Jared Euculates. He says this is information about the personnel of the Army and Navy who manage coastal cities, ports, and general areas. Jared Euculates says he would not ask for the source of the information. He looks at the papers and says the focus of the content is on the stories of naval generals who were treated as foreigners in both kingdoms and treated poorly. Valdez replies that is right. He says the Navy costs too much to maintain compared to its performance. Jared Euculates says it must have looked undesirable in the eyes of the two stupid kings. Valdez says it is like this. Valdez says their loyalty is as bad as a sandcastle and on the brink of collapse. Jared Euculates replies he knows what he means. He adds what the Navy of those countries needs right now is an opportunity and a cause. Jared Euculates says all they are required to do is to give them a cause to think of a new leader. He adds they will shift to a stronger, sturdy ship without any regrets. Jared Euculates gives the papers to Valdez. Valdez says it is almost done. He adds he will hand over it to the celebrities to read and recommendations. Meanwhile, Archness enters the room. He tells Jared Euculates that she found the required person. She says she found the blacksmith. Jared Euculates asks him if she is sure. He asks if it is the right person. Arches asks Jared Euculates if he does not trust her. She says she came all the way here by herself because it is correct. Jared Euculates addresses Aki and says she must be sure about it. Jared Euculates and Archness started their journey to meet the blacksmith. Jared Euculates takes Aki on his back. Archness falls asleep. Jared Euculates says to Archness it is good to sleep, but she is breathing so hard. Archness says there is still a long way to go to the Plenus mine. Jared Euculates thinks about taking this time to check out Tanex. He notices a hole in Tanex. The elf who prepared Tanex keeps recording its use. The elf checks out the collected data. Jared Euculates notices that it is a device that sends data about the usage of Tanex. Jared Euculates thinks the developer of Tanex must be more than happy to receive any data that can give feedback on the transcendental body. He says the inventor will become more curious if he makes good use of it. He says he may come to visit him at some point in time. Jared Euculates tells Aki that she is about to fall. However, Archness seems to be in a deep sleep as she just makes a whisper in response. Jared Euculates says it seems like Aki has gained a lot of weight. He wonders if he make her do a lot of merchant work. He thinks he should add some exercise periods to his schedule in the future. The scene shifts to the Plenus mine. In the middle of the many people, there is a talented person who has not bloomed yet. That person is the father of metallurgy, Acero. 3 years after the outbreak of the War of Armageddon, he accidentally discovered Keldia while examining ore. From this point on, weapons made with Keldia began to be supplied to all the Holy Allied forces. He did this to give them a comparative advantage over the Demon King's army, as they were only armed with iron weapons. Jared Euculates estimates it is 12 years ahead of the original history if his calculations are correct. Jared Euculates and Archness reach the mine. Jared Euculates tells her that they have reached the required destination. Jared Euculates is in Tanex. Jared Euculates notices that Archness has lost her weight. He says he unintentionally touched her fat earlier. Archness asks her what did he say. Jared Euculates asks Archness to stay quiet and get ready. Jared Euculates looks at the gatekeepers. He says it is time to start feeding them money, and they should start with the gatekeepers. The scene shifts inside the mine. Acero works in the mine. Superintendent Buku enters the mine. Buku asks Acero if he never asked him not to use iron. He scolds him, who is he to waste the kingdom's wealth like this? Buku starts to beat Acero wildly. Acero falls to the ground. Buku says if he totals the number of times he has warned him, it would be as his mother's age. Buku abuses Acero. Superintendent Buku says he will make an example out of him this morning. Buku rolls a hunter around his hand. He beats Acero mercilessly. Acero's mouth starts to bleed. He says he will not use the iron again without his permission. He adds he was researching the impurities he got from the others. Buku gets mad at him. He blames Acero for ignoring him and answering back to him. He says he will kill him. Superintendent Buku tries to pick an axe. He says he can easily write some reason to explain the death of an ordinary blacksmith like him. Buku asks him if he knows that. Acero sighs with pain. Buku raises the axe and tries to strike Acero with it. Meanwhile, someone holds his hand and stops him from doing so. Buku looks back and asks Jared Eucolates what he is doing. He asks who he is and how dare he stop him. Buku says it looks like he is someone new here. He asks Jared Eucolates if he is out of his mind. Jared Eucolates stays quiet. Buku gets mad and repeats his question. Jared Eucolates says he is a relative of Asero. He adds he just wants to talk to him for a moment. He asks Buku to move out of the way. Buku clenches his teeth. He calls Jared Eucolates a bastard and says it is his territory and Asero is a blacksmith under his supervision. Buku says even Asero's father and mother cannot ask to meet him this way. Jared Eucolates hands over a little bag to Buku. He says it is a gift for him to talk to Asero. He asks Buku to feel free to open it. Buku throws the bag to the ground. He asks Jared Eucolates how dare he play games with him. Gold coins spill out of the bag. Buku greedily looks at the gold coins and becomes stunned. He says the gold coins are worth equal to 3 years of his salary. Jared Eucolates says he still has more bags of gold. Buku asks how this happened so suddenly. He asks Jared Eucolates who is he. Archness replies instead. She says it is not for him to know. She adds if he listens to Jared Eucolates he can get 3 more bags full of gold coins. Buku asks them what he is required to do. Jared Eucolates leans toward Buku. He whispers in his ear to make a document to show that Asero has been fired from the Planis mine. He asks him to seal the document with the seal of the general manager. Jared Eucolates says for that task, he will pay him the gold coins equal to 9 years of his salary. Buku says he got his point. He adds he will do as they said. Jared Eucolates asks Asero if he is a sorcerer. Asero says he has no relative who is a sorcerer. Jared Eucolates says it is something that he made up. Jared Eucolates tries to heal the wounds of Asero. He says it seems like the superintendent continuously had been beating him. Asero sighs with pain. Jared Eucolates says well these are not uncommon things to happen in the Planis mine. Jared Eucolates scans Asero's ability. The scan shows that Asero is at level 25. His special abilities include metallurgy, alchemy production, sword, spear, shield production, and basic artifact crafting. In addition, he has research as his general ability. Jared Eucolates thinks it is expected that the future grades are different from the beginning. Jared Eucolates calls Asero as Sir Asero. Asero says the word Sir is too much for him. He says to Jared Eucolates that he seems from a noble family, and still he is dealing him with respect. Jared Eucolates says it seems not many people know him, which means he is not famous enough yet. He thinks this is better for him. Jared Eucolates replies to Asero that it is perfectly fine with him as he can be courteous with any artisan. Jared Eucolates says he will get right to the point. He asks him if he is ready to leave this place and shift to a new place with his family. Asero sighs at leaving the Planis mine. He says he heard him when he told this to Buku. Jared Eucolates tells him that he made Buku make a document of dismissal. He adds he is the lord of the great territory of Caribia. Jared Eucolates says he sincerely wants to invite him to his state. Asero seems unable to believe this. He says he wants to escort him to his domain. Asero seems surprised. He wondered why a feudal lord asked him to come to his domain. He thinks he is just an ordinary blacksmith that one can find anywhere around a mine. Asero seems absorbed in his thoughts. Jared Eucolates says he will make 3 promises with him. He says firstly he will create the best smith with the best equipment. He adds he cannot promise it will be the best in the continent, but he promises it will be the best smithy in the northern area. He says secondly if he needs he will also provide him with magic equipment. He says he will even create it if he can create the required instrument. He tells Asero that he is a magician. He says he is also very good at making fine-grained instruments. Asero says it is very difficult to make fine-grained instruments. He adds it is very impressive. Jared Eucolates says thirdly he will provide them with an estate where he can live with his family. Asero asks him if he talking about giving him an estate. Jared Eucolates says he is not suggesting he creates everything from thin air. He asks him to take it as an investment for him to research and produce a certain kind of metal. He says he cannot tell him what kind of metal he will be working on. He says he is certain about one thing, the metal should be stronger than steel. Jared Eucolates tells Asero that they have enough raw material to make things at a large scale. He hands over a sword to me. He asks Asero to have a look. Asero checks out the blade. He asks Jared Eucolates if he can try a sample test on it. Jared Eucolates allows him. Asero turns his finger towards a sword. He tells Jared Eucalates that his friends presented him at that place as a present on completion of 10 years in the field. Asero hits his sword with Jared Eucalates' sword. His sword turns into 2 pieces. Asero asks Jared Eucalates how did he find such a strong metal. Asero says it should be revolutionary if they can create something like this at a large scale. Jared Eucalates smiles and tells Asero that the amount they have is the same as iron. He adds that the strength of it is of another level. Asero again looks at the sword and says this is something revolutionary. Jared Eucalates again requested Asero to accompany him. He tells Asero that he is someone he needs. Asero bows down before him and says he accepts his offer. He adds although he is weak his abilities will provide him assistance. Asero says he will follow him wherever he wants. Jared Eucalates addresses Asero. Meanwhile, Buku enters the room. He says he is finished with the task. He says to Jared Eucalates that he is unable to understand why he is interested in a man like Asero. Buku says he hopes everything goes well with him. Jared Eucalates addresses Supervisor Buku. He asks Jared Eucalates what he wants now. Jared Eucalates says he will give him another satchel of gold coins, but he has a request. Buku asks him about the request. Jared Eucalates says he wants to punch him with his hand. Buku says it seems life is so hard on him. He says he must be stressed. He opens his arms in a welcoming style. He asks Jared Eucalates to go ahead with his best shot. He laughs and says he will make sure to be on the receiving end. Jared Eucalates smiles and comes toward Buku. He punches him and makes him fly in the air. He sits Buku with transcendental strength. Buku says violence is not the solution for everything. Jared Eucalates replies he reaps what he sows. Jared Eucalates puts a bag of gold coins on his face. He warns Buku not to kill any innocent person in the future. Jared Eucalates asks his companions to go back. Jared Eucalates asks Aki if she has done everything as he told her to do. Archness replies in affirmation. She says he has gathered all the information about Buku and sent it to the authorities. He assures Jared Eucalates that Buku will soon be on trial. Asero says he is already feeling good about his decision. He says thanks to Jared Eucalates. Jared Eucalates reaches the Plenus Spa. He comes to the spa to wait for Asero. He says it seems that there is no one in the spa and the fee is quite a lot. Jared Eucalates looks at Aki who is standing behind him. He asks her what is she doing. He tells her that she needs to wash herself before they go in. He asks her if she is planning to go in like that. Archness asks Jared Eucalates to take the first turn. She says meanwhile she will have a look around the spa. She says she never thought that she would get to be in a spa. Jared Eucalates asks her what is wrong with the spa. He says she can have a look after washing herself. Archness says alright. Jared Eucalates takes off his clothes. Archness looks down. Jared Eucalates asks her if it is her first time to see the body of a royal person. He says this is a shame. Jared Eucalates says he has everything he is supposed to have. He adds he has nothing that he is not supposed to have. Archness tries to say something. Jared Eucalates stops her. He says he is not asking her to show her body. He closes his eyes and says he will go first. Archness feels confused. Jared Eucalates gets into the water. He closes his eyes and says this is so nice. He wonders if they can have a spa like this near the Forest of Nightmares or the Grave of Mayhat. He adds it would earn so much money. Jared Eucalates says he needs to expand the industrial district on a large scale. He says he will do that not only for lodging and alcohol, but also to provide sources to enjoy the nightlife. Jared Eucalates looks at Archness who has wrapped a towel around her and sitting with her feet dipped in the water. Jared Eucalates asks her why she is not getting in. Archness says he hates hot water. He asks her then why she wrapped herself in a towel. Archness says she has a lot of hair on her body. She says she does not want to show him the fur, which is why she decided to cover the body. Jared Eucalates says he does not care about it. He asks her not to worry about it. Archness says she is fine with it. Jared Eucalates asks her to do as she pleases. He says he will close his eyes while he is here. Jared Eucalates says it feels like he will fall asleep since he is tired for a long time. The nights fall out. The scene shifts to a room. Archness falls asleep. Jared Eucalates looks at Archness and says it seems like something is wrong. He says whenever they attend official events Aki has always been informal with him. He says whenever there are two of them or skinship involves Aki's responses change. Jared Euclid says this is quite confusing. The scene shifts to the Falfer Kingdom. Asaro comes with his family. He says everything is ready. He says he does not know how to show his gratitude. Jared Euclid looks at them and thinks if that is all they are bringing. He says to Asaro that it looks like they do not have much. Asaro says it is easier for them to reduce luggage since they keep moving around a lot. Jared Euclid feels touched by their humble plight. Jared Euclid asks Aki if she knows about the Zoomer villas. Aki replies in affirmation. He asks her to make necessary arrangements for Asaro's family to settle there. He asks her to make sure they get the best houseware they can and have everything that they need. Archness says she understands. Archness asks Jared Euclid if he is not coming with them. She says she is planning to create a large-scale teleportation magic circle. She says she does not think that it would take much time. Jared Euclid says he has something to take care of here. He says he will return once he is done. Archness asks her where he is going. Jared Euclid reaches a place. The guard at the entrance stops him. The guard asks him to pay the passing fee. Jared Euclid gives a gold coin to the guard. The guard allows him to go in. Jared Euclid says he is thankful for his hard work. At a little distance, there is one more guard. He also stops Jared Euclid and says he needs to search him before allowing him to enter. Jared Euclid gives him a gold coin and says he must be tired of his work. The guard asks if he is a merchant. He apologizes for not recognizing him. The guards stop someone and scold him for not paying the fee. Jared Euclid looks at this and says this place is a breeding ground for corruption. He realizes this is the truth of the Falfer Kingdom. He wonders if they are all seduced by money. He says it is a place where anything can be solved with money. Jared Euclid reaches the door of the fallen underground mosque of Falfer Kingdom. He looks at the door and thinks this is the dungeon he intended to conquer even before planning to meet Asaro. He looks at the long line in front of the door. He goes close to the guard and gives him a piece of bread saying he must be hungry. There is a gold coin in the bread. The guard looks at the gold coin and asks him if he is a noble. He asks the people to get aside and give him space to pass. Jared Euclid thinks if he leaves the country as it is, its corrupt system would not change ever. He seems determined to change the corrupt system of the country by his hands. He enters the dungeon. There are so many people inside the building. A man asks him if he is going to try a course B. He says he will die if he goes there. Jared Euclid ignores him and continues to move on. The man asks him if he is not hearing him. He adds that the survival rates for courses A and B are different. Jared Euclid replies he knows that is why he is going there. The man says his eagerness to go to course B shows that he is only finding a place to die. Jared Euclid tells the man that he is thankful that he is worried about him. He adds he will be fine. The man says this is how they will lose another young hunter. Jared Euclid reaches the door courses to the underground fallen mosque. In this place, there are two paths, course A and B, that lead to different locations, and most people tend to choose to go into course A. The course A is less dangerous. The hunters shared knowledge about it, so it is a well-versed path. On the other hand, course B is infamous for being dangerous. A minimum of 15 people are required to be in the group to conquer the course B. Jared Euclid says he has come alone because he is confident. He says one of the reasons why he came here is to take care of the boss monster and to take all of the drops for himself. He says he also needs to try Delrook's bracelet. He says he should take his startup since he is in. He says he never knows when he will find a person stronger than him. He walks and thinks the continent is big and there is plenty of monsters. He arrives at the entrance of course B. He looks at the entrance for a while. He brings his hand forward and says he needs Tanex. He thinks about taking it out. He laughs and says Sabio will enjoy taking a peek inside. Jared Euclid takes into Tanex. The magic battery is charged 100%. He checks the system. There is no fault in any part of Tanex. Jared Euclid smiles and says this is what a superhero from a movie looks like. He says he should take care of things quickly since he is in good condition. Jared Euclid enters the dungeon through the course B. Sabio looks at his action. He wonders who is this kid. Sabio recognizes the underground fallen mosque. Sabio says he must be trying to take advantage of the dungeon. He wonders if he is planning to use something like this to pass all the monsters. There are so many monsters around him. Sabio asks how he can do something like this. He notices that Jared Eucolates is moving as close to the ceiling as he can to be ignored by the monsters on the floor. He finds it quite interesting. Jared Eucolates asks Sabia if he finds him the best torture pilot or not. Sabia seems unable to believe what he is looking at now. Jared Eucolates looks towards Sabo and asks him to have a close look at his performance. Jared Eucolates says he will let him know that he is the best torture in Nexus. He asks Sabo if Tanex is looking good at him. Sabio seems answerless. Fabio says he would not have planted any communication device on the Tanex if he knew something like that could happen. He shakes doubts out of his head and decides to look at the data again. He says he should continue watching, and there is no need to feel proud of that human. He adds there is no need to get excited about that. Jared Eucolates keeps moving onward by being close to the ceiling. He tries his best not to be noticed by the monsters. Jared Eucolates cautiously covers the distance. The monsters remain ignorant of his presence. He looks at the recording of the communication device and makes a victory sign with his middle fingers. Sabo says this is impossible. He adds it is quite clever of him to cover 8 doors without getting the attention of the monsters. He notices he has covered the distance in just 2 hours. Jared Eucolates reaches the front door of the fallen dungeon. It took him 2 hours to reach the room of the boss monster known as the Room of the Fallen. He looks around. He speaks to himself, where is the boss monster? He feels someone in one corner of the place. He says, oh, the monster is still asleep. There is a flame lizard named Valere sleeping there. At some distance, the freeze lizard named Valaro is sleeping. Jared Eucolates looks at them and says it is time to take from them what he wants. He smiles and says they cannot hit him, he can hit them as much as he wants. Jared Eucolates comes close to Valere and Valaro. He says he remembers there is a time when he can do that. There are big boulders of wood. On 2 of them, Valere and Valero are sleeping. He thinks about the time when he was immersed in the Paradiso. He says it is clear that Paradiso has many people to work on it to support a vast world. He adds as a result that there are many creative ways to defeat them. Jared Eucolates says thanks to that, there were many cases where there were multiple patch notes that dropped on the same day. He adds that this is because Paradiso tried to be the best version of itself when it was not perfectly created. He thinks the point when he was reborn is 10 years ago in the main story. He says to himself that means all the bugs and tricks were not fixed by then. He makes himself clear and says in reality he has no intention of fighting with Valere and Valaro in a fair fight. He reaches the safe zone. He says he cannot tell how many people are sacrificed to get the right trick. He reaches the safe zone and says all the areas near other than this must be traps. He looks at the block of wood and says it is fake. He thinks if he attacked Valere and Valao from there, he would have been eaten by the lizard brothers alive. He imagined that horrified scene. He thinks he will either die by getting squished by the strength of their hands or get chewed alive while they enjoy the taste of a fresh human taste. He says he will die if he gets caught. He adds that is what everyone says. He says he is lucky that the dungeon's wall cannot be destroyed by the fire and ice. He says let's see what happens. Jared Eucolates looks at the ring of St. Ifnis. It is a class 5 ring. The ring can double the attack of mana. Jared Eucolates looks at the specifications of the ring and says now he can use the best trick to defeat the lizards. He thinks about blending debuffs with divine power. He opens his hand and forms a magical pattern. He releases a magic missile to hit both Valeria and Valero simultaneously. Valere growls and takes his long tongue out. Valero also does the same. Both of the lizards seem ready to attack. He looks at the lizards and says both of them have a problem. Both of them are degenerated versions. They use their sense to determine where someone is. Both of the lizards move around in aggression. They seem unable to figure out Jared Eucolates' location. They make random movements around. Jared Eucolates teases the lizards. Valere and Valaro open their mouth and attack in different directions in their attempt to kill the opponent. Valere releases a breath of flame. However, Valaro releases the breath of ice. Both of them attack Jared Eucolates simultaneously. The area around Jared Eucolates fills with flames of fire. They keep attacking. Then they stop for a moment. Jared Eucolates says so they would not let him go easily. He says this is quite clear. Valaro tries to reach Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates says he cannot reach him. Meanwhile, Valere again attacks him. Then, both of the lizards attack him simultaneously. Jared Eucolates notices their attack and says it is an enhanced attack. He notices their attack cannot reach the safe zone directly. He says he needs to use the skill to fly to avoid heat and ice waves. He feels it would become dangerous for him if he takes a little more time to decide. He says this is the reason why that trick takes time to be found. He looks at the lizards and says now it is his turn to attack. He again opens his hand and forms a magical pattern. He releases a magic missile. The magic missile hits the lizards badly. Jared Eucalates laughs and says it is fun to beat them since they have some meat on them. He says it is almost like the target is big enough to get the bullseye no matter where he attacks. He comes between them and says it is fun to get between them while fighting to tease them. He says he can easily do that by using the debuffing spell that can be applied to a wide area. Jared Eucalates says he knew right from the beginning that both of them had weak eyesight. He says this is how they used to trace the location of the hunters by the divine magic they used. The battle between Jared Eucalates and the lizards continues for 30 minutes. Jared Eucalates smiles and says Tanex helped him a lot to stabilize himself. He feels happy that he can use the fly spell and still get the advantage provided by the suit during a battle. He seems quite satisfied with Tanex. He says he does not want to take it off. He looks at the lizards and says the experience of using transcendental linkage is so good. Jared Eucalates observes the movements of Valere and Valero for some time. He wonders if Valero is trying to climb the wall to reach the safe zone. However, the wall breaks off and Valero falls to the ground in an upside-down position. Jared Eucalates laughs at him. Both of the lizards seem mad at him. They once again open their mouth and release breaths of fire and ice to show their anger. Their breaths get mixed and create an explosion. Jared Eucalates says it is time to end this. He thinks about something and says he can repair the damage to the suit by using a couple of magic stones. He opens both of his hands and releases a magical aura out of his hands. He makes all his magical energy concentrate and prepares the magic bullets to attack the lizards. 13,466 magic units of energy combined. Jared Eucalates decides to use all the remaining energy in the final strike. He looks at the lizards and aims their heads as the main target. Then he releases magic bullets. The magic bullets hit the heads of the lizards. He succeeds in defeating both Valor and Valero of the underground Fallen Temple. He gained 25 levels as a reward. In addition, he earns the title Dignity of the Solo Clearer. He also earns the title Song of Fire and Ice. Jared Eucalates looks at the title and clears that Song of Ice and Fire is the intended aim. There are a few more messages on his status window. He again looks at the notification and says he thought that one could get that title after reaching the 10th floor of the dungeon. Then he says the lizards have made his efforts up to that level anyway. He thinks for a while and says it is quite uncommon for people to have a high defense against elements like fire and ice. He looks at the other notifications on the status window and says it seems like he leveled up both elemental skills. He seems quite happy to know that. The dead bodies of both lizards turn into heaps of red and blue color. Then the heaps disappear in the air and some items appear in their place. Jared Eucalates looks at the artifact. He estimates there are at least 5-star artifacts. He goes close to the artifacts and says it is time to put them into subspace. He thinks about checking them later. He feels there is a lot more to share with others. Sabio observes Jared Eucalates' activities via communication stone and says the boy is crazy. He seems shocked. He admits that he believes the boy is more special than others. He adds the expertise of the boy is beyond his expectations. Sabio wonders how he accurately knows the right location of the dungeon's safe zone. The fight between Jared Eucalates and the monster lizards is no more than a play. It seems like he was playing with both of them. Another thing that shocks Sabio is that the total damage that Jared Eucalates' suit received is only 2% of the total health. He wonders if this is the ratio of damage that he received against the infamous monsters of the Fallen Dungeon. Sabio says he is getting excited now. He feels it is as if looking at the best pilot with a gift of God. Sabio looks at Jared Eucalates and makes up his mind to visit him. The scene shifts to the great territory of Caribia. It is the morning of the 5th of September. Archness, Julian, Valdez, and Chief Murray come to Jared Eucalates' office. They ask him if he called them. All of them are quite well dressed. Jared Eucalates looks at them and asks if it is because he called them without explaining the reason. He asks them why all of them are well dressed except for Aki. He looks at Aki, notices his hat, and says it is a little too much. Archness replies that is a trend among the nobility these days. Jared Eucalates looks at the dress and asks if she can tell him what kind of man wears skirts. He asks what kind of men put on earrings and eyeliner. It seems that everyone thinks Archness is a boy. Archness says not everyone has old-fashioned sense like him. She tells Jared Eucalates that Surasero is thankful to him for providing him with a new life. Chief Murray tells Jared Eucalates that Acero's wife Crimin wants to show her gratitude. She adds that Crimin wants to invite them for a meal. Jared Eucalates replies that is great news. Yulian comes forward and asks him about the reason for calling them here. She says it is making him a little nervous. He asks him if he intends to fire someone. Jared Eucalates replies there is nothing like that. He adds he wants to work with them as long as possible. Yulian asks then what is the reason behind calling them here. He tells him that all of them are nervous because of that. All of them look at him with nervousness. Jared Eucalates addresses Yulian and asks him to come forward. Yulian wonders why he calls him all of a sudden. Jared Eucalates hands over a necklace to Yulian and says it is a gift for him. He asks Yulian to put on that necklace. Yulian does as he says and puts on the necklace. Yulian tells Jared Eucalates that he is feeling a sense of refreshing freedom inside his head. He adds that he feels he can do anything. Jared Eucalates replies it looks like the artifact is doing its work. He asks him to wear it while doing the assigned tasks. Yulian says thanks in return. Then Jared Eucalates asks Aki to come forward. He hands over a book to her and says it is the Journal of Fortuna. Archness wonders if it is the journal of the great merchant Fortuna. She says she always wanted to read this book. He tells Jared Eucalates that it seemed impossible to find a copy of that book. She says her lord is incredible. Jared Eucalates says now she is the owner of the original copy. He asks her to take good care of the book. Then he calls Valdez. He asks him to hold a thing. Valdez says it seems an ocarina at first glance. Jared Eucalates replies he is right to guess that. He adds it is an artifact known as Ocarina of Truth. Jared Eucalates asks Valdez not to play it. He says he already has its abilities naturally. He tells Valdez the more he speaks the truth, the more his communication and negotiations will improve. Valdez holds the artifact and says thanks. He adds it is the best artifact for people who make speeches. Now it is only Mary who left. Jared Eucalates asks everyone to leave except Mary. He instructs others to try out the effects of the artifacts by themselves. Everyone says thanks while leaving the room. Valdez swears that he will always speak the truth while holding that artifact. Now Jared Eucalates and Mary are alone in the room. Jared Eucalates clears his throat and is about to start the talk. When Mia enters the room and calls her mom, she tells her mom that her boyfriend Lakias is asking for her. She tells Mary that her boyfriend wants to meet her. Mary tells Mia the feudal lord is here. She looks at Lord Jared Eucalates from the corners of her eyes. Jared Eucalates smiles and thinks if Mary and Lakias are together. Lakias spent the entirety of his life in training. He does not get the chance to many people. Mary's husband died when she was pregnant with Mia. She rejected Lakia's feelings multiple times. She decides to open her heart after seeing his tenacity in trying to earn her hand. Mary admits it before Jared Eucalates. Mary tells the whole matter to Jared Eucalates. She apologizes and says she should not be bothering him with her issues. Jared Eucalates says this does not make sense. She asks her not to worry about him when it comes to her personal life. He adds people say there is nothing that can get between two people in love. Mary replies but still, she wants to make sure nothing bothers her. Jared Eucalates laughs and says the feudal lord of Caribia does not have any interest in his own love life. He adds there are rumors that he is interested in other people's matters. He admits he has an interest in the love life of the people around him. Mary still intends to apologize. Mia asks Jared Eucalates if her mother has done something wrong. She asks him if he is going to scold her or if she can scold her. She seems excited. Jared Eucalates laughs to see Mia's excitement. He addresses Mary and says there is no need to worry about him. He adds he hopes she shares wonderful memories with the people she loves. Jared Eucalates assures her that as long as she disciplines herself to perform her work, he has no issue. Mary says thanks to Jared Eucalates. Mia looks at her mom and smiles. Jared Eucalates asks Mia to report him if her mom and her boyfriend ever fight. Mia laughs and says she will make sure that he knows what happened. She says she will not even ask her mom before reporting him. All of them laugh and the room echoes with their heartfelt laugh. Jared Eucolates gives a ladle to Mary. He tells her that it is Saint Hypnosis' ladle of healing. Mary holds it and tries to believe that it is Hypnosis' ladle. Jared Eucolates asks her to use it while working so that he and other staff members continue to enjoy her wonderful food. She assures him that she will use it. She tells him that she can feel warmth and comfort inside her body by just holding that ladle in her hand. Jared Eucolates says to Mary that sooner or later a time will come when skills will become important. He says he will call her for help at that time. Mary replies she understands his point. She says she will do her best no matter what he asks her to do. Jared Eucolates thinks if they manage to supply her dishes at a large scale, it would help whether they are in a battle or anywhere else. He knows that other than ordinary potions, she can make food that can buff the recovery of those who eat it. Jared Eucolates and Mia walk outside the mansion. Jared Eucolates asks Mia if she is doing her best in the training. Mia replies that except for the time that she spends with her mother and eating, she keeps practicing magic. He asks her further if she is still practicing the wind magic only. Mia replies in affirmation. Jared Eucolates asks her if she is interested in stuff like ice and fire. Mia replies her dream is to become the best in the wind magic. She tells him that she intends to meet a wind elephant in the future. Jared Eucolates wonders if she wants to learn wind magic only even after learning about other things. Jared Eucolates scans Mia's abilities. He notices that she has reached the level S. He thinks this is insane that she has already reached level S in the Song of the Wind after just a training of 1.5 years. He believes that it is not just because of her innate talent. As far as he knows, this level can be achieved after a period of at least 3 to 4 years even in Paradiso. He thinks for a while and says to himself she will not be able to stand at this level because of her low mana stats. Jared Eucolates thinks if they look at her magic ability from a standpoint, she is strong enough to protect herself against a 5-star magician by using her wind magic. He stays silent for a while. Then he tells Mia that they will go on a trip to the Manhwa Plateau before the next spring. Mia says she heard about that place. She adds she heard that the winds are cool and refreshing in the Ananis Plateau. She says the flowers fluttering in that place are known as one of the pretty things. Jared Eucolates tells her that he will teach her a way to maximize her wind magic there. She says this is amazing. She asks him when will they go there. Jared Eucolates replies they will visit that place around March. Mia feels sad and says it will still take half a year as it is September right now. She asks Jared Eucolates if they can go in January. She adds it is also her birthday month. Jared Eucolates laughs and says yes to her request. Soon the night falls. Jared Eucolates works in his study. He leans over the table and seems busy with some important tasks. He looks at the information of the Daimyo's magical division and their navy. He looks at the details and says it is a dilemma. He thinks about creating a personal army made of sorcerers, like the swordsman army of Agricio, and creating a navy large enough to protect our shores from attack. He adds since they have the Sindarth Kingdom protecting them from the south like a barrier, it should not be an issue for them to take advantage of the Bonaso and Malnus kingdoms. He marks some points on the map. He says in the year of 1416 they will be the first target of their territory. Jared Eucolates meets with some vassals at night. After that 4 months passed and the year 1914 started. The scene shifts to the New Year's Day. This is the 3rd year of Jared Eucolates in this world. Jared Eucolates opens the bottle of Lapier's potion and drinks it. He looks in the mirror and says he is happy he can see his stats. He says it is a good thing that he can keep pushing himself endlessly. He looks at his status window, which shows his excellent stats. Meanwhile, someone enters the room and calls him. It is Ella. She is dressed in strong armor. She tells Jared Eucolates that they are ready to go. There are soldiers on both sides. The scene shifts outside of the mansion. There is a grand armed force ready there. Jared Eucolates addressed them and called them loyal followers of the territory of Caribia. He says it is because of their support that he can dream of a better future. There is a new flag that represents the Knights of Agricio. There is a red flag representing the magicians of Daimyos. Jared Eucolates enthusiastically says by providing them with food and the best weapons available, he pledges that he will bring honor to their country. Jared Eucolates addresses people and says they will soon see that their support is a big help for them. He asks them to keep training until that time. He asks them to refrain themselves from doing anything that would bring dishonor to his name. He asks them to be sure to keep their head up high. He asks the people if they got his point. The people unanimously say they will bring honor to his name. They hail the Lord and the territory. Both of the forces are ready. Jared Euclid sits alone and has his drink. He thinks although they have gathered the Demiosian magicians, they lack a leader, unlike Ella and Ulsa, who can lead the force of knights. He feels there is a need to find a leader for them. Meanwhile, Isabel reaches there. Jared Euclid wishes New Year to her. He offers his drink to her. Isabel stares at the drink and holds it. She asks him if he has put something weird in it. She suspects he may mix some potion to make her speak the truth or an aphrodisiac to make her be in heat. Jared Euclid asks her if she wants him to take a sip first. Isabel takes a sip of the drink and says it is just a joke, she can tell him everything without drinking any potion. Jared Euclid says to her she seems in a good mood. She replies he can say that. She says all thanks to the guild. She says it was welcoming to meet the people she used to live with. She says that they were not those people who lived with them, but their children and grandchildren. Jared Euclid looks at her and says she is so willing to tell her past. He thinks if she is misunderstanding, she has already told him. He remembers the time when she said he should know less about her past. He thinks is a good thing that she wants to talk about her past. Jared Euclid says he wants to ask something. He asks Isabel about the name of the shaman guild as Daraj. He asks what is the logic behind that. He adds anyone can tell that it is his name in backward order. Isabel gets shocked and asks him if he thinks like that. She tells him that she got the name from the ancient word that means honor. She laughs and says how he can think that she has used his name in backward order. She says she does not want to get unnecessary attention. Isabel tells Jared Euclid that all the members of the guild have the same thoughts. She says all of them are thankful to him for giving them a chance to settle down. Jared Euclid smiles and says it is good to hear. Isabel tells him that she made a new goal recently. She dramatically says she wants everyone to remember the name Daraj. Jared Euclid says she should make sure to build the foundation in a way that her dream lasts forever. Isabel replies she will ensure it. Meanwhile, Lachias arrives there. He looks for Jared Euclid. Isabel leaves and asks Jared Euclid to take a break. She asks him not to worry, she will do her best. Jared Euclid smiles and calls Lachias the great lover of head chief Mary. He welcomes him. Lachias asks him to stop joking. He clears his throat and says it has already been 4 months. Jared Euclid replies it is fun to do so. Lachias says it is fine if the Lord is entertained. Lachias hands over an envelope to Jared Euclid. He tells him that they have been receiving letters with the name Sabio printed on them. Lachias asks him if he knows anyone with this name. He further tells him that it is a secret document that they received from the Archness Guild, so he rushes to deliver it to him. Jared Euclid reads the paper and says finally the time has come after 4 months of using Tanex. Sabo mentioned in the letter that he wanted to meet Jared Euclid at Port Mate. He wrote he would wait for him until he came to meet him. He mentioned that he wants to ask so many things. Jared Euclid finds the latter arrogant and scrumbles it. Jared Euclid says he knew that he was arrogant about his skills and knowledge of magic. He speaks to himself that he never think that he would write such a cocky letter to him. Lachias asks him from whom they received that letter. The scene shifts to the portmate. Lachias accompanies Jared Euclid to the portmate. Lachias asks Jared Euclid if it would be fine to meet Sabio without precautions. Jared Euclid replies it will be fine. He adds Sabio is not an elf with whom they are on bad terms. He assures Lachias that there is no need to worry about it. Jared Euclid asks Lachias to stop worrying about this. He commands him to visit the people who work at the beaches. Lachias asks Jared Euclid if there is any other order for him. Jared Euclid discusses with him the matter of the head chief of the Northeast Navy. He tells Lachias that it is difficult to get Admiral Jennings on their side. He adds Admiral Jennings is not someone they can persuade with money. Lachias says he is a soldier by birth. He adds that does not mean that there is no hope. Jared Euclid thinks he must have some reasons and circumstances to betray his country. Lachias replies there must be reasons. Jared Euclid makes a fist of his hand and says that avoiding blood is impossible. He adds if this is the only case then they need to show off the difference between the power. Lachias says over the last 2 years they have been gathering information about the 2 kingdoms' budget for the naval forces. Black Eyes tells Jared Eucalates that they can take over the coastal area of Bonaso and Malmus Kingdom with the current Caribbean forces. Jared Eucalates replies they should wait for a little bit. Jared Eucalates says he wants to make sure that they have enough Chaldea to provide their forces with the required equipment. Black Eyes says he understands that. He adds they are making sure of the safety of Surasero. Black Eyes asks him permission to go and fulfill his orders to check on the people working in the coastal areas. He hopes to return soon. Jared Eucalates looks at the port mina. He looks at his storage ring and thinks he should show off by showing up in Tanex before its original owner. He says Sabio is also an important person like Chloe. He believes they hold the key for the future. If the research data that Sabo has been gathering during all the time is taken over by the Dark Church, everything will go to hell for the human beings. Hundreds of soldiers with technology like Tanex on the battlefield with humans with no means to defend themselves will end in massacres. Even if Sabo dies, the date will re-emerge, which would cause his death to go in vain. Jared Eucalates seems immersed in these thoughts when he spots Sabo at a distance. He calls Sabo. Sabo turns and looks at him. Both of them keep looking at each other. Jared Eucalates lands to the ground. Sabo claps and says it is nice to meet Lord Jared Eucalates. He brings his hand toward Jared Eucalates and introduces himself as Sabo. He says he is 27 years old. Jared Eucalates shakes hands with Sabio and says he is Jared Eucalates. He tells Sabio he is of the same age. He says to Sabo that there is no need to add his little title while calling him since they live in a different world. Sabo says alright. This time he calls him Jared. Sabio tells Jared Eucalates that he has been keeping a close eye on him and the ways he is utilizing the Tanex. He asks him how he knows about that observation. Jared Eucalates touches the small hole at the point of the shoulder. He tells Sabo that he noticed that there is a small device attached to Tanex that sends him images. Sabo admits that. He says he tried to place the device in a place where no one could notice it. He appreciates Jared Eucalates by saying he is pretty sharp. He adds he is something different. Sabio says he knew he was someone special when he first took the Tetranex. He holds Jared Eucalates from the shoulder. He adds it seems as if he knew the abilities of Tanex from the beginning. Jared Eucalates asks him if he has passed as a pilot. He replies from all his years of watching over people when compared with him, he has never seen a single human nor an elf as well as him. He looks at Jared Eucalates and says he feels he knows everything about Tanex. He shakes him and asks if he is getting his point. Jared Eucalates replies if is that so. Sabo says yes. Sabo remembers it has been 8 years since he started researching, he was only 19 years old. He tells Jared Eucalates that he has invested a lot of time in the development of Tanex. He adds the fact that he did not know anything including whether he was going on the right path or not. He shares his feeling that he felt anxious about that for all these years. Sabo says he tried to use this machine times to the point of not being able to count the number of tests. He adds unlike him, he was never able to utilize the abilities of Tanex to its fullest potential. He holds Jared Eucalates again and says it is he who gave him confirmation that he was not wrong. He shares that now he feels he has not wasted 8 years of his life. Jared Eucalates asks him if he wants to take it back. Sabo says no, he has no intention to do that. He says he wants him to continue using it if it is fine with him. Jared Eucalates thinks it seems that Sabo is enjoying seeing him using the suit. He speaks to himself that any inventor feels happy to see the high level of success of his invention. Jared Eucalates says to Sabo that he has an offer for him. Sabo asks him what sort of offer. Jared Eucalates says it seems that Tanex has 2 seats. He asks him if he can unlock it for him. Sabo wonders if he knows about that. Jared Eucalates says he wants to use all the abilities of Tetranex. He says if he unlocks it, he will able to use it in a way that would satisfy him. Sabio says he cannot do it for free. Jared Eucalates asks him what he needs in return. He tells Jared Eucalates that he will do it for him if he passes his test. Jared Eucalates asks him what sort of test he is required to pass. Sabo asks him to kill the guardian of House Island. Jared Eucalates asks him if he is talking about Nemesis. Sabo wonders if he knows him as well. Jared Eucalates replies there is no way that he does not know about him. He adds that House Island is far away in comparison to Totter Island. He asks Sabo how he knows about it. Then he asks Sabo if there is something wrong and if he knows about that. He accepts Sabo's test. Jared Eucalates asks Sabo to promise him that he will remove all the seals from Tanex so that he can utilize all of its abilities. Sabo asks him if he is that confident. Jared Eucalates replies yes, he is confident about his victory. He asks Sabo to make a contract to be certain. Jared Eucalates asks Sabo to accept him as the official pilot of Tanex if he passes the test. He asks him if he is ready to accept that. He adds he would return Tanex to him in case he fails to pass his test. He further says he would pay him any fee for using Tanex. Sabo says that sounds good. Jared Eucalates asks him to lock the deal. Sabo shakes hands and says he is ready for this deal. Sabo asks him if he needs some time to take off. He asks how long it will take, 2 days or 4 days. Jared Eucalates asks him what he means by 2 days. He adds he will leave right away. The scene shifts to House Island. There is a heavy layer of snow everywhere. Sabo asks him why he is so decisive about things. He asks him further if he is not hesitant to leave right away. Jared Eucalates replies that is because he wants to prove himself, and that is not a joke. He asks Sabo if he does not understand how much he likes to use Tanex. He says it seems that Nemesis is a big deal for the Dark Elves. Sabio replies he is a big deal for them. He tells him Nemesis has never attacked them, however the monsters that surround the island attack them quarterly. He adds 4 times a year quite often. He says they would have developed a navy force or built a sea fortress if they attempted to attack through the sea. Jared Eucalates does not wait for him to complete and says Nemesis must have directly teleported monsters on them. Sabo seems impressed that he knows about the facts. He says this is a fact that they appear when they do not expect them. He adds that is the reason that they cannot do anything in this regard. Jared Eucalates asks Sabo if he can take care of Nemesis with their relationship with Dark Elves. Sabo replies there is a guy named Archness above him. He says it would be difficult to talk to others even if Ibana tries to help. He adds he cannot see any reason behind Lord's refusal if he succeeds in his test. He continues he cannot say anything for certain about this, but he guarantees that the Dark Elves would be very thankful to him. Jared Eucalates thinks the monsters in House Island would be an easy pick for him as no monster can attack him from the sky. Sabo addresses Jared Eucalates and says he is telling him out of concern that they tried to defeat Nemesis many times but never succeeded. Jared Eucalates smiles and replies he still made him take care of that. Sabio says he can assign him another test if he is not ready for it. Jared Eucalates asks him to forget about it and wait a bit. He tells him he is thinking about how he can take care of Nemesis. Nemesis is a monster who is described as being red from head to toe. He looks like a rhinoceros walking on its hind legs. A single strong strike is required to kill Nemesis. Sabo tells him Nemesis would not go down if they bombed him with weak attacks. It is Nemesis's innate ability to reduce the damage of the attack. So, any attack below a certain level will be negligible. Sabo adds they would not be able to deal with that damage with normal arrow or magic as Nemesis has a quick regeneration ability throughout his body. Sabio informs him it does not matter if they try attacking him with constant magic damage as he has a thick hide. Nemesis's only weakness is spikes of damage. The only way to kill Nemesis is to attack his weak point with a strong strike. Sabio addresses Jared Eucalates and asks him if he wants him to unlock the seal before he goes for a fight. Jared Eucalates replies then there would be no point of agreement. He releases a heavy breath and says he is fine with the promise. He asks him to be sure to play his part when he is done. Sabio asks what if he dies. Jared Eucalates replies he would not die, so there is no need to be worried about that. He says there is one thing that he hopes he could do. Sabo asks what it is. Jared Eucalates tells him that he wants him to increase his ability to concentrate energy missiles so that he will be able to collect all of his energy at one point. Sabo asks if he is talking about magic bullets. Jared Eucalates replies yes, he is talking about mana bullets. Sabo replies it should not be that hard. Sabo asks if he would make things harder for him since he is not able to use all the abilities of the suit. Jared Eucalates asks him to stop questioning. He asks him if he does not think that he better have answers once he experienced that. Jared Eucalates asks Sabo to hurry up. He says it may not look like that, but he wants to return to his territory soon. Jared Eucalates looks at Sabo and thinks he knows he is very excited about all this, but he is not showing his excitement. He feels determined to prove a point. He says to himself that he is also happy that this time he is watching the story from an outsider's perspective, but a direct character of the story. Sabo works on the hand of the suit. He tells Jared Eucalates that the modification has been completed. Jared Eucalates looks at his hand and says that he knows that he is an inventor, but he never thought that the modification would be that quick. Jared Eucalates warns Sabo to never come close to the battlefield. He tells him that he will be using a large part of it. He makes it clear to him that he may die if he comes close to it. Sabo smiles and asks him not to worry about that. He asks Jared Eucalates not to assume that he is the only one who can use the flight. Sabo jumps up in the air and stabilizes his position. Jared Eucalates looks at his shoes and says earlier they appear to be quite ordinary. However, by having a close look at them, he can say that they are made of special stones. Jared Eucalates looks at Sabo and says that is a big relief. They start their journey. Sabo again asks Jared Eucalates if he is sure about his safety. Jared Eucalates replies he will run away the moment he realizes that he cannot take him. He asks him to do the same if he sees him running away. He laughs after saying this. They soon reach the northern end of House Island. Nemesis, the guardian of House Island, is present there. Jared Eucalates looks at him and says he looks pretty stupid, but still he can use magic at a certain level. He speaks to himself that if he takes time to attack him, he will get a chance to call other monsters. He believes if it happened he might die. He releases a magic bullet and says this is his second time using this method. Jared Eucalates feels his lack of previous experience is making him worried. He thinks about the limitation of having only 5 minutes. He determines to end it with one shot. He moves towards Nemesis. Nemesis growls to see him coming toward him. He says with a sense of strong determination that if he has to kill that monster to earn Sabio's trust, he can do it tenfold or maybe to 100-fold over. He believes that the decision he is making here will bring a big change in the future. 3 minutes pass. Sabio observes him from a distance. He wonders how he is managing to dodge all the attacks from such a short range, even if he is receiving the support of Tetranex. Sabio mentions in his diary that his ability to utilize the suit deserves at least 200 points. He wonders why he got many chances to attack Nemesis, then why he is not doing so. He wonders why Jared Eucalates is just moving around and throwing small bits of magic at him. He says it seems as if he is making fun of Nemesis. Fabio guesses Jared Eucalates does not stand a chance against Nemesis since the Dark Elf Knights struggle against him. He believes just because he has Tetranex that does not mean that he will be able to deal with Nemesis. Fabio feels worried about Jared Eucalates. He thinks the Dark Elves were not stupid enough to take hundreds of troops to fight against him. He believes Jared Eucalates never has a chance to win against Nemesis. Fabio notices that Tetranex will use a mana shot now. He wonders why he is using a mana shot at this time. Nemesis growls again. He runs and tries to reach Jared Eucalates. Sabio notices that the current mana bullet is beyond their range. He feels there is no comparison. He feels he needs to get close and check out. He says double the mana will be compressed. He observes closely and notes he is using the same amount of mana and compressing it. He wonders how he has this deep mana pool. He feels inquisitive about where all the mana coming from.
Sabio says that the suit indicated that the mana level was beyond comprehension. He notices he has twice the amount of mana that a person possibly has. Sabio looks at the light coming out of the suit. He fears that something has gone wrong. He says this guy is scaring him. Meanwhile, Nemesis growls wildly. Sabio says Nemesis is using his ultimate ability at this time. He asks Jared Eucalates to look out.
Sabio asks Jared Eucalates to get out of Nemesis's way. He says he should not bother him while fighting, but if he will not do that he will be just a moment away from his death. He adds the most dangerous thing is that he is quite close to Nemesis. He tells Jared Eucalates that the suit will be destroyed if he comes in contact with him when he swings his arm. He warns Jared Eucalates that he will die with the destruction of the suit. Jared Eucalates smiles to hear that. Sabio wonders why he is smiling. He thinks if he has gone mad. Nemesis starts to run after him. He raises his bid axe in the air to strike Jared Eucalates. Jared Eucalates jumps up right at the moment when Nemesis tries to attack him. The axe strikes against the ground. Sabio thinks Jared Eucalates was memorizing Nemesis's attack pattern when they talk about that. Nemesis feels pissed off as his axe stucks in the ground. He growls in the madness of rage. Jared Eucalates takes advantage of the moment and hits him with the magic bullet. An explosion occurs and Sabio covers his ears. Sabio looks at Nemesis. Blood gushes out of his chest and mouth. The magic bullet inflicts a severe injury on Nemesis. There is a big hole in his chest. He falls to the ground. Jared Eucolates releases a heavy breath and says he did not know about this final strike. He was almost about to die. He smiles and asks Sabio if he saw that. He asks him how was that. He asks him if it is enough to earn his trust and respect. Sabio replies he is a crazy person. He adds it was dangerous. He asks him why he was sticking with defense while staying so close. Fabio shouts that he got worried about him. He says he did so to make his expose his arrogance. Sabio seems unable to comprehend his point. Jared Eucolates tells him that he was trying to get Nemesis to use his rampage skill. Sabio says he is sorry for not understanding his skills. He appreciates his skills and says he is the best pilot. Nemesis's dead body turns into a red heap, and then some block-like patterns appear on it. Jared Eucolates looks at it and says this would be very useful. Sabio asks him what it is. Jared Eucolates replies it is the rough skin of Nemesis. He thinks about adding it to Rohad's mirror armor since it is thin and light. He noticed that it is flexible so it would not restrict any movement. Sabio tells Jared Eucolates that he does not believe that he will kill Nemesis. He asks Jared Eucolates if he is alright. He looks at Jared Eucolates and Tanex. He wonders how neither he nor the suit gets damaged. Jared Eucolates asks Sabio to unlock the suit as per his promise. Sabio is about to do that when Jared Eucolates starts to check his status window. He asks Sabio to wait for a while. Sabio says there is no need to rush things. He asks Jared Eucolates to do whatever he wants to do. He adds he will be taking a look at his battle logs as he waits. Jared Eucolates reads the notification on the status. He comes to know that he has earned the blessings of the goddess Neferia. He learns that he is under the blessings of the goddess. Jared Eucolates thinks she must have been looking at him while checking Nemesis and gotten entertained by him. He thinks about the goddess and realizes that he does not know her. He believes she is not a transcendent level goddess. He says he received the blessing of the god just like the Red Queen and Keikel. He admits he is not satisfied by it. The reason behind his dissatisfaction is that the goddess is interested in him because he killed Nemesis. So that means she is not interested in him in the first place. He wonders thus that he has a god on his side now. Goddess Neferia is known for her beauty. Jared Eucolates says though he does not like her reasons, still it is nice to have her blessings. He receives 3 more notifications on the status window. The first notification shows that the god Chakamos has started to be intrigued by him because of the interest of the goddess Neferia. The second notification says the god Fecanus is enraged by him, but acknowledges his intention. The third notification shows the god Podoro is interested in his innate skills and sees his bright future. Jared Eucolates says though they are interested in him, they do not want to give him blessings. He makes a bad face. Then he closes his eyes and says some people are watching him while some are giving his blessings. He feels good to know that. Sabio says he will unlock the seals as he promised. He says he is excited to see how much more stuff he will do with that suit. Jared Eucolates tells Sabio that he wants to make a laboratory for him in the northern part of his territory. He asks him if it is fine with him. He adds he will make sure that he will have his privacy. He continues and says he will make guards stand at the gates. He ensures his security. Fabio blinks at the name of the laboratory. He says he wants him to come to his territory since he cannot come to Tatar Island. Sabio says he will be fine with traveling between here and there. Jared Eucolates tells him that he will finance all of his experiments. He adds he will provide him with the magical stone and even his help when required. Sabio accepts his proposal and asks him to build a laboratory for him. He assures him he will talk to the Lord if he fulfills his promise. He adds they will be elated to hear the news as long as he tells them he killed Nemesis. Jared Eucolates says to Sabio that he hopes both of them become satisfied with the results so that he can have a fair deal in the end. Sabio tells him that he has tried and unlocked the seal as he promised. Jared Eucolates looks at the unlocked Tatranex. He looks so excited to see this. The updated Tatranex greets Jared Eucolates and introduces itself as Ola. He says to Ola that he is pleased to meet him. He thinks everything about Paradiso has been transferred to Tetranex. He gets into the suit. He feels Ola's voice is pretty familiar. Ola is the name of the artificial intelligence that lives within Tanex. Ola is intelligent enough to pilot the suit when there is no one inside. Ola studies the attack patterns and battle techniques of the pilot and can recreate them when needed. Jared Eucolates checks the updated specifications of Tanex. Tatragun can infinitely compress the magical energy till the components are intact. The time it takes to compress the energy is proportional to the amount of the energy. The specifications show that Ola has thinking power and she can make decisions. Ola will never harm the targets marked as pilot and his companions. The suit turns into a female while being under the control of Ola. Jared Eucolates looks at all those specifications and thinks he has gained many more ways to use the suit. He thinks he can make Ola to scout out the area if needed. He checks the target gun and thinks it would prove to be useful in the future. He gets excited to know that he can use a target gun to assassinate a target by fulfilling certain requirements. He thinks about the dictators of the Bonoso and Malmus kingdoms as the key targets. Jared Eucolates and Sabio arrive at the portmate. Sabio tells Jared Eucolates that he will use the laboratory to create the miscellaneous parts he needs for the suit. Jared Eucolates asks him to let him know whenever he needs anything. He asks Sabio to contact Hayes and Archness if he cannot contact him in the first place. He says he will be able to contact him in one way or the other. Sabio tells Jared Eucolates that the suit will start to use magic stones when he starts to use Ola. Jared Eucolates replies he knows about that. He says he will show him how much he can do with that monster. He adds he will let him know everything that will happen. Sabio tells him that he will also research golems. He says he is talking about the battle-ready golems that they will be able to produce at a large scale. Jared Eucolates says that is good news. He says he will ensure that he will have more than enough material to do that. Sabio tells him that research would not be for him. Jared Eucolates replies he will still support him. He asks him not to make things complicated. Sabio smiles and says he will send his good news. He adds he will try to get the approval of the Lord during this time. Sabio asks Jared Eucolates if he thinks that would be a good present. Jared Eucolates smiles and says he wants to develop a good relationship with the Dark Elves. He adds this is his dream for this year. Sabio smiles and assures Jared Eucolates that he will contact him soon. Jared Eucolates replies he would like to see his again. The scene shifts to the Caribbean territory. Jared Eucolates is with Terry. Terry feels nice as Jared Eucolates scratches his belly. He asks Jared Eucolates to scratch a little bit more. He adds he feels like sleeping. Soon Terry falls asleep. Jared Eucolates looks at him and says he has already reached level 20. He comes close to him and asks how many rats he has been eaten by now. He asks him if he has gone on some trip. Jared Eucolates looks at Terry and says it looks like he has eaten the rats of the whole castle. He sits at his table. He thinks he should have a look at all the reports that are piled up. He reads that the imperial envoys of the Lantos Empire will arrive soon. The representatives would include Duke Galadin and the guard known as the Ren 7. Jared Eucolates reads the name of Galadin and thinks why this trash of a human being is going to visit his territory. He wonders why he is planning to visit the small independent power that is not even a kingdom. Galadin Rasmutin, who is known as Duke Galadin, is a famous sword master and the leader of the knights within the Lantos Empire. As a militarist, he is the reason why the empire has so much power. His influence behind the scenes instills fear among the citizens. Jared Eucolates thinks if Duke Galadin intends to visit the territory in person, that means it is a direct message from the empire. Jared Eucolates holds his head and feels worried because Duke Galadin loves wars. Jared Eucolates says the only thing that the man knows is war and conquering others. He slams to the table with his fist and says this is sad. He adds everything was going well, they had grown several knights. In addition, his relationship with Sabio also going well. He says this reminds him of what he posted about Galadin a while back. The post says whether one starts as Galadin's enemy or someone who works with him will meet with his end. Then, Jared Eucolates thinks about the Ren 7 and again holds his head. He says it is not just one but 8 of the cursed villains. This all seems unbelievable to him. He knows from the beginning that this conversation is not going to be a good one. Jared Eucolates knows Galadin is strong. He has a feeling that he is planning to fight with him. He thinks he has to put his life at risk while dealing with him to the point of sacrificing Tatranex. The scene shifts to the cartridge. He looks around and asks if they call it a territory. He says one cannot even differentiate between it and a nation. Galadin notices that things have been going well internally. He says the number of soldiers they have is impressive. One of the Ren 7 soldiers tells Galadin that they have almost reached. The first soldier of Ren 7 named Onsenal is with Galadin in the cartridge. Galadin, that is quite fast. He adds this is because the roads inside the territory are well paved. Onsenal says he is impressed to see this. Galadin replies he thinks the same. They say the kid Jared Eucalates should be taken lightly. Galadin asks them to be fast. He says he wants to meet Jared Eucalates as soon as possible. His subordinates reply they are doing their best. Jared Eucalates stands with all of his officials. He smiles and says to Galadin that he would like to welcome him to the territory of Caribia. Jared Eucalates scans the Galadin's abilities. Galadin is at level 601. His special stats count Aura Blade, Horse Counter, and Divine Power Enhancement. However, his normal stats count as Conquer, War, and Conflict. He currently possesses the Divine Sword of Lantos and the Mithril Armor of Master Agrido as artifacts. Jared Eucalates thinks the man is indeed a walking steel wall. They sit to have tea. Galadin asks Jared Eucalates why he is quiet. Jared Eucalates replies he is silent because he does not know what he should say. He adds their territory and the Lantos Empire are quite far away from each other. He says to himself that his instincts can tell him why Galdane is here. He knows he wants to manipulate him for something. He looks at Galadin and speaks to himself that he wants to use him as a means to do something. Jared Eucalates already guesses that the focal point of their conversation is going to be the Sindarth Kingdom. Galadin says he will tell him his reason behind coming here since he is curious to know about that. He addresses Jared Eucalates as Duke Jared. He asks Jared Eucalates if he is growing his forces for the safety of the territory. Jared Eucalates replies yes, this is the reason. Galadin says alright. Galadin stops for a while and asks Jared Eucalates to work with their forces and attack Sindarth Kingdom. He says if Jared Eucalates takes care of their back, defeating an internally weak kingdom would be quite easy for them. He asks Jared Eucalates what he thinks about that. Jared Eucalates seems unable to say anything. Jared Eucalates thinks about the information he has about that time. When the Great Holy War ravaged the land of Paradiso, even though they served Radius as the god, they brought together great armies. They raided the nations that had lost their strength during the long war with the Demon King's army. The words avaricious and backstabbing suited the state of affairs then. Jared Eucalates knows that they will utilize the surrounding areas to take control of their nation. He knows they will try to allure them with all types of promises of the future. However, the moment they reach their goal, the very moment they will point their blades at them. Jared Eucalates thinks if he agrees to accept Galadin's offer, no matter what, the relationship will end in destruction. Jared Eucalates returns to the present moment. He thinks that Galadin is out of his mind. He says to himself, this is so foolish of him to publicly announce that he intends to attack the Sindarth Kingdom. He feels it does not matter if he knows about his plan. Jared Eucalates feels he is so confident. Jared Eucalates understands Galadin's technique. He understands that he is playing with his mind. Galadin says the recent civil war and floor destruction have made the Sindarth Kingdom weak enough. He adds the northern regions of the kingdom are hard to secure. He believes that with the fate of the nation on the shoulder, Azil will abandon the northern regions. That is the time when he can take control of the northern regions. Jared Eucalates closes his eyes and tries to digest Galadin's plans. He knows very well that after the kingdom of Sindarth Caribia would be their next target. Jared Eucalates knows it is very certain that they will going to be their next target. Jared Eucalates stays quiet in response. Galadin says he understands his position. He adds it would be strange to get a prompt answer from his side. Jared Eucalates says he will think about it. Galadin asks him if it is worth thinking about. He says he cannot understand him. He adds the answer is already decided, all he has to do is speak. He asks Jared Eucalates if this is what he means by thinking. Jared Eucalates replies no, it is not like that, he wants to think about it logically. Galadin asks him if he thinks that the Sindarth Kingdom stands a chance against their empire. Jared Eucalates replies he believes it would be difficult. He adds the difference in strength is clear. Galadin says it is 100% sure that they will win against the Sindarth Kingdom. Galadin says if he further thinks about it, it would be like thinking about adding a drop in the ocean. He adds from a sensible point of view, it does not make any sense. Jared Eucalates says he wants to ask one thing. He asks Galadin what would he do if their territory stood alongside the Sindarth Kingdom for battle. He asks him if he still believes that in that case, their chances of victory will be 100%. Galadin asks him what he means by that. Jared Eucolates takes a sip of the tea and says they have not expressed their intentions yet. He adds that seems absurd that he is sure they will join their alliance. Galadin says it seems he is quite a spirit. He adds he acknowledges that. He tells Jared Eucolates that the moment their empire makes a move, even if he comes to offer his assistance, they cannot help but suspect his true intentions. He asks him to decide it now. He says they will overlook his recent words, a spirit of a young man. Jared Eucolates says he is sorry, but he is not interested at this moment. He adds he will let them know later. He says he has no water in his mind right now. Galadin asks him if he is refusing their offer. Jared Eucolates replies, if this is how he feels, then it must be like that. He tells Galadin that he would not believe it if he said no to this. Galadin gets mad and says there is no second chance. Galadin asks him to reconsider. Jared Eucolates asks him to take care of himself on his way back. Galadin stands up and leaves. Jared Eucolates looks at him and feels that he has made the right decision. He says those to believe in their strength and belittle others cannot turn down. He thinks all he needs to do is to use the Sindath Kingdom to keep a check on the Lentus Empire. He believes in that case he does not need to use any of his strength and will be able to manage the balance between the two. Black Eyes enters the room and asks Jared Eucolates if he is fine. He says the environment did not seem very nice. Jared Eucolates has used Transcendence Resistance to resist feelings of fear. Jared Eucolates says there is nothing that their territory needs to fear about. He adds they are the ones who would have a lot of fear in their minds. The scene shifts to the cartridge of Galadin. Onsenal asks Galadin why did he not kill all of them. He asks what made that trifling lord think he is so important. He asks if shaking his head off would leave a bad taste in his mouth. Galadin replies even if he seems that way, he has maintained good relations with the Sindath Kingdom, gaining a reputation as a warlord in the north. He adds that he recently built a shrine. He says if they had killed him without a reason, they would have become enemies of all the other nations. He adds they should not ignore the might of the Church of Radius. Galadin tells Onsenil that they need to keep their head down until then. He asks him to leave his mallet behind. He adds tall trees gather much wind. Galadin thinks Jared Eucolates' expressions changed during their talk. Onsenil says he will obey him. One of the female soldiers of Ren 7 asks Galdan, what if Jared Eucolates sends the information to the Sindath Kingdom? Galadin says this should not happen. He adds in case something like this happens, they will consider Jared Eucolates at the side of the Sindath Kingdom. He adds they will take both of them on one side. The girl asks him if that would come to bite them. Galadin replies even if it does, he will be just playing a leader in the barren north as compared to their land, which possesses a vast rich land. He brags that they are nothing more than a dart under their nails. Galadin determines that the day will come when they will crush him. He adds until then they need to gather as much information about him as they can. Both of the soldiers of Ren 7 reply they understand that. Galadin thinks he will crush Jared Eucolates one day and he has to pay for his arrogance. The scene shifts to the Sindath Kingdom. Jared Eucolates' letter reaches the Sindath Kingdom. Azil reads the letter. He seems worried to read the letter. He calls out his sister Princess Maria. Azil tells his sister that the Lantos Empire has ordered Jared Eucolates in large volumes. He adds there is a chance that the Lantos Empire will invade them. The scene shifts to the territory of Caribia. Jared Eucolates is with his close team members and officials. He appreciates their efforts by saying they have worked very hard on their preparations. They are in the middle of a discussion. There is a map in front of them. Jared Eucolates marks some points on the man. He shares with his team that they will attack the seaside city of Malnus known as Parasino and the Bonoso Kingdom's seaside city Laraka. Hayes seems worried. Jared Eucolates tells his team not to worry about anything, they are preparing well for that moment. He tells his officials that the 1st of February of this year will be the day when they will attack. The scene shifts to the 15th of January, a day before Mia's birthday. Jared Eucolates takes Mia on a trip as they have planned. Mia asks Jared Eucolates if it is Anamwa Plateau as he mentioned. Jared Eucolates is wearing Anex and holding Mia. He replies Mia yes, they are in Anamwa Plateau. He asks her if she finds it incredible. Jared Eucolates tells her as they go up. The steep incline makes it look like it is cut artificially, but it is flat from the surface. Jared Eucolates says he never imagined that it would look like this. He adds that is why many trainees come here to train since the old times. Mia looks down and sees some animals. She seems happy to see them. He tells Jared Eucalates that there is a boar there. The boar puts his foot at a point and a massive explosion happens. Mia sees this and shouts that she is scared. Jared Eucalates calms her down by saying there is no way that they put their step at one of the traps. Mia holds him tightly. Jared Eucalates asks her to trust him. Mia asks him who has placed these traps here. Jared Eucalates tells her that there is a blue dragon's den around 30 kilometers away. He adds they are the ones who placed their traps there. Mia calls them bad dragons. She says according to her, killing a person on an animal without any reason is a bad thing. Jared Eucalates says that is right, but there is no point in understanding a dragon's mindset. He adds they kill people for fun, sometimes just like they put a step on the ants. Mia says, but this is bad. Jared Eucalates tells her this is the law of the jungle. He says to her if they want to set them right they need to have a strength that surpasses the dragon's power. He clarifies that is how things are for him. He tells Mia that he wants to be a mage who surpasses even a dragon in strength. He adds there is nothing as thrilling as that. He tells Mia that he is going to speed up a little. He let her know that he would stop the wind of the plateau. He asks her to enjoy the view. Mia says thanks to him. Then he does as he said. They move around. Jared Eucalates seems taking a bird's eye view of the place. He soon finds the plains in the center of the Manhwa Plateau. He believes golden points are the best spot to train for a wind mage. Jared Eucalates asks Mia to wake up. Mia rubs her eyes and says she is feeling sleepy. They land at the golden points. Mia asks him if they are going to train here. Jared Eucalates replies here. He adds he needs to explain something before they start to train. He says the Anemo's plain is blessed by the winds since the spirits of the winds reside here. Mia feels excited to hear that. She says she feels like she will learn a lot by training there. Jared Eucalates looks at her excitement. He thinks if they somehow succeed in calling the wind spirits and their Queen Vienna, they can speed up their achievements. Jared Eucalates believes they will surely win the attention of Vienna. He asks Mia to loosen up a little before that. Mia says alright. Jared Eucalates thinks about having a look at the information screen on magic evaluation. He looks at the screen. The information shows he is at the level of SS in fire magic, has a B grade in ice and wind magic, and has a C grade in earth and other types. Jared Eucalates looks at the information and says he is lacking in the wind magic by 2%, which is a shame. He believes he needs to reach level A to become an all-rounder magician. He closes his fist with determination and says he is burning with motivation. He adds improving and breaking past his limit is always refreshing. Jared Eucalates and Mia start training. Jared Eucalates teaches Mia how she can increase her wind magic exponentially by controlling her breath before, after, and during. He asks her to take the downwind and headwinds into account while exerting her control. He instructs her to take advantage of her surroundings to get the upper hand on her opponents. He demonstrates this by taking a big piece of rock up. Then he puts the rock down and says they will stop their training here for now since it has been an hour. He asks her to take a rest. Mia asks him to continue. She says she can keep going on without a break. She asks Jared Eucalates to teach her more. Jared Eucalates asks her if she is not tired. He says this is the first time they trained so harshly. Mia insists on continuing training. Jared Eucalates says they will go until she passes out of exhaustion. He asks her if she is ready. Mia says if he will teach her, she will enjoy the training. They keep practicing for a long time. Then they sit and have a drink to calm themselves. They spend 4 days in intense training. Jared Eucalates laughs and says Mia has reached her limit after pushing through for 4 days. He asks her if she would like to have a break. Mia replies yes. She laughs and says it looks like she is starting to get tired. Mia addresses Jared Eucalates and asks him to see upward. Jared Eucalates looks in that direction and notices that the spirit Queen Vienna is there. Spirit Queen Vienna arrives there with the other spirits. Jared Eucalates looks at her and says so finally she reached there. Jared Eucalates thinks only she can help him and Mia to reach the next level. He thinks she is the benevolent queen that will be their guiding light here. Spirit Queen Vienna comes to the ground. Mia seems scared of her. Jared Eucalates asks Mia to calm down. He tells her that she is not a bad person. He adds she is Queen Vienna who has been watching over them. Mia asks him if is that so. Jared Eucalates looks at her and tells Mia that she is also known as the Queen of the Winds. He asks Mia if is not she beautiful. Mia replies her beauty is blinding. Jared Eucalates assures Mia that he is with her, so she should be afraid. Mia says she is nervous. The notification shows the appraisal is impossible because of the Queen's blessings. Queen Vienna says she is pleased to meet them. She says she is sorry for suddenly appearing before them. She adds she is the noble queen of the spirits, the ones who control the winds. She brings her hand close to Mia. Mia holds her hand. Mia says she is Mia. She adds she is pleased to meet her. Mia first calls her queen, then calls her majesty. She says she does not know what she should call her. She asks her what she should call her. Queen Vienna pats Mia and says she can call her Vienna's Annie. She adds she might be quite old, but she managed to maintain her appearance. According to Paradiso, Queen Vienna is at least 300 years old. Mia calls her Unnai. Queen Vienna replies this is too pleasant to hear this. Queen Vienna looks at Jared Eucalates and asks him to excuse her rudeness. She tries to remember who his is, but before she puts pressure on her mind, Jared Eucalates introduces himself. Queen Vienna asks him to excuse her. She says she has been watching them training since the beginning. She appreciates them for remaining busy in training all the time, excluding the time for eating. Jared Eucalates says the Manhwa Recap is unique to have blessed winds. Queen Vienna asks Jared Eucalates if he has felt the blessings of wind here. Jared Eucalates replies he can feel her benevolence in the winds. He says he is overjoyed to feel how the winds had blown during their training. Queen Vienna again asks him if he can feel that. Jared Eucalates smiles and says a mage cannot let these things slip past them. He adds especially when he is a wind mage. He says it is obvious to pay attention to the nature around them. Queen Vienna says she is astounded. She asks him about the wind magic that he has shown off. Jared Eucalates tells her it was transcendence magic. Queen Vienna replies it is a pinnacle of magic that cannot be performed easily. She says she is impressed by that. She says she had been observing countless mages practicing wind magic, but she had never seen anyone using it as brilliantly as he did. Jared Eucalates smiles and says he is flattered. Queen Vienna looks at Mia and tells her that she is different from Jared Eucalates. Queen Vienna says she can tell that she has a certain intimacy with the wind. She adds her communication with the wind is as she breathes. She says it looks as if she was born with it. Queen Vienna addresses Mia. Jared Eucalates thinks she is going to give her blessings. Queen Vienna asks Mia if she can come a little closer to her. She says she wants to add to the sweet melody coming from the sound of beautiful winds she possesses. Mia asks her if is that so. Queen Vienna laughs to see her innocence. She says there is no doubt that children possess a pure heart. She asks Mia to feel the winds together. Queen Vienna holds Mia in her arms and takes her up in the air. Mia replies to the queen that she would love to feel the wind with her. She tells Jared Eucalates that she will return soon. A magical aura covers them. Jared Eucalates waves at her. Meanwhile, Jared Eucalates calls one of the spirits. The spirit asks him what it is. Jared Eucalates says he wants to try a different method with the winds. He asks the spirit if he can help him. The spirit smiles and asks him if he likes the wind that much. Jared Eucalates thinks what he should say in reply. He says to himself that simply saying yes would be a weak answer, and just smiling would also not be enough. He replies to the spirit that he believes that the wind is the center of all attributes. The spirit laughs and says he is a proper mage. He appreciates Jared Eucalates by saying he has a good grasp on the fundamentals of magic. Jared Eucalates laughs and thinks even the spirits are too weak to praise. Another spirit says it seems he is a fellow who has a strong consciousness about magic. The first spirit asks him if has told her name Jared Eucalates. One of the female spirits appreciates his magic by saying his wind magic has surpassed all the imaginations. The female spirit asks Jared Eucalates if he can show them a little bit more magic. The magical aura of the wind spirits covers him from all sides. Jared Eucalates laughs and replies he cannot do that among the spirits of the wind. He thinks the living and breathing masters of the wind are with him. Jared Eucalates looks upward and thinks the trip of Mia and Queen Vienna is taking longer than expected. He closes his eyes and thinks that means she wants to teach a little more to Mia. He says this is preferable. The spirit with blue hair again asks Jared Eucalates about his name. He adds he wants to give him a tip. He teaches Jared Eucalates that if he will forcefully set the angle of the wind, it will never blow accordingly. He adds the wind the shape of an arc follows the set path. The spirit shows him a demonstration of wild magic reaction training. The blue-haired spirit says it is like Jared Eucalates can show him 3 or 4 things if they teach him one. A female spirit says this is something different about the human mages. Jared Eucalates says thanks to the spirits of the wind. The blue-haired spirit throws a magical aura toward Jared Eucalates and asks him what he would say about this attack. He asks Jared Eucalates if he is ready. Jared Eucalates says there is nothing to worry about. Then the blue-haired spirit tries the wind spear on him. Jared Eucalates repeats the instructions such as adapt it, guide it, incite it calmly, and respond to the wind spear. He repeats the instructions that he has brainstormed as a basis. He twists the direction of the wind spear. He carefully lays the winding path and adapts the wind to the path by guiding it. He says he feels as if he is dancing with the wind without using the strength to oppress nature. He feels as if he is in a trance. He feels as if he is with the wind to change to direction of the wind spear. Jared Eucalates moves smoothly with the wind. The blue-haired spirit watches this. He compliments Jared Eucalates by saying he is incredible. He says it is amazing that he learned the technique so easily. Jared Eucalates opens his eyes and asks the spirit if he succeeded in using the technique to manipulate the wind. It is something that a 9-class mage can do. The message on the status window shows that he has successfully fulfilled the minimum requirements to become a 6-class mage. All the spirits clap for him. He shows gratitude to them in return. He says he is thankful to them for generously teaching him. Jared Eucalates feels happy and says to himself that he finally broke through to become a 6-class mage. Jared Eucalates thinks about the required challenges he needs to fulfill to be reborn as a 6-class mage. He thinks about finding the King of Fire, Ignis, and passes his test to understand the essence of fire. He reads that Ignis will give him a second adventure after teaching him. Jared Eucalates says it is even difficult to think that the first chance is to find the King of Fire who does not even have a shred of humanity. Meanwhile, Mia returns and shouts she has loved it. Queen Vienna asks her if she is enjoying it. Mia says yes, she enjoyed it. She says thanks to the Queen of the Winds. Queen smiles to see Mia's response. Jared Eucalates says welcome back to Mia. Mia says thanks to him and tells him that it was fun to learn this. Jared Eucalates looks at Mia and feels her appearance has changed slightly. There is a necklace in her neck. Jared Eucalates scans it. The scanning shows that the target has the artifact Medinus's necklace. Jared Eucalates also notices the specifications of the necklace. Jared Eucalates says to himself, this is his first time seeing this. He wonders if any such artifact exists. Jared Eucalates tries to remember if he knows about any such thing. Meanwhile, Mia asks Queen Vienna if she is saying this is her father's necklace. Queen Vienna confirms this and says her father has abandoned everything and reached the end of his life as a human. Queen Vienna tells Mia that her father was a great man who loved his wife and daughter so much. Jared Eucalates seems shocked to hear this. He seems unable to believe that Mia's father was a spirit of wind. He speaks to himself that if her father abandoned his life as a spirit and chose a short-lived human life. Jared Eucalates says the apple does not fall far away from the tree. He remembers that Mia practiced a lot in the last 2 years. Queen Vienna asks Jared Eucalates if he can spare her some time. She brings her hand close to him. Jared Eucalates holds her hand and replies how can he refuse to her. Queen Vienna creates a strong magical aura and takes Jared Eucalates up with her. She asks him if he knows that even the spirit monarchies have a deep interest in the human world. She adds they want humans to understand and enjoy the magic of their elements. Jared Eucalates replies he is aware of that fact. Queen Vienna says mages belittle the wind magic and think of it as something that can be controlled easily. She complains they do not know how to value it. Jared Eucalates replies that disdain and contempt toward the wind have existed for a long time. Queen Vienna says this is the first time she can feel the fragrant winds raised by the others after 70 years. She adds she is pleased to feel this. Jared Eucalates replies he is pleased to meet them. Queen Vienna wishes him goodwill. She adds she wishes to impart upon him. Queen Vienna says she wants to see his growth if he permits her. She says she gives him her blessings. Jared Eucalates replies he accepts them gratefully. Queen Vienna blesses him special wind barrier. She asks him if he can comprehend it. Jared Eucalates replies yes, he can comprehend a dauntless wall that is only given shape by the wind. Queen Vienna admits that he is not an ordinary person. She adds many mages are unable to understand it even if given this knowledge directly. She joins her hands together and a castle heart appears. She asks Jared Eucolates to take it. Jared Eucolates notices that it is Spirit King's gemstone. Jared Eucolates asks her why she is giving this. Queen Vienna says it is a small token of appreciation, which he can use to summon her soldiers if he needs them. Jared Eucolates says she has given him such a precious token of appreciation. He holds it and says he is very thankful. Jared Eucolates asks her if she is investing in him. Queen Vienna laughs and says if it is how it is, then it is how it is. She says she acknowledges him as the greatest mage of the mortal realm who freely wields the winds. She says she wants him to be the representative of them. Jared Eucolates wonders if she is saying that she will support the hot new Jared coin with all her might. Countless deities search for saplings to bestow their blessings upon, and the spirit monarchs do just the same. Jared Eucolates thinks if he can have their focus and attention on him, he will be able to grow stronger. He says his relationship with Vienna will become the starting point for that path. Jared Eucolates says thanks to Queen Vienna. Jared Eucolates says he will always remember and cherish her teachings and blessings. Queen Vienna says she will become his supporter and will passionately cheer him from unseen places. She says she wishes him to grow more. Jared Eucolates says he once again shows his heartfelt gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Mia shares her feelings with Jared Eucolates. She says she feels she has received a big gift. She looks at Jared Eucolates with wet eyes and says she will consider it a gift from him. Jared Eucolates laughs and says this is how things turned out. Jared Eucolates asks her if she has enjoyed her conversation with Lady Vienna. Mia replies she has enjoyed it and feels happy. She adds she also felt a little sad. Mia says there is a lot to talk about to her mother when she returns. Jared Eucolates thinks she recently discovered that her father was a wind spirit, so she must have a lot of things to discuss with Mary. Mia asks Jared Eucolates how he feels about that experience. He closes his eyes, smiles, and replies he has received an incredible gift from Lady Vienna. He tells Mia that he has received such a precious gift that even she will feel jealous about that. Mia asks Jared Eucolates what it is. He replies he will show her on the way back. He says now they should return to the territory of Caribia. He adds it is time to head back. He instructs Mia to practice hard what she has learned here. Mia replies she understands that. Jared Eucolates says he will raise a nice breeze so that they can return soon. Mia says alright. The scene shifts to the Cinderth Kingdom. It is the 31st of January. Aziel tells Maria that they have received a letter from the territory of Caribia. Princess Maria asks her brother to read that letter. He reads the letter. The content of the letter includes that many people fell victim to the worst monsoon in Bonaso and Malnus Kingdom in the past summer. The reason behind that is their poor preparation. The letter is written with the intention of fundraising for the refugees. In addition, the letter shows that the territory of Caribia will start its advances for justice. The letter clarifies Jared Eucolates' intentions to attack Bonaso and Malnus kingdoms, which are disgraceful to be called nations. Aziel reads the letter and says he knows that Jared Eucolates' targets are these two kingdoms. Princess Maria says yes, Jared Eucolates has drawn his sword. Aziel says the incident of refugees is an infamous evil of these two kingdoms. King Aziel says it looks like most of the people will support the territory of Caribia, so they should also support them. Princess Maria asks him what he will do. She asks him if he will maintain his silence. Aziel says no, he will not do that. He adds they should show their strong support in this regard. He asks her sister to have a look at that. He adds she will realize that they should support Caribia in the war. He asks her sister to think about that. King Aziel says they have abandoned their people in the worst time how they call themselves king. Princess Maria says they are not worthy of that claim. She adds the moment they tossed aside their vulnerable citizens, these two kingdoms' futures were sealed. King Aziel estimates that Jared Eucolates must have crossed the border by now. He adds it seems their kingdom should prepare their admission statement. He says it is time to celebrate the rise of a new king from the bottom of their hearts. The scene shifts to the 1st of February. It is midnight. Jared Eucolates asks his army to take charge. He reminds them that their first target is the Bonaso Kingdom's coastal city Lorac. His soldiers say yes to his orders. Jared Eucolates feels scout detection signals. He notices the teleport circle. He sees a Bonaso Kingdom scout coming out of it. He kicks him and makes him fall to the ground. The Bonuso Kingdom's scout begs him to spare him. Jared Eucalates puts his foot at the head of the scout. The scout sighs with pain. Jared Eucalates asks the scout if the Admiral Jennies sent him. The scout admits that the Admiral Jennies has sent him. He asks Jared Eucalates to send him back and spare his life. He says if he spares his life, he will say whatever he wants him to. Jared Eucalates paralyzes the scout and thinks he should keep him in prison. He says for now their preparations are complete. He says he needs to go back. He smiles and says his role is important to enacting a blitzkrieg. Jared Eucalates comes back to his army. He tells Ella and Lackeyes that he has dealt with the scout. He instructs that the two of them will immediately attack the point where Admiral Jennies and his forces are located. Ella asks Jared Eucalates if he will attack alone. She asks him if he will be alright. He says the number of wizards in the base is less, and all of them are class 4 mage, so he alone will be enough for them. Ella replies they will take down the troops at the outskirts one by one as they planned. Jared Eucalates addresses Lackeyes and instructs him to receive the rear right after Ella breaks through the line. Jared Eucalates makes his team realize that in this war speed is life. Jared Eucalates tells Lackeyes to make sure that there should not be any disturbance in the rear. Lackeyes replies he will keep this in mind. He adds the army commanders are ready to move. Jared Eucalates adds he will entrust Ella with the Templar Knights and the medical division. However, Lackeyes will command the whole territorial army. Both Ella and Lackeyes enthusiastically reply they got the point. Then, Jared Eucalates thinks about Hayes and Isabel. He looks at the 20,000 people in the Krevia territories. He takes a deep breath and says he will surely win this war. He goes to the north. The scene shifts to the Navy base established in the land of Lyraki. The Admiral Jennies asks his soldier if he is saying there is no movement. The soldier replies yes, it is like that. The soldier adds before the coming of spring, many young Jai soldiers were focusing on supporting the public in their farming preparations. The other soldiers confirm this. Isabel casts some sort of spell on the Admiral Jennies. The Admiral rubs his ear and says if he is overthinking about the matter. He thinks he indeed broke his heart when the offer of recruitment came from Krevia. He says he refused because he has no reason to convince himself. He thinks according to the scouts it is strangely quiet in Krevia. Admiral Jennies says alone suspicion is not enough to strengthen the watch and deploy the troops. He says the condition of Lyraki's military is quite bad. The soldiers outside the base notice that there is an intruder. Someone says there is a wizard. They see the wizard is approaching. One of the soldiers says they shout shoot with the focus. Admiral Jennies comes to the window and orders all the soldiers to attack. It is the Myeong Palace of the Bonuso Kingdom. All of the soldiers attack Jared Eucalates. Jared Eucalates blocks all the arrows in the air. Then he turns them toward the soldiers. Admiral Jennies observes all this. He says this is absurd. He asks his army to focus and attack again. Jared Eucalates says no matter how many times they attack, the result will be the same. Jared Eucalates takes out the space deviation clock artifact. Admiral Jennies notices that it is Jared Eucalates. He calls out for Ganoff. He asks his soldier where are the wizards. The soldier tells him the wizards are in the rear. Admiral Jennies looks up and says it is difficult for them to fight with the enemy who is up in the air. Meanwhile, Ganoff reaches. Ganoff is a class 4 wizard and the wizard troops. Admiral takes their attention toward Jared Eucalates. He tells them he is lord of the territory of Caribia. Ganoff says it seems he has lost his mind. He adds how dare he to come alone here. Jared Eucalates says an important stat concept that is not seen in the Paradiso is the morale of the soldiers. He believes if the number of the stat will decrease, the morale of the soldiers will also decrease. The leader has the most overwhelming effect on the soldiers. He thinks if he manages to Ganoff in front of everyone, all of the other wizards' morale will bottom down. However, there is a problem that Ganoff thinks the same. Ganoff comes close to Jared Eucalates and addresses him. He asks Jared Eucalates if he has come to this place to die. Jared Eucalates replies no, he is there to send him to his deathbed. Ganoff asks him if it was a taunt. He says this is quite childish. He attacks Jared Eucalates. Jared Eucalates strikes back and holds him by the collar. He tries to teleport Ganoff with him to a different place. Jared Eucalates thinks Ganoff is a fabulous wizard, so he has to take him to a favorable environment. Ganoff asks Jared Eucalates if he thinks that he can fall into his scheme easily. He says to Jared Euculates that he needs to know the fractions. Jared Euculates attacks him. Ganoff strikes back with an ice storm. Jared Euculates blocks his attack easily. He poses as if he is in a child's play. Ganoff wonders if the attacks have been blocked. He notices that Jared Euculates has slowed the storm with the help of some artifacts. Jared Euculates says to Ganoff that he cannot defeat him. He asks Ganoff to surrender. However, Ganoff seems not in the mood to surrender. Jared Euculates attacks him and says it is his turn now. Ganoff tries to deal with Jared Euculates' attack. He says if he considers him vulnerable. Ganoff uses his Spiel of Ice will to deal with the inflicted attack. Jared Euculates looks at him struggling and says his spell will not work. Jared Euculates wonders if Ganoff trying to deal with the attack through the help of induction. He says it is still quite slow. Ganoff uses spells of Blink and Ice will together. Jared Euculates notices that he is close to it. He again attacks him. Jared Euculates' magical aura pushes Ganoff. Ganoff calculates there is a difference in the reaction times of the first shot of the ice will and the surprise attack. He notices Jared Euculates' reactions are different. He wonders why it is like that. Then he says it is a row away. He considers his guess right. Jared Euculates puts on Tanex and releases a transcendent magical aura. He asks Ganoff to hit the scarp of metal now. Ganoff tries to catch him but cannot do so. Ganoff seems exhausted and calls his soldiers useless bastards. Jared Euculates asks him if he is worried about his army. He inquires him if there would be no hope if he fails to defeat him. Ganoff gets mad at him. He asks Jared Euculates to shut his mouth. He again attacks Jared Euculates with a strong magical aura. However, Jared Euculates seems unaffected by it. Jared Euculates folds his arms in front of him and says all of his efforts are useless. Ganoff calls Jared Euculates a stupid person. He says his pride will make him lose. He again strikes Jared Euculates. He laughs to consider Jared Euculates tricked by him. Ganoff says he will see how he slows down his attacks by being attacked from a short distance. He comes close to Jared Euculates and makes continuous strikes. He attacks Jared Euculates with the lightning spear at first. Then he uses throttle against him. The smoke covers the atmosphere around them. Ganoff laughs and says it is amusing to see that he has received a little resistance from Jared Euculates in a one-on-one confrontation. He says he does not know if he has stolen the artifact from the dragon, but he will take good care of it. Meanwhile, Jared Euculates appears before him. Ganoff seems shocked to see him. He looks pissed off to see Jared Euculates. He says Jared Euculates has several secrets that no one can imagine. Jared Euculates attacks Ganoff. Blood spills out of his mouth. Victorious Jared Euculates turns back. The magical aura surrounds Jared Euculates in the form of a circular shield. Ganoff asks Jared Euculates how he predicted his movements. Jared Euculates turns back and tells Ganoff that it seemed when he blinked he was sticking his foot out. The scene shifts to Ella. Meanwhile, she attacks the soldiers of Bonuso. She attacks soldiers with her sword. The blood gushes out of the soldier's body. Another soldier sees this and says she is too strong to attack. He seems afraid. His fellow soldier asks him not to hold for a little more. He calms him down and asks him not to feel scared. He adds the wizard squad and Ganoff Sama will help them. One of the soldiers attacks Lackeyes and says he is from the proud army of Bonuso Kingdom. He raises his sword at Lackeyes. When he attacks, his sword tears into two pieces. The soldier seems shocked to see this. This is the army located on the outskirts of the Bonuso Kingdom. The soldiers of that army are proud to be soldiers. The well-honed and well-maintained weapon is their pride. That pride breaks with the shreds of the sword. The soldier sits down and looks at the pieces of the sword with wet eyes. He still holds the handle of the sword in his hand. The soldier looks at the broken sword. His pride disappears and leaves scars behind. The soldier cries. He looks at the opponent army, who they thought to be off lower level. The commander of the Caribbean army says it looks like the opponent is lacking in equipment. He asks his army to move forward. The Caribbean army moves forward. The pieces of broken swords and gushing blood of the Bonuso army can be seen everywhere on the battlefield. The soldiers of the Bonuso army feel the quality of their weapons and the armor of their opponent is absolute. It does not matter if things are taken care of well. When someone realizes on the battlefield that their opponent's weapons are superior to theirs, it is already too late. The new weapons of the Caribbean army are made out of Chaldia. Chaldia is material that is a scam with a generational difference. It looks like a battle between rice straw and an iron sword. One of the soldiers tells his companions that the quick-witted ran away. He adds their weapons are of no match with the opponent's weapons. The other soldier asks the first one if he is running away. The second one asks the first one to go and fight. The first one replied those who fought died. He adds the only way they have right now is to run away. The scene shifts to the front barracks of the Bonuso army. Captain Karpa is there in the camp. A soldier arrives at the Kamo. Captain Karpa looks at a map and asks if it is the first round of their victory. The soldier replies the situation of their army is quite bad. Captain Karpa inquires him what he means by that. The soldier informs the captain that the front line has been disrupted and not recovering. He tells the captain that many soldiers ran away from the battlefield. Captain Karpa says the punishment for the escaped army soldiers is execution. The soldier tells the captain their infantry and horsemen attacks do not work on the opponent. The soldier says there is something wrong. He adds the advances of the opponent if so quick. Captain Karpa seems angry. He wonders how their army reached a losing momentum like this, which had an equal momentum before. He thinks maybe Ganoff saved them at this point. Meanwhile, someone informs that the enemy has reached there. Captain Karpa holds the soldiers and asks them what is Captain Chen doing. He gets mad at the soldiers for informing him about the enemy at the 11th hour. He asks the soldiers why there is no report. The soldier informs Captain Karpa that Captain Chen is dead. He adds all of the soldiers are dead. The soldier tells the captain that every single one of them is killed by the enemy. Ella single-handedly killed many of the enemies. Captain Karpa looks at Ella, who cuts his soldiers like mere things. He says judging by her outfit, she seems to be a vanguard. Captain Karpa takes out his bow and arrow. He thinks of killing the opponent army's commander to save the morale of the Bonuso army. He aims at Ella. Ella catches the arrow and breaks it into pieces. He looks at Captain Karpa and asks him if he is there. Captain Karpa looks shocked to see this. Ella runs her horse back to the soldier quickly. She raises her sword and kills many of the soldiers. The soldier tells Captain Karpa they are running short of time. The soldier says to Captain Karpa that they should retreat. Captain Karpa says if he retreats there will be no chance for the Bonuso kingdom. Ella turns her horse and starts to approach them. Captain Karpa takes out his sword and says he is the captain of Bonuso's army. He swears on the honor of the fallen soldiers and the kingdom. He says he will kill the enemies. Ella looks at him and says this is excellent that he is full of spirit. She gets hold of her sword and says she will face him with power. Their swords strike with each other. Ella strikes Captain Karpa with the aura of the divine sword. She makes Captain Karpa jump back with her strike. Ella thrusts her sword into the ground. A crack appears on the surface of the ground. Ella asks the Bonuso army if they are ready to surrender now. She says if they are not ready to surrender, then they should be ready to give their lives away. The soldiers look at each other. She kills all the soldiers who do not surrender. One of the soldiers says he is ready to surrender. He asks for mercy and says he has a family. The Caribbean soldier asks them what he is to do with that. The Caribbean soldier says they have considered Yong Jai's army weak. He adds that Yong Jai's army can cut them in half. Meanwhile, Black Eyes reaches. He asks his soldier to stop. The soldier says he is their enemy. Black Eyes reminds the soldier that he is a citizen of Caribbean. He asks the soldier if he has forgotten the command to show mercy on those who surrender. The Bonuso soldier attacks the Caribbean soldier as he is busy with Black Eyes. Black Eyes sees him and strikes him to death. Black Eyes says they should not spare the people like him. He adds it is also Lord Jared Eucalyptus' command. Meanwhile, a soldier informs Black Eyes that they have received the signal. Black Eyes replies it is also the Caribbean army. Black Eyes comes close to Ella. He addresses her and asks her how she saw it. Ella stays quiet. Black Eyes asks her if it is Lord Jared Eucalyptus. Ella asks her what he thinks about it. Black Eyes asks her if she is talking about facing the enemy's force alone. Ella asks Black Eyes to look at the reality. She asks did he ever met a heavy army led by Admiral Jennings. Black Eyes replies no. Ella says if there was an issue with Lord Jared Eucalyptus, would Admiral Jennings have stayed silent? Black Eyes says he has never thought about that. Ella laughs to hear this. She says it seems that his lack of faith in Lord Jared Eucalyptus is far greater than hers. Ella asks him to reflect on that and goes a little ahead of him. Black Eyes asks Ella to let's go together. Ella and Black Eyes reach the base. Ella says it seems they are late. Lackeyes says Lord Jared Eucalates had ended the things alone. All the wizards and Admiral Jenny's bow before Lord Jared Eucalates. Jared Eucalates turns back and looks at Ella and Lackeyes. He passes a wide smile. They are at Old Gentis's temporary barracks. Admiral Jennys says the remaining soldiers are guilty because they had a boss like him. Admiral Jennys still bowed before Lord Jared Eucalates. Admiral Jennys asks Lord Jared Eucalates to calm his anger with his blood. He begs Lord Jared Eucalates to show mercy to the soldiers. Admiral Jennys waits for his answer. Jared Eucalates comes close to Admiral Jennys. He asks him if he would like to become the leader of the Caribbean Navy to get stronger in the future. Admiral Jennys looks at Jared Eucalates. He tells Jared Eucalates that he has been protecting the outskirts of Bonaso Kingdom for a long time. He adds he built the Navy on a single road in the sea. He has an experience of 40 years. However, he has never been treated with such respect before. Admiral Jennys wonders about the respect given by his enemy. Jared Eucalates again asks Admiral Jennys if he is ready to accept his offer. Jared Eucalates bows before Admiral Jennys and requests him to serve as the leader of the Caribbean Navy. Admiral Jennys stops him from doing so. He asks him to raise his head. Jared Eucalates says Lyraki has now become part of their territory. He looks at the map. Jared Eucalates declares Lyraki Port as a base for naval revitalization. He discusses this matter with Admiral Jennys. He adds he is going to make a long-term plan to develop Lyraki Port into the best navy of the continent in the future. He tells Admiral Jennys that they are continuously raising funds for that. He adds the amount of the budget available currently is about 500,000 gold. This amount of gold is equal to 500 billion won in the past life. Admiral Jennys stands up to hear this much amount. He says it is an astronomical amount. He says to Lord Jared Eucalates that it would be unreasonable to spend this much amount. Jared Eucalates laughs and says there is no problem with that. He accepts that the planned amount is quite a lot. He adds their country has enough resources to spend this much amount. He mentions Nightmare Forest, Demon's Refuge, and Tomb of Mayhat are high-rated resources. Jared Eucalates says Caribia has been encouraging the attacks of dungeons. He reveals that the infrastructure has been built and the hunters in the Nasu continent have been provided with a base. Jared Eucalates further shares with Admiral Jennys that most of the hunter guilds have been moved to their territory. He adds the culture, lodging, and liquor industries associated with the hunters are amazing. Jared Eucalates asks Admiral Jennys if that amount would be enough for the military. He appreciates Admiral Jennys's experience. Jared Eucalates shares with the Admiral that he has to put him at the heart of Caribia's navy. Admiral Jennys confirms if he wants to entrust all the responsibilities of the Caribbean Navy to him. Jared Eucalates replies that is right. He commands the Admiral to create a strong navy to give hope to the people of Lyraki. Jared Eucalates says the arrogance and incompetence of the kings made them abandon innocent people during the worst time. He clarifies the innocent will not suffer anymore. Admiral Jennys looks at the map and thinks Lord Jared Eucalates knows about the navy routes better than anyone. He again asks Admiral Jennys if he is ready to accept his offer. Admiral Jennys accepts the offer. Admiral Jennys says that he is not that skilled. He ensures Jared Eucalates that he will do his best to fulfill the assigned responsibilities. He puts his hand at his heart and says he swears to dedicate his life to Lord Jared Eucalates. Jared Eucalates comes close to Admiral Jennys, holds his from his shoulders, and shows his gratitude. Admiral Jennys also says thanks to him. Admiral Jennys completely surrenders to the Caribbean Army. The coastal city Lyraki falls to the hands of Jared Eucalates. Furthermore, all the naval forces of the Bonaso Kingdom under the jurisdiction of Admiral Jennys surrendered. With the naval forces, the ships also came under the authority of Jared Eucalates. There is a celebration in Lyraki. All the soldiers eat quality bread and meat. One of the soldiers says that he is feeling well after eating that. Another soldier says they should eat well as they are about to leave. Jared Eucalates looks at the soldiers. He says it is nice to see the soldiers enjoying the meal. Admiral Jennys says thanks to Jared Eucalates for his favor. Jared Eucalates says it is imminent to advance to the coastal city of Prasino in the kingdom of Malnus. He adds it would not be better for the admiral to take a break. Admiral Jennys tells Jared Eucalates that an admiral like him runs the city of Prasino. He adds that Admiral Luke has been his friend for the last 40 years. Jared Eucalates asks Admiral Jennys if it is true. Admiral Jennys replies, yes, it is true. Admiral Jennings asks Jared Eucolates to send him to Prasino. He ensures him that he will bring Admiral Luke before him. Jared Eucolates thinks if it is possible to bring Admiral Luke without spilling blood, then he is ready to accept his suggestion. He adds all the conditions and treatment will be the same as given to him. He says there will be no slaughter or revenge. Admiral bows his head and says he will bring Admiral Luke. Jared Eucolates asks him to leave for the journey without any delay. Jared Eucolates asks Admiral Jennings if he has ever flown in the sky. The scene shifts to the barracks of the borderland of Caribia. Jared Eucolates peeps into a camp and checks out Hayes, Isabel, Ella, and Lackeyes. He says it looks like everyone is quite nervous. He checks out his status window. The message on the status window shows that he has earned the title Wizard Killer. The message further shows that his power has increased by 500. Jared Eucolates says this is the title one can gain after killing 10 Class 4 mages. He says it had stopped after getting rid of Akron. He adds it seems this battle has fulfilled all the conditions. He feels happy to receive 500 magic powers. He says he has to kill 1,000 people to get the title of Slayer. In Paradiso, all the titles are earned like this. Jared Eucolates says he likes the titles. He adds there are many titles where taking a specific person's life is advantageous. He says he feels upset to think about these details. He adds the details that made him think a lot about it. Jared Eucolates feels the need to check his stats by opening the status window. He opens the details of his stats on the status window. The status window shows he has reached the level of 149. His strength increases by 333 and health to 250. There is a dramatic increase in his magical power and wisdom. The charm, agility, defense, and holy power also increase. He feels overjoyed to see the increase in his magical power. Jared Eucolates closes his eyes and thinks about the time when he was reborn here 2 years ago. He remembers his obese physical appearance and low magic percentage. He closes his hand in a fist and says he has become strong enough to defeat a 6th-class mage like the other people. He reminds himself that he has been working so hard to become stronger. Jared Eucolates says he is not strong enough to defeat the 6th-class mage Naomi Grace. The Kingdom of Malnus has appointed Naomi Grace to protect its outskirts. Meanwhile, someone calls Jared Eucolates from behind. Hayes and Isabel are also present there. The AI reports to Jared Eucolates that she has arrived and escorted Admiral Jennings safely. Admiral Jennings is inside Tanex. He tells Jared Eucolates that he is back. Jared Eucolates inquires them if the person besides Admiral Jennings is Admiral Luke. He welcomes Admiral Luke. Admiral Luke is the commander of Prasino. Admiral Luke bows down and says he sends his greetings to Lord Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates says hearing the Lord from his mouth puts his heart at ease. He asks Admiral Luke to stand up. He tells Admiral Luke that he has been waiting for him. Admiral Luke says thanks to Jared Eucolates. He asks Jared Eucolates to receive the seal, map, and summary of other information about Prasino. Admiral Luke asks Jared Eucolates to show mercy to his people and subordinates as he promised. Jared Eucolates replies he will do that. Jared Eucolates says he announces before everyone that he will never repeat the same tragedy and sorrow. He says he swears with the name of the god Radius. Jared Eucolates followed the strategy of keeping friends and enemy of the enemy close to him. With that strategy, he easily obtained some of the territories of the Kingdom of Malnus. Jared Eucolates orders to start repairing the old ships to incorporate the 2 cities into Yongjai for the next year. He issued a special order to reduce the tax by 50%. Jared Eucolates believes it is the right time to haste to expand their rule to the nearby cities. Ella says they have acquired 2 cities in one day. What else does he want? Ella says they should not feel afraid in a country that is preoccupied with the next generation of metal called Seldia. Lackeyes says he agrees with Lord Jared Eucolates' idea. He adds it will take a few days to complete the groundwork. Lackeyes says they need to monitor Gani's and Luke's actions regardless of their sincerity. Isabel says she agrees with Lackeyes' suggestion. She asks Lord Jared Eucolates to be cautious. Jared Eucolates replies the war has been declared and both admirals have lost their cities in the blink of an eye. He adds they would not let it slide regardless of the foolishness of the kings of these 2 kingdoms. Jared Eucolates thinks the generals will take stands if the kings are unaware of that. Jared Eucolates instructs his team to be aware. He believes that the 2 kingdoms will move their troops in their direction. Jared Euclid says he will sharpen his fags and give them a surprise. He adds they will not send their main forces. Everyone asks why they would not send their main forces. Jared Euclid replies because there are enemies on both sides of the border. He tells his team that the kingdom of Sindarth and Malnus are enemies. Both of these kingdoms share a border. He guesses they will send a large army to the outskirts in that case. He believes the Sindarth kingdom will launch an open attack if that happens. Jared Euclid says with the kings of the Bonoso and Malnus kingdoms falling into the dilemma of making decisions, they would not be able to deal with two enemies. In that case, both of the kingdoms will decide to defend themselves, and they will not cross their line of defense. He thinks a little bit and says they can use landmines to cross the line of defense. Meanwhile, a soldier enters the Kamo. He says he has news. He informs Lord Jared Euclid that the army of Bonoso Kingdom has summoned their troops and started their march. Jared Euclid asks the soldiers about the strength of the troops. The soldier reports there are 4,000 soldiers. He adds some of the wizards and knights dispatched from the royal capital have also joined the troops. He tells Jared Euclid that there are 200 knights and wizards among the troops. Jared Euclid asks the soldiers if the commander of knights or the commander of the mages personally made this decision. The soldier replies no, the vice captain sent the greetings. Jared Euclid thinks to decide if it is Carson or Kent. Then he says well, the key point is not that who sent them. Black Eyes says the Lord is thinking about their number. Jared Euclid says in the real battle only the smartest one gets the advantage. He adds this shows the foolishness of the king of the Bonoso kingdom. Meanwhile, another soldier comes and says he has to report something. He says only 3,000 troops of the Malnus kingdom started their march. He adds the troops turned north on the way and then slightly shifted to the east. Jared Euclid says if it is the east, then it is the kingdom of Sindarth. The soldier says according to the received information, some of the Sindarth kingdom's soldiers have also appeared. Jared Euclid thinks that King Aziel is helping him. He says it is the synergy effect between them and the kingdom of Sindarth. Jared Euclid raises his hand and addresses his team. He says he commands them to establish a forward base on the outskirts of both of the cities. He informs them that he will build a defense line with the mountain range. In addition, he orders his soldiers to install Jared mines in the main route. He asks them to submit a plan after that. He says they are going to prepare for a defensive battle. Everyone says that they will do that in the name of their lord. The scene shifts to the Academy of Naomi Grace. It is raining outside. There is a book in the hands of Naomi. She stands by the window. She says it is ridiculous that she lost everything by talking once about the king's tyranny, conspiracy, unexplained affairs, and corruption. There are so many rats in her academy. They are roaming around. Naomi Grace seems hopeless. She says she cannot do anything for the future of this dark kingdom. She listens to the magic circle alarm. She notices that a wizard is coming from the north with strong mana radiation. Naomi Grace thinks, is it Jared Euclid? She says it is better if it is him. She declares Jared Euclid as the most hated man in the world. She says she needs a sandbag to fix her mood. She believes that he has come to this place to die. She moves upward toward the sky. She looks at Jared Euclid from a distance. She thinks he is heading south without considering her presence. She releases a magic aura from her NAD and targets Jared Euclid. She asks Jared Euclid to die as she attacks him. She attacks Jared Euclid with a 6-class water storm. Jared Euclid notices the water storm approaching toward him and wonders if it is an alarm magic. He forms a double transcendence shield around him. He says he knows it is a water storm. He estimates that the water storm is 3 times stronger than usual because of rain. Jared Euclid keeps looking at the approaching water storm. He looks in the direction of the storm and says the option to scan the stats of Naomi is not available because of distance. The water storm comes close to Jared Euclid. Jared Euclid looks at the water storm and estimates that if Ganoff was of level 1, then Naomi Grace is of level 5. He knows she is not weak as a candidate for the commander of the magic division. Jared Euclid manages to block the first attack. However, he soon notices another attack. The second attack strikes his double transcendence shield. The second attack breaks the double transcendence shield. He wonders if the strike was that strong. He says it is right that one becomes a mage in the true sense after reaching class 6. Jared Euclid thinks of having a battle of hide and seek with Naomi. Naomi Grace attacks Jared Euclid with wind slashes now. Jared Eucolates can see slashes of wind moving in the air. Jared Eucolates smiles to see this. He says it is time for Baina Nim's wind magic debut. Jared Eucolates decides to use flight full throttle. He says Naomi Grace will become good prey if he manages to create a path in rough rain and wind. He releases a strong magical aura to create a wind path. He keeps releasing the magical aura. Then he changes the path of the wind. Jared Eucolates says he will take advantage of this chance and strike her with a double attack. Jared Eucolates releases a strong magical aura and casts a combined spell of wind and transcendence wind slashers. He thinks it is high time for Naomi to prove her worth. Naomi looks in Jared Eucolates' direction and wonders if he has blocked the attack. She notices that he has changed the path of the magic. She seems pissed off. She asks how is that possible. She notices that his wind slasher along with her wind slasher approaching her. She looks at that and says now she is left with only one option. She forms an absolute shield around her. She feels relaxed after forming a protection shield. She notices the wind slasher is affecting the shield. Naomi says she will die if the shield ruptures. Naomi's protection shield breaks. She says if he is not an ally and an enemy, she will kill him. She asks Eve's necklace to show its abilities. A light comes out of this necklace. Naomi goes back to her memories. Her mother asks her to take the necklace. She asks her mother what is the name of the artifact. Her mother tells her that she can lock and teleport any visible target with the help of this artifact. Her mother tells her that the necklace also has additional abilities. Naomi asks her mother why she is telling her these details. Her mother says there is a matter that needs attention. Naomi's mother tells her that Eve's necklace can only be activated by the magic power condensed inside it. Her mother also tells her it takes a month to fill the necklace with a magical power. Her mother instructs her to use it only in case of emergency. After telling her details about the necklace, her mother dies. She cries and says her mother cannot die. Naomi Grace comes back to the present moment. She holds the necklace. She asks the necklace to show its abilities. A magical aura comes out of the necklace. The magical aura strikes with Jared Eucolates'. The wind slashers created by Jared Eucolates disappeared. Jared Eucolates wonders about the disappearance of the wind slashers. He says he neither notices any spell casting nor any teleport. He notices the magical aura coming from Naomi Grace. He thinks the magic seems to be coming from Eve's necklace. He says he did not know that Eve's necklace existed. He says he is caught. Then he says there is nothing to worry about. Jared Eucolates starts to plan what he can do in this situation. He thinks he cannot use any evasion magic, whether it is teleport or blink. He says the moment he concentrates he will get caught in the interference, such as the release of the magical power. He knows after that he will be teleported or sliced up or get caught in a distorted space. He says he might die again. Jared Eucolates closes his eyes and calms himself down. He says to himself that it does not matter which spell Naomi casts. He says his lucky ring can dodge a fatal attack that can lead to instant death. However, he can use that option only one time. He decides that he will use the fourth option of the lucky ring. Both Jared Eucolates and Naomi Grace confront each other. They attack each other. Jared Eucolates attacks Naomi Grace with a triple transcendence paralyze spell. After paralyzing her, he attacks her with chain lightning. Then he stops to attack. Naomi Grace smiles and says she has won. Meanwhile, lightning chains start to approach Naomi. Naomi Grace looks at the lightning chains. She says she has heard about some artifacts with the ability of evasion, but it is just armor. The heavy lightning chains get hold of Naomi Grace. She tries to free herself, but is unable to use any magic. She starts to fall. She notices that she is under a paralysis spell. She says that magic stays for 5 seconds, but now it is more than 10 seconds. He wonders if it is a double paralysis spell. She seems curious to know how he can use such magic. She thinks about the wind slasher. She feels that the wind slasher was also more powerful than usual. She admits that Jared Eucolates' magic spells are at least 2 or 3 times stronger. She feels that Jared Eucolates' magic is stronger than human magic. She compares his magic with the magic of the dragons, which knows no limits. Naomi shakes all these thoughts out of her head. She says it is useless to think about these things because she is going to die. She feels sad and says the idiot king does not know that a tiger is growing in his front yard. She asks herself if this is what she wants. Meanwhile, Jared Euculates holds her in his arms and saves her from falling. Jared Euculates asks Naomi Grace if they can talk for a while. Naomi Grace looks at Jared Euculates. She stays quiet because she is still under the spell of paralysis. Jared Euculates partially removes the magic. Jared Euculates tells her that he did not come here to kill her. He says he came here to talk to her. Naomi Grace hesitates for a while and then says it is weird. Jared Euculates replies this situation is not the weird one. He says to Naomi that the king does not value the best wizard like her. He adds the image of the Malnus kingdom is rotting on the outskirts. Naomi Grace asks Jared Euculates what he wants to tell her. Jared Euculates addresses her and says he is here to win her heart. Naomi stays silent for a while, then she asks Jared Euculates if he is happy with that. Jared Euculates says they should get out of the rain first. They come to a cave. He tells Naomi that he did not paralyze her with any ill intention. He says he just wants the two of them to clear their minds. Jared Euculates lights up a fire. Naomi asks Jared Euculates to kill her if he aims to do so. She asks him why he wants to know a loser's opinion. Naomi suspects Jared Euculates if he wants to enjoy the fruit of his victory. She says he is free to do anything. She adds she is ready to get dirty by his ugly hands. Jared Euculates stays quiet for a while and then turns back. He looks at Naomi, who is already staring at him. A deep silence prevails between them. Then Jared Euculates smiles. He says his territory will increase in the future. He adds he is not a madman who only wants wars. He tells Naomi that he wants to create a world where everyone can live happily. Naomi replies it all seems idealistic. She releases a heavy breath. Jared Euculates accepts that his plans are idealistic. He says let's see will his plan ends in idealism or if he faces reality. He says he has to find out by himself. Naomi asks if he considers himself a different person. Jared Euculates replies he is a different person. He says he is better than the king whom she is serving currently. Naomi again releases a heavy breath. Jared Euculates clarifies he does not have any intention of wasting his money dealing with the disaster. Therefore, he only takes care of nobles. He adds it is not good for people to discard a reliable comrade. He asks Naomi if she likes a king who only keeps servants by his side. Naomi stays quiet for a while. She seems answerless to hear Jared Euculates' words. Jared Euculates says if things keep going on like this, the kingdom of Malnus will fall without any effort. He tells Naomi that the kingdom of Sindarth and the Rentis Empire will go ahead of them if she steps back. Naomi accepts that he is right. Jared Euculates seems sad to say that there is limitless discrimination in Malnus. He adds the king will do anything to cover their wrongdoings. Jared Euculates shows his intentions of putting an end to this. Jared Euculates says he is not sure about the future of Malnus and his servants, but he does not want innocent people to suffer. Naomi again asks Jared Euculates if he considers himself different. Jared Euculates looks at Naomi and thinks for a moment. He replies he will get rid of those people who are engaged in tyranny and useless politics. He adds he will crush their dreams. Jared Euculates shows a strong sense of determination. Then Jared Euculates looks at Naomi Grace and says she is also free to take his life. Naomi remains silent. Jared Euculates says his dream is of a civilian foothold, a world where civilians are the foundation. He adds there is shame in explaining every word to the people. Silence prevails between them for a while. Naomi Grace makes it clear that words are not enough to win her heart. Jared Euculates asks Naomi what she wants. Naomi asks Jared Euculates to prove the worth of his words. She admits that he possesses a destructive power equivalent to a 7-class mage. She says she only knows him as a mage, he is still to prove himself a true leader. She asks him to prove his worth as a true leader. Jared Euculates conforms if this is what she wants. Naomi says yes. She says if he cannot make his dream a reality, then all he talks about is nothing more than bullshit. Jared Euculates says the army of the kingdom will soon attack them. He adds the army is in a big number. Naomi says a kingdom is a kingdom. She asks Jared Euculates not to belittle that army. Naomi asks him if he can win that war. Naomi asks Jared Euculates to prove that he is capable of accepting all of those of surrender. She says he can win her heart by fulfilling his promise. Naomi clarifies that she will give her heart to a worthy person. Jared Euculates admits that she has given a smart answer. Naomi declares until then she will not give her heart to anyone. Jared Euclid says he will prove himself. He asks her to hold on to her answer until then. Jared Euclid thinks it seems that he has to cross the 7th ridgeline to win her heart. He leaves the cave thinking he will win her heart. The scene shifts to the battlefield. One of the soldiers of the Caribbean army tells his fellow soldiers to retreat. A soldier of the Bonoso kingdom informs his commander that the Caribbean army is retreating. The deputy commander of the Bonoso army, Carson, commands his army to chase the Caribbean army till the end and take their head off their shoulder. Carson asks his army to take advantage of the current situation and restore the kingdom. A soldier looks back and says to his fellow soldier that their enemies are too many. The second soldier adds their enemies are so powerful. The first soldier says they should retreat. The scene shifts to Carson. A soldier tells Carson they have driven to the Python Valley. The soldier suggests to Carson that they should follow the same path that the Caribbean army used to retreat. He adds, "Is this way they will not encounter any land mines." Carson asks the soldier to be quick. He tells the soldier that after going out of the Python Valley, they will follow the road directly to Lyraki. He states that the Python must be the last line of defense for the Caribbean army. He says if they defeat the Caribbean army, they will easily get to the city of Lyraki. Carson says to the soldier that if they do not receive any response from the opponent in the Python Valley, that means there is no ambush. Carson once again instructs his army to chase the opponents. He tells them that there is no sign of ambush. He commands his army to kill their enemies. He calls Caribbean soldiers bastards of Caribbean. He says they are nothing before them. Carson feels something in the ground. He notices there are Class 5 magic telekinesis. Carson ignores telekinesis. He knows that they will have their effect for a little time. He feels pains in his body. He gets trapped in evildoers' magic circle. Carson wonders why it is not stopping. The magic takes him to a height. He wonders if he is trapped in teleportation. He becomes anxious to see a fireball in front of him. He tries to understand the type of the magic. Carson gathers his strength and says he will tear that magic ball apart with his gauntlets. He says it is so easy to counter this type of magic. Soon, the fireball reaches him and hits him. The fireball hits Carson in the face. Carson cries in pain. His mask melts with the heat. The fireballs burn Carson to death. Lifeless Carson starts to fall. Jared Euclid holds his hand in the middle of the air. He smiles and says one should take his loot. He takes Carson's armor and lets him fall to the ground. He kicks his head and allows his body to fall. Jared Euclid sees him falling from the height. Jared Euclid sees Isabel and Dreza shamans. He gives a thumbs up to Isabel and her team. He appreciates their attack by saying it was a pretty good tactic. He appreciates them for defeating the deputy commander of the Bonoso kingdom. Jared Euclid looks at the item taken away by Carson. He says he was right to think that Carson has little knowledge of witchcraft. Jared Euclid says more than 10 shamans created and enforced breathing through their group chant. They invoked a forced summoning. Jared Euclid takes a look at the opponent's army that says the morale of the enemies is broken. He thinks of taking advantage of that opportunity. He amplifies his sound with the help of magic and commands all his forces to attack the enemies. 3 days pass. The scene shifts to the castle of the Kingdom of Bonoso. Jared Euclid holds a cup of tea and thinks about his initial decision to have a defensive fight. He says his enemy did a great job by being greedy. He thinks about how the fight started from the point of Python Valley and how they trapped the Bonoso army in open ground. He also thinks about blocking all the ways to escape. That was the time when Bonoso's army was left with only the option of accepting their defeat before the Caribbean army. Then Jared Euclid asks the Bonoso army to retreat. He warned them that he would not forgive anyone who would not accept defeat. Those who try to escape fall victim to the Jared mines. Jared Euclid comes back to the present moment. He appreciates the efforts of his army and says his army does not forget to counterattack. He says it was a complete eradication. Meanwhile, Hayes enters the room. She informs Jared Euclid that the event has started. Jared Euclid replies to Hayes that he heard that Valdez arrived at dawn. He adds it seems that a video has been broadcast on a big screen to the public. He asks Hayes if she will come with him. Hayes says yes. She enthusiastically says that Valdez has prepared this video to commemorate the achievements of the Lord. Jared Euclid says there are just a few things. He says Hayes has a knack for exaggerating things a little. Jared Euclid thinks he has a talent for finding out the strong points of his enemies. Jared Eucolates and Hayes walk through the corridor. Jared Eucolates says all credit goes to Hayes and that many soldiers recovered from their wounds. All the soldiers show their gratitude and call Hayes an angel in white. Jared Eucolates says it is also because she did not refrain from praising him. He adds the soldier who followed him started to trust him more. He looks at Hayes and accepts that she has helped him a lot. Valdez stands before a big screen. He asks the public to focus on the faces of all the refugees who have fled to Caribbean. One of the boys from the crowd says he thought all of the refugees had died. He asks Valdez if he is saying that they are still alive. Valdez replies to the boy that all the refugees are living happily in the land blessed by Lord Jared Eucolates. The boy calls their previous king as a damn king. The boy says the person who abandoned the people in bad times has no right to be called a king. Another man from the crowd asks a lady if she has heard that the new lord reduced all the taxes by 50% for 1 year. He tells the lady that the new lord has been exempted from all the special taxes. The lady replies she has heard about that. She shares with the man that she was worried about the food for her family before that announcement. The man thinks about setting up a business in the Holy Land. The man says he hates it. There are still some people in the kingdom. The lady stops the man to think like that. She asks to think of a better future with the new lord. The lady drives the man's attention to the magic store. She says now they will be able to walk safely at night. She says she feels the world is about to change. The man says he is looking forward to it. Valdez asks the people to make some space. There are 2 cartridges behind the public. One of the men says it appears a messenger has arrived. He wonders if the kingdom can send another big army. Meanwhile, Jared Eucolates comes. He says to the public that there is nothing to worry about. He assured them that there would be no war. He says that they must have sent their ambassadors to discuss a ceasefire. Jared Eucolates assures the public that there is no need to worry. He clarifies to them that they can do anything they want. Jared Eucolates returns to his room. Lackeyes informs Jared Eucolates that the kingdom of Sindarth has increased its forces at the borders. He adds this is the reason that the army of the Malnus kingdom stopped its advances to their territory. Jared Eucolates asks Lackeyes if he means the kingdom of Malnus suspects that the kingdom of Sindarth is cooperating with Caribbean. Lackeyes says this is true. Jared Eucolates thinks for a while and says he anticipates this much. Lackeyes says the contribution made by Chaldea Weapons is not small. Lackeyes says Admiral Jennings and Admiral Luke said the same thing. Jared Eucolates agrees with Lackeyes. Jared Eucolates shares with Lackeyes that he does not have any plan to advance further. He says he continued to advance the young Jai army to put pressure on both of the kingdoms. Jared Eucolates believes the opponent has little chance to fight back. He considers 2 reasons behind that. The first reason is the introduction of Chaldea Weapons, and the second reason is Carson's death. He adds surrender of a 6th-class mage, Naomi Grace doubled the shock. Meanwhile, someone enters the room and informs Jared Eucolates that there is an envoy from the Bonuso Kingdom who is asking for an audience. The messenger adds there is also an envoy from the Kingdom of Malnus who is asking for an audience. Jared Eucolates says both of them come at the same time. He says he will talk to both of them at the same time. The envoys for the Malnus and Bonuso kingdoms enter the room. Both of them pay their greetings to Lord Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates looks at them and tries to remember them. He remembers that both of them once came to buy the master potion from him in the past. He thinks both of them lost their cities one after the other in a couple of days. He wonders if they still dare to smile brightly. He looks at the ambassadors who are smiling to see each other. Jared Eucolates thinks there is quite a lot to digest. The ambassadors sit with Jared Eucolates over a cup of tea. Jared Eucolates asks them what they want to tell him. Both of them look at Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates says he will count to 3. He starts the countdown. Both of the ambassadors start at once but fail to say anything in panic. They ask Jared Eucolates to wait for a moment. Jared Eucolates again asks them to say the reason behind their visit. Jared Eucolates again starts the countdown. He clarifies to them their time will be over on his next countdown. The ambassador of the Bonuso Kingdom tells Jared Eucolates that his lord wants to have a peace treaty with them. The ambassador of the Malnus Kingdom says they also want the same. He adds they also want to have a peace treaty with them. A deep silence prevails all over. Lackeyes breaks the silence. He asks the ambassadors when the kings of these 2 kingdoms have not left the innocent people helpless. He calls the king of the Bonuso and the Malnus Kingdom disgusting bastards. Jared Eucolates says it is great that they are talking about peace now. He adds now they are not in a position to fight a war. The ambassadors of the two kingdoms seem answerless. One of the ambassadors puts a letter on the table and says this letter is by the king. He adds the letter has the draft of the agreement. Black Eyes picks the latter and opens it. The ambassador of Malnus says the same is the case with the kingdom of Malnus. Jared Eucolates picks up the letter and opens it. He starts to read the letter. The king has asked Jared Eucolates to ponder upon the matter carefully. The king called the refugees a waste of human resources. Jared Eucolates gets mad to read this. He tears the letters into pieces and throws them away. Jared Eucolates says the letter from the king of Malnus is a little different. Black Eyes hands over the other letter to Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates reads that letter. The king mentions that it is of no use to fight with each other. The king has asked Jared Eucolates if he has come back to his senses and left his army behind. Jared Eucolates releases a heavy breath. He says the kings are sprouting nonsense out of their mouths. He also tears this letter into small pieces. Both of the ambassadors bow before Lord Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates asks them to listen carefully. He says he does not know about other kingdoms, but Caribia has a good relationship with the kingdom of Cinders. He asks them if they know that the Rentis Empire has sent Duke Galadin to his territory recently. He says he is telling them because there are some rights of the neighboring kingdoms. Jared Eucolates puts his feet on the fingers of the ambassadors. The ambassadors sigh with pain. They beg Jared Eucolates to spare them. Jared Eucolates says now he will prepare a draft and their lords would stamp it with the national seal. Jared Eucolates asks them if they got his point. They say they understand. The ambassador says he will tell the same thing to the king. He asks him to lift his foot from his finger. Jared Eucolates lifts his feet and says there will be no compromise. Jared Eucolates says the king will put the national seal on the draft he will send. He says otherwise he will consider it a declaration of war. He adds it is the only solution. Black Eyes takes sips of tea. The scene shifts to the kingdom of Cinders. Princess Maria is getting ready in her room. King Eziel enters the room and asks her if she is ready. He asks her if she heard the news. He tells Princess Maris that the Caribia is now in a position to groom a navy after the surrender of admirals and generals. He adds that Caribia has taken control of some warship and marine docks as well. Princess Maria says she has heard that all the admirals of that region are very powerful. She asks her brother if Jared Eucolates achieved all this by changing their minds and showing them the reality. King Eziel says this is right. He tells Princess Maria that Naomi Grace has also become a vassal of Jared Eucolates. He says there are rumors that Jared Eucolates has handed all the wizard core to her. Princess Maria says it might be because of the one-sided treaty proposed by Jared Eucolates. Princess Maria says the king might have been frightened by all the negotiations and signed the treaty without any objection. Eziel says the king's actions are very suspicious. He adds it is also the case of their kingdom. He says they cannot rule out the Rentis Empire. She says it is too much for Duke Jared Eucolates. She says their kingdom and the Rentis Empire are used like that. Eziel says it is difficult to find out who is decepting them. He says if they go out to Rentis Empire, the Rentis Empire give them an explanation. They would not be in a position to question it. King Eziel says anyone who goes out to war will end up having a war, even if he does not want to wage war. He says Jared Eucolates hits both the kingdom of Bonaso and the kingdom of Malnos. Eziel gives a letter to Princess Maria. He asks her to give his private message to him. He says they will make a treaty with Caribia. He asks Princess Maria to be cautious and avoid offending Jared Eucolates. She smiles and says she will take care of the matter. She asks her brother to stop worrying about that matter. She asks him to trust her. Eziel sees his sister smiling. He says it is nice to see her smiling brightly. He says he knows he can rely on her. Princess Maria says the thought of seeing Dukek is making her feel happy. She asks herself if the Lord still has her in his heart. She tells her brother that she is leaving. King Eziel sees him leaving. He smiles and says a new sun is going to rise in the north, which has been the most silent part of the Now continent till now. The scene shifts to the Bonaso Kingdom's palace. The king says they need to buy extra resources and grains to offer gifts to Caribia and to bring peace between the two kingdoms. The king reads the letter sent by Jared Eucolates. He seems unable to believe that they have to buy a fixed amount of resources every month. The scene shifts to the palace of Malna's kingdom. The king of Malna's kingdom also reads the letter. He reads some information about Relaki, Francino, Milana, and Arnaud. He seems worried to read about the cities that were occupied by the kingdom. Then, the king reads the obligation to follow the pact. Both of the kings come to know that they have no option but to be responsible for the pact. The kings say they do not know when the kingdom of Cinder and Lentus Empire will make their move. The kings put the national seal on the treaty. The king of Bonaso says they cannot make any mistakes from now on. The king of Malnus says they can recover what they lost by exploiting people. The scene shifts to the 14th of February. One of the officials of Jared Euclides says he knows the meeting is at 6 p.m. He says he has come early after receiving Knight O'Brien's letter. Another one says he has also arrived early because of that. Knight O'Brien clears his throat and says thanks to the people who have arrived early. He says this old man is arrogant enough to step forward. He says he has a reason behind calling them early. Ella asks everyone to listen to Knight O'Brien's opinion. She tells Knight O'Brien that everyone is waiting for his talk. He asks everyone to congregate their opinion before the arrival of Lord Jared Euclides. He says they need to come up with a conclusion. Everyone looks at him. He opens a map and spreads it on the table. It is the map of the North Nasu continent. He says to everyone that their territory is not big enough to interfere in the wars in the Shinder's kingdom. O'Brien says it is the dream of their territory to grow. Black Eyes agrees with him. O'Brien says their territory has grown because of the area of Santry, which was a wasteland and developed later. He adds the place has also become a sacred place and has a rapid pace of development. He says everyone worked so hard. One of them says everyone has put in a lot of effort. O'Brien says the development of Sanair and the settlement of refugees is the work of Jared Euclides. He adds he has been the talk of the people since then. O'Brien says their territory has grown far too much to be called a great territory. He clarifies that the size of their territory has increased because of the wars. He asks everyone to have a look at the map. He says if they compare the size of their territory, it is equal to the size of Shinder's kingdom. Before O'Brien completes his next sentence, one of the officials asks him if they are going to announce their territory as an independent kingdom. O'Brien says this is what he wants to say. He adds they will name Lord Jared Euclides as king. He says they will take this opportunity to make their kingdom an independent force. One of the officials says their territory has changed a lot in 2 years. He adds its development can be described as a cataclysm. One of them says the title of God is suitable for Lord Jared Euclides. He says he seems like a king from heaven. They start to discuss the inventions of Jared Euclides, such as Jared landmines, the magic stone tunnel, the magic device, the master potion, and the cure for the Ronella disease. One of them says the list of his achievements is limitless. O'Brien says if a person like Jared Euclides cannot become a king, then who else can become one? He asks everyone to have a look at the kings of Bonaso and the Malnus kingdoms. He says they are described as kings just because they are royal. O'Brien says he cannot bear this anymore. Everyone else joined him. O'Brien says it is embarrassing to call His Highness a duke. He asks everyone to get united on turning a duke into a king. He asks others what they think about that. He asks if there is anyone who considers him wrong. He asks others to feel free to share their opinion. Like Eyes replies he strongly agrees with him. Valdez asks them to do this for the sake of Caribia and Duke Jared Euclides. O'Brien says that they should finalize their opinion before the arrival of Lord Jared Euclides. He again asked everyone to feel free to share their opinion. Lord Jared Euclides is outside with Hayes. Jared Euclides asks Hayes if they can take a rest. Hayes replies yes. Jared Euclides wishes happy birthday to Hayes. He brings a box towards Hayes. He says it is nothing much, but he prepared something for her. Hayes feels happy to see the gift. She says she does not know if it is right for her to take this. Jared Euclides asks Hayes to open it. There is chocolate inside the box. Jared Euclides asks Hayes to taste it. Hayes takes a bit of the chocolate. She notices there is something inside the chocolate. She tells Jared Euclides that there is a ring inside it. Jared Euclides smiles to hear this. Jared Euclides says he thought that ring would suit her. He tells Hayes that it is a divine ring. Hayes shows gratitude to Jared Euclides. She says she was already happy to see chocolate as a gift. She feels overjoyed to see a ring along with the chocolate. She puts on the ring. She says she can feel divine power flowing in her body after putting on the ring. She asks Jared Eucolates where she brought that ring. Jared Eucolates laughs and says he picked that ring from the ground. He asks Hayes to think of it as her birthday gift. He thanks Hayes for staying with him. Jared Eucolates says he is grateful that she looked after Isabel, Chloe, Mia, and Rena in his absence. Hayes asks him what he means by that. She adds it is her duty as a maid. She says it is her job to do that for the rest of her life. She asks Jared Eucolates not to take it seriously. Jared Eucolates asks if she said she would do that for the rest of her life. Hayes says once a maid, always a maid. Jared Eucolates asks her if she wants to have a title like noble. He asks her if she does not have this type of desire. Hayes says can she answer honestly. Jared Eucolates asks her if she is about to lie to him. Hayes replies she does not mean that. She says she always imagines something. She feels hesitant to share her feelings with Jared Eucolates. She says it is embarrassing to say this. Hayes gathers courage and says she wants to sleep and wake up with him every day. She feels shy about sharing her desire with Lord Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates asks her why she is saying it like this. He asks her if she trying to say that she wants to marry him. Hayes replies he has put her feelings into simple words. Jared Eucolates says he is sorry to say he is not ready to do this. He says he is already married to their territory. He asks Hayes how about if they stay like this. Hayes replies she is fine being like this. She says she is not upset with his answer. Hayes says she will treasure the ring that he has given to her. She assures him that she will train hard. Jared Eucolates looks at Hayes with a smiling face. He says he is thankful to her. Hayes laughs to hear this. Jared Eucolates thinks that he has never seen her in genuine sadness. He remembers that the Jared of the past made her cry and made a fool out of her. Then he thinks no one can always stay happy. Jared Eucolates looks at Hayes and scans her abilities and stats. Hayes' stats have improved a lot. Jared Eucolates checks Hayes' status window and finds no irregular ties. He finds that her dedication and support have increased while her divine sacrifice has renewed. He estimates that she will soon reach level 4 of divine power without any difficulty. He believes she will become a divine 4 healer in 2 years because of her extraordinary talent. He again says thanks to Hayes and stands up. Jared Eucolates tells Hayes that he is going. He says it is time for the monthly meeting. The scene shifts to the meeting room. Jared Eucolates says thanks to everyone for the details and information about the new territory. He says they will settle down without any problem. He adds things will go in flow as promised by Admiral Jennings and Admiral Luke. Jared Eucolates says the goods that they will receive from the Kingdom of Bonaso and the Kingdom of Malnus will be spent on the military. He asks if there is anyone who objects to this. No one shows any objection. He says the next event is about the 17th visit of Pope Armonia at Sanair. Jared Eucolates tells everyone that he has already instructed Minister Neode to discuss the matter with Julian. Julian informs Jared Eucolates that the last visit will be on 14 of March. He says the path of the Pope and personnel delegation are all confidential. Jared Eucolates says all right to Julian. He says with that they will conclude the monthly meeting. O'Brien says he has something to discuss with him. Jared Eucolates asks him what he wants to discuss. O'Brien says there is a unanimous approval among them. He asks Jared Eucolates to listen to their request. Jared Eucolates laughs and asks why the atmosphere has changed. He again laughs and asks if they are to denounce him as their lord. O'Brien says all of them, including the people of Caribia, decided something. He asks Jared Eucolates to let them serve a great man like him and rise like a sun. Jared Eucolates tries to understand them. All of them stand up. They ask him to rise to the throne and create a new wind in the continent. One of the officials says they will not call him Duke anymore. They say they will call him Great King instead. They ask Jared Eucolates to approve their request. Jared Eucolates looks at everyone. He thinks he thought of becoming a king. It is something that was only given to chosen people in Paradiso. He thinks there are many candidates to become the virtuous main characters and king. Jared Eucolates thinks even if he becomes a king, he will not go ahead of other people. He thinks of staying calm. He says becoming the king is not the end. He says to himself that a king is not just a person who has the spotlight, but someone who is under the watch of many enemies. Jared Eucolates says to become the king he needs to respect the people and repay them for their kindness. All of them ask Jared Eucolates not to take their request lightly. Jared Eucolates replies being a king does not necessarily mean to have light only. He adds if he becomes a king where some of the people will be happy, some of them will become envious. He says that is the dark side of becoming a king. He says he will look at the positive side. He smiles and says he can give benefits to many people after becoming a king. Jared Eucolates says he does not know if he deserves to become a king, but he will try to become a wise king. Everyone says long live the king of Caribia. The sentence appears in golden words on his status window. Jared Eucolates says it is nice to receive such a title in his second life. He believes it to be a title that will brighten his future. Princess Maria enters Jared Eucolates' room. She says it has been a long time since they met. Jared Eucolates offers Princess Maria to sit. Princess Maria sits and takes out the letter. She tells Jared Eucolates that the king has sent him a private letter. She puts the letter on the table and says the letter contains the private message of King Aziel. Jared Eucolates smiles and says the letter is making his heart pound. Princess Maria tells Jared Eucolates that His Majesty has spent days thinking and writing the content of the letter. Jared Eucolates replies it must be a precious letter. Jared Eucolates asks Princess Maria if he can read that letter right now. Princess Maria tells Jared Eucolates to take his time. Jared Eucolates reads the letter. Princess Maria looks at Jared Eucolates without blinking her eyes. Jared Eucolates opens the letter and starts to read that. King Aziel congratulates Jared Eucolates on his victory. He also tries to give him a hint of Princess Maria's feelings about him. Jared Eucolates thinks King Aziel must have some misunderstanding about that. He does not believe that Princess Maria has feelings for him. King Aziel suggests Jared Eucolates to proclaim the kingdom and rise to the throne. He expresses his feelings that Jared Eucolates is a king to him. He shows his good intentions of staying in a good relationship with Caribia. King Aziel says it is embarrassing to tell that their kingdom is not stable. He also mentions his concerns about the enemy neighbors, such as the kingdom of Bonaso, the kingdom of Malnus, and the Lentis Empire. He mentions all of them as hostile countries. The letter concludes with the hope of King Aziel about the maintenance of cooperation between Caribia and Cinders. He also asked Jared Eucolates to fight against the Church of Darkness together. He asked for Jared Eucolates' cooperation to save lives of the innocent people. King Aziel mentioned that all of this is not his order but a humble request. King Aziel asked Jared Eucolates not to misunderstand anything as he had no ill intentions behind this. The letter ends with the admiration of Jared Eucolates' efforts as a leader. Jared Eucolates thinks King Aziel wrote a letter without any shame and doubt just for the welfare of his kingdom. He admits that these qualities of King Aziel make him a good king. Jared Eucolates places the letter on the table. Princess Maria shows gratitude to Lord Jared Eucolates. She says their kingdom has received a lot of help from him. She says it is because of him that they were able to detect the movements of the Lentis Empire. She tells him that they have built their forces on the south. Jared Eucolates asks her about the preparations. She replies that their kingdom will not attack the Lentis Empire at first. She adds because of that they have turned all the roads in the minefields except for the Lentis Empire's plank road. Jared Eucolates considers it a wise decision. He says this is what he wants. Princess Maria says it is because of the master potion that they could save the lives of many people. She thanks Jared Eucolates for the master potion. She admits that it is because of his help that they managed to stop the chaos. She bows down and pays gratitude to Jared Eucolates' kindness. Jared Eucolates stands up and says he is embarrassed. He says he cannot believe that the king and the princess think so highly of him. Jared Eucolates says he hopes that the kingdom of Cinders and Caribia continue to become the best running mates. He smiles and assures the princess that he is sincere with their kingdom. Princess Maria replies the king will be glad to know this. Jared Eucolates tells Princess Maria that he will write a reply to the letter before she returns to her kingdom. He requests her to take it with her. Princess Maria says she wants to share some information with him. She says she does not know if it is right to share this information. Jared Eucolates asks her about the news. Princess Maria tells Jared Eucolates that they have found the location of their brother Jess. She says they have heard that he is in the Desmond Kingdom. The Kingdom of Desmond is evil. Jared Eucolates thinks about Jess for a while. He asks Princess Maris if they belong to any company or organization. Princess Maria further tells Jared Eucolates that they come to know that their brother is working with a man named Agrath. She says the man is said to be a known merchant. Jared Eucolates says to himself that Agrath is worse than Clues. He knows that Agrath is a high-rank version of Clues. In Paradiso, Agrath dies after being converted by the demon. He says the story is different 8 years before the Holy War. According to the story, he was alive and qualified to manage a church. Jared Eucolates thinks about why the executive's worldviews are so intensive. He says the villain is not just a single person. Jared Eucolates clears his throat and suggests Princess Maria pay more attention to His Highness's health. Princess Maria replies she is planning to increase the number of guards. She says her brother Jess is the kind of person who would thrust a spear into the heart of the king after returning. Jared Eucolates thinks he needs to pay attention to this matter. He says he is the one who will intervene in the war by the end. He believes Jess must consider him responsible for everything. Princess Maria replies that is why she informed him about the matter. Jared Eucolates asks the princess to take some rest before leaving. Princess Maria says she wants to see the changes in Caribia with her eyes. Jared Eucolates asks Hayes to take the princess on a tour of the estate. He asks her to make sure the princess has a good time. Hayes asks the king to leave it to her. Hayes asks the princess to follow her. Princess Maria says she will do that. Hayes says she will do anything for the sake of the princess, who is more beautiful than the stars, brighter than the moon, and prettier than the flowers. Jared Eucolates admits that Hayes is such a compliment bot. The scene shifts to the Snary Shrine. It is the 14th of March. There are confetti in the air. The people are so happy. Princess Maria and King Aziel are also present in the Sanar Shrine. There is a crowd of the general public gathered at the shrine. Jared Eucolates stands in the middle of a pathway before the people. He holds a stick in his hand. A person is standing in front of him with a crown in his hand. The man calls Jared Eucolates a blessed man. He decalls him the King of Caribia and puts the crown on his head. All the people shout with joy. They raise the slogan, "Long live the Majesty." Once again, confetti spreads in the air. There comes a message on Jared Eucolates' status window. The message mentions that he has obtained the title of king. The second message shows that the effects of the title will appear once conditions are met. Another message shows that the god Assos is very impressed by his achievements and progress. The next message shows that the god Assos wants to be his sponsor. The last message shows that he has received the blessing of the god Assos, which has been applied already. Jared Eucolates says Assos is a high-class god. Assos is the god of war. Jared Eucolates feels happy to get to blessing of a high class of god. He thinks of preparing a royal seal to get the praise of a king. The coronation ends smoothly. Jared Eucolates addresses the public and says that he has received several messages of congratulations and privileges. He says the only thing left is to use these perks for the growth of the kingdom. Everyone cheers for the bright future of the kingdom. People gather before the statue of the god Radius. They pray for the bright future of the kingdom. The great festival's ambience went on for 3 days, including the coronation in Sanar. The Cinders and Myra kingdoms sent a large-scale delegation and celebrated Jared Eucolates' coronation. The Kingdom of Bonaso and the Kingdom of Malnos sent low-ranking officials to start a cowardly protest. A celebratory delegation arrives from the neighboring kingdoms of Pauper and Artenia. The Lentus Empire also sent a delegation. The unique thing about the delegation of the Lentus Empire is that the Ren 7 and Galadin came as the delegation. That is how the 4th day of the festival ended. Jared Eucolates walks with the Pope outside the mansion. Jared Eucolates says he does not believe that the Pope will turn 80 this year. Pope Armonia asks Jared Eucolates how old he looks in the eyes of the king. Jared Eucolates looks at the Pope for a while. He replies no matter how much he thinks he still looks around 15 years old. Pope Armonia smiles and says it must be blessings of the god. He adds the Dark Church has cursed him so he can live a long life. Jared Eucolates asks him if his health is fine. Pope Arminus replies only he looks like a 15-year-old boy, but his body is comparable to a 28-year-old man. Pope Armonius says thanks to Jared Eucolates for finding the Holy Grail. The Pope brings his hand toward Jared Eucolates. They shake hands. Jared Eucolates says to himself that he can feel divine power from his fingertips. He notices that he cannot scan his stats. He thinks that means they have at least a 10-level gap. The Pope addresses him and says it looks like the burden on the shoulders of the king is so heavy. He asks Jared Eucolates if he is tired. Jared Eucolates replies as a king of a kingdom he can feel the burden of responsibility on his shoulders. He adds he should not be talking about that. The Pope appreciates his efforts by saying that he is running as a king more bravely than anyone else toward the end of the glory. Jared Eucolates asks His Holiness what he means. The Pope says he is someone who has praised God Radius his whole life, but he does not feel the strength to help him. He adds he will give a small amount of power that will enable him to fulfill his responsibilities as a king. The Pope holds his hands and transfers power to him. A divine light spreads all around. Jared Eucolates feels the divine power flowing in his body. His status window shows that his divine power has increased by 125 due to the Pope's power. The other message shows that he has obtained a special magic called the Praise of Joy. Jared Eucolates thinks about the title. Then all his achievement concerning the holy cause comes to his mind, from killing clues to serving the church by finding the Holy Grail. The acquisition of special magic never took place in Paradiso. Jared Eucolates says he can save a loved one who is close to death with the help of the recently achieved title. The Pope says the Dark Church will aim for his death as he has become a king. He advises Jared Eucolates to be careful. He adds he will send some people who will help him and stay by his side. Jared Eucolates says thanks to the Pope. He asks the Pope not to worry about him. He tells him that he is preparing well for it. Pope Armonia asks Jared Eucolates to take care of the kingdom. Jared Eucolates bows down before His Holiness and says he will wait for the day when they will meet again. He assures him that he will be careful about the weight of the crown. Pope Armonia bows before Jared Eucolates and says may God Radius's blessings fall upon him. The scene shifts to the Desmond Empire. Jared Eucolates reaches the Empire of Desmond with his team. They are in a changed get-up to hide their true identities. Lackeyes says to Jared Eucolates that he must be fine after reaching the Desmond Empire. He asks Jared Eucolates if it would be all right for His Highness if he joined him in the dungeon. Jared Eucolates says Lackeyes if he wants to do the Knights of the whole Empire, then he should have the courage to say that. Jared Eucolates says his skills as a knight are still lacking. Lackeyes says he is ashamed since his skills are lacking. Jared Eucolates says he does not mean to critique his lack of skills. He says he said so because he knows that he can improve his skills. Jared Eucolates thinks Chloe's special makeup is working well. He adds the camouflage expert is different. Lackeyes says some people live here. Jared Eucolates says the Empire of Desmond is exactly like the one he imagined. He says it is a place filled with death and despair. He says this is what everyone thinks about it. However, that place is not like that. Jared Eucolates admits that there is a difference between ideology and the god they worshipped. Lackeyes agrees with Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates tells Lackeyes that he can see hunters around. He asks him to change the way he is addressing him. He adds they should not reveal their true identities to them. Lackeyes replies in affirmation. He calls Jared Eucolates a young master in place of His Highness. He thinks it feels different from when he first addressed it like this. He remembers that Hayes addressed him as Lord after he was reborn. He says he was called a young master before reincarnation. Jared Eucolates seems absorbed in his thoughts when Lackeyes addresses him. Jared Eucolates apologizes to him and says he was thinking about something else. Lackeyes asks if he can ask the name of the dungeon they are heading to. Jared Eucolates says he forgot to tell him about the place they are going. He tells Lackeyes they are going to the place which is known as the Ground of the Deceased. They reach the place called the Ground of the Deceased. Lackeyes asks Jared Eucolates if they have reached the required place. Jared Eucolates replies, yes. Lackeyes says the dungeons in the center of the city are full of hunters, but cannot see anyone here. Jared Eucolates tells him that the dungeon is dangerous and treasure is not good, so people avoid aiming for it. He says people only live once, so they should not risk their lives. Jared Eucolates addresses an old man and says to him that he has worked hard. He hands over a gold coin to him. He says to the old man it looks like he is having a hard time managing the dungeon. He shows gratitude and says young hunters like him have a big distribution. Jared Eucolates tells the old man he will use some of the space while entering the dungeon. He asks them if it would be okay. The old agrees to this. He asks Jared Eucolates if his path here is dirty. Jared Eucolates replies there was a lot of trash. The old man says he should clean up that. The old man tells him that there is no one inside. He asks them to move in comfortably. The old man asks them to write their name on the list. Jared Eucolates replies he will write. The old man says now he is bust as he has to clean the path. The old man leaves them alone. Jared Eucolates sits on the ground. Lackeyes asks Jared Eucolates what he is doing. Jared Eucolates replies he is going to reinforce the dungeon. Lackeyes asks him if he is going to do that. Jared Eucolates turns back and tells him there is nothing to worry about. He says he has planned everything already. Jared Eucolates draws a pattern on the ground with a stick. He summons Helesis. He says he is calling the evil spirit that has given protection to the Red Queen to go inside the dungeon. He tells Lackeyes that evil spirits have made all the monsters of the Dark Church. Jared Eucolates says it is a trick to receive the universal cut. He remembers it from his previous experience in the Paradiso. Soon, a strong magical aura comes out of the drawn pattern. A face-like structure reflects in the magical aura. The circular pattern on the fountain also releases a magical aura. Jared Eucolates asks Lackeyes to come in. He asks Lackeyes to just show him how he used to fight on the battlefield. He will take care of the rest of the things. Lackeyes says he will focus. Jared Eucolates asks Lackeyes to hurry up. He holds Lackeyes' hand and walks into the door. They enter the dungeon with the help of magic. Lackeyes says the dimensional gate has turned red. Jared Eucolates tells him it is because they have met the maximum capacity of 2 people. Jared Eucolates adds that means no one can go in from the outside. He notices that there is demonic poison in front of the entrance. Lackeyes asks if it is a poisonous herb. Jared Eucolates looks at Lackeyes and asks him what he sees. Lackeyes says it is pink and has a sweet smell. He adds it looks like the grass one can paste on the bread on a warm spring day. Jared Eucolates replies everyone thinks the same when they look at Katara. He tells Lackeyes that it is a poisonous herb. He says if he eats it, he will die in 5 minutes. He adds that poison does not have an antidote in the world. Lackeyes says to Jared Eucolates that he should not touch it. Jared Eucolates eats Katara. He says as soon as one eats it his sense of taste disappears and his tongue starts to tingle. He says he can feel his esophagus swelling. Lackeyes holds Jared Eucolates and tries to make him vomit the poisonous herb. Jared Eucolates resists and says he is fine. Lackeyes asks how he can say this after eating a poisonous herb. Lackeyes says it is an emergency. Jared Eucolates asks Lackeyes not to touch him. He sweats badly. He says they still have 4 minutes and 30 seconds. He walks away from Lackeyes and prevents him from coming close to him. Lackeyes says he cannot do anything if it is His Highness's order. Jared Eucolates vomits 4 minutes later. He says he cannot hold it anymore. He activates the detoxification technique. The special detoxification technique now is effective using the 6th option of the demon's play ring. Jared Eucolates acquires the title of Thousand Poison Body. The message on his status window shows he is immune to all the poisonous plants now. His physical and magical defense increased by 100% because of the title. Jared Eucolates smiles and says at least now he would not die of getting poisoned. He says to himself that he has to use that technique to gain the title of Thousand Poison Body. Lackeyes says to Jared Eucolates that he should have informed him if he was prepared to do that. Jared Eucolates looks at Lackeyes and says it has been a while since he has seen him angry. Lackeyes says he was worried about His Highness. If some would have happened to him, what would happen to their kingdom? Jared Eucolates laughs and says he will not surprise him like this from now on. He asks Lackeyes to forgive him. Lackeyes says how he can dare to make His Highness ask for forgiveness. He says he was so worried that he almost ran out of his breath. Jared Eucolates says he would like to apologize again. Jared Eucolates asks Lackeyes to let go inside the dungeon. They enter the dungeon. There are some skeletons. They create an explosion to destroy the skeleton. Lackeyes destroys some of them with the help of his sword. Jared Eucolates appreciates Lackeyes' skills and says that he has improved a lot. Jared Eucolates says to Lackeyes that he already had good sword skills 2 years ago. He adds it seems that he is starting to get a little bit of magical power now. Lackeyes replies he is flattered. Jared Eucolates sits close to a skeleton placing a magic stone beside it. Then he says what if it fights directly with the punks? He says the dungeon is reinforced so the monsters and 2 to 3 times stronger than usual. Lackeyes hears this and says he does not have any problem with that. He says it would not be hard for them to fight with the monsters, as His Highness has received a lot of buffs from the god. Jared Eucolates winks and asks Lackeyes if he can feel the magic that boosts his combat power. Lackeyes says to be honest he would feel empty if there were no buffs. He adds the magic makes him feel better. Black Eyes asks him if it is like Durahan. He adds there are a lot of monsters like abominations. Jared Eucalates says to Black Eyes that his skills show that he has never missed training. Black Eyes replies he trained to death aside from eating, sleeping, and making love for a bit. Jared Eucalates laughs at his reply. He asks Black Eyes to take a rest for a while. Black Eyes replies yes, they should take a little rest. They sit down to take a rest. Jared Eucalates opens his status window to check a few details. He looks at some numbers. He makes a bad face and says it is at half now. He thinks if they kill all the monsters of the ground of the deceased, they will be able to fill the count. He says if it were another dungeon he would not even get 10%. He says to himself that he has already got the body he wanted and everything is going well. Jared Eucalates looks at Black Eyes and thinks if his level increases by 1%, he is going to be an S class. He thinks Black Eyes should become Minister of Defense. He addresses Black Eyes and is about to tease him with the name of Mary when several monsters come there. There is a big monster with numerous little ones. Jared Eucalates looks at the monsters and sighs. He says they do not have time to take a breath. Jared Eucalates thinks about going to the boss room. Black Eyes asks him if they will do as the last time. Jared Eucalates replies no. He says he will deal with the small monsters. He asks Black Eyes to take care of the abomination since once he used magic like an abomination. They run toward the monsters. Black Eyes asks Jared Eucalates to leave the abomination to him. Jared Eucalates says aside from the boss monster Vaster, all the undead are measuring damage. He creates a strong magical aura to deal with all the monsters. He says he only wants to achieve the needed number of XP by killing these monsters. Jared Eucalates looks at Black Eyes fighting with the gigantic monster. He admits that the fight between Black Eyes and this monster is a matter of life and death. The next day comes. There are dead bodies of monsters all around. Jared Eucalates opens his status window to check the number of XP. He smiles to see that the number has increased a lot. Jared Eucalates smiles and says this is what he requires. He thinks if he kills the boss monster he can complete the number. He says he will be able to unlock the fourth ability of the Eye by reaching level 150. He thinks about unlocking the Mind's Eye quadruple. It is about the intuition. The health, magic, power, divine power, and the current status of the target will appear spherical. He scans Black Eyes' stats. All of his details appear spherical. Jared Eucalates says he can see this. He thinks if he can see details of the target like this, he can kill more enemies on the battlefield. Black Eyes swings his sword and says he cannot believe the number of monsters he killed today and yesterday. Jared Eucalates looks at the scratches on his sword and says he can see by looking at his sword. He says he feels good to see his skills improving. Black Eyes looks at Jared Eucalates and says he still lacks in skills. Jared Eucalates looks at a door and says the only target that is left is the boss monster. Jared Eucalates tells Black Eyes that there is something that they need to do before facing the boss monster. He brings Catters toward Black Eyes. The small drops of sweat spill on Black Eyes' face to see the poisonous herb. Black Eyes seems not ready to eat it. Jared Eucalates tries to convince Black Eyes by saying once he is immune to the poison, the risk will reduce drastically when dealing with the enemies in the future. Black Eyes holds Katata and says he will take it. Jared Eucalates again tells Black Eyes Katata is a poisonous plant. He assures him that he will detoxify him. He tells him that this way he will develop immunity against different poisons. Black Eyes says he is about to eat it. He adds in case something happens to him. Jared Eucalates does not make him complete the sentence. He asks Black Eyes if he wants him to tell Mary that he loves her so much. Black Eyes admits that he was about to say this. Jared Eucalates laughs and says he is such a romanticist. He asks Black Eyes to hurry up and eat it. Black Eyes puts the herb in his mouth and starts to chew it. The scene shifts to the room of the boss monster, known as the Ground of Evil. The chair of the boss monster is embellished with skulls. The room is semi-dark and gloomy. Black Eyes and Jared Eucalates enter the door. Black Eyes says the smell is like the old boots that have been used for a long time. Jared Eucalates tells him that the strong smell can hurt his stomach and kill him. The boss monster looks at Black Eyes and Jared Eucalates. He says these humans are ignorant of the fact that they are going to die. The boss monster looks like a skeleton. Black Eyes looks at the inside view of the Ground of Evil and asks Jared Eucalates if this is what he was talking about being immune to all kinds of poisons. He laughs and says now no poison can hunt him to death. The boss monster looks at them. He wonders why they are not hurt after inhaling the poison. He says not even the invisible poisonous fog and poison liquid failed to hurt them. He understands that these humans are immune to all types of poisons. He notices that the blue-eyed magician has avoided his several attacks. The boss monster says he will miss after he attacks carelessly. He says he thought he could kill him by playing around. He decides to stop playing around. He tries and says a swordsman has a deep understanding of the blade. He says Vaster has no means no attack as the sword has been taken away from him. Jared Eucalates addresses Lackeyes and asks him to initiate the second plan. Jared Eucalates takes Tanex out of the magic space. He sends it to Lackeyes. He looks at Lackeyes and says he has overcome his fear. He adds that Lackeyes is in a state that maximizes his physical strength. Jared Eucalates commands Tanex to block Vaster's view with her body. The AI inside the Tanex understands Jared Eucalates' command and moves close to Vaster. Vaster releases deadly poison, but it does not affect Lackeyes. He says he knew that it was not going to work. Lackeyes approaches Vaster to attack him with the slaughter sword. He points the sword at Vaster's neck. However, he does not attack because he is Jared Eucalates' target. Jared Eucalates throws a magical aura toward Vaster and says he is done with his aim. The wind cannonball reaches Vaster and knocks him down the devil who has no blood and tears. The status window shows that he has achieved 1,000 cut slaughterer title. Another message shows that the artifact the devil game has raised to 8 stars. Lackeyes appreciates Jared Eucalates' power. Jared Eucalates replies that he has not dealt with Vaster all by himself. He admits he would not have been able to land his last strike if he did not tie him. Lackeyes says he wants to offer the sword to His Highness. Jared Eucalates refuses to take it. He says it is an ego sword, it cannot be used by someone who does not know swords. Lackeyes wonders if it is an ego sword. Jared Eucalates says the sword is quite introverted, so it would not listen to him. Lackeyes asks him if he knows about that. Jared Eucalates replies, yes. Jared Eucalates asks Lackeyes to take the sword. He says he will lead him to the beginner stage as he has expert power. Jared Eucalates says he is giving this sword to him for his own sake. He says he has to be strong so that their kingdom can grow. Jared Eucalates asks Lackeyes not to misunderstand him. He says he means he has to work harder. Lackeyes bows before Jared Eucalates to show his gratitude. Jared Eucalates tells him that he will be the spirit of a fighter when he touches Vaster's sword. He adds the experience and knowledge of the sword will be implanted immediately and will awaken. Jared Eucalates tells Lackeyes that if he cannot understand something it must be because of mana or aura. 2 years ago, Lackeyes was just an ordinary soldier in the cold suburbs of North. He could not even wish to be like a sword or aura master. Now he dreams of becoming both. Lackeyes says he respects His Highness a lot. Jared
Я иду к цели, избавляю ход на моих часах. Бесконечный взлет, забираю все, что хочу в этот раз. Вижу свет, он ведет меня прямо в класс. Скорость, драйв, это мой элемент. Словно вихрь оставляю след. Каждый день это новый рекорд. Я на вершине, слышу мой аккорд. I got it, I want it, I got it. Мой путь это только вверх. I got it, я знаю, что надо. Я здесь, чтобы взять успех. Время летит, но я на волне. Каждый миг моя сцена в огне. Мечты сбываются, я это знаю. Все, что хочу, я забираю. Не важно, что говорят, я знаю свой путь. Моя страсть — это мой абсолют. Круче всех, кто мог бы представить. Я иду вперед, и никто не остановит. Моя сила в моей уверенности. Каждый день я на пределе прочности. В этом мире нет для меня границ. Я взлетаю снова, слышишь это? I got it, I want it, I got it. Мой путь — это только вверх. I got it, я знаю, что надо. Я здесь, чтобы взять успех. Я взлетаю, и нет пути назад. I got it. Все, что хочу, я взял. I got it, I got it, I got it. Я стану в окне.
increasing. He feels he still lacks power. He says no matter what, he is still a 5-class wizard. He knows he has a long way to go to become a 9-class magician. He says he needs to meet Ignis right away. He says he does not want to see that bastard, but he has to meet him. He starts to read messages. The first message shows that the god Helices is displeased with playing with the magic of God. The second message shows that the goddess Os and the goddess Nephria are happy to tease the god Helices. Jared Euculates laughs and says the gods also suffer from stupidity. Jared Euculates opens the path and steps out of the dungeon. He thinks Lackeyes can grow faster than Ella. He wants him to become his S-class weapon. They are still in Azilia after the Desmond Empire. Lackeyes is on the bed. He says he cannot trick his age. Jared Euculates looks at him. He says he has said he is fine. He believes Lackeyes cannot fool him. Jared Euculates says it must be a side effect of awakening. He notices Lackeyes is exhausted. The night befalls. The scene shifts to an inn. Jared Euculates enters the inn and finds that it is full of people. However, he feels the atmosphere of the place is great. He notices the customers are sitting with a sequence. He sees one side the people have the tag of the Black Rose, while the other side of people has the tag of the Loin. He thinks about what side he should sit on. He is on the first floor. There is a board placed in front of him on which it is mentioned there is no vacant seat. He reaches the second floor. There is also a board mentioning that there is no seat available. The third floor is also full of customers. Jared Euculates thinks the only option left is the fourth floor. He starts to move to the fourth floor. The fourth floor is empty. Meanwhile, a waiter arrives there. He tells Jared Euculates that he cannot sit on the fourth floor. He tells him only the VIPs are allowed to go in. Jared Euculates apologizes. A man addresses the waiter as Henry. The man tells Henry that Jared Euculates is his companion. He asks him to let him in. The man asks Henry if he needs his ID. Henry says there is no need for that. He bows before Jared Euculates and apologizes for stopping him. He asks Jared Euculates to come in. He says he will prepare a seat for him. Jared Euculates thinks about who is he as he does not have any companion other than Lackeyes. Jared Euculates looks at the person who refers to him as a companion. He comes to know that the person is Red Queen. He thinks there is no way that she can recognize him in this get-up since it is Chloe's level of disguise. He believes that she would not recognize him. Red Queen says he seems new at this place. Jared Euculates replies yes, he is visiting this place for the first time. Red Queen asks him to follow her. She says she does not have ill intentions. Red Queen says there will be a crowd on the other 3 floors, so they should have a drink on the 4th floor. Jared Euculates says he did not mean to be intentionally rude. Red Queen says it is better to come with high expectations for better things in life. Jared Euculates says he cannot use the VIP floor all for herself. Red Queen directs Jared Euculates toward the way. Jared Euculates looks at the guards of Res Queen. He notices that they are not her usual guards. He knows they are 2 dragons. He says according to his memory they are not the same guards. He says they are different than before. He says the 2 men are considered as 2 dragons, black and white. The 2 dragons are known as a double-headed dragon. They always stay together. Hence, they are given the nickname. The guards of Red Queen use a dark energy sword. The 2 swords resting on their shoulder give off such dark energy. It is difficult to wield them with 2 hands. On top of that, in silver and gold engravings, both of the guards have dragon drawings. The drawing is slightly visible. Jared Euculates says these guards had the responsibility to escort the Empress of the Desmond Empire. He thinks the Red Queen may be the one who is known as the Princess of the Desmond Empire. He looks at Red Queen and thinks she has high-level protection from the 2 swordsmen. Red Queen looks back at Jared Euculates and asks him what is he doing. She asks him to come quickly. Jared Euculates replies he is coming. Red Queen sits on one table with her guards while Jared Euculates sits on another table. Red Queen whispers something in the ear of one of the guards. The guards stand up and stand at a distance. Jared Euculates wonders why she ordered the guards to guard from a distance. Now, the Red Queen is sitting alone at the table. Jared Euculates thinks about their first meeting and the pain her gaze caused him. He says she tries to block him off psychologically at the pub. He remembers that she gave him an evil and tomboyish look back then. He looks at Red Queen and feels she is different today. He feels she is giving him respect today. He thinks he has not done something wrong. Jared Eucolates observes the Red Queen minutely. He notices she does not cause any commotion while drinking, nor has she tried to run away in any sort of way. He sees she is only reading her book which she brought with her. Jared Eucolates says he can tell she is not better than a candidate for the Empire. Jared Eucolates takes a sip from the drink and continues observing her. The Desmond Empire is one of the 5 countries of the Nasu continent. The Desmond Empire is as advanced as the Lentus Empire. Jared Eucolates thinks considering her background, she can be a high-risk enemy for him. He says she is known to be the princess of the Mode Empire and receives orders from the superiors of evil. He estimates that she will soon stand with the Demon King in the future. The Red Queen closes her book and looks at Jared Eucolates. She tells him that she is Senerin. She asks Jared Eucolates his name. Jared Eucolates thinks who she is fooling with that smile. He suspects her being a spy. He thinks why she is hiding her identity and wandering around. He believes she must be gathering information about something. Jared Eucolates introduces himself as Lohard. Red Queen says it is such a new name. She asks him if he is a newcomer. Jared Eucolates replies yes, he is a newcomer. He thinks she must have estimated by his name that he is a newcomer. Jared Eucolates asks Red Queen which dungeon should they attack. Before Red Queen answers, noise comes from the lower floors. Jared Eucolates looks down from the railing. Someone shouts about killing all the people. The man blames others for coming into their area. Some fighters break into the pub and start killing the people. Jared Eucolates thinks the southern hunters are more vile than the hunters of the north. Red Queen tells Jared Eucolates that these things are common in a low-life town like this. She adds the Lord has no business here and declared this place a free state. She continues to say there is no punishment for the offense of murder. Jared Eucolates thinks she must mean a lawless area by a free state. Red Queen asks him to ignore them and have a drink of beer with her. She adds they should have the drink when it is cool. There is no good in drinking a hot drink according to her. She walks toward her table. Jared Eucolates considers her right and comes to his table. He thinks it would be absurd to involve himself in such things. He calms down by thinking he is sitting in a VIP area. The hunters soon come to their floor. The hunters say they are the Slave Guild hunters. Jared Eucolates says they have no business to do with them, so why they are provoking us. One of the hunters says the pub is in their area. He adds that foreigners like him run without talking to them when they are not in a good mood. The hunter says fuck off the hunters from the Karpor Guild. Jared Eucolates keeps having his drink calmly. The hunter says this bar is in their territory. The hunter asks him to stay away as he is an outsider. The hunter asks Jared Eucolates to get lost if he is a spy from Kapor Guild. Red Queen laughs to hear their conversation. The Red Queen asks him if he has rented the whole room. She says the VIP room is not open for beggars like him. The hunters get offended by listening to the word beggar for them. Jared Eucolates looks at the hunters. He estimates their strength. He notices the Baldy is on the same level as Rakis, while the rest are low rankers. He says it looks like they cannot do much. He believes they are not worth it. Jared Eucolates tells one of the hunters that he does not want to fight with them. Jared Eucolates says he is not a spy, he just came here to have a drink. He asks the hunters to leave him alone. The hunter says look at this punk. He mocks Jared Eucolates and asks him if he driving smart to show off to the beautiful girl. Red Queen wonders if he thinks so. The hunter asks them if he will be able to say anything after getting sliced by his sword. He raises his sword at Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates thrusts a knife into his back. The blood gushes out of the mouth of the hunter. Jared Eucolates attacks the hunter with the dagger of death. The captain of the Slava Hunter Guild is in his third circle. He is a skilled swordsman whose mercenary grade is A. The hunter is lying dead in front of Jared Eucolates. All the other hunters look at the dead body. Red Queen scans the abilities of Jared Eucolates. She comes to know that the guy Lohard is a 5-class magician who can immediately teleport. Another hunter asks how is this punk? Red Queen looks at the hunters and says they should leave if they do not want to die. The hunters get united to kill Jared Eucolates. They say they should kill him as the guy is alone. The hunters attack Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates smiles at their attack. He moves his hand to form a magical pattern. He creates a windscreen with the help of his magical aura. One of the hunters looks at the windscreen and declares this shield useless. The hunter jumps at Jared Eucolates to attack. Jared Eucolates moves his hand and pushes the hunters away with the shield. Red Queen stays silent behind Jared Eucalates. The hunters get trapped in the windscreen. They try to push the shield. One of them says he knows the shield is weak. The other one replies, but the shield feels like a hard wall. Jared Eucalates smiles and says it is better to wrap them with one strike instead of fighting against the majority. Now, Jared Eucalates attacks them with a double transcendence firewall. The hunters get hit by the firewall and sigh with pain. The firewall seems to burn the opponents to death. Red Queen thinks the magic power of the guy is overwhelming. She estimates that it is not an ordinary fireball. She says a normal firewall cannot burn people to death. Jared Eucalates says it is not over yet. He molds his fingers in a specific pattern and attacks with the flame burst. The flame burst burns the remains of the hunters except their bones. Jared Eucalates looks at the bones of hunters and says he has warned them not to touch him. Red Queen looks at the bones of the burnt hunters and thinks those people were skilled enough to be great hunters but have limits. Then she looks at Jared Eucalates and thinks, what is a skilled magician like him doing here? She estimates the firewall made by Jared Eucalates is equal to the work of an 8th-class magician. She wonders to see the powers of the guy. She says he maximized the flame of how a demon melts everything. She believes him to be a destructive magician. Jared Eucalates asks the Red Queen if she is fine. He says the flames were a little faint. The Red Queen replies, surprisingly, there is no problem here. She adds only the entrance turned black. Jared Eucalates clarifies that he does not want to get involved, but they were a little bit rough. The Red Queen says she has already told him that it is a free state. Jared Eucalates replies he knows that means he can fight and kill freely. The Red Queen turns back. Jared Eucalates looks down and says he needs to develop a system to avoid such things in his kingdom. He looks at the dead bodies and feels the need to establish an official organization at this rate. He determines to take this event as a lesson and prevent this from happening in his kingdom. He says hunters should become soldiers who can protect the kingdom in their hour of need. Jared Eucalates believes the hunters should sign contracts like mercenaries. He says hunters are important, but there is no point in dying after an argument. Henry comes to serve drinks in a light-hearted mood. Jared Eucalates seems shocked to see that he is unaffected by the dead bodies at the entrance. He wonders if such practices are that common here. Henry serves beer and goes back. Jared Eucalates says he will leave after having this drink. He asks Red Queen if there is something that he needs to do. Jared Eucalates says he has enjoyed the short visit. He thinks to go back to the kingdom and prepare for the next project. He takes his drink calmly. The Red Queen looks at him from the corners of her eyes. Jared Eucalates places the glass on the table and says he liked the drink. He says it is a relief that the atmosphere downstairs has calmed down. He adds everything must be sorted out. Jared Eucalates looks at the dead bodies and thinks about collecting the artifacts. He says the dead are dead, so he must collect the artifacts. Meanwhile, they listen to the sound of the door. Both Jared Eucalates and Red Queen peep down. The people present on the first floor bow down and call the person their master. The angry-looking man looks at the ones who are still standing. Jared Eucalates recognizes that the person is Barat. His full name is Barat Mukask. Back in the time, he was on the side of the demon army and led the genocide of the Radius Order. He formed an internment camp just like Nazi Germany during World War II. Almost 99.9% of people who came to the camp were killed. In the story of Paradiso, almost 2 million of the members of the church were killed. Jared Eucalates admits he had no intention to kill anyone. He looks at Barat Mukask and says that bastard finally showed up. Jared Eucalates scans the qualities of Barat Mukask. He says Barat Mukask is a line, there is a major setback in the preparation for the Holy War. He thinks all the collaborators and hunters of Barat must have turned the soldiers of the demon army. He knows it is because all the officials from the empires and kingdoms have been assassinated. Jared Eucalates closes his eyes and says there is going to be a disaster. He thinks Barat Mukask's level is the real problem. He believes there is a difference of decades between Barat Mukask and the practitioners. Jared Eucalates forms a ball of fire in his hand and throws it towards Barat Mukask. He says since their relationship is already bad, so fight is inevitable. The Red Queen looks at Jared Eucalates. Barat Mukask asks Jared Eucalates if he is the one who has killed his hunters. He says he will make sure to destroy him. He warns Jared Eucalates that he will rip out his bones and flesh until he dies. Jared Eucalates looks at Barat Mukask and smiles to see that he still has a lacking setup. He checks out his opponent and says the lower part of the bastard is weak. He concludes that he is vulnerable to long fights. He notices that he has improved his upper body to make up for his weakness. He takes notice of Bharat's sword and says each of his attacks is lethal because of his power. He estimates that his weakness is minimized and his strength is maximized. Jared Eucolates believes Bharat Mukask is capable of becoming a guild master because of his final blow. Bharat Mukask can also use the skill of all blades. Jared Eucolates calculates the power of the opponent. He says it is funny that his opponent is invincible. He plans to focus on the weak point of the opponent. He challenges Bharat Mukask that he will kill him. Bharat Mukask takes out his sword and says he will go first. Jared Eucolates thinks if he can untangle the threat only he can easily execute the latter part of the plan. Then he thinks about the possibility of his failure. He assumes himself dead in case he fails to defeat his opponent. He gathers his strength and says he does not have any other opportunity. He looks at his opponent and says he does not have any plan of dying. He creates a massive explosion and says he has a way to get away from this. The Red Queen looks at them. She thinks she has seen all types of battles, such as fierce battles, Wonderworld battles, and battles that are more horrible than that. She admits that she has never seen a battle like this before. Bharat Mukask asks Jared Eucolates why he is attacking the lower part of his body like a coward. Jared Eucolates stays silent and attacks his opponent with a magic missile. Bharat Mukask sighs with pain after getting the ball's attack. Blood gushes out his mouth. Bharat Mukask says this is not the fight where they can fight with their bare hands. He adds it is a battle between a swordsman and a magician. He tells Jared Eucolates that he is quite persistent. He cleans his mouth with his hand. Meanwhile, Jared Eucolates attacks him with a combination spell of haste and strength. Bharat Mukask looks at him and notices that he is so fast. Jared Eucolates reaches him in no time. Red Queen looks at him. The guards of Red Queen say he is not an ordinary man. One of the guards says he is a magician, but his mobility is so good. The other one notices Jared Eucolates and says it seems that he has predicted Bharat's movements. The first guard says if the fight continues like this, the fight will end in a heartbeat. He asks the other guard to get Natalie out of this place. Bharat Mukask demonstrates his all-blade technique against Jared Eucolates. Jared Eucolates blocks his attack and strikes back with the Blink plus Haste spell. Henry becomes the victim of this attack. Red Queen sees him lying on the ground. She says it is strange. She notices Jared Eucolates' magic power is quite lower than the last time when he dealt with the 5 hunters. She thinks it might be a trick. She feels as if he is hiding his magic power on purpose. She notices that the guy is making Bharat look down on him. He guesses that he is giving Bharat a sense of superiority. Jared Eucolates sits to the ground. Bharat Mukask jumps to attack him. Jared Eucolates gets the opportunity to come close to him. Bharat Mukask asks him what he is doing. Jared Eucolates brings his hand close to him and attacks him with a post-5 class missile.